Leisure time. Did you ever stop to think how much leisure time you really have? Some of us put our leisure time to good use. And some of us, Ken Michaels, for example, spend most of our leisure time just moping.
Moping? He thinks I'm moping. Well, who wouldn't mope? There's nothing to do, nobody's around. You know how it is. I went down to the bowling alley, went over to the drugstore. None of the gang was there. All my friends are busy, so what's for me to do?
Do you suppose Ken has more leisure time than his friends do?
Huh? Well, no, I don't have more time. We all spend about the same amount of time in school, and the rest is leisure time. I've got nothing to do but wait for supper. My friends have more things to do. They're lucky.
Ken's pretty lucky, too.
Listen to that. All right, I'll bite. Why am I lucky?
Because you have so much leisure time. Time in which you can do things you enjoy. Time in which you don't have to work.
Like this, huh? Is that good?
Let me show you a few things. Suppose you had lived 100 years ago. What would you have been like? Take a look.
Where? Oh, is that me? Is that what I would have looked like 100 years ago?
Well, perhaps. But now, well, let's look back 100 years again and see someone else.
Who? Hey, that's my dad.
Young man, you get off that bed and get to work. After you clean out the stable, you can build some new steps for the back porch. While I work 72 hours a week, no son of mine is going to loaf.
72 hours?
12 hours a day, 6 days a week. Tomorrow morning, young man, you're going out to get a regular job. You can work too, and earn your keep.
Not so good, Ken? Well, let's try another picture. Say about 50 years ago.
Oh, hello, son. Well, say, I've got some new pictures for the stereoscope. We'll look at them tonight. Don't forget about your chores. Have them all done by the time I'm through work. And keep the woodbox full.
Boy, how long will you work, Dad?
Why, 10 hours. 10 hours a day, every day except Sunday.
60 hours a week?
To look at your father's time as it really is today.
Hi, Dad. You sure don't work as long hours as they used to.
That's right, Ken. It's a wonderful thing to be able to do so much work in so little time. This 40-hour week suits me fine. And some people even work shorter hours nowadays. But by the way, Ken, how'd you like to play a quick round of golf before supper? I think we can work it in. And then later I'd like to shellac that new bookcase I'm making.
Well, Ken?
Yes, Dad does enjoy his leisure time. And to think that a few years ago, people didn't have nearly so much time to themselves.
Yes, we've gained a lot of leisure time in the last century or so. All of us.
Wait a minute. All of us? Mother should hear you say that. She's always complaining that she doesn't have enough time.
Well, let's see about that. Can you picture your mother as she might have been 50 years ago?
I guess so.
My, that's hard work. It takes so much time, too. But that's woman's lot in life. Scrub clothes, carry water, bake bread, feed the chickens, till time to go to bed and then get up again to start all over again.
You see, Ken? Now, how about today?
My, this new washer certainly is a time saver. And I do need some extra time. Now, let's see, I want to do some shopping, but this first.
Wait a minute. This may be easier work, but it still looks like work.
Oh, well, I have to plan the program for the Women's Club next month. That's one of my favorite activities, you know. It does keep me busy, but, well, that's not work.
What do you think, Ken?
Well, Mother does have more leisure time now. But still, she's always busy. How does she find so many things to do? How can I find something to do with my extra time? Or for that matter, what about you? I don't know. It seems as if leisure time is a problem.
Well, let's see how your friends have met that problem.
I told him once my friends were all busy. Oh, busy. They have something to do with their time.
I'm just going directly into it. We're going directly into the game now. I would say that, but the game's not here yet. I don't know why the game's not loaded. It should be captured. It's not capturing. That's a mild bit of a headache, isn't it? That is not at all what the hell my shit. Okay, forget the past 20 seconds happened. That is not. That's from the karaoke playlist, and I hope I don't get immediately nuked. Hold on. Okay, I hope that didn't just kill me. It was jarring. Yeah, I'm trying to just get into the game because I realized like I spent 6 hours or something playing it last time. It was a 7-hour stream. I spent an hour before I'm talking about it. It was a 7-hour stream, and I'd only gone through half of it. And today I'm just trying to get to the other half, but for some reason it's not. My thing is it's not there. Give me like I don't want to. 100 videos, yay! This is technically the 101st one because I deleted one of them, but. That's very nice. I wish that this was not the 100th video. Maybe I'll delete something so this doesn't end up being the 100th thing. Technically it's not, but I deleted something earlier. Dude, what the hell? I'm trying to detect the game, right? This is the game. Where's the game? And like it's not detecting. That's troublesome because last time it worked perfectly fine. I don't know why it's not working today. What's going on? This damn thing is not capturing. I'm very annoyed. I'm very, very annoyed right now. Everything should stay. I mean, yeah, but I also don't want this one to be. I lost my train of thought. Because I'm trying to... I'm so mad. What is going on? It was working just fine like last week when I was doing it. What if I do full screen mode? Does that work? What is going on? If you want to watch Katawa Shoujo, I might not delete this, I'll delete something else. That's what will happen. If they want to watch it, it's not good either because right now they can't even watch it because my thing is not displaying it on the screen apparently. Do I have to restart the stream? What's going on? I just restarted my computer. How long is it gonna take? 15 minutes for me to actually get the game running, even though I wanted to launch immediately into the game so I would not lose time on that. This is terrible. It's horribly. Can't believe it. Hell. What the hell? This one, the last one, have lyrics reference heart attacks. I don't know any more songs that reference heart attacks that are like love, like sort of love songs at least. So hopefully we finish by today. I say this, and for some reason Katawa Shoujo is not loading. I'm gonna relaunch Katawa Shoujo, maybe that'll. Damn thing. Please work. Please work. Oh, it works. Okay. Finally. I'm gonna put it like here. So my face doesn't block it, I guess. There's a One Direction song called Heart Attack. Is there? Okay, I gotta listen to it, but I'm gonna mute my desktop audio so I don't get... Hold on, let me listen to it. I've never heard of this song. That's crazy. When did they make this? What is this a part of? This is the Take Me Home album. What other songs are in Take Me Home? I don't know any of the other songs in the album either. Well, okay, that's fine. I didn't know that. Oh. But I listened to like the other two, so it's not like... Okay, we're bringing the audio back because I didn't... Hold on, let me just in case. Just in case I needed to start it with my stream music or else I'll play copyrighted pop again. The first 2 seconds. Hello, chime in, hello. I'm just trying to get right into the game really quickly. If anyone was like waiting for me to wanted to watch the whole thing, you can just go back in the VOD, it's fine. So last time, I know it says playtime 3 minutes. That's because at the end of the last playthrough I just deleted the game file. I didn't delete it. I got out and then I didn't save, and so I had to replay everything. But the game let me skip forward because the game remembers that I've done, and also like showed me the choices I took, so I could just go back to the same ones I did. Towards the end of the first act, I think. But like I didn't have it saved, so I had to go and do that again. Thankfully, really quickly though, so it was only 3 minutes. I really thought I'd have to, like, I wasn't, well, obviously I could just skip through the text. I wouldn't have to sit there for 6 hours again to read it, but you know, like out loud to myself, like I wouldn't be doing that. But this is where we were at last time. Sorry I missed half the month streams. 5 hours was really funny. Don't be sorry you missed stream. It's good that if you're missing the streams because you're like doing something else that's a waste of time, then I'm a little sad. But if you missed the streams because you were out there living life and you were talking to real people and you were making strides and progress in perhaps academic or individual pursuits, or maybe you in, you know, your position in the workforce is, you know, going up because of your enhanced skills, that's good. And I'd rather you out there than here, okay? But if you missed the streams because you were doing something else that is degenerate and not at all productive to your growth as a human being, then I'm a little sad. But I'm like, that's the extent of it, I guess. That's how I feel. Okay. So what happened last time was Well, I'll just show you what happened last time, I guess. You can see it here. We had the fireworks in the festival because, you know, it's a game set in, you know, anime high school. Wasn't that? No, I was just paying off credit card debt. That's still something. I wish I could say the same, is what I'll tell you. I wish I was paying off my credit card debt. Fuck. Oh. But hey, that's good. That's good. You're making strides to, like, being a better human being slowly, I think. That is. That was the end of Act 1. That was the last, like, bit that there was. So I guess I wanted to rewind to show you. We wake up again here now. So for context, or I guess to catch everyone up, this is a romance dating sim visual novel. You are Hisao, who is a new student at a school. I know it's riveting, but hear me out, right? Like, you're a new student at a school, but the school is a school that accommodates for people with physical disabilities. And the protagonist is very averse to this, and the reason why he has to, like, he's kind of forced to be at the school is because he got like diagnosed with a heart condition that, you know, and survived. He'd only barely survived a heart attack. And the reason why, like, that. Are you still giving the girls some peace slaps? It's not the girls. It's just the one that goes like wahaha. The one with the pink hair who's really loud and bombastic. Because I can't capture her energy at all. I'm just going to have One Piece capture it. You know what? Like, when we get to it, I'll pull it up. But I haven't pulled it up yet. No, but that's what we're doing. What's going on? So, yeah. So our protagonist character joins this high school. I think it's a high school. Yeah. With these other characters, and he slowly overcomes his sort of ingrained and embedded ableism, and slowly kind of comes to terms with treating these women as if they're real people, which is pretty cool. He has, like, I think along the way. By the way, the game is made by, like, people from 4chan. So if you're a little worried that, you know, about the 4chan bits of this game that could happen. One of the things the game tries to do, does to try to kind of assuage your concerns and worries is there's this character, your roommate, called Kenji. Like, he's your dorm mate, and he is like the epitome of the incel archetype you would find. And the character is played for laughs, and he's constantly ridiculed. That kind of, and that kind of, you know, indirectly kind of assures you as the player that, okay, like, this is not. You don't have to worry about it just because it was a game made by 4chaners. Regardless, the game's so far, in my humble opinion, been pretty good. Like, it's been surprisingly really well written, and that's good because from what I've been told, it is one of the most well-regarded classics in dating sims. I guess it's like one of the best ones that people like to point to. The game is explicit. There are scenes that feature sexual intercourse that happen between the protagonist character and the women that you try to romance in this game. But that's like an external, like, I think, so the game didn't come out on Steam originally. The game was just downloaded on a website, and that was all there. I downloaded this game through Steam recently, which they put there. And so they had a patch, or rather it's censored out of the game. The pornography, not the pornography. The explicit scenes are censored out of the game and on the Steam release, and you have to download an external patch to, like, you know, uncensor it. I will leave it censored because I kind of want it to be here. I want it to, like, yeah. I want it to not be nuked. Even though I I understand if you may think that's a little hypocritical of you, Cashew Fenor, because you like to claim that you always want to play everything to the artist's vision, and if you can't, then you'd rather not. Well, yes, but like, what I have to say is you gotta draw. It's a line in the sand you draw, and this is where I draw that line, I guess. Completely unrelated, but I had a dream where you were playing Honey Pop. In hindsight, that'd be insanely funny. I don't think there's any world where I'd be playing Honey Pop, because it's just, you cannot censor out the explicit parts of this game. And I don't know, I just don't think I will. I say that, but like, Flayon is playing it. Flayon played it on stream, so anything could happen, I guess. Kenny walked so that Jeffrey would trip and die in a puddle of his own blood in a mall on the East Coast. Kenji, yeah, true. I don't know. I feel like and that's why, like, okay, you know what I will say? I think the chances that the devs of this game are as, interesting as SBN3 are quite low, partly because you have to be really self-aware to write. Like, you have to be really aware of what you're writing when you write Kenji. Whereas, like, I feel like if you write Jeffrey, you can kind of be a bit tongue-in-cheek, but also not quite get fully... Like, you know what I'm trying to say? I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say, because I'm not doing a very good job explaining it, but yeah. Okay, you're gonna have to give me one moment. I'm getting an interference in signal, so be right back. Hold on. I'm gonna bring everyone here first. I'm getting an interference in signal, so I'll be right back. Why is there no, like, what's it empty? What's going on? What the hell's going on? Whatever, it's empty. There's no one chatting. There's just no one chatting. What the hell? Give me a second. Hang on. I'm just dead right now. Hold on. You're gonna have to give me one. I literally tried to not. Oh my God. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I was intentionally trying to not have it. You're gonna have to give me a moment. Hang on. Kenji is more of a complex character to the plot than Jeffrey was to his game. Completely 100% agreed. 100% agreed. Could stream and just put some kind of music over the moans and put a censor image over the girls. That's like a lot of work. And also, how the hell did you know I was like almost late to stream because I was just on the Silver Gunner channel like 30 minutes ago scrolling through the new rips and then sending them to my friends to piss them off. What the hell's going on? Sorry, I don't know why my capture is not working. I just died. Like, I just disappeared and died. I don't know why. I don't know how come. You can probably gain some of the female viewership if you download the mod where they place their women with the men. The problem is though that like the game is played with the women and written with the women in mind, right? That's one thing. The other thing that with that is I have enough female viewership right now. I've course corrected too far, or rather I need to course correct because right now we're on like, what are we looking at? Hold on. Let me check. We're on like 62% female. That's a little too far into the other end. I need to fix this. I need to fix this. I need to fix it before it gets too out of hand, okay? Someone just downloaded a mod to get rid of the girls entirely to play the puzzles. It's unironically like the gameplay is like good, right? This fucking thing, man. Hold on. Might as well play Bejeweled. No, but like the point is like people are saying I don't know, right? But some people are making the claim that it's way better than Bejeweled. That's the idea. The idea is like the game is significantly better than something like Bejeweled for the fact that it's essentially smut, right? That's what people are talking about, I think. Sorry, like you're gonna hear that for a little while because things are not working. And I'm frustrated that they're not. Smutty kind of, yeah, it is, but it's like it's good. That's the thing that people talk about. Now I don't know because I haven't like played it. I have watched people play it. So I'm like aware of. Okay, I'm back. I think I'm back. Sorry. I'm aware that. What the hell am I aware of? I don't remember. I don't remember anything. I lost my train of thought. I'm trying to balance 5 things right now. God. Just gonna do a trucking week after this. Close, but no. The Valentine's arc is gonna end this week. That's what I'll tell you. I mean, you can see it, right? Hopefully it's not too, you know, like hopefully it's obvious what I'm doing when you look at my schedule. Let me just pull it up. Let me just pull up my schedule so I can talk about it. It was quite loud. Okay. Like, what is it? Yeah. We're doing Katawa Shoujo today. We're finishing it, and then hopefully I'll have time to do Play-Doh Symposium today. If not, I'll do it tomorrow or the day after, right? Sometime this week, basically, is the idea. Where I'll read Play-Doh Symposium and kind of just give some very quick, surface level, shallow thoughts on it. Then we're playing Dream Daddy tomorrow, Volcano Princess the day after. We're doing the White Dare Karaoke, which is the closing ceremony, and it's on 14th. Technically, that's when it ends, but you know, we have Slay the Princess and Needy Streamer Overload lined up afterwards. You'll see why, right? You could, like, I hope it makes sense that, I hope it's not too obvious when I make, like, I make the Thursday stream Volcano Princess and I make the Saturday stream Slay the Princess, what I'm trying to do here. I hope it's not too like eye-rolly, okay? You gotta understand that this is my first foray into what could be understood as a Valentine's arc, okay? What songs have you been practicing? I can tell you now, because I was planning to release a list, the song list, either like today or tomorrow. Anyways, like, so I can just tell you. I don't mind telling you now. In order, right? It is Heart Attack by Demi Lovato, Creep by Radiohead, Slow Dancing in the Dark by Joji, Mr. Brightside by The Killers, Pretender by Official Higedandism, Love Me or Leave Me by Day 6. Love the Way You Lie by Eminem, Rihanna. Payphone by Maroon 5, Wiz Khalifa. Smoking Out the Window by Bruno Mars and Anderson .Paak. The Winner Takes It All by ABBA. A Man Without Love by Engelbert Humperdinck. Somebody That I Used to Know, Gautier Kimbra. Careless Whisper by George Michael. Thanks for the Memories by Fall Out Boy. This Is Gospel by Panic at the Disco. And I think I'll do an encore where I do like a Louis song. That's the whole list. I just ran it through in speed. Yes, I know. If you caught whatever it is that you caught, then hold on to it, I guess. I'll put the list out like today or tomorrow. So the problem with this list is it's actually not finalized. There's like 15 songs here. 16 if you include the I Want to Do Let You Break My Heart Again by Luffy, but that breaks the rule of my, like, you know, no repeated artists, so it's gonna be reserved for like an encore, I guess. But you know, if you exclude that, it's still 15 songs. That's one too many. I'm thinking of which one to remove, and I'm leaning towards Careless Whisper, because the songs is really hard to do. Like, I just cannot hit the notes for Careless Whisper. But at the same time, it's like, you kind of have to do Careless Whisper, right? I don't know. I'm never gonna dance again, guilty feet who got no rhythm. Like it's really hard to do it well. But that's the idea. That's the white thing. It's a great song. I know, that's the struggle, is why, like, I need to have it there, but I can't do it. Fuck. I could remove Love the Way You Lie, but I actually do think it's a really, like, I don't know about you, right? But when I first heard Love the Way You Lie, I was just like, oh, Eminem song, cool, what like, it sounds good. And then, like, you know, maybe probably 3 years after I heard it, after I heard Love the Way You Lie, I'm like, holy shit, this is really good. Like, this is a fucking really good song about, and this is like what he claims himself. It's funny, he jokes about this in like one of his newer releases, although he's a little problematic, but it is what it is, right? He describes Love the Way You Lie as like the national anthem for domestic abusers, which I think is pretty funny. It's really, like, it's kind of like, I don't think it's Stan tier, but it's like, it's, I think, a tier below Stan to me. The problem with that is that I can't do it. That's the problem, is I'm not good. That's the problem. You should have Trap Queen by Fetty Wap. No, I'm not doing Trap Queen. Hook is about Seinfeld's relationship in the 90s. But yeah, that's the list. I'll release it like again, but like I have to finalize it. So there's something I gotta remove, and I'm not sure what it is. Okay, here's my thing, right? So the two songs that I mentioned that are gonna be like multilingual songs, and by multilingual I mean like not English, are Pretender by Official Hige Dandism and Love Me or Leave Me by Day 6. Pretender I've listened to a lot. Love Me or Leave Me I've not listened to a lot. Both of these songs are hard as fuck, and I'm practicing them and I can't do it right because I don't speak the languages. But like I really like them, and it sucks. But yeah, that's the list of stuff. I'm a little worried that because I put A Man Without Love like in the middle right now, and A Man Without Love I need energy for. I can do it, but I really need like all of my energy for A Man Without Love to do it like well enough. So I'm thinking maybe I'll just put it at the beginning instead. I don't know though. I'm thinking about it. It's the fucking Moon Knight song. It's the one where he goes, every day I wake up, like that one. And then he's like spinning. I'm doing the motion like you can see it. You can't see it. It's like he's spinning the sky. That's the song, right? But like I watched Moon Knight and then it got stuck in my head, so that's why we're doing that. And it works. It's like, it's a really good song too. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Sorry. That's everything? That's everything. We're gonna go back to the game now. I think it works, right? Fuck. Oh, it's back. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna pause the music. I know there's no music here, but normally the game has music, so me just make sure that's adjusted well. Okay. Right, so context, sorry, catching up on the game. We spent probably 6 hours, which is like the span of maybe about a week in game time, hanging out and talking to 5 girls, I think 5. And we have now narrowed the route down to Lily. Lily is a who is she? Is she like a class president? Is she like she's one of the, she thinks she's a class representative of a different class than yours. She's blind, so she walks around with like a cane, like a tapping cane, I think is what they're called. And she's like, what else do we need to know about her to catch up? She's very prim and proper, and evidently I think she comes from like a prim and proper private schooling background, I think, which stands in contrast to the other girls in the game. She's really nice, and usually it's a trio hangout. It's you, Lily, and the girl with purple hair. I forgot her name. But she's like a super timid and shy person, partly due to her her being a burn victim, I think. But then there's not much use speculating, why she's so timid and shy like that beyond just, playing the game itself. So that we're going to do that. You could sing There's a Light That Never Goes Out by the Smiths. If you don't know, I would not expect you to learn in 2 days. I'll listen to it, but I'm probably not going to do it. Yeah. I do love the way Elisha played the instrumental from a JBL speaker for the immersion. What's the immersion? What's the immersion? Girl Pepper is better the character than Yuri from DDLC. So I haven't finished this game, but I actually don't think I could disagree with the statement that everyone has after playing this game, which is these 5 girls are better characters than any other game, any other romance dating sim has ever written. And that's a statement I made by the few people I know who have played this game to completion, who are avid, visual novel fans, right? Could be. We'll see. Okay. I wake to the annoying... Sorry, now we're in the game. Okay. I wake to the annoying din of my alarm clock. Its bright red numerals lighting up my face. It's the same alarm clock I had at home, one of the few remaining artifacts from my days before coming to Yamaku. I'd hoped that using it would help ease my transition into this new life. No such luck though. Groggily dragging myself out of bed, I wipe the sleep out of my eyes, then reach over to my desk. I open a couple of the bottles of medication strewn across it and swallow a few pills dry. By now the process is starting to become automatic, something I should be glad for given their purpose. Feeling much more awake than before, I wander into the bathroom. While the shower warms up, my mind begins to wander as my new daily routine begins once again. The bright colors of the fireworks fill my mind, as do the 2 girls with whom I spent my time watching them. It feels strange to be moved so much by people I know so little about. Then again, I suppose these aren't normal circumstances. At least I have someone to talk to now, aside from my schoolmate next door. With the time left before school begins today waning, I begin to get ready for class. Walking through the door into the classroom, I notice that I'm still somewhat early. I see about 5 or 6 students milling around, most of them looking as if they'd rather still be in bed. It's at times like this that I appreciate being a morning person. That said, 2 students in particular seem just as perky as always. Hi Shizune. Hi Misha. There they are. I suddenly realized that my greeting would be lost on the former, so I quickly follow it up with a wave. She doesn't seem overly bothered. Or interested, for that matter. Hello, Hichan. Are you feeling well? I can only assume her greeting comes from Shizune. It's hard to tell if she's speaking as herself or Shizune sometimes. Better than most everyone else, I guess. You 2 seem pretty bright and chipper. Misha signs his back to Shizune as I say it, eliciting a somewhat terse answer, if her sharp and rapid arm movements are any indication. Considering that these 2 made such a big deal out of the festival preparations, I probably should have chosen my words more carefully. Since you're a new student, we've been cutting you some slack. Please don't expect this kind of task dodging to be allowed in the future. Misha looks as if she's about to add her own comment, but quickly goes back to interpreting as Shizune continues, unabated. While your contribution to class 3-2 stall is appreciated. Huh. Word sure got around quickly. That or these two have their fingers on the pulse of the school. We would prefer your efforts to be focused on the task at hand, namely your own class. I agree. That's what I've been saying. Maybe I'm on their side after all. Maybe I'm on the wrong route. As much as I hate to admit it, they do have a point. Before I can respond though, she's gonna add something more, which draws a smile from Misha. Did you enjoy the festival then? Lecture over, I guess. Yeah, it was good. Did you two enjoy it? Shizune gives a short nod as Misha grins and bounces her head up and down. The contrast side by side is amusing. Out of the corner of my eye, I notice more students starting to trickle into the classroom. A quick glance at my watch confirms that they're a few minutes late. I look over to Hanako's seat and realize that she's already there and contentedly reading a book. It makes me wonder just how long she's been there without me noticing. With heavy footsteps coming up the hallway signaling Muto's arrival, our idle talking comes to an end and I take my seat next to Misha. As the door slides open, he strides through with a ponderous gait. His posture is even worse than usual and his eyes are barely staying open. I guess my quip to Lily and Hanako about the staff was misplaced. Everyone opens their books as he reaches his desk and the first class of the new week begins. Class trader coffee. It's true, you are a class trader. I am a class trader, he saw. I rub my eyes as the lunch bell rings out, glad for the temporary reprieve from work. I'm entirely unsurprised when I look over to the door and see Lily standing there, cane in hand, patiently waiting for Hanako. Considering her acceptance of my request to join them yesterday, I decide to spend my lunchtime with them rather than eat alone. Hanako moves surprisingly fast to meet her companion, and the two enter the hallway before I can catch up. Lily's head turns slightly, registering the sound of footsteps behind her. As Hanako notices and follows her lead, she almost jumps in surprise. Hisao? Hello, Hisao. Hi, sorry if I startled you. Lily turns to greet me, helped in her orientation by Hanako. Good afternoon, Hisao. Are you joining us? If it's no trouble, there's not much else to do, really. Lily gives a small nod as if to silently brush away any idea that it would be troubling in the least. We descend one set of stairs and walk down the hallway to the usual room, our place somewhat quicker than usual thanks to Lily using Hanako for direction rather than her cane and the railings. I do want to mention just quickly that apparently this route, I looked it up, right, is longer than the other routes by like an hour. And this is an hour of people like reading it, not out loud, but like in their heads. So this stream, I'm trying to finish as soon as possible. Might not finish very soon. We'll see. As expected, it's deserted. The sounds of the other clubs can barely be heard as sunlight streams into the room from outside. Looking around the room, I noticed a couple of empty easels propped up against the wall that I don't think were there before. The art club must use this room as extra storage. Should I get the chess set out? Hanako's voice seems less tense when she's directly addressing Lily. Yes, I'll make tea while you sort the pieces. I can do that for you if you'd like. She ponders the offer for a moment before smiling, confirming that I've made the right choice. Her face is remarkably easy to read. Very well, thank you. She slides her retracted cane into the handle of her bag and sets it against one of the table legs before taking a seat opposite Hanako. As I prepare tea for the three of us, I can hear the small wooden pieces being set on the board. I wonder how good Lily's is at chess given her circumstances. By the time I place the steaming teacups onto the table, Lily and Hanako have already moved their first pieces as they nibble on sandwiches and rice balls from their respective bags. I know that the chessboard they're using has holes in the middle of each square and pegs on the bottom of the pieces, and has each dark square slightly raised. Watching Lily's fingers skating over the board, tracing out the positions of the pieces, makes me marvel a little at the simple ingenuity of the design. It must be specifically made for blind players. That's really cool. I've never seen that before. I've never seen like a chessboard that accommodated for blind players and the way it would be designed. This is really good. It's elegant, it's accessible, and if you don't need it, like if you don't need the assistance of it, like so if you're, Hanako in this case, it's not like, it doesn't bother you, like it doesn't get in the way of the game. That's a really nice design. Here you go. Hanako gives a small nod as I put down the cup next to her side of the board. Lily's hand ventures sideways slightly, so I gently place the cup touching the tips of her fingers, a gesture she seems to appreciate. I finally take a seat and silently sip my tea as the two play. The contrast in their appearances while playing is interesting to watch. Hanako looks closely at the board, her face one of focused concentration. Lily, on the other hand, keeps her head level and maintains her calm neutrality. Lily's gentle voice addresses both of us as she continues to play. How was class now that the festival's over? I look to Hanako to see whether she'll answer first, but see that she's doing the same. Not great. Half the class seems to be dozing off, even including the teacher, not to mention a test on top of all that. Hanako quietly adds her own agreement with this. I could imagine that being a bit difficult for you, being a transfer student. Well, I think I did fine. Other than the shock of a test coming so early, science is probably my best subject. How'd you do, Hanako? Me? Okay, I guess. Hanako's too sincere to be able to pull off lying very well. That much is obvious. Lily's smile slips very slightly. Sorry. Give me a second. Let me just drink some water. Of course, you instinctively chose the route with more text. I wasn't trying to. Okay, I wasn't trying to. I did not intend for the game to go longer, but I do want to finish the game, so. Sorry, I had to adjust my position. Okay. I need to be in like reading form because if I'm gonna sit here for 6 hours, I want to make sure like I'm sitting properly. Hang on. Okay. Should get a better chair. All right, whatever. Okay. Lily's smile slips very slightly. From her reaction, Hanako mustn't be skilled enough at academics to do very well without preparation. How did your class handle it, Lily? It went surprisingly well, actually. Only one student was absent, which was better than what the teacher expected. With the topic all but run dry, the two concentrate on their chess game once again. I can't say I've ever liked the idea of chess as a spectator sport, but given its unique nature, for once I'm wrapped in watching the game unfold. As time wears on, both of them demonstrate decent skill at playing the game. Having captured 2 more pawns than Hanako, Lily has the upper hand, but only slightly. Until Hanako makes a strange move with her queen. Seizing upon this lapse in judgment, Lily takes the piece with her knight. Without hesitation, Hanako moves a pawn to take Lily's rook on the opposite side of the board and promotes it to queen. Lily's face falters as her fingers move over the pieces and she realizes that she just fell to Hanako's trap. It's a little distracting to have the board traced out after each move, even if it's out of necessity. Judging by Hanako's lack of reaction, she must be used to this. She and Lily must have played at least a few games of chess against each other after all. Check. That's not bad at all. Nice, Hanako. The compliment causes her to flower into a surprised blush. Thank you, I didn't think it would work. I look over to Lily, her fingers having just finished tracing out the position of her remaining pieces in an attempt to extricate her king from this bind. I think this is checkmate. I take another look at the board to confirm. Sure enough, her king has nowhere to escape without being threatened by another piece. My earlier question as to which of them is better at this has just been answered. So it is. Lily gives a small sigh as Hanako smiles. From their reactions, this seems like a fairly usual result. How long have you been How long have you two been playing? Since I was young. Lily nods at Hanako's brief answer. Hanako taught me how to play soon after I met her. I can beat her every now and then, but that's a rarity. I don't seem to have the right mindset for it. Honestly, same. I'm terrible at chess. If Lily came to Yamaku at the start of school and met Hanako when she moved to the dorms, that means she's only been playing for about 1 year. After seeing Hanako's level of play, I'm not too surprised Lily has trouble beating her. But she's better at languages than I am, so... Lily gives an appreciative, if slightly amused smile at Hanako's quick reversal of her compliment. Well, that's how it is. Much to everyone's surprise, the bell suddenly rings, heralding an end to the lunch break. That game lasted longer than I thought it did. Same. I guess we better go back to class. Hanako's already in the middle of packing up, so I take Lily's bag and offer it to her. To my surprise, she takes it and nods, but then places it back down on the table. Isao, may I make a request? Sure, go ahead. Would you mind if I were to quickly feel your face? No. That was not the answer that he gave. Oh, no, go ahead, I don't mind. The question takes me severely off guard, but once I regain my composure, it seems sensible enough. So far, Lily's had no idea what I actually looked like, and this would be her only way to find out. Lily raises her right hand, which I take in mine and guide to my face before letting go. The room is entirely silent, as Lily's hand moves over and around my features, from my chin to my cheeks to everywhere else. I expected this to feel a lot more disquieting than it does. I suppose that's because the action is entirely a matter of practicality, being functionally no different to simply looking at someone's face. Her hand is soft, but what takes me by surprise is the length of her fingers, not to mention how short even the slightest of her movements are. I have no doubt that her level of tactile feeling would be far beyond mine. Her hand briefly runs once through my hair before retreating. I'm sure that every inch of my face has been committed to her memory. It's only now, too, that I realize Hanako has been silently watching the entire time. Thank you for letting me do that, Hisao. And if I might add, I think you're quite handsome. I blush a little at her remark before raising a questioning eyebrow. But if you can't see, how? Just because I can't see doesn't mean I don't have my own preferences. We better go. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess we'll see you later then, Lily. Walking through the hallways back to our classrooms, I notice that Hanako seems quieter than before, but also more comfortable. Lily, her hand on Hanako's shoulder, seems to pick up on her assured pace as well, smiling as they walk. If I could spend the rest of my time at Yamaku like this, I don't think it'd be so bad. All that's needed for joy are small exchanges of happiness, after all. As I reach my desk and set my bag beside it, I realize something, or rather, my stomach does. I was so busy with those two, I forgot to buy lunch. Katawa Shoujo. What the hell? What happened to lunch? Saturday, my second most favorite day of the week. This is almost entirely due to the fact that it is the day with the second least amount of school, with class ending at the beginning of lunch. I open my door confidently, myself being more than confident of being able to get enjoyment out of the fine weather and shorter class length. I confidently stride down the hallway and down the stairs to the lobby of the male dorms. I confidently look behind me to see whose footsteps are approaching. I lose my confidence in this day being enjoyable. Hey man, sup? Not much, I guess. Just looking forward to the afternoon. You? Sorry, you're asking, someone's asking, does this route have an appearance from the girl that's a double amputee? I have no idea. I've never played this before. We've seen all of the girls in the first half, but since now the game has told me, okay, you're playing the Lily route now, I don't know if we'll see the other girls, but I hope we do, because like they're all really enjoyable to interact with. Anyways, back to Kenji. He wraps an arm around my slumped shoulders far too comfortably. Something's up. Let's step outside, shall we? I was just about to before you stopped me. He doesn't take my reaction to his theatrics well. Ignoring him, I walk outside and start down the steps. It doesn't take long for him to catch up with me again. I wonder if he wants money or to rant about another conspiracy. Maybe both. I've got a bone to pick with you. Uh-huh. It's about that blonde. You know who I'm talking about. Conspiracy it is. For a moment I contemplate feigning ignorance, but realize this will go quicker if I just let him get it all out. Lily, the one from your class. You're on first name terms with her? He looks positively shocked at this development. Did he not expect me to be able to answer? He gathers himself and coughs into his fists, dramatically, like everything he does. Well, never mind that. I'm here to warn you, you know, man to man. Warn me about what, Lily? Yeah, you don't know her, man. It's mostly true. I've only known her and Hanako for less than 2 weeks, and even then we've just been exchanging banal chatter about school as we while away at lunch. I'm pretty sure you don't either. That's not the point. You're the one spending inordinate amounts of time with her. It distresses me that someone like Kenji, who's probably as far out of the loop as one could possibly get, knows about such a trivial fact as who I choose to befriend. Then again, I am a transfer student, and she's not only the representative of their class, but also a tall blonde. Maybe I should appreciate this ranting as a warning that the rumor mill exists in school, and that I'm firmly within it. It's just lunch, nothing special. Look, man, under the bridge. See this bridge? You're under it. Man's gotta do what a man's gotta do to get intel. I just want to make sure you don't end up too far under the bridge. You're losing me, Kenji.
That's okay. Lots of people get lost. That's why I'm here to help. Just be careful around her, okay? She looks all harmless on the outside, but I've heard shit. Bad shit. You know the student council, right?
He seems to involuntarily shudder as he says the words. Putting him and Shizune together in a room is an amusing mental exercise. I wonder if they've met. Yes, Shizune and Misha are in my class. I seem to have dodged the draft, though.
Good man. Good man. Or is it good man? Good man. Good man. But this blonde, she was there. In the student council. Right damn there.
I see. And?
And she's not there now. Seriously, think about it. Something must have gone down.
I was not walking for a moment, giving the idea more thought than I probably should. It would explain the fight the two had, at least in part. Wait, no, not really. Even leaving the student council would need a catalyst. In the end, it doesn't explain much at all, other than the fact that their feud goes back some ways. I guess you have a point. I'm not seeing how that really affects me, though.
Okay, now field this one. Lily's foreign, obviously.
Obviously.
Now, what nationality is she?
I open my mouth to give the answer, but realize that I have none. In fact, I've given the matter very little thought, like a normal human being. Given that she has no accent and acts perfectly Japanese, I suppose it never really seemed important. Now that he mentions it, though, I am rather curious. To be honest, I don't know. Maybe English? They like tea. They do. I probably shouldn't resort to stereotypes, but that's the only lead I have.
You're not thinking. Luckily, you have me here to think for you.
Oh, what a graceful. Is he racist too? The assumption is like, definitely, right? We'll see. Gee, thanks. From the way he's written, yeah, definitely, but we'll see. He brushes off the quip effortlessly.
Now answer me this. Who has lots of social power, is filthy, stinking rich? You know blondes are all rich, right? As long as
I'm sorry, I can't do his voice too long. Sorry, he was saying. Excuse me.
Has a long history of disputes and used to belong to a much larger organization.
The Roman Catholic Church.
Well, okay, there's that. But there's also the mafia. Come on, rich foreign, there's no way she doesn't have connections to them.
I have reason to doubt the logic of his deductions, but he shows no signs of stopping.
So do you know where I think she's from?
Italy?
Mainland Italy, small time, dude. She has to be from Sicily. All those mafioso types come from there. Wait, no, Russia. Damn, this could be bad. The mafia there is serious business, man. Ex-KGB everywhere, paramilitaries, hardcore smuggling, and...
Wait, stop. Just slow down a second. What point are you trying to get at here?
You don't know what she'll do, man. I won't get in your way. Agents don't... Oh, sorry. Agents don't operate like that. But I just want you to be careful. When the time comes, we'll need all the help we can get. I don't want to lose you, comrade.
Well, at least he's concerned for me. Kind of. I wave goodbye to him as we separate out to our respective classes, but I'm not sure that he sees the gesture. Is Kenji implying she's Italian? I think Kenji is, like, killing my brain cells. That's what he's doing. Piling my books into my bag, I catch a glimpse of the library books I'd borrowed last week. I might as well return them, considering they took all of 2 days to finish. I briefly consider inviting Hanako along to the library, but she's already gone. It'll probably be better for my studying if I'm alone anyway. With a quick stretch and a wave to a couple of classmates who give the same to me, I make my way out of the classroom. As I open my bag and shove the books through the returns slot in the front counter, I notice a strange person behind the desk. Old and graying, she must be Yuko's replacement when she's working at the cafe. I begin looking for a free table, a task made somewhat difficult considering that, despite there not being many students in here, they're all sitting at their own tables. Noticing a familiar head of hair, I walk over to one near the braille section. It's hard to tell whether Lily's concentrating hard or not. Her placid expression holding perfectly still as her finger slides across the dot-filled pages of her book. Hi. Mind if I sit here? Oh, no problem at all. She trails off, evidently still focused on her business at hand. Ah, Hisao. She gives a nod of greeting as I sit opposite her at the table, pluck a chemistry textbook out of my bag, and quickly thumbed to the chapter we're covering in class. For a while we sit there and read, each in our own way. Seeing her reminds me of what Kenji said this morning though. That and the fact that I've never seen someone read in Braille before makes me keep throwing glances at her. I kind of feel guilty about it, given that she has no way to realize I'm doing so I decided to just ask her about it. Her lineage isn't exactly a state secret after all, and there's another thing I've only just noticed from her movements. Hey Lily, mind if I ask a question? Not at all. Is anything wrong? I was just wondering. You're at least part foreign, right? She gives a small giggle before setting down her book. I've always been amused at how squeamish people are about that. Akira's mentioned how much she and I look different from most others before. The details are a bit complicated, but I'm half Japanese, half Scottish. Oh! Scottish? That was not exactly my first guess. It takes some effort to not blurt it out loud. I tried to conjure images of the place in my mind. I think as far as the UK goes, Scotland isn't bad to live in, but I'm not really sure. Yeah, that's the sentiment I hold as well. My first guess of England was surprisingly close, at least geographically. That does leave another question though. But you have no accent. That's where the details begin. I was born and raised in Japan, despite my mother being foreign. Ah, I get it. Hold on, if she moved to the dorm simply due to Akira working longer hours, so they don't live near the school. She gives a small sigh, as if she didn't expect me to go any deeper. Was her previous frankness just a front? Not exactly. It's been a long time since we've actually met. I feel like I'm not getting the whole story, but I don't really want to go unduly prying into her situation. Her about face shows she feels kind of awkward about it. So, do you speak much English? To be honest, I don't know that much about Scotland, but at least I know that's the main language there. That's true, and a bit of Gaelic too. You go like further up north, I suppose. But anyways, it takes her a moment to collect herself, appreciating the change in topic. That's right, my family mostly used Japanese around the house when I was young, but they made sure Akira and I knew our Scottish side just as well. I'm fluent in the language, but I'm also studying it in school, to keep my skills up and have the qualifications on paper mainly. So you're bilingual? That's pretty impressive. I wouldn't go that far. Having parents who can speak the language is a large advantage, and the English books in Braille aren't too hard to buy or import, with Yuko's help at least. There's a relatively high demand for local English teachers here anyway, which also helps give me some motivation to learn it well. Demand for English teachers? For a moment I wonder why she brought this up. You're planning to be an English teacher? She gives an enthusiastic nod. It must be nice having such a definite future in mind. I've never really given much thought to mine, so I'm kind of nervous. What's wrong? It's just, I could see you as a teacher pretty easily. It suits you. Hold on, I need to cough. Give me a second. Excuse me, I've been on and off sick for like a few weeks now, and I think we're slowly getting back into the on period, which is not good. Because the karaoke's coming up on Friday. But anyways. For a moment she's speechless. She lowers her face a little and lets out a nervous giggle, something I've never seen her do before. With Lily's role as a class representative and her dependable nature, teaching does seem to be a line of work fitting her personality. Sorry, that was probably a little much. It is true though. You don't, if you say, sorry, that was a bit too much, and then you follow it up with, it's true, you gotta make up your mind, is one or the other. These are two conflicting, like, sentiments, okay? Anyways, waving her hand in front of her face dismissively, she quickly recovers. It's not that, it's just that only one person's ever said that to me before. A short, somewhat awkward silence follows the discussion. Without knowing it, I ended up staring into a troublesome topic again. I should try to cheer her up a little. It was me who went and got her brooding after all. Want to go grab lunch at the cafeteria after this? It might perk her up a bit, or at least take her mind off of her apparently complicated family situation. Going by her smile, it seems to have the intended effect. I appreciate the thought, but the food there... Quite a quick redirection of the conversation. She does have a point though, the food there isn't the greatest. Maybe the Shanghai? We could ask Hanako if she wants to come as well. Ah. What is it? I almost forgot. Until you reminded me, Hanako's birthday is coming up soon. Oh. I was going to go shopping in the city for a present tomorrow. If that's an invitation, I'd be happy to accompany you. Tony, you're asking heart attack? So, So this is a visual novel series. You play as a main character called Hisao, and he has a heart condition. He has I think it's arrhythmia, and he has to go to the school specifically so that like if there are any emergencies, he can be quickly treated. So it's like the school's like next to the hospital and everything. But the point is like the main protagonist has a heart problem, complications, namely arrhythmia. That's the reason why I've titled the title this way. This is the second half of the story though, so you might be a little confusing. I streamed the first half, I think, like last week. Yeah. The ability to get more used to the layout of the city would probably be a good thing. I've barely set foot in there, so I'd be hopelessly lost by myself. She gives a nod, signaling that she happily approves of this plan for Sunday. We eventually get back to our books, though before I begin reading again, I steal one last glance at her. Maybe I've been thinking on my situation too much. After all, everybody here would have their own unique circumstances. The chance to get outside and clear my head will probably do me good. Katawa Shoujo. I'm surprised I still haven't had to pull up the One Piece laugh till this point, but maybe it's because we're not going their route, so we don't have to. Anyways. Bored of standing in place and watching the television in a shop window, I pull myself away from the tacky display with little effort. After living at Yamaku, the city seems like an entirely different world. No running in the halls, calm and orderly conduct is to be used at all times in the classrooms. Students are to exit rooms after checking both directions for oncomers. Elevators are reserved for movement-impaired students, single file on stairs. Compared to such strict, almost regimental standards, the city's shopping arcade might as well be a strange country. While the school may have its fair share of hustle and bustle during the festival, the outside world is much different. It's strange, having lived in a metropolitan city before my accident, this should feel more natural than Yamaku and the surrounding town ever could. Yet it feels foreign somehow. The elevated walkways and tall buildings, each adorned with billboards taller than any 3 people, don't do anything to distract me from the passing crowd's reactions. Hold on, the BGM, the SFX a little loud. Wait, I can just adjust it in the game, I think. Lily keeps one hand on my shoulder, the other holding her cane, which taps the ground with a metronome-like steadiness. Looking over to her, that neutral smile of hers still holds. Having only seen her in school uniform, I'd not have recognized her as she sat on a bench waiting for me to come, if not for her cane propped up against it and her distinctive hair. I can't tell whether they're glancing at her due to her height, her foreign looks, her obvious blindness, or all 3. Not that any of those would make the situation any less uncomfortable than it is. Do you have any idea of where to look first, Isao? Her soft voice breaks me out of my line of thought. I can't imagine that she's failing to notice the attention she garners, but she seems unfazed by it. I get the feeling she's the type to enjoy walking outside, so she might be used to it by now. Not really, this is my first time in the city, so I've got no idea of where to go. She furrows her brow in thought, planning a route for us to take. And come to think of it, a way to communicate it. Something I've noticed in the time I've been with her is how, when deep in thought, she lacks close to any form of body language to show it. Her expression may change, but not a hint of movement shows. She seems to have little in the way of sweeping physical gestures in general, though, so I've assumed it's part of her reserved nature. Is there a large electronics store near here? I take a quick look around, mostly finding clothing stores. After a few seconds, I notice a store with a bright blue sign some distance away that fits her description. Yep, it's just a bit ahead of us. Should we go in that direction? Thankfully, it's just the information she needed. With a nod, we start off and head towards Lily's unknown destination, landmarks being our guide. Here you go. 1 vanilla, 1 chocolate. I hand the money over the counter and take the cones to the railing that Lily's sitting on. I can't believe I let her trick me like this. She not only led me to an ice cream stall, but also got me to buy her some. At least she gave me the money for hers. Sure enough, she's patiently waiting where I'd left her. I guess she was planning on making the day an event rather than a simple shopping trip. I call out to her and slowly place the vanilla cone in her outstretched hands, being careful to make sure she has a good hold of it before letting go. At least her tastes are fairly normal. I was worried she'd ask for some weird flavor when she first asked. Here's the change. It's okay, keep it. I moved to protest, but realized the futility of doing so over such a small amount. I slipped the coin into my pocket, supplementing my meager allowance ever so slightly. Lily shows no sign of wanting to get up, so I take a seat beside her and start eating my own ice cream. The summer weather's nice. Hopefully it will hold out for a while. You too? I'm beginning to think I'm the only person who prefers winter. I contemplate her statement for a long moment. Yeah, I think you might be. It draws the intended reaction. She's cute when she's pouting. Still, I can't really imagine what's so good about winter. You can't go out without bundling up and you still freeze away. Okay, so... time to debunk Hisao. Winter is good. Winter is great if heating didn't cost money. If, for some reason, like, I don't know why, but if heating were free, then winter would be great. Winter would be excellent. Because you have all the advantages of going out and it being cold outside, and you just dress up, bundle up, but when you're indoors, you're just warm. But because heating costs money, winter's not that great. But hey, hot chocolate. I used to live further north, where there'd be plenty of snow to play in, so it's a little nostalgic. I don't like the heat very much either. At least you can wear a skirt, so don't complain about that. She gives an amused giggle as we both get back to finishing off our already melting cones. Actually, yeah, I didn't think about ice cream though. I guess that's why autumn is the best season. It's because you can do both. You can have hot chocolate and you can have ice cream in autumn. It's a fact. I idly sit and watch the crowds going by as we eat, catching bits and pieces of conversation. Looking to Lily, I see her dutifully licking her ice cream from the top downwards, blissfully unaware of the fact that it's beginning to melt. It's melting. Where? Down a bit. She lowers her mouth from the top of the cone, but has no idea of exactly where the ice cream's dripping. What follows is a game of guiding her left and right until she finally finds it. Strong disagree because it's going to be spring soon, then winter is coming sounds more poetic. No, winter is coming has got like gravitas. It's got aura. It's gonna be spring soon is like, oh, okay, you know, we're relieved. Winter's coming is like, all right, you know, lock in. Make sure you've got enough nuts in the tree. You know what I mean? Like, okay, maybe not, whatever. To any onlooker, it must seem absolutely bizarre. A girl with her eyes closed turning her cone over and over as the guy next to her gives instructions. A strange variant of childhood blindfold games, maybe. In good time, we finally finish our treats, and while away the time... Okay, now that I'm thinking about that though for a second, that's probably like a fun game, right? Like, one person that has to be blindfolded and finish an ice cream cone without like any of it like melting and dripping off, and the other person has to like give them instructions. That sounds like a really funny minigame. I gotta like keep a note of that. That sounds really fun. Anyways, in good time we finally finish our treats, and while away the time conversing casually. Caught mid-sentence, Lily pricks her head in her trademark manner. It's an unmistakable sign that something's caught her attention. Ah, what is it? Is Akira somewhere over there? I think I heard her. I raise an eyebrow as I look in the direction where she's facing, somewhat doubtful of her ability to pick out Akira's lone voice in the din. Sure enough, though, a blonde girl in a suit can be seen through the tiny gaps between people walking every which way. I raise a hand and wave, trying to catch her attention. Sato! Hey, Sato! She stops in her tracks and looks towards me, evidently noticing my calls. As she does, I notice someone walking beside her. I can't get a good look at whoever it is, though, before the two begin walking towards where we are. As they reach us, Lily and I stand and dust ourselves off. Akira? Hey, you two. Yo! Yo! Sorry. The Yuri is real. Someone was manifesting it last stream. Someone was like, please let Akira have a girlfriend. And I was like, I don't know if like a 2012 4chan games, you know, gonna do that. Well, I'm glad to swallow my own words. She nods towards me, a gesture which I quickly return. My gaze shifts towards the young girl next to her, and our eyes meet. As they do, Akira plops a hand into her head. a move which doesn't seem to faze her. I don't believe we've met. I'm Hideaki. Pleased to meet you, Hisao. A guy's name, huh? Guess I just dodged a bullet there. He bows, somewhat restrained by Akira's hand being on his head. Never mind. Well, I mean, you know what? Oh, Hideaki's here too. Are you well? Akira's been taking very good care of me, thank you. Is that better? Is femboy better than if than Yuri? We'll see. Regardless, these are anime characters that I'm not that invested in, so it's fine. I don't really, yeah. Akira grins as if to affirm the point and rubs his head hard, dragging it around in a circular motion. His dreary face during this is somewhat amusing. Uncle's out of business again, so I'm just taking him around town for today. I'd have preferred to be spending the day on a date with my boyfriend, but... Oh, never mind. Never mind. Yeah, never mind. He looks younger than she does, but like... I don't know what the hell, like, to make of, like, anime characters. Like, this could be a Jotaro situation for all I know, we'll see. Hideaki gives a cough to try and redirect Akira's thoughts. As he does so, though, I find mine wandering. They're related and further as first cousins. I suppose that explains why she's taking care of him in any case. Come to think of it, Hideaki, how do you know my name? Akira told me, being a Yamaku student, I suppose you're disabled in some way. Not everyone in Yamaku is disabled. Which I only learned a handful of days ago. I give silent thanks to Shizune and Misha for their stream of information about how the school works. Because of them, I found out that since the school will accept practically anybody suffering from non-mental disabilities, it doesn't discriminate against healthy people either. It seems unlikely that many in good health would enroll in there, though. While the standard of education is pretty high, it's extremely isolated and very much focused on helping disabled students. You're dodging the question. Damn, he's sharp. Before I can say another word, though, he decides to take a stab at it himself. If I were to call it myself, your heart. Akira looks mildly curiously at me. Her interest peaked as well. That sure was a lucky guess. How did you... You show no missing limbs or deformities, so external disabilities are out. Considering the lack of any strange mannerisms, it's also unlikely that you'd have any mental disability. Not true. Not true. Get your sources right, Hideaki. Get out of here. Yamaku doesn't take mentally disabled students. Oh, that's interesting. I know. Well, I didn't know, so now I do. Leaving that aside, the only possibility left is that of internal disability. I didn't know which one you might bear, so I guessed correctly, as it turns out, and your reaction confirmed my guess. More than a little bemused, I look to Akira. She grins and shrugs, obviously taking some enjoyment out of her partner's deductions. He's sharp, yes, but more than a little unsympathetic, logical but lacking in tact. His attitude reminds me of Shizune in a way, as do his looks. May I ask why you're staring at me? Surely I'm not that unusual a specimen. Does he not know how unusual he looks? I could overlook the spats in clothing as just being coincidental, but the ribbon in his hair really is too much. This is entirely beside the point, though. Sorry, you just remind me of someone. Akira gives him a sharp jab with her elbow. Told you you're not that different from her. He coughs into his hand to try and maintain an upright and serious demeanor. I see you've met my sister then. Perhaps my full name might help you. I'm Hideaki Hakamichi. You're probably thinking of my sister, Shizune Hakamichi. Oh. What? They're related? Oh, the family lore goes deep. No wonder there's like a whole... Okay, then this goes back beyond just student counseling, right? So Lily and Shizune are like cousins, right? I don't know. Oh, so he's Shizune's brother. Wait a minute, if Hideaki's the son of Akira's uncle, and Shizune is his sister, then that means Lily and Shizune's fathers are brothers-in-law, therefore, they're first cousins. I knew it. Or rather, that's what I said. Lily groans in an uncharacteristically unrestrained manner. The reaction earns an amused smirk from her sister. The enmity between the two just took on another meaning. I thought it's simply a matter of difficulty of communication between the two, but a family feud makes things much more complicated. It does. You can choose your friends, but you can't choose your family. She gives a half-hearted shrug. She mustn't give as much weight to the two's conflicts as I do. Well, that's how it is. What are you two up to anyway on this fine day? We're shopping for Hanako's birthday present. The day will be coming up soon, so this is the last chance we'll have before school starts again for the week. Akira makes a strange face, as if Lily had just said that the sky wasn't blue and the clouds not white. Isn't her birthday on the 10th next month? Yes? Why? Is something wrong? Akira's face seems to collapse. It's an utterly unbefitting expression for someone so rowdy and headstrong. The folks didn't call you yet? As Lily shakes her head cluelessly, I look at Hideaki to see if he knows anything about this. A simple shrug is his only answer. For a moment, Akira ponders what to do before smiling once again. The fact that she can hide her emotions so quickly and effectively is unsettling. Hey Shorty, sorry, but could you hang with Hisao for a while? What? He nods and waves her off, Akira placing an arm on Lily's shoulder as she guides her away and out of earshot. And so I'm alone with Shorty. So, nice weather, isn't it? It seems so. I guess they dumped us. Indeed. What a farcical attempt at small talk. I've got no idea of how to talk to this guy, and his robotic responses aren't helping. Blood and a stone coming to mind. Without another word, he begins to rock on his feet in an obvious gesture of boredom with this discussion. It really is like a little kid, despite his serious demeanor. Suspecting the conversation over, I decide to accomplish what I came to do in the first place. I'm gonna go search for a present. Coming? Not much else to do. In a little while, we come to a small shop beside a convenience store. For once, the store windows aren't filled with electronics and computer games, but dolls, stuffed bears, and all manners of wood-crafted oddities. Othello's Antiques. An antique store. Well, if there's anything in this town that suits Hanako, I guess it'd be here. I reach for the old-looking door handle, but pull back at the last minute as I realize my companion's gone adrift. Not coming in? I'll just be in the newsstand for a while, don't mind me. His voice makes it painfully clear he has zero interest in what's in the store, and that he doesn't feel obligated to follow me. As he wanders off without another word, I push the thick wooden door and enter the store, a bell above me ringing out. The musty smell of old books and wooden shelves is distinctly anachronistic. I look to the counter beside the door. The graying man behind it sits there silently, reading a tattered book. He certainly fits the look of the place. Slowly wandering through the aisles, the person I'm reminded of as I inspect each handcrafted or imported oddity in turn isn't Hanako. Crouching down, I examine the ancient oak desk inside the shop window. At least 30 dolls, all varying wildly in size and make. The only similarity between them is the long Victorian dresses they wear. I turn the price tag of one that looks to be about waist height. It's not in my price bracket at all. I do the same to each of them, getting more and more depressed as they get smaller and smaller in size. Me too. At least that is, until I reach the very smallest one. It's affordable, yet just yet of quality make and with long auburn hair and a little blue dress. I decide that it's the kind of present Hanako would appreciate, pretty looking and far from gaudy. After I carefully pick it up, I decide to keep looking around the store, not sure whether it's because I like the atmosphere or simply out of curiosity. Peeking around the corner before I go to the next aisle, I see that the shelves in this one are stocked with wooden toys, from toy cars to intricate automatons. Tucked behind a line of nutcrackers, I notice a little plain wooden box. It feels surprisingly light as I picked it up with my free hand. The lid only needs the smallest movement to pop open, the little metal drum inside beginning to rotate immediately. For seconds on end, I simply stand there listening to the palm-sized melody. As it plays, I take the tiny price tag in my fingers and bring it up to my face. The minuscule cursive writing taking some effort to read. It's affordable. Sort of. Grimacing slightly, I close the lid and make my way to the counter with doll and music box in hand. Whoa, there's a new sprite. When I lay the two on the counter, the man behind it sits up and takes stock of them. He doesn't hide very well his surprise at someone of my age buying them. It's painful, but I hand over the money for two and leave the store with a small opaque bag in hand. Hideaki began being there takes me by surprise. Oh, hi. I thought you'd be at the newsstand. Akira gave me a call. She's waiting for us at the fountain with Lily. At least that solves the issue of trying to find them again. We head off back to the fountain. Hideaki's immaculate posture and presentation, despite his appearance, makes for a strange contrast even as we walk. Lily and Akira stand there waiting for us, their faces hard to read. Hey, you ready to go, Shorty? Hideaki's mood seems to improve as he rejoins her. I feel that, yeah. See you, Lily. Hisao, tell Hanako I said happy birthday. We will, bye. Bye, Akira. And with that, the two disappear into the fracas of the afternoon city crowd. Turning to Lily, I notice she's carrying a small bag. It's now that I realize why her disposition felt different from before. While Lily's typically the type to wear her emotions on her sleeve, her expression and tone are clouded and difficult to read. It's more than a little off-putting, but given the effort she's making to hide her emotions, I doubt she wants to be cornered on why she's feeling this way. Already bought Hanako a present? Yes, have you? Yep. Shall we head back to the bus stop then? Okay, there should be a bus back to Yamaku pretty soon. And with that, we begin to walk. It feels strange compared to before. Lily's hand on my forearm feels unusually tense, and the whole atmosphere is extraordinarily awkward. The silence continues for a long while. I really don't like seeing her like this. Hanako's birthday party is going to have to be held earlier. Is the 4th going to be alright for you? I have no other possible obligations anyway, so I reflexively nod. Only afterwards do I remember that doing so is pointless and quickly answer so by speech. She tries to collect herself, a task that looks almost pitiable in how plain it is to see how distant her thoughts are. Sorry, Hisao, you said the bus will be coming soon, right? That's right. But now that she says that, I have an idea. Actually, do you have anything to do later today? I don't believe so. Why do you ask? This is the point where I'd normally take your hand and rush you somewhere, but even without that, you'll have to trust me, okay? I take her hand and gently lead her on, her distant face replaced by one of mild surprise and curiosity. Where are we going? As the waitresses set the cups of tea and a cup of coffee that I'd ordered onto the table, I thank her before she takes her leave. Truth be told, I really lucked out in finding this cafe. I didn't really know where I was going, rather I was just looking for any cafe that looked relatively nice. Having managed to recover a little, Lily tentatively sips at her tea, as I take a long gulp of the coffee in front of me. As I hoped, her face lights up before she realizes what flavor it is. Ah, this is wonderful. Hisao, how did you know this was... I'd asked for French vanilla black tea, hedging my bets that it would be her favorite flavor, or at least one she liked. While I don't really know much about tea, it sounded like one she might appreciate. French vanilla black tea. I've never had that before, I think. On the basis of her liking vanilla ice cream, a tea connoisseur I am definitely not. It was a lucky guess. You really like tea, don't you? She puts her teacup down and gives a tiny nod. That familiar small smile thankfully perched on her face once again. Drinking tea is calming, I think. With the amount you drink, are you sure you're not addicted to it? Caffeine addiction's pretty common nowadays. Did I ever say I wasn't? She lets out a giggle as my head drops. We all have our vices, I suppose, and there are worse things to be addicted to. French vanilla black tea, huh? I'll have to remember that. For a while, we both silently drink. It's comforting to have someone like her nearby in such new surroundings, even if it's just the two of us sitting in silence. I begin to wonder if this feeling is the same for her, until she sets down her cup. Hisao, do you mind if I ask you a slightly odd question? That depends on the question, I guess. I was wondering what your favorite color is. Everyone has one after all. I almost replied before realizing why the seemingly mundane question is actually quite strange. My favorite color, but... She gives a pouting look, wanting me to answer anyway. While the answer seems unavoidably wasted on her, there isn't any harm in giving it. I've always had a thing for green. I'd say that's my favorite. Green, is it? What things do you think of when contemplating that color? I suppose grass fields and trees in summer. The army as well, with camouflage. Men always seem to like the military. Well, I have my reserved thoughts, but I'm not gonna let them known today. Vanilla black tea sounds like the most British thing to exist. It does a little bit, but I've never had it. I should try. I should try that. I should. But that sounds like a nice color, a very nice color. She nods her head a little, as if approving of the choice. Considering how foreign the concept of color is to her mind, labeling it by association seems reasonable enough. If everyone has a favorite color, then what's yours? White. I'm told that's the color of snow, and of ice cream. You're no better than me then, if you only like that color because of a favorite food. I guess white is nice too, though. And speaking of colors, it'll be getting dark soon. Let me help you get. Lily offers her hand, which I take in mind to help lever her up from her seat at the table. Its softness compared to mine takes me off guard, as I'm really not used to such casual contact. It doesn't seem to bother her at all, though. While it seems obvious why, it feels like just one more ladylike aspect to her. As her hand moves to her pocket, I quickly cut her off. Don't worry, I'll pay for this. Oh, thank you, Isao. She gives an earnest smile at the gesture, a reward much greater than that of her words. Okay. By the time we step off the bus, it's well and truly dark. We make our way up the hill in silence, both of us behaving a little awkwardly, probably because of the day's events. While I'm still concerned over Lily's withdrawn nature after meeting with her sister, the fact that I managed to cheer her up even slightly feels like a personal victory. But it feels like the air between us has changed. Maybe it's only a bit, but it's something I don't think either of us realized before. That was a date, wasn't it? Well, shit, maybe it was. It was. That doesn't elude either of us, the question's answer being so self-evident as to be rhetorical.
Awkward as it may be, I don't think this feeling is bad. In fact, quite the opposite. I don't know what it is, I certainly can't be sure, but it feels like something a little more than friendship. Understanding, empathy, searching for words to adequately describe it is difficult, nonetheless. Would you like again to do this sometime, Lily, without shopping for presents? Tentative question is met with the same look from Lily as before. Pale skin makes the rosy tint of her cheeks just slightly more noticeable on her face, though still pointed to the streets ahead of her, lowers just a little. Okay. Katawa Shoujo. It's nice. It's nice. I think it's really cute. I walk down the hall of the girls' dormitories, my school bag in hand. A doll lies inside, carefully placed on top of a small box. I've been carrying the box in there for a while now, still not sure what to do with it. This whole situation, come to think of it, is bizarre. While I've known of Hanako's upcoming birthday party for a while now, I had no idea of what exactly the celebrations would be until I found a single note left in the abandoned tea room earlier today. I hold it up and read it again, double-checking the instructions. The plain black handwriting's fairly legible despite Lily's blindness, clearly thanks to considerate effort and care. Isao, we'll be holding a party at my place. Please come at 6 o'clock to room 225 in the girls' dormitory. Sorry for notifying you this way, but I have class representative duties. Lily Sazo. Not reassured, I continue walking down the hallway until I reach Lily's dormitory room. I hesitate for a second, but eventually give 3 sharp taps on the door. A brief and muffled exchange of words can be heard from the other side. Listening closer, I can just pick out Hanako and Lily's voices. As they finish, Lily calls out, "Might that be Hisao?" "Yep, I got the note you left for me." "You can come in, the door's unlocked." Glad that I managed to get the right room, I press down on the handle and let myself in. As the door swings open, my greeting to them is stolen from my mouth. Oh. A tea party. Lily sits at a low table in the center of the room in her pajamas, while on the other side sits Hanako in a nightgown. Being dressed in only my normal school clothes, I feel quite out of place. I steal a quick glance at the lovely sight of the two, my eyes tearing themselves from Lily's long, thin, and pale legs, only with a measure of reluctance. "Hi, I think I brought everything that was needed." She smiles and nods. I wonder if she's even aware of the pleasant sight she makes. The thin, dark blue silk of her pajamas really suits her, accentuating both her eyes and her curves. The look of her last night, that tentative and almost shy demeanor, seems all but replaced by her coy nature. It's nice to see her confidence returned, though I can't help casting my mind back to how she looks back then. I look to Hanako, who nervously sits opposite her in her gown. It isn't a surprise that she'd wear something so conservative, though it definitely looks cute. "Hi Hanako, happy birthday." "Ah, thank you." She's unusually skittish, despite the fact that she's warmed up to me considerably over the weeks we've come to know each other. This is a pretty unusual situation, I guess. "Feel free to take a seat, Hisao. I'll just pour you two some tea." "Sure thing." Lily takes the steaming red teapot from the side of the table and gently pours its contents into our teacups as I take a seat beside them, setting my bag against the nearby wall. With my senses returned and hormones somewhat calmer, I realize that this is the first time I've ever been in Lily's room. The first thing I notice is the ambient smell, just slightly different from that in mine, probably faint perfume or nail polish. It could be anything of a girl's, really. Another is the plain nature of the room, visually. Beige walls, a smart yet unadorned cabinet, the lack of posters or wall hangings, it's distinctively utilitarian, something I should have anticipated given her blindness. The only thing that really seems out of the ordinary is several piles of books sitting on the floor, each reaching from roughly knee height to waist height. Some of them have printed titles, others are entirely blank except for dots of braille. The fact that the ones with printed titles are uniformly in English is interesting. Though not completely unexpected, she did mention her parents impressing the language upon her and Akira after all. "The room looks nice, Lily." I hear a call of thanks from beside my shoulder. Looking back to Hanako, her gaze is fixed on her lap and her hands are nervously clutching her gown. It's now that I notice why. With these clothes on, the extent of her scarring is far more visible, reaching down her neck and out to cover her right shoulder. Considering this is a party for her, she doesn't really look like she's enjoying the experience now that I'm here. "So, how old are you turning? 18? Her look of surprise, not at all helped by her total lack of skill at hiding her feelings, shows that she was trying to mentally tune me out. This is really quite awkward. "Yes." On the plus side, there's only 2 more years till you can drink, so who's older, you or Lily? "Lily, she had her birthday in February. What about yours?"
earlier this year, so it's already passed. Okay, so I'm glad we have a scene dedicated to letting the audience know that everyone's of age, I guess. Unstated is that it passed while I was stuck in the hospital. That was a particularly low point of the experience. No conversation with her dries up as quickly as expected. It isn't long before Lily's finished preparing our drinks, setting down the 3 teacups in front of us. I pick mine up, immediately noticing a much stronger aroma and taste than the tea we've been having. Huh, it tastes different than the tea we have in school. It's a different variety, rather than the kind we've been having there. You've never tasted orange Jaipur before. Is it Jaipur? How do you pronounce it?
Jaipur.
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 Jaipur. Jaipur. Okay. Orange Jaipur before. Not that I can remember. I usually drink coffee after all, like when we were in town. This is nice though. As we settle down and sip, Hanako seems to become more relaxed, or at least a bit less tense about my presence. We all finish our cups at about the same time, with Hanako failing rather badly at hiding her anticipation for the cake that's sitting to the side, begging to be eaten. Come to think of it, I'm feeling very eager myself. First things first though. Really? Yes, now is good. Each of us knowing exactly what the other means, I lean sideways and dig around in my bag for the doll I bought Hanako as Lily gets up and retrieves her gift. Love how I'm learning tea from the damn game. Like, I am though. Honestly, I should, like, when I finish this, I'll probably, like, look into the teas that, like, Lily drinks and then just try them. Because I don't think I've tried them. I don't think so. I don't remember. I like tea, but I've never been, like, a connoisseur. I don't know. Like, whatever tea works for me. They obviously don't taste the same, but I don't mind it. Hiding our gifts in our hands, we present them both on the table at the same time. Happy birthday! Hanako silently sits looking at them for seconds on end out of sheer surprise. My little wooden doll, replete with Victorian-era dress and little hat, lies next to a light brown and fluffy stuffed bear from Lily. She clutches at her gown as she moves to speak, not taking her eyes off the modest presents. Thank you, Lily and Isao. Her voice begins to crack as Lily reaches forward, wrapping her in a soft embrace. The sight of Hanako holding Lily so tightly is heartwarming, so much so that I couldn't wipe the smile off my face even if I wanted to. As Lily gently rests her face on Hanako's head, she speaks so quietly and softly that I can barely hear her. Happy birthday, Hanako. Happy birthday. Hanako gives a small nod, holding on to Lily for a time before breaking off and wiping an eye. I guess that for Hanako, simply having someone, anyone to be there and love her would be special. The fact that Lily and I can now share that role for her is something I think would always be grateful for. Hanako gently takes the doll and teddy bear, holding them both to her chest as she warmly smiles. That is a nice doll. For a long time, all 3 of us simply sit in happy silence. The quiet is not broken until Lily's soft voice beckons. Shall we have at the cake then? Her proposal is met with 2 looks of unhidden anticipation. No argument from me. Okay. Phew, that was good. I contentedly sit back, both Lily and Hanako looking just as satisfied with the food as I. It took some effort, but we managed to finish off the cake in one go. I don't think I could fit any more in. I think next time I'll buy a smaller cake. Hanako and I give a chuckle, but I can't help noticing that come this time next year, we'll have graduated from Yamaku. That fact is somewhat depressing, since I finally feel as if my life is starting to get back into some kind of order. Idly looking around Lily's neat and orderly room, her books catch my eye once again. This may be a little impetuous, but my curiosity gets the better of me. Besides, I don't think she'll mind in any case. Hey Lily, do you mind if I take a look at one of your books? You're quite welcome to, Isao. That said, if you can overcome 2 language barriers, I'll be quite impressed. 2? Braille and... oh, right, English. She gives a nod. I knew you were studying English, but I'm still amazed that you're this proficient at it. One could say it's a perfect way to avoid people borrowing my collection. He says it in jest, but I'm a little disappointed. Having all these books around me with no way of reading them feels like one big tease. Hanako giggles quietly as I reach over the closest pile, plucking the topmost book with only a cursory glance. Death on the Nile, in large letters on the cover, is the only printed text to be seen. Sit down for a while with the book open on my lap as Lily and Hanako talk. Try as I might to feel out the dots of braille printed on each page, they seem to be blended into one another and become indistinct. I thought this to be a lot easier than it actually is. With some practice though, I could see someone with a better sense of touch than mine managing to read at a pretty fast speed. Noticing a silence that had probably begun earlier, I look up from the dotted pages to see Lily smiling as Hanako sips another cup of tea. Is something wrong? Quite the opposite, your curiosity is quite endearing. I'm inordinately pleased by the praise, though I can feel my cheeks heating up a little. Thanks, but I don't know how else I could act. To be honest, I wasn't altogether sure of how you saw us, since you were a new transfer student from another school. If you'd pitied us, I would have been quite offended. There's a certain edge to Lily's voice, one that I'd quite possibly place as pride. Glancing over to Hanako, she seems even more subdued than usual, looking towards Lily rather than me. I wouldn't worry about that, considering the position I found myself in. I'm perhaps the last person that should be dispensing pity on others. My parents' first interactions with me after my heart attack, I wouldn't want anyone to see that kind of face. I catch myself from going any further, but not soon enough. Both of the girls seem to be put off, Lily especially. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have gone that far. An awkward silence reigns for a few beats, thankfully ended as Lily's head perks up in a gesture I've come to easily recognize. Here's something. The door. Everyone looks towards it, trusting in Lily's senses. True enough, the door handle shudders and turns, a flash of yellow and black slipping through. Akira Sato's in the house. Happy birthday, Hanako. Ah, thank you. Akira takes a seat at the table as she plops her tall bag beside her. She has her trademark boisterous air about her, making no small deal of her entrance. Hanako clutches her gown to steady herself, but doesn't appear too shaken after she settles down. I guess she must have met Akira before, not a huge surprise given how close Akira and Lily are. Akira doesn't seem to be the least bit put off by Hanako's scarring, despite its prominence, but she also doesn't pull any punches in how she acts despite Hanako's shy nature. I thought you said you'd have work, Akira. Did you manage to get off for a while? Kinda. I feel bad about ditching the guys doing overtime, so I gotta get back soon. But I felt bad about not coming over to your cute little Hanako's birthday too. So for now, I'm here. She grins widely at Hanako, who flowers into a full blush as she pins her eyes downwards towards her lap. Her mouth seems to widen and retract over and over, as if she was trying to suppress a smile out of embarrassment. It's a little strange how her reaction seems to be more immediate and forceful than when she's embarrassed by the way she looks. All she manages to give in return is a tiny nod, failing to hide her appreciation to any great extent. Not that many people give her positive attention, I suppose. It makes me respect how well Akira can handle her, making her so happy compared to what little I could do. Now then, before I go, she reaches into the bag beside her and grandly displays its contents. Yo! Out come 2 large glass bottles, both with long French names on the labels. Hanako's expression is an odd mix of surprise and curiosity. I suspect mine's no different. Lily, not seeing the proceedings, is oblivious to what's going on. Akira, this isn't... What is it? Wine. 1 red, 1 white. Akira, that's... Relax, relax. It's not like she's here to scold you. Lily has a point. That's not exactly allowed on campus. Or anywhere, really. We're still short of the legal drinking age, remember? Rich words for someone practically drooling as he examines a bottle. She got me there. She really got me there, though. She got me there. I'm genuinely interested in trying some, even just a little. While Hanako may not be handling one herself, her look does tell me that she's far from opposed to the notion as well. Lily rubs her forehead, giving up the fight that she knows Akira would win due to simply not caring enough about those funny rules and regulations. Just don't breathe a word of this to anyone in the school, please. I beg of you. Not stupid, don't worry. That said, I gotta get back to work pretty soon. So soon? But you only just arrived. Sorry, Lily. Good to see you two again, though. And you, Hisao. See you later, then. Goodbye, Akira. Man, she's so cool. She levers herself up with a grunt and waltzes out of the room, leaving us alone with the 2 items on the table. Interesting. Lily gives a nervous giggle at her sister's antics as Hanako takes a wine bottle. So, what do you think, Lily? She rests her elbow on the table and pinches the bridge of her nose, thinking things through. She really doesn't seem to be able to keep up with her sister. Well, it's already here. We may as well have some. No sooner does she say it than I take a quick glance around the room for glasses. Do they have? Why would they have wine glasses? A small groan above me reminds me that Lily retired to rest on her bed for a bit a few minutes ago. Almost completely drained of energy, I managed to stand up and drag myself to the side of the bed, sitting down and leaning my back against it. Kira willing to risk school suspension for the Japanese equivalent of all these wine? We don't know that. We don't know. We don't know yet. I think we don't know. Good God. Yeah. Lily's groan sounds lifeless. Too much to drink? My head hurts. Yeah, too much to drink. I rest my head back and idly stare at the ceiling. What an unmitigated disaster. Like proper idiots, we all drank the night away with one glass after another. I mean, what other way to do it is there? Just shows up, gives alcohol to teenagers, leaves. Based? It's kind of based because they're 18, but like, it is technically... Okay, here's my thing, is like... Okay, I'm not getting into the law of things. Like, it's obviously illegal. But, like... I don't know. Like, I don't know. You're all lying if you said you didn't, or at least didn't try to get some alcohol on your hands when you're teenagers. And 18 is probably not the age you tried to do so, okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Okay, when you were legal, hopefully everyone here is legal now. When you were legal and then you could finally officially drink it, and like, you know, maybe your relatives are like, oh yeah, now you can drink officially, and then you have to pretend like it's your first time like having alcoholic drinks. Like, don't lie to me, okay? Don't lie to me, Walt. Anyways, hey Hisao, I'm sorry about today. I didn't think this would happen. It's fine, Lily. To tell the truth, I had a lot of fun today. Really? Mm-hmm. I think Hanako did too. No, she certainly did. There's a short silence before another groan resounds from the supine Lily. You okay? As you said, I just drank too much. What's the time? The time? It's I quickly look at my wristwatch. Its numerals barely legible in the gloom. About midnight. Curfew's in effect then. Yeah, I guess as much. We'll all have to sleep here for tonight. Ah, oh, damn. I guess we have to sleep here now. Oh. Tino, no need for me to even try. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. As soon as I say it, I hear the sheets moving as Lily starts to sit up. Smuggling vodka in a water bottle in high school, not cool for calling me out. Hey, you're not the first nor the last, okay? I'm the first and last philosopher VTuber. You are not the first nor the last person to smuggle vodka in a water bottle in high school, okay? And think it's cool too. Like you definitely thought that was the coolest shit. Maybe your friends did too, I don't know. And then you look back on this memory now and you're like, I can't believe I did that. I'm like, oh. No, go back to sleep. Don't try to get up. Hisao, I have to. You're in worse shape than me by any stretch. Get some rest. But what about... I'll grab some spare blankets and put them over her, don't worry. As I give it a deep yawn and start to retrieve them, I stand to retrieve them, I hear her lying back down with a soft thud. Thank you, Hisao. No problem, it's the least I can do. You look outright wasted. I'm not wasted, just a little bit tired. She starts pouting, a slight slur beginning to distort her words as the alcohol takes hold of her again. I grab a couple of blankets rolled up at the end of her bed. Quietly walking over to Hanako, I carefully lay the blankets over her peacefully sleeping figure, making sure not to wake her up. The thick smell of alcohol coming off her breath makes me doubt she'd wake up no matter what I did, though. I stand and take one last measure of the room. 2 girls, both very drunk, and one guy sleeping overnight with them in the female student's room. What a scandal that'd be if it broke out. As I move to sit back down at the side of the bed, I steal one last glance at Lily. Her sprawling, disheveled figure lies resting peacefully, slightly turned to the side. I crouch down to get a better look. Her white skin blends in with the white pillow of the bed, a look of slumber-born peacefulness on her face. Usually she seems so confident and forward, always there and caring for Hanako. Now though, she seems painfully delicate. I think back to Hanako's presence. I thought it'd be a nice occasion for her, but I'd hardly expect it to be so moving. One birthday after another, year after year. Just she and Lily all alone. I guess it wasn't just the presents she liked. Resigning myself to an uncomfortable sleep, I sit down at the side of the bed once again and rest my tired arm beside me. Uh-oh, here it comes. Here it comes, here it comes. Hey, Isao. Lily's voice is so quiet, I can barely hear it. She must be on the verge of sleep. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for what? For being here. That's okay. As I hear a deep breath, it's obvious Lily's gone. After closing my eyes, it doesn't take long for slumber to take me as well. Misao? Misao, are you? The soft, barely audible voice lingering in my ear slowly wakes me up. I wish I could be awoken like this more often. With a mumble, I slowly open my... Whoa, ah! To my surprise at the face hovering, curiously mere millimeters from mine, I make our heads collide with a harsh thud. The impact of our foreheads caused both of us to fall backwards and yelp in pain, Lily sounding more like a squeak toy than a person. Ow! I slowly rub my forehead with one hand, supporting myself with the other. Lily lies a few feet ahead doing just the same, her face obviously pained. Ah, sorry. Your face was kind of closed and acted on reflex. You okay? My head... It seems she's not actually okay. Come to think of it, I doubt that the impact alone is what's causing her head so much pain. Hangover? You drank a fair bit last night. She silently nods in confirmation as I lever myself up. I offer a hand to her and help her back onto her feet. Glancing behind her, I find that Hanako's still fast asleep. It's not fair, I only drank as much as you did. It's very different from what I remember. And anyways, girls have a lower tolerance than men. Is that true? I don't know anything about this. That doesn't help. Fine, I'll get you a glass of water. Just be careful not to trip over Hanako. I rub the sleep out of my eyes, or at least some of it, as I walk to the counter. Tending to someone with a hangover isn't the way I like to spend my morning. It only takes a few seconds for the glass to fill, the clear water reflecting the silver of light. It makes it through the thin curtains. Sliver of light, sorry. It looks like Lily's taken a seat on the side of the bed. I walk over to her while taking care to step over the peacefully sleeping Hanako and place the glass into her outstretched hand. Thank you. No problem. I take a seat next to her, the soft bed having a surprising amount of give. She drinks slowly and methodically. A long silence passes with only Hanako's soft breathing to be heard. She drinks some water, that reminds me. With some measure of guilt, I look at Lily's face and attempt to read her expression. Her brow is furrowed, and she looks to be lost in thought. For a moment I hesitate, but eventually place a hand on her shoulder in an attempt to reassure her. I didn't expect her to flinch rather noticeably at that, though. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Lily quickly shakes her head in a manner somewhat more violent than usual for her. She takes a long breath to steady herself before letting her head sink. I must look terrible right now. I moved to protest, but quickly realized that it would be futile to do so. Again, I keep doing that, don't I? That said, I want her to open up more. If you want to talk about anything, I'm here. Lily gives a self-deprecating snort, as if to mock her own emotions. There's just a lot happening right now. I'm sorry for being so strange recently, especially back when we were in town. Even now, I'm a bit confused about everything. Believe me, I know how that feels. She smiles wistfully, resting a cheek on the back of her finger. We're a couple of broken young fools, aren't we? Come on, don't say that. Graduation will be back out into the real world. The real world? Sometimes I surprise myself with the way I think about things. I guess the strange divorced feeling of Yamaku in the surrounding town compared to the outside world still hasn't become natural. Maybe it never will. It's strange, in hindsight. Being isolated from society like this doesn't feel as bad as it probably should. A wry grin on her face, Lily seems to share the same sense of amusement at the idea. Eventually, though, her smile drops. I'll be going back to Scotland for a week or two, soon. Is that why we had to reschedule Hanako's birthday party? She gives an affirmative nod. You'll be able to see your family again, at least. You're not looking forward to it? I haven't met my family in 6 years. I don't even know how to act around them anymore. What? My mouth hangs open as I try to process what she said. If she's 18, that means she'd have been only 12 when they left. I may have seen very little of my parents, but with them both working long hours, but I feel utterly useless as I struggle to find some way to respond. But why? Why did they leave, or why are they inviting Akira and me back? Both, I suppose. My father's business has its headquarters in Scotland, and an executive position became available for him there. In the end, he had to move permanently. My mother followed him, but Akira and I stayed in Japan for the sake of both Akira's job within the Japanese branch of my father's company and my education. As for the latter, one of my aunts is gravely sick. Ah, I'm sorry. Don't be. It feels strange, really. We're being summoned there for her, yet we've barely met before. I can't even remember the sound of her voice. Equally strange is the total lack of antipathy she feels towards her family for doing such a thing. I can't help feeling slightly humbled. That said, her wistful exterior is just hiding her emotions. Seeing her like this is depressing. Knowing what to do, I lift myself off the bed. Lily notices the bed's movements, her head perking up and her hand reaching sideways to feel where I was. So, I walk over to my bag, still leaning against the wall. Unbuckling the front flap and retrieving the opaque bag from within, I take the small plain box in my hands. Hold your hands out, Lily. She looks surprised for a moment, but eventually acquiesces. I'm amused by her look of curiosity when I place the music box into her open palms, her typically delicate way of handling it, making it seem as if it were fragile enough to break if breathed on. She wordlessly brings it up in front of her face, her slender fingers feeling out its contours and patterning. Eventually, her fingers find the recessed line between the lid and the body of the box, and her thumb effortlessly pops open the lid. I take a seat on the bed next to her, watching her face silently and intently. She sits completely motionless as she listens to the diminutive tiny melody. Tinny melody? Her mouth just slightly open. It takes a long while before she closes the lid with a small snap, bringing the curtain down and the miniature performance playing in her hand. The smile on her face, gentle and wistful, shows that I made the right decision. Think of it as a going away present for your trip to Scotland. Well, I mean, it's only a week. It's not a big deal, but alright, whatever. A restless shuffling can be heard from the floor in front of us, the sound having woken Hanako. She climbs out of the blankets I put over her, looking befuddled and wiping the sleep away from her eyes. I see you're finally up. What? Hanako looks around the room with her eyes only half open, her mind far from being as awake as her body. Her dazed state makes me and Lily chuckle. As Lily gets off the bed and tends to Hanako, I take one last look around the room. I guess I better get going then. There'll be questions if I'm seen leaving the girls' dormitories in the morning. Goodbye, Isao. Oh, goodbye. I stand and walk to the door, picking up my somewhat lighter bag along the way. After I leave the room and enter the hallway, though, I hear Lily's footsteps behind me. What's wrong? Without a word, she strides up to me. I freeze as I feel her hand slide onto my cheek, seemingly every nerve taking in the feeling of her fingers and palm upon it. Immediately after that, her face slowly moves next to mine. A light, momentary touch of her lips brushing against my other cheek. For a moment, everything seems to stand still. I absentmindedly bring my fingers to my cheek as if to try and recapture that fleeting feeling. Lily. That's my thank you. That's my thank you. Sorry, fuck. That's my thank you, Hisao. Thank you for your present. Have a nice day in school. And with that, she disappears behind her door and gently closes it, the muffled voices of her and Hanako audible through it as much as they were yesterday night. I think I'd be hard-pressed not to have a nice day after that. I walk away with a certain spring to my step. I think there were some people around that glanced at me emerging from the girls' dormitory building, but I find it difficult to care. Katawa Shoujo. They smashed? No, they didn't. They did not do that. They did not do that. They did not. They drank a lot in all three of them, and then they passed out and fell asleep. That's what happened. Ichan, go away. Ichan, leave me alone. Come on, Ichan. Let me get sleep. After 2 nights of not being able to sleep at all, the last thing I want is to be woken when I finally manage to. Maybe the last period of class with the textbook as my pillow, but I'll take whatever sleep I can get by at this point. See, Hichan, even Shichan wants you to get up. I don't care what Shizune wants, leave me alone. Jeez, Hichan, I'll just have to wake. Wait, Misha's going to... You. This is bad. I'm up, you don't have to. I can feel my face flowering into a scarlet red blush. The students still in class are sitting bolt upright and staring at the shouting fool who was sleeping just moments before. Damn it. I let my head smack down, back down on the table with a noticeable thud. There it is. Oh my god, it's so loud. It's not loud enough, hold on. Okay, this is not as good as the Crunchyroll compilation. I'll look into that one later. Sorry. Where were we? Misha's trademark uncontrolled laughter reverberates through the classroom. As I turn my mournful eyes to the bespectacled Shizune beside her, she carefully adjusts her glasses, desperately trying to maintain a look of serious disapproval. Narrowing my eyes, I can see the badly hidden grin spreading across her face. The One Piece laughter made me like Misha more than I did. Honestly, me too. It's too, Shizune. Shizune looks away quickly as she crosses her arms tightly, barely on the edge of her control. I'm gonna look for the Crunchyroll compilation. There it is. Misha's laughter doubles in volume as she glances at Shizune. All I can do is drag my hand down my face in resignation. You too. Who was the one who slept in class, Shi-chan? Yeah, it was me. Oh, Shi-chan was having a fit, trying to wake you up, weren't you? I move my eyes back to the standoffish Shizune, who with a single huff of confirmation returns to looking away with her arms crossed. Why was Shizune trying to wake me up? Shi-chan wanted to give you the handouts the substitute teacher gave out while Hi-chan was sleeping. Handouts? I suddenly find 2 sheets of paper thrust down in front of my face. Following the hand holding them, I see the still pouting figure looking down at me with a distinct scowl. I guess I really am in the wrong here. Sorry about that. The laughs played during the wrist segment were from Warlords in One Piece. I don't even know that. I've not watched a single episode of One Piece, by the way. No dice. Her irritated face still holds. I clasp my hands together and flick my head downwards in apology. Very, very sorry. She huffs and simply drops the papers onto the desk. Damn. I look up over my hands to see Shizune and Misha signing frantically to each other. A look of frustration on Shizune's face. It looks to be less of a dialogue and more of a tirade, punctuated with sidelong glances at me. To say it's unsettling is an understatement. The 2 suddenly stop signing and look back at me in unison, both having exactly the same look of disapproval. In one fluid motion, Misha's hand suddenly extends high above me and comes rocketing down. Before I can even hope to react, my head is sent bouncing up and down like a jack-in-the-box. I quickly bring my hands to my head, more out of reflex than actual pain. Ow, what was that for? I open my eyes to see the 2 grinning at each other while exchanging an enthusiastic thumbs up. Shi-chan says she forgives you now, Hi-chan. Would you forgive me with a little less force next time? I look at the 2 with a blank face. Misha and Shizune. One Isao nil. Oh, Shi-chan also says that you should check your student mail more often. She produces a bright yellow envelope and hands it over with an exuberant grin. Strange, who could have written me a letter? Now is not the time and most definitely not the place to find out though. Giving up on the nap so cruelly stolen from me, I rub my forehead and slowly get up, putting the sheets and envelope in my bag before swinging it over my shoulder. I take a step back and move to depart with a small bow, while Misha clutches her sides laughing and Shizune nods back in a curt farewell. I join the flow of students exiting the open door and turn the corner into the hallway, only to end up face to face with Hanako. Whoa, hey Hanako. Good afternoon, Isao. Silence falls between us as busily chatting students pass us by. She's fidgeting constantly, her eyes drawn to a rather unremarkable footwear. I take the bridge of my nose and my fingers while I blink my eyes heavily in an attempt to make things seem clearer. I'm barely staying awake as it is. Hanako, you want to say something, what is it? I wanted to give you this. He holds out a small rectangular piece of paper. I blink again to make out the text through barely open eyes, slowly starting to make out what's written. Eggs 2, bread loaf 1, whole grain cereal 1, thyme 1. Shopping list. I look upwards, raising an eyebrow. I usually go shopping with Lily, but I can't come, so... You want me to run errands for you? It's okay if you don't want to, I just thought that maybe, He's panicking, I sigh. Yet another battle lost, though this time by a weakly fought surrender. I smile tiredly and rest a hand on her head to calm her down. It's fine, I was going to go anyways. Just the stuff on this list? She nods then bows deeply twice, as if to make her gratitude perfectly clear. We were going to meet outside the school gates at 6. Thank you, I was going to get it, but I need to study for the test tomorrow. Test? Oh, that's right, science. How are you doing with it? She brightens ever so slightly. I've been spending more time on it than before. I think I can do okay. Good work then. She too starts smiling, and much more earnestly than I at that. I have full confidence that I can do fine in it without any extra studying, but the fact that she's putting in the effort instead of just reading in the library is heartening. I'll grab your stuff and take it to your dorm in the evening. See ya. With a small wave, we part ways. I'll go do my homework before meeting Lily. I should be able to take care of it in time. Wrangling with a particularly complicated math problem has caused me to be a little bit late for my meeting with Lily. Only a couple of minutes, but enough to make me step smartly out into the courtyard and into the school gate. I make a right turn and start my way towards the small town below, leaving a few students turning the other way to the bus station. I slid my right hand into my pocket as I walk into the orange sunlight of dusk. Thankfully, the sweltering summer heat started to die down, making way for a pleasant, cool breeze. When I stretch my hands high above my head, a familiar figure takes form, cane in her right hand. Ah, Lily. She stops and turns around, swiveling her head slightly to try and work out exactly where the voice came from. Hey, it's me. I quickly catch up to her, coming in beside her and matching her slow pace as we resume walking. Good afternoon, Hisao. Hi there. I glance up at the sky. A distinct tinge of orange discolors the clouds, washing the footpath in its light. Long shadows from the trees fall across the wide road down the hill. So, Hisao, what brings you here? Just going to town to grab some groceries. Hanako sent me. Hanako sent you? Yeah, she said she needed to study for a test tomorrow. I was gonna come down anyway, so I'll just buy her stuff as well. Unspoken is that Lily really could use some help to get food, but it's an obvious fact that neither of us needs to state. It's good to hear she's studying for it. I thought the same thing when she asked me to come with you. We continued walking down the street, the familiar sound of her cane echoing through the air as we go. Except for the occasional passing car and the leaves whispering in the branches, there's a blissful silence. Thank God I can finally relax for the first time today. Glance over at Lily. That porcelain face of hers never seems to lack that air of relaxed confidence. I guess the same could be said of her personality too. As she silently walks, her face remaining pointed to the street ahead of her, I look ahead and savor the cool air blowing over my face. This is probably the calmest moment I've ever had since the about-face my life took so recently. To have it while walking to go get some groceries, what a weird life. I feel the crumpled up note rubbing against my hand in my pocket, and pull it out to check its contents. Let's see here. Eggs, bread, cereal, thyme, lettuce, shaved ham. That sounds like quite a bit to carry it back along with your own. Yeah, just how much does this girl eat anyway? My mind suddenly clicks that yes, there actually is a person behind me. Wait, I mean... She laughs so heartedly. My, Hisao. Her giggles punctuate her words, though she's making little effort to suppress them. Quite direct today, aren't we? Yeah, you got me there. Still, it is quite a bit. Usually I go shopping with Hanako, so I know what she buys. It's the same thing every week. Huh. She a good cook? She gives a nervous giggle. It's usually me who ends up cooking. I used to do so for Akira, so it's no problem doing it for Hanako as well. You can cook, but... A short hum with an amused lilt emanates from beside me. I wonder if the fact that she seems amused by my comments so often is actually genuine, or are they just from a want to make me more comfortable in addressing her blindness? There are ways around it. Some meals are more difficult to cook than others because of being unable to see what I'm doing, but it usually only takes a little more time. Fingers and double as very useful measurement tools, for example. It makes sense, but she'd have to be pretty careful not to hurt herself. I wonder how many times it's happened, given that it sounds like she's cooked alone for possibly years while Akira worked and her parents were gone. With that, the conversation trails off. Compared to the awkward silence of Hanako, Lily seems genuinely content to say what she thinks and stay quiet when there's nothing to say. The slick road under my feet is bathed in an orange glow, the occasional fallen leaf crunching underfoot as we walk. I let out a deep yawn, my lack of sleep coming back to haunt me. Did you not get much sleep last night? I couldn't sleep at all for the last 2 nights, probably insomnia. Lily's face suddenly becomes worried. It feels like a personal failure every time she gets worried about my well-being, even if it's genuinely nice to know someone cares. You have insomnia? Aren't you going to see the nurse about it? Nah, no real need. It's happened before a few times. My meds screw with my sleeping occasionally. Ah, I'm sorry. Come on, it's not your fault. At least I shouldn't have any trouble getting to sleep tonight. You do worry me sometimes. I worry you? I reach around and scratch the back of my neck. I kind of want to address this. Hey, Lily. I don't mean to sound weird, but please try to forget about my heart condition. She looks kind of lost. I hardly blame her. I guess what I'm trying to say is just don't treat me differently because of it. She bows her head slightly, her white cheeks reddening almost imperceptibly. It's only natural to worry about those around you. True. Well, it's still nice to know there's someone like that out there. Maybe somewhat embarrassing to say, but it's the truth. Lily takes a breath to regain her composure and manages a gentle smile, though her cheeks remain flushed. The final downhill walk to the store passes in silence. Welcome. I suppose I'll get my stuff first and Hanako's in the second round. I grab 2 well-worn baskets from the stack beside the entrance and pass one to Lily. Just as she did before, she lays it on the ground and slides her retracted cane between the basket's handles before picking it back up with the right hand. When she takes hold of my arm in her own, I'm surprised at just how fast this kind of casual contact became so natural. Mostly due to necessity, no doubt. Shall we? Sure. While we navigate around the store, the odd person occasionally passing us pays us no heed at all. It's nice compared to the stares and whispers around the city. As we reach each aisle, I quickly check with Lily what she needs and grabs it along with what I want, putting our items into their respective baskets. It's an odd feeling to be depended on so much for something so basic as shopping. Hanako would be practically a necessity for her to pick out what she wants after all. Right, I'm pretty much done with both my stuff and Hanako's. You needing anything else, Lily? No, this should be everything. Off we go then. Oddly, there's a queue a mile long. Considering the store is only large enough to warrant one counter, it seems like it'll take a while. Damn. Lily gives an inquisitive look, unable to see the reason for my complaint. The queue is really long. Looks like we'll have to wait. How strange. Sharing the same mood of resignation, we reluctantly take our place at the end of the line. One person finishes. The line moves up. Another person finishes. The line moves up. By the time we finally reach the head of the line, I'm so close to dozing off that Lily has to gently pat me on the back for me to move up. He's out. Oh, sorry. She gives a short sigh of consternation as I move up, getting the groceries for Hanako and me put into the separate bags. Thank you. Please come again. By the time we emerge from the store, Lily's holding a single bag while I struggle to carry 4, both hands well and truly full. It's a lot of work, but thankfully the items in them are light. Even without looking skyward, it's obvious that a surprising amount of time's passed, the road outside being dark and lit by street lamps. Once Lily retrieves her cane, we set out back to the dormitories the way we came, leaving the welcoming warm glow of the store. Despite the road being empty of cars, the full bags abundantly make up for the lack of noise, constantly clunking and squeaking together. My, Hisao, it's good to find that you're eating well. I'm a growing guy after all, I need to eat all I can. It must be nice being a man. Yeah. What? Seemingly not noticing or ignoring my surprise at the completely out of left field comment, she continues on without missing a beat. Weight doesn't really bother you when eating most of the time. Yeah. I get what you mean. Women tend to worry about stuff like that more than we do, I guess. Exactly. It makes me somewhat envious, to be honest. Well, it's not like we can outright ignore it. With an affirmative nod, we continue our walk. Yeah, it's not like you could just ignore it, but it is quite freeing. It's true. It's true. Huh, that's right. What is it? Hanako mentioned your birthday was earlier this year. Do anything special for it? She gives a long pause, lost in thought for a few seconds as she recalls the event. Not really, it was just Hanako and me having a little party during the night after school. Her birthday's supposed to be a big event, you know? Sounds like a pretty lonely way to spend a birthday, just her and Hanako staying overnight. Birthdays always felt like a family occasion for me. There were a time when, in spite of their full-time jobs, both my parents would make an effort to be there for the day, or at least for a party beforehand. It reminds me of how Lily mentioned she hadn't seen her family in such a long time, and even ended up moving away from Akira's house afterwards. But I guess it's the same in situations as mundane as these. Considering her inability to read the packaging, just getting groceries would be a pain without somebody else around. In the end, she just has Hanako and me, and Akira when she's off from work. Be that as it may, she still seems to have many more distant friends among the students, not to mention people like Yuko. It seems to be her own choice that there's such a separation between those who are close to her and those who she only socializes with. It humbles me a little to see how much Lily seems to have her life set up and going just as she wants. Yet Hanako is there for her to celebrate her birthday, and I'm here helping her with shopping. It's a weird kind of symbiosis, I suppose. Are you alright, Hisao? Sorry? You seem to go very quiet, that's all. Oh, sorry, I was just thinking. Oh? And now I've piqued her curiosity. It feels kind of overly personal to talk about, though. We're telling the truth, of course we are. It was just kind of... I was thinking about how you seem to have everything so sorted out, even with Hanako relying on you. I can admit that even I kind of relied on you when I first transferred in. I think it's a good quality to have. I turned to Lily, surveying her reaction. She's forcing herself to look forward and furrowing her brow quite a bit. Her face looks a bit awkward, as if she was trying to find just the right words. Lily? I would thank you, but assuming that I don't rely on the presence of others is too much. You'd be wrong to think that Hanako simply depends on me with nothing in return. She seems to have a bit of trouble saying it, even though it's largely what I thought already. If she tried so hard to maintain her independence, as anyone would have had to do in her position, sighted or not, maybe she finds it hard to talk about her own needs. It's only now that I realize an omission in what she says, though. I decide to follow it up, largely in jest, to avoid things getting too personal. Oh, and what about me? She suddenly runs ahead of me and turns, blocking me off. With a smile, she holds her hand behind her as she leans forward. You're different. With that, she turns back and continues to walk ahead of me, a newfound spring in her step. All I can do is raise an eyebrow and give a dazed grin. I don't think I've ever seen this playful and teasing side of her before. So, I'm different. It's hard to work out the exact context, but knowing her, this ambiguity was intended. Our relationship has been changing, at the very least simply because I've begun to stand on my own feet more and started getting more curious about the situation of those around me. As to why, probably a mix of personal curiosity, and I want to try and work out how to deal with my situation. I'm less sure of Lily, though. That's why her own statement, so similar to my own feelings towards her, throws me off so much. Watching her make her way up the street, cane tapping from left to right, I decide to settle the matter later, and just smile. This is a nice side to her, and I don't want to forget it. Eventually, we get to the girls' dormitories, both my arms aching from the weight of 2 sets of groceries. Ah, we're finally here. Phew. I bend down to wipe my forehead with the back of my hand. Lily stops in front of her door and sets down her bag, fishing around in her pocket for the key. Thank you, Hisao. I really appreciate your help. Oh, this is nothing. It might be nothing to you, but it's definitely something for me. With that, she steps through her door, closing it behind her. I blink. Those were nothing but honest thanks, and I can't help feeling something different about them. Anyway, I have something else to do before I can mull on that at my leisure. I turn back to the door to Hanako's room, and proceed to knock twice in quick succession, the bag still in my hand rustling together. After a couple of seconds, the door slowly opens. If one weren't looking closely, they could be forgiven for thinking it hadn't moved at all. I twist my head to the side and try to peer through this tiny sliver of a gap between the door and the doorframe. Hey Hanako, got your stuff. Ah. That she opens the door completely, making her plain room visible over her shoulder. Sparsely decorated, it's probably even more unremarkable than my room. I hold out my right arm, both bags almost pulling it straight back down with their weight. Thank you, Hisao. Sorry to make you carry them all this way. It's fine, don't worry. Just don't make me do it every day, okay? As the bags to her as I give her a light-hearted chuckle. After the initial transfer of weight, she manages to take them easily. I'll be off then. Night, Hanako. Night. See you in class tomorrow. Can't promise personal or structural safety while cooking. Doing so blind is terrifying. Yeah, I can't even cook properly, like, and my eyes are like fine. Like, yeah, like I wear glasses, but like it's not like I can see perfectly fine, and like I cannot imagine not being able to do so in cooking. Like I would actually just injure myself for sure at every phase of the cooking. Like, you know, when I'm cutting shit, when I'm throwing it into the fire, when I'm putting something into an oven, like, or whatever, like that is just no, and I couldn't do it. It's impressive. Then again, I'm just bad at cooking, so. Making my way back to my own dorm, I put one bag onto my other hand to balance them out. Even as I do so, I can't get Lily's lighthearted smile out of my mind. When I first met her, it would have been nearly impossible to imagine her like that. Indeed, it feels like we've become closer in the past few weeks since I first got to know both her and Hanako. The time I spend with her each day, the small exchanges of happiness we share, those small moments of joy as I get closer to her. I'm far from certain, but I don't think these are just the normal feelings of friendship. Once I return to my room, I store away my groceries and begin getting ready for the night. I swap the school books in my bag for those I'll need tomorrow, pulling out the yellow envelope Misha gave me earlier in the process. I got so sidetracked by one thing after another that I couldn't deal with it earlier. Who could have written me, I wonder? The name neatly adorning the back of the envelope freezes me in my tracks. It's been so long since I've seen her writing. There's little chance I could have identified it as her otherwise. Iwanako. Why should she have written me? I can't think of any good reason for her to do this. Is it like a breakup letter? Is that what this is? See? I almost don't open the letter, but there'd be little point to that. If I just left it alone, its mere existence would gnaw at me until I did something about it. I look down at the piece of paper at my desk. Its bright and summery decoration beaming happily at me. Lettering is in pink, jarring badly with the yellow sunflower border on the card. The handwriting is neat, the characters having been written thoughtfully and with an unusual amount of care. I'd barely given the letter a second thought when it was given to me, but now I can't get its contents out of my mind. While I'd like to say that I don't know why she used such an old-fashioned method of communication, considering a phone call or an email would both be much faster and easier, the answer feels obvious enough given the context. The letter leaves a comfortable distance between the sender and the recipient. Unlike a phone, it isn't required that you engage in conversation, and unlike email, there's less expectation of an immediate reply. Statements such as, "The third years seem to be very anxious about the final exams, and it's so weird to think we're already seniors, isn't it?" are just small talk. Small talk that could have been achieved by simply replying to any of the messages I'd sent her while in hospital. The ending, though, is the true reason she sent this. The last couple of lines added almost as an afterthought. I wonder if we will meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't. It's a statement that should hurt. I've always heard breakups are nasty stuff, but it feels like this is simply a reaffirmation of what we both already knew instead. It's the preceding text, no more than small talk, that makes me feel most uneasy. I can't figure out why, no matter how long I sit here and look down at this bright and summery piece of paper. If you would like to correspond with me, by all means write me back. It's plainly obvious that this is not the type of letter to be replied to. In the end, this letter is no more than a simple abdication of responsibility, a final statement to reassure herself that our relationship is over. Such, I find I have little problem in scrunching the letter and envelope into a ball and tossing it into the waste bin, ridding myself of its existence. I go to bed with mixed feelings, cheated out of a pleasant evening by this intruder from the past. Ironically, it takes a while before I can manage to sleep. Katawa Shoujo. I sweat profusely, waiting the dreaded moment. Each tick of the clock tenses my muscles that much more, every minute making more hair stand on end. It's coming for me, I can feel it. Death. Death in the form of a single sheet of paper. I take the small pile of papers from the student in front of me and pass it backwards after plucking off the top piece. Looking to the top right of the page, I find my fears realized within that small red circle. 43?! Fuck. Oh man, that's no good. I hang my head and sigh in resignation. Cursing under my breath, I can feel the aura of a similar sentiment rising from the entire class. Strange, but that fact lifts my mood by a minuscule amount. You broke. No. So that was so the letter we got just now was from the unnamed girl at the beginning. This is the. So like we were at another high school prior to the events of this game, and we. Well, no, we weren't dating. Actually, it was just like a girl we knew came up to us at the beginning of the game and confessed her feelings and was like, hey, do you want to, date? And then the protagonist, the protagonist gets a heart attack and then he almost dies, but he doesn't, right? And then he's sent to the hospital and then, that's it. And then the girl shows up apparently and during your long hospital stay, but it's kind of decreasingly so over time, and you can kind of tell that she doesn't care anymore, which is yeah, because there was nothing. It's not like they were in a relationship. He just got confessed to and then died. That's basically what happened. He's not really in a relationship, so it felt weird looking at it as a breakup letter, but I kind of get it. I kind of think I get it. Yeah. No, that was not Lily writing that. I would be devastated if it was. It was not Lily. Misery loves company, I suppose. As the teacher opens her mouth, the room braces for the inevitable onslaught, only to be saved at the last minute. We quickly move to collect our bags and leave for lunch post-haste, but the teacher delivers a parting broadside. We'll be discussing the test scores next lesson. Needless to say, there will be quite some discussion to be had. A collective groan resounds from the class, now reduced to shuffling out dejectedly. I push the sheet into my bag as I walk along the hallway, crumpling it in the process. It's enough that such a troublesome letter ended up on my desk yesterday, and now this. I hate English. Isao! Stern female voice gruffly calls out from behind me. I freeze on the spot, my face becoming like stone. It's as if I can feel my brain disconnecting from my body. My eyes slowly shift right, trying to catch a glimpse of the disembodied voice. Nothing. My face begins to slip as time passes. I decide to risk turning my head ever so slowly. I twisted it to the... Ah! I jump into the air and drop my bag, yelling out in surprise. As I recover and regain my composure, I turn to see. I should have known. Emmy. Gotcha, Hisao. She stands there with a mischievous grin on her face, hands forward and fingers pointed inwards. She was the one who jabbed my ribs with her fingers. I looked down at her with a grimace, rubbing my hair in frustration. That is no way to greet someone, you know. You have no sense of humor. I have a heart condition. Sorry, anyways. I left my sense of humor in my English class. Complain to the teacher if you want to give it back to me. She pulls her best puppy dog eyes on me as she pouts. Lily's managed to build up my resistance to the tactic, but Emmy's short stature adds enough to the effect to make me relent. So, how are things? I haven't seen you around for a while. Same old, same old. I run so fast nobody wants to join me on my morning runs. It's a real pain. Her modesty never fails to amuse me. Although, You know what I'm thinking, don't you, Hisao? Wearing my emotions on my sleeve is one of my worst habits. She's seen right through me. Fortunately, I see somebody else approaching us that will give me an out. Oh, hi Hinako. Hanako. I give her a welcoming wave and try my best at looking like I haven't noticed Emi's pouting face. She gives a small wave back. Hello, Hisao. Emi. Hey, Hanako. I'll join you and Lily in a sec. Actually, speaking of lunchtime company, it's odd to see you without Rin, Emi. Ah, Rin. Without a second word, she forgets all about us and bolts off up the hallway. She must have forgotten she was waiting for her. Hanako and I stand speechless, only able to helplessly stand and watch this ball of seemingly boundless energy dash off. Oh yeah, Hisao. She suddenly stops herself just before vanishing around the corner to the rooftop staircase, spinning around to meet our bemused faces. I hate English too! With that, she disappears. Okay. All I can do is hang my head and give a long sigh, thoroughly left in the dust. As I hear a short giggle coming from behind me, I turn to see Hanako smiling at the corner my attacker rounded. I pick up my dropped bag from the floor and quickly dust it off. Afternoon. Been busy? You don't like English? Oh, nah. I had a test on it a while back and Emi caught me brooding about the results. Ah, sorry. She averts her gaze, guilt written on her face. A casual observer would think she just accidentally reminded me of a dead relative. Come on, it's not your fault. How are you doing in it? She looks up, though still avoids meeting my eyes. Alright, I suppose. An awkward silence passes. They seem all too common around Hanako. Oh, Lily asked if you'd like to join us for lunch on the roof? I guess I don't exactly have any pressing engagements to attend to. Sure, I'll be right up. I'll go get lunch from the cafeteria now then. Go on, you don't need my approval to leave, you know. Okay, I'll be going then. She gives a skittish reply, a small nod, and quickly makes off towards the cafeteria. I guess she must have forgotten to bring lunch today. As I walk through the hallways, more and more students start to come out of the classrooms and past me, going in the same direction as Hanako went. By the time I manage to make it to the stairs, I'm having to push my way past a busily chatting throng of students. I finally manage to get past the last of the crowd and round the staircase, slumping slightly in relief and slowing my pace before I open the door to the roof. Ah, damn. I momentarily avert my eyes, all but blinded by the harsh summer sun. As I slowly regain my vision, the surroundings finally take form. Lily, Emi, and Rin sit together on the rooftop, the top of the hilltop forest around Yamaku, visibly past the fence around them, as if to frame the view. Ah, Hisao. Lily and Rin give a quick nod of acknowledgement and a deep nod of greeting respectively. I start walking towards the rather mismatched trio, and can't help marveling at the speed with which Emi devours the rest of her half-eaten banana. Hey, strange to see you three together like this. It seems to have been quite the day of coincidences. Emi and Rin decided to eat on the roof just as Hanako and I decided to. You stole it! This spot was ours! Yeah, like aren't they here like every day? Simmer down, you can't steal a place in the school. I plonk myself down beside Lily, the four of us creating a semicircle. I think she is right. You too? The butterfly is her accomplice. As I glance around, sure enough, a small yellow butterfly floats across my field of vision. So tell me, how did this butterfly help Lily steal the spot? I scouted out our conversation and told her. I should have known better than to expect sound reasoning from Rin. Regardless, I guess it wouldn't hurt to play along. You're telling me she can talk to butterflies? There are people who can talk to horses, called horse whisperers. Lily must be a butterfly whisperer. I bury my head in my hands as Emi rounds on her strange companion. She doesn't seem to share Rin's sense of humor. Whisperers don't work like that. Emi and Rin continue their banter as I turn to Lily, who's busily finishing off her small box of curry and rice. So what brought you up here anyway? A little fresh air every now and then doesn't hurt. Ah. Emi breaks off from her vain attempts to introduce the concept of logic to Rin. That was why we came up here too. Something tells me it was her idea alone, and that Rin only got dragged up on here on Emi's whim. And again, the same could probably be said of Lily and Hanako. Now, we can share. The creaking of the door of the roof can be heard as soon as she says the word. A moment of silence falls over us as everyone's attention focuses on the figure appearing from it. Hanako slowly walks over to us. Her eyes pinned to the ground, silently ruining the attention she's attracting. She tenses just barely when her eyes meet Rin's. I can't help but raise an eyebrow as she walks over to us and sits next to me, doing her utmost to avoid looking up even as she brings her cafeteria bread to her mouth. So how do you and Emi know each other anyways? Emi's somewhat well known around the school for her athletic ability. She's the fastest member of the track and field club by some margin, even beating Miki Miura at the track meet last week. Miki Miura? Ah, that tanned girl from the front of my class. Considering her height and toned body, being able to beat her is quite an accomplishment. Looking over to Emi, it's very clear she's well aware of this fact as she beams proudly. So, Hisao, what was your score in English? Ouch. No comment. Ooh. Puffs her cheeks and pouts, but it doesn't take long for it to bounce back. Alright, if I tell you mine, you have to tell me yours, deal? Fine, fine. Okay, on the count of 3, we both say our results. 1, 2, 3. 32. I beam a mischievous grin. Ah, evil, 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 evil. You said it, not me. Still, the fact that you managed an even lower score than me is kind of amazing. Grr. She looks and sounds like a small terrier growling at an intruder. I can't say it's the most threatening sight I've seen. Either way, scoring higher than 32 isn't something to boast about, much less scoring below it for any subject. True and real. Lily is so real. Sorry, Lily. I could help you with your English if you'd like. It'd be my pleasure to. No, that's fine, but I appreciate the thought, really. Lily looks slightly deflated, her hopes of imparting her knowledge dashed. Judging from the badly hidden laughter of the rest of us, neither she nor Emi seem to have garnered too much sympathy. Too much pity. Uh-oh. As I sit happily laughing, though, I feel my voice suddenly cut off as my chest clenches. Fuck. I sit in silence for a few seconds, all my concentration forced on my heartbeat. It's only small pain, but the ache feels like it's growing. Yeah, I just realized I have a heart problem. I really shouldn't be drinking. And more importantly than that, I should have been doing my exercises. I wasn't, was I? I'm not on the track running. This is not good. I'm dying. Breathe deeply. Breathe deeply. This is the bad ending? Oh no, is this the bad ending? Please no. I glance upward to try and keep at least some of my attention on my surroundings. To see Emily suddenly freezing when she notices the expression of pain on my face out of the corner of her eye. Hey, Hisao, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. No, I'm not. I look down and redouble my efforts to try and stay calm, clenching my fists to try and dull the pain. It takes a short time, but the pain thankfully begins to fade. When I look back up, there's only silence and pensive faces to be seen. I guess I'd better explain myself. Rhythmia. I'm fine. It's just a heart flutter. Are you sure? Should we get the nurse? Taking her cue, Hanako quickly picks herself up and begins to dash to the door. Hanako, stop. Lily, I'm fine. It feels the heart problem could be a bit more recurrent, but it's scary when it just reminds you. I kind of don't mind it this way. I thought during my first stream doing this, playing this game, I thought so as well. I was like, I feel like my heart should come up more frequently, but I actually like when it doesn't, so you forget about it, and then when it comes up, it scares you. Like, I feel like that's a really good, much better way to kind of like put you in those shoes, I guess. I don't know. You look like a wet, wrinkled tomato. I do. Huh? As I bring my hand to my forehead, I can feel the beads of sweat gathered on it, and I dab them off with my cuff. Thanks. I told you I'm fine. I'm just kind of fragile, I guess. The entire atmosphere has changed from one of gaiety to downcast faces, the situation being too awkward for anyone to know exactly how to react. And of course, the whole thing is thanks to me. It just had to happen now, around others. Oh, Emmy? She looks up, a box of juice halfway to her mouth. I haven't told you of my score yet, have I? Yeah, well, you're half foreign, so your score doesn't count anyway. Lifting an eyebrow, I inquisitively turned to Lily. What was your test result, anyway? Used a cheeky grin. 100% perfect score. No way. All I can do is hang my mouth open and wonder. I don't know. It's not that surprising, is it? She has mentioned time and time again. She's reading like books in English in her own time. It shouldn't be surprising. Considering those tests are insane even for some native speakers, I can only imagine she's gone and done something like committing to mind part of the dictionary. A gift for rote memorization, maybe. Is it that hard? I don't know. See, only someone part foreign can get a score that good. See? Lily and I grin at Emmy's expense. Her reaction identical to mine when I first tripped up on that little landmine. Lily's foreign ancestry does raise a point, though. Ah, that's right. You leave tomorrow for Scotland, don't you? That's correct. Emmy heard some rumors about it. Seems word spreading quickly, considering I only told a friend in my class a couple of days ago. It must be so nice to go halfway around the world on a holiday. Hey, could you buy me something while you're there? Don't be too shy now. Lily gives a light-hearted giggle, evidently fully expecting Emmy's bluntness. The rest of the lunch continues much the same as before, the jauntiness from before my heart flutter thankfully returning in full. As everyone files off with the appropriate farewells, only Lily and I are left. Hey, Lily. She packs the last of her things into her bag and clips it shut before perking her head up slightly. Thanks for breaking the silence back there. I kind of wanted to stop it, but I didn't really know how to. As much as I'd like to sound less morose about it, the letter from yesterday, screwing up a test so badly in class, and now my heart makes things very hard indeed. She gives an indulgent smile and nods. I hope she hasn't picked up on it, but knowing her, it's unlikely that she hasn't. Emmy's strong, but only human. We do worry about you, Hisao. Hold on, why would I worry you? I don't know, you have a heart condition, maybe. Her smiling face collapses, becoming uncomfortably serious. Hisao, we are not ignorant of your situation. She suddenly cuts herself short, unsure of whether she should say what she intends to. I give a weak smile and rest my hand on her shoulder. Don't. It's enough that I worry about it. I don't want you all to shoulder my burden. But if you all worry about it, then I have to worry about your worrying, if that makes sense. No, okay. I get the message, but I would not have expressed myself this way. I would have been like, I thank you for worrying, and if anything comes up, like, call an ambulance, but for me. But the rest of the time, try not to worry about it, because, you know, I do get the whole, like, if you worry about my thing, then I have to worry about your worrying. I get that. I understand that. Anyways. I just realized for the entire 2 hours I've been streaming, the love and deep space background is still there. Because I wanted to move the game to the left so my, like, character, I wouldn't block it. But I'm blocking it anyways. Whatever. Fine. It's fine. I'm fine, okay? For a moment, she looks to be lost in thought, carefully pondering how to react. Hisao, do you have any paper left from your food's packaging? I think so. I'll just check. I rummage around in my bag for the leftovers from lunch, eventually finding a paper square from my sandwich's package. My eyebrow raised and my expression rather quizzical. I gently place the square into Lily's hand. Without another word, she brings her fingers around it to feel out its edges. It should be large enough. With both of us seated on the roof, the minutes to the lesson ticking away, she proceeds to lay the item on the ground and begin her work in earnest. Wrapped in silence, I watch her fingers move about on the small square with amazing dexterity. A small fold here, a larger fold there. Her fingertips keep a slow but sure pace. Looking up, her expression is calm and placid. The fact her face is pointed well above the sheet in front of her makes the sight of her work all the more curious. The love and ep above you is kind of funny. Love and ep space. That's what's on my head right now. It's not entirely inappropriate, I guess. But whatever. Yeah. Small origami crane. I just want to say that I have, like, my vision is fine and I couldn't do this either because I'm weak, I suppose. No, I probably could. I just have to learn how to do an origami crane. I don't know. Light brown thanks to the packaging used, the result looks quite delicate and precise. You can do origami? I taught myself how to do it when I was younger. Improve my dexterity a bit. Huh. I should do that. I don't know. A little baffled, I carefully take the small bird from her pale cupped hands as if it would break from the slightest breath. It seems to be folded quite well and holds its shape easily. We both grab our bags and head out the door, Lily extending her cane as she does so. I hold Lily's handiwork up to my face for further inspection while we walk down the hallway, her hand running along the silver handrails for orientation. She taught herself origami to improve her dexterity, with the use of her hands meaning so much to her given her condition. Ah, so that's it. I smile as I realize the bird's meaning. Everyone here has to find their own ways of dealing with their conditions. You aren't alone here when you have problems. Are the shoujo katawaing? Indeed they are. Indeed they are. Thanks, Lily. I appreciate this. She gives a sweet smile and a nod, not using words where none need be used in her typical manner. All I ask is that you take care of yourself, Hisao. Don't worry, I will. Promise? Promise. And with that, we part ways. To be honest, I don't know what annoys me more. The fact that I could die at any moment, or the fact that everyone knows that. I guess I'll just take each day as it comes, as the unexpected present in my hand reminds me I'm not alone here. Even though I may be like this, I'm not alone. If they worry, if anyone worries, I'll smile. Smile enough for all their worries to go away. Katawa Shoujo. The moment the bell rings out, a collective sigh of relief comes from everywhere. Much of the morning's been taken up by a droning lecture on stoichiometry. What's that? A topic entirely unbefitting of the insufferable heat permeating the classroom. Knowing that attempting to teach anything more would be an exercise in futility, Muto gives up and begins clearing the teaching materials from his desk for the day. As meaningless banter starts filling the classroom, I notice Hanako getting up and coming to my desk. She's been a lot less withdrawn lately, something which gives me a small measure of satisfaction. Hello, Isao. Hey, wanna go pick up Lily then? It's close to the time when she'd need to get going if she's going to make the flight. About that. She said she might be held up a bit by her classmates. I suppose that makes sense. Her class usually gets off a little earlier than ours, so Lily would normally have just come to our classroom. Class must be sending her off. Well, never mind. We can wait outside her classroom for once, right? There's a small giggle before nodding, the two of us taking our things and leaving for 3-2's classroom. When we reach our destination, I stop in idle amusement at the scene inside. One of the shorter girls from the class has Lily wrapped in an enthusiastic hug, her head no higher than Lily's chin. Her other friends, of course, of which there are several, are gathered around her as well. Lily simply smiles kindly and hugs her back. Stoichiometry is the study of balancing chemical equations. Thank you. I learn something new every day. Finally, food science studies doing something for me. Thank you very much for that tidbit. I guess Lily must be pretty popular. Compared to Shizune's harsh but fair dictatorship of 3-3, Lily seems much more like a mother figure for 3-2, to say nothing of her height and looks. Kenji's pointedly cool demeanor as he packs up his things at a seat in the back of the corner of the classroom is expected. He's no doubt far from a fan of the fuss being made about Lily's leaving. Looking beside me and seeing Hanako following my gaze, I decide to finally enter the room. Afternoon, Lily, it's just me and Hanako. Hanako withers noticeably when exposed to the din being made around Lily. Trying as she might, I doubt she'll ever completely get over her social anxiety. Hello. Lily manages to work out our position reasonably well, her classmate detaching herself without a second word. A look of slight exasperation is written on Lily's face, though I can't say I blame her. Hello, Isao, Hanako. Do we have much time before the flight leaves? I give a quick glance at my watch. Taking the trip to the airport into account, there's a good 10, maybe 15 minutes left while still allowing for contingencies. Yeah, we still have a few minutes to kill. I wouldn't worry about missing it yet. Ah, is this Hanako? Uh-oh. I think we've just inadvertently become entangled in Lily's social web. The girl's probably part of the legally blind faction of the class like Kenji, given her almost window pane-like spectacles. Her short, roughly cut hair gives her a look that fits her excitable expression. Hello. She takes Hanako's hand and pulls it up and down enthusiastically. I really don't get how girls can be so social to someone they only know as the friend of a friend. While Hanako exchanges nervous greetings, I look around the room for my short and overdressed next-door neighbor. Try as I might, he seems to have slipped out of the classroom without anyone noticing. For a moment, I try to think of possible career paths that could reasonably benefit from his single skill, before putting my mind to more pertinent matters. Lily seems pleased, if somewhat guarded, about the enthusiasm Hanako's suddenly excited from those around her. She might not see it, but Hanako's much less panicked about the affair than I'd anticipated. Shuffling my way through the gaggle of classmates, I eventually managed to reach her. Don't worry, Hanako's fine. Thank you. I thought you might be overwhelmed by them. Don't worry, we'll be gentle. Both of us grimace in unison. Hanako's nervous grin stays plastered on her face as another couple of girls moves in to meet her. It's kind of amazing that even just a month ago she'd never been able to cope with a situation just such as this. Even when I first met her, the two of us completely alone, she sprinted from the library. So, got everything you need? It's all packed, just have to go by my room to pick it up on the way, and Hanako and I need to change. I guess we better get going then, Hanako. Hanako's head flicks up towards us in a flash, her face rather unmistakably appreciating the chance to extricate herself from the small group gathered around her. Coming! The long taxi ride to the airport is surprisingly decent. pleasant, despite the three of us being rather squashed together to fit in the small back seat. On the other hand, maybe despite isn't the right word. Lily pays the fare to the driver as we file out, Hanako's eyes flittering left and right. Thankfully, there aren't too many people around, most of them being inside the main building rather than milling around outside. It isn't hard to spot Akira and Hideaki leaning against the fence while talking to pass the time. A large black travel bag, complete with wheels and travel handle, leans against the fence alongside them. Hideaki's the first to notice us, pointing us out to Akira, who gives an over-enthusiastic wave. Hey, hey! Grab Lily's travel bag for her as we move to meet the two, earning a nod of appreciation. I've got all my stuff here. You got yours? Plane ticket as well? Don't worry, I have everything. You? Yep, all ready to go. Not without some problems along the way, I might add. The snide remark has his head roughly dragged around by a very firmly clamped on hand. Haha, yeah, I kind of sort of forgot it was in my trousers pocket. Trousers that I put in the wash. Oh no. Don't worry, don't worry. Did you know you can print out tickets if you order online? Wait, if you order online nowadays, it's really cool. Wow. Did you know you can print out tickets if you order online nowadays? That's a crazy statement to read in 2025. Whoa. That's a crazy thing. I haven't printed out a ticket in a very long time. Whoa. Hideaki's pained expression says that this wasn't a solution found quickly. It could have been worse, I guess. We better start off then. Check-in should be ready by now. Yeah, you're right. There's a certain amount of wistfulness in both their voices, to say nothing of the people left behind. Meeting their family again after all these years would be big for them. Lily. Hanako wraps Lily in a gentle hug to say goodbye. One which is warmly reciprocated. Lily and I share a brief hug afterward, each of us saying our goodbyes. Beside us, Akira and Hideaki break off from a small hug and a word or two between them. It would probably look quite nice if not for the almost comical height difference between the two. You know, you can ask them to print out the tickets at the gate. Fucking hell. Anyways. Lily takes a hold of her sister's arm once all that needs to be said in farewells is said, two walking past to the huge glass doors. Goodbye, Hisao, Hanako. See ya, don't do anything stupid, shorty. We wave at them until they disappear from sight in the throng of people moving about inside. And then we're alone. Well, that's that. I turn to see Hideaki already beginning to walk off. See ya. Throws her hand into the air in a manner I'd expect of Akira. In the end, it's just Hanako and me left standing outside. I rest my hand on her shoulder. She absentmindedly gazes towards the front doors of the building, as if she might catch a glimpse of either of the two before they disappear. Don't worry, the time will pass fast. Like, it's a week, man, it's fine. She hesitates for a moment, but eventually nods. Okay, I say that, but like, they are quite codependent on each other. Like, notwithstanding the, like, very strong emotional bond they have. And, you know, not having, and her not having that emotional bond with pretty much anyone else. In which case, like, I understand the fear. I would, as a friend, offer to help in these trying times. That's what I would do as a friend. Anyways. With the scorching heat of the summer sun beaming down on us, we make our way to the nearby bus stop. It's strange, really. Just when I'd begun to see Lily differently, she leaves on what almost feels like a pilgrimage to the past. In a way, though, that's just what I've been doing since coming to Yamaku. As much as I may reflect on everything that's happened to me, I really am hardly unique. Everyone has their own circumstances and separate paths to get where they are now. Yet I still can't really work out how I should proceed. My life may have practically been reset, and I still can't find anything that satisfactorily fills the hole I still feel in myself. Maybe Lily's leaving will be a good thing for me. Without her to lean on, I'll need to do more for myself. I'll have to be there for Hanako as well. It feels strange to have so much changing so quickly after my months in that hospital that seemed to exist so separately from reality, but that's all the more reason for me to keep focused. I can't let any opportunity slip out of my fingers in my attempt to rebuild my life. Holy shit, there's a whole act. Now we go, Act 3. But that was past. Oh, I guess it didn't take place in the past. That was what it was about, I guess. I rest my chin on my hand as I absentmindedly look out the window. Yet another of Muto's lectures droning on and on, as if it were endless. The summer sky is almost alluring in its bright cerulean splendor. Only the odd passing cloud breaks up the deep blue expanse. This feeling of longing is probably the outdoor side of me yearning to escape. Nakai, could you answer this? That side of me's lost to the past now, though. In that case, I think it would use the dash ane suffix. Correct. Moving on, the suffix for. As my attention towards Muto slips once again, I spot Misha giving me an enthusiastic thumbs up and nod at her to settle her down. It's been a handful of days since Lily left for Scotland, days which have passed relatively peacefully. Life largely continued as usual, in contrast to what I'd expected. While thoughts of her having danced around on the edge of my mind since she left, present events managed to subdue them. At least for the time being. So I find myself idly chatting with Hanako as usual when lunchtime finally rolls by. Are the later ones in the series good as well? Not really. You're probably better off just sticking to the original. His later books don't live up to it, other than maybe God Emperor. Thanks, I wasn't really sure if... As Hanako steps to the side, I see Shizune stride up in her typically business-like manner, flanked by her ever-present bright-haired shadow. Try as I might, I can't read any hint of their intent from their faces. Shizune's poker face and Misha's seemingly boundless cheerfulness are a devilish combination. Morning, Shizune and Misha. Hi. I accentuate the greeting with a nod to Shizune in order to get the point across. He promptly and curtly returns the gesture to both of us. It's been a long while since I've really talked to either of them. For a while I thought they might be avoiding me, but I eventually came to the conclusion that Shizune really isn't the type to do so. Morning! Shi-chan says that Muto wants to see you sometime. Because of this statement, my face contorts as if I'd just eaten spoiled food, giving Misha no end of amusement. Anyone think you were in trouble, Hichan? You may not be aware of it, but you have the least to worry about out of anyone in the class. What an unexpected vote of confidence. Even Hanako nods hesitantly to affirm the point. Sorry. Thanks, I'll keep that in mind. There was something I wanted to ask you, though. And what might that be, Hichan? I have a feeling this won't go over well, but here goes. Is there any reason why you and Lily don't get along? It seems like even a little civility would help you both in your duties. Uh-oh. She's in this cold stare after Misha happily signs the word stops me in my tracks. In hindsight, I really could have worded that better. Out of the corner of my eye, I'm sure I see Hanako move back, just a little. Thankfully, Shizune notices this and lets her temper dissipate as she forcefully runs her hands through her hair to let off steam. Perfectly on cue, Misha begins interpreting the second Shizune's arms begin to move. I would say that such matters aren't relevant to you, but since you seem to have befriended Lily... She pauses to adjust her glasses, evidently attempting to articulate her point in the best possible manner. While I assume the same of her, I cannot call my own views on the matter unbiased. Suffice to say, we were closer before than we are now. Shizune makes a quick gesture to Misha to stop her from interpreting, then has a quick meeting with her before proceeding. The fact that the two can communicate so easily yet so secretly right in front of us is slightly disconcerting. Hanako seems to share my curiosity at the proceedings, looking on with thinly masked interest. As they finish their opaque conversation, Misha looks slightly deflated. I guess her opinion on the matter wasn't followed. Shi-chan says you should ask Lily about it, as she doesn't want to be the one that gets you involved. Oh well, I'll just have to ask her about after she gets back. At least I got some information out of Shizune. The two having been on close terms means that they weren't always at each other's throats, or at least not quite to this extent. I understand. Thanks anyway. With a nod and a farewell, the two break away and walk out the door, no doubt headed straight for the student council room. Could have gone worse, I suppose. Hanako lets out a long breath, relieved at the confrontation's resolution. I can't say I blame her. I'll see you later then. Yeah, I'll meet you in the tea room. See ya. With that, she waves and joins the trickle of students leaving the classroom. Nakai, could I speak with you for a moment? Delivered in his typical monotone manner, he apparently decided that I need a reminder to see him already. Eventually, I finish packing up my things. By the time I reach his desk, the classroom is close to empty. Yes, sir? He looks up, taking measure of my face before giving an awkward, rather obviously acted chuckle. No need to feel guilty. You're not in any trouble. I just wanted to ask you something I've asked a few of the other students so far. That's something at least. For a moment, I thought my maxim of keeping my head down and pen up had failed me. So what did you want to talk about? To start with, what do you think of your progress in this class so far? Good? Bad? I detest that kind of question. For a fair amount of time, I try to think of a response that is neither pathetically humble nor cocky. I'd say I'm doing okay. The work doesn't seem too hard, and I'm doing better on the tests than I thought I would. That's a good answer. A correct one, too. I give a mental sigh of relief at his satisfaction. To say that I don't gain a little pride from his comment would be a blatant lie. In the maelstrom of thoughts clouding my mind after learning that I'd be transferring to Yamaku, my school grades seem utterly unimportant. Being entirely clueless as to what skill level would be assumed of me. Once I actually got here, I was hugely relieved when I found out that I understood well enough the schoolwork we'd be doing. I know your circumstances might have thrown a wrench in the works, but have you given any thought to your future? My future? What you'd like to do as a profession? Do you have any thoughts of where you'd like to be in 10 or 20 years' time? I wouldn't be surprised if you covered this ground in your previous school, but I don't have any record of it if you have. I suppose the last year of high school is the time when students would need to be thinking about such things. To be honest, I really haven't lent it much thought compared to my immediate situation. Catching on to my thinking, Muto speaks up. It's okay if you haven't decided on anything specific yet. I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of your classmates were still undecided after all. Maybe pursue one of your talents? He's rather obviously trying to squeeze an answer out of me. Something about his previous wording makes me suspicious. He didn't seem to be intent on asking everybody like this, so he must have some kind of selection criteria. I guess our grades in his class. Well, something in science might be the path of least resistance. His face brightens, no doubt pleased at the thought of a prize student following his subject as a career path. Good. Having a general idea is the first step. I would advise you to think on it, though. I will. Things are kind of settling down, which will help. Good to hear. Oh, and I've noticed that Ikizawa's attendance and grades have improved since you came to be friends. I'd like to thank you for that. I'm surprised you noticed we knew each other. He gives a chuckle as awkward as he smiles. This guy really has no idea how to properly act around others. Every facial movement seems like an act of careful but misdirected choreography. You could say that having a general idea of who knows whom is part of a teacher's job. Yeah, it 100% is. Catching himself before he goes off on a tangent, he loudly coughs into his hand. I'm sure you have things to do though, so I'll stop there. Please do think about where you're headed from here, as you don't have long to go before you finish high school. I will, thanks. The brief talk ended, I take my leave. He goes back to fussing with the teaching material on his desk. This is one of the times I'm envious of Lily, almost maddeningly so. To have one's future so clear and so assured, yet working towards it from such a young age. It's an idea so utterly irreconcilable with my own thoughts, mired in the present day just as they've always been. Katawa Shoujo. Wouldn't it be funny if I keep doing this for the whole 15 hours or something that'll take me to finish this, and then I've pronounced it incorrectly every single time? It would, wouldn't it? And I haven't checked yet, but you know what? I'm sure it's not too far from it. Walking through the lobby to the cafeteria, I silently rue my daily routine having been completely thrown off. It had seemed like a normal day. I arrived in class before most due to waking early and having become quite adept at chucking down my pills without choking as I get ready for the day. But as students trickled in, one never materialized. Hanako. I step inside, my eyes scanning the expanse of the cafeteria in search of a suitable place to take a seat. It's a task made more difficult by the groups of students moving about and busily talking. Yeah. A hand pounds my back hard a couple of times, severely winding me. I couldn't care less about the culprit as I focus my thoughts on my chest in the near-automatic reaction. My hand instinctively tightens on my breast, and I start going through the steps I rehearse in my mind every other day. Breathe steadily in and out. Measure of relief, I can slowly feel my chest becoming less tense. By the time I look back up, my face is covered in sweat from the experience. No! God damn it. Hey man. Are you okay? No, hold on, let me redo it. Hey, man, are you okay? God damn it, don't do that, you idiot! He retreats back, an expression of unease written on his face. In hindsight, I probably shouldn't have barked at him, considering he had no way to know. I give a sigh and right myself with some difficulty. Sorry, I just have some chest problems. Sharp knocks aren't good. It seems strange to seem so upset. The fact that I can't do anything about it irritates me. Let's get lunch. Okay, it's good to have some company for once. We start off to the serving line. One good thing is that Kenji and I can make small talk nowadays, as opposed to my only interaction with him being anti-feminist lectures. Seems like it'd be hard to find an empty table. There's a few people I wouldn't mind sitting with. Nobody's like you, though. I feel a shiver run through my spine. Clarify that now. They don't listen. Their minds are closed. It's the media, man. The goddamn brainwashing mainstream feminist fascist media. It takes a breath, and I savor the second of silence. Damn, they control everything. Everything but you and me. I relax a little while we grab our food and drink. So, what do you got for me? Huh? Come on, you've been hanging around Sato and the other chick for ages now. Rumors are all over my class, and probably some of the others too. Eavesdropping isn't a good habit. Let me guess, you never do it? Not even when you're bored? Really? Can we get a yaoi ending? We can fix him? No, we can't. I don't think we can. I don't think we can fix it. I don't think we can fix Kenji, man. Maybe we can, I don't know. Well, fine, point taken. I want a yaoi ending, but not for Kenji. Okay, like, I was gonna say this towards, like, when I finish the game, but now that you've mentioned it, I guess I'll say it too. Obviously, like, yeah, it'd be great if there was a yaoi ending, but I understand that there isn't, right? That's fine for me. But what I would like, that I think the game could have done, is at least provide, like, one male character that's not, like, Kenji. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it's kind of different from, like, when I say this compared to, for example, like Class of 09, right? Because in... Sorry, my Kenji radar is acting again, I guess. Because in something like Class of 09, it makes sense that there is no, like, the part of the point of the game is that, like, all the men are insane, right? Or pedophiles or whatever, right? They're all terrible, horrible people. Or, like, you know, abusers, one or the other. Like, they're just all terrible. But that's the kind of the point of the game. I feel like in this game, that's not really the point. The point is, it shouldn't be like, you know, all the men are terrible people. Because, you know, you have, for example, the teacher who's like, you know, nice. The teacher's good and supportive. The nurse as well, although we don't really talk to the nurse that much. But I wish there was like a male peer who was like not Kenji insane. I don't mind Kenji being here. I like Kenji as a character. I wish there was another character though, alongside him. Maybe not like it doesn't have to be alongside, but you know, I wish there was like another like peer companion guy dude that's just like a bro. That's not like, you know, gonna give me his anti-feminist agenda, you know? But yeah, anyways. Both of us stop to have a soup ladled into a couple of small bowls and placed onto our trays. The concoction that lands into the bowl looks pretty questionable, but at least it smells reasonably good. As we take our seats at a miraculously free table, I try to think of something that would actually interest him at all. I hope I can come up with an acceptable topic. I found an answer to that question you asked a couple of weeks back. Where's Lily's non-Japanese half comes from? Where Lily's non-Japanese half comes from, that is. Good, man. It's Russia, right? Totally Russia. Scotland. He's visibly stopped in his tracks. Scotland? Yeah, that was my reaction too. She can speak English fluently and everything. Is he like a Potterhead? I was gonna say, is he a pothead? Sorry. Is he a Potterhead? I almost said that anyways. Like, if so, then he would be like, oh my god, that's where Harry Potter's written. Damn it, do you realize what this means? How terrifying this news is to me? I think he's hyperventilating. Passing out for a little while would probably make him more relaxed than he normally is. I'll humor him. I want to know what he's saying. I have no idea what it means. Enlighten me. I just lost 1,000 yen, man. 1,000 yen. Damn, this is the worst day ever. That's like, well, how much is that? That's like $10 US or something. It's quite a lot. It's quite a lot of money. It's like a whole like lunch or two, depending on where you eat. Hothead, Potterhead, same difference. Well, I was always more of a Camp Half-Blood guy myself. Anyways, you're kidding me. You made a bet about her nationality? One of the dudes in my class was bugging me about it. I gave him some of my wisdom, and he had the audacity to say my logic was wrong. So what did he think? Germany or something. It doesn't matter. What matters is my 1,000 yen. No, but if he got it wrong too, then, like, you know, neither of you win the bet, right? Is that how it works? Damn, this day is ruined thanks to her. What a bitch. He looks utterly devastated as he wolfs down several clumps of his soggy soy-soaked rice. It only takes a few mouthfuls before he pokes his chopsticks at me, stabbing the air repeatedly in revelation. Why would didn't your mother ever tell you not to speak? Sorry, that's like I don't know how to do that with like the voice. Didn't your mother ever tell you not to speak with your mouth full? He gives me a dirty look before choking down the rest of his food left in his mouth and taking a gulp of juice. It's rather unsightly. Remembering my own food sitting in front of me, I decided to get to the task of eating the cafeteria food over and done with as fast as possible. The sooner I do so, the sooner the experience will be over. So, as I was saying, why would anyone want to live in that place anyway? Fuck. I mean, what is there to see? Grassy plains, that's it. Lots and lots of grassy plains. And men in kilts. At least he didn't say men in, like, skirts. The fact that he knows kilts is very surprisingly, like, thoughtful of him, mindful of him, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure which is worse, this food or his worldview. I can feel my face being dragged down by their combined weight. Not that he'd notice or care. It's not that bad. Why do you care about her so much anyway? She's just your class representative after all. He gives a malevolent chuckle. Were this anyone but Kenji, I'd feel uneasy at how he sounds. I finally found the chink in the Feminist Legion's armor. It took a while, but I'm confident that this is going to be how we can bring down the whole system. Alright, let's hear it. I'm about to blow your mind. Are you ready? I tune out his rambling for a moment as I finish my rice and start on the unappetizing soup. One taste is enough to confirm that it's cold. He's only anti-feminist, he's not a misandrist, I guess. I mean, like, that's technically true. I think that's technically true. He does, like, I think you're kind of right. I don't think he's a like, or I don't know if you meant misogynist. I think you might have meant misogynist, but I was gonna say, like, I don't know if he's a misogynist necessarily, because I think he's just convinced that all the women are like brainwashed into the feminist agenda. And so he kind of maybe purports and sees it as like an unfortunate like war that has to happen. Like he doesn't think women themselves are necessarily terrible. He just thinks that women are being like co-opted into the feminist conspiracy. So he's maybe strictly speaking technically not a misogynist. But, you know, when you have to get to that fine line. Ready as I'll ever be. I confirm that Lily is in the mafia. What? I don't know if he's a misogynist either. That's why I said anti-feminist. Right, yeah. That's like, we can speculate. Alright, stay with me for a second here. I'll describe the scene. I wish I could do otherwise. Lily's there, walking down the street after school. You're not stalking her, are you? No, damn, man. I do have some sense of self-preservation. But not dignity or morals or social standards. Anyways, as I was saying, this car pulls up next to her, and guess who steps out? A man in a pinstripe suit. Waves her in, then the two leave just like that. I tell you, man, she's under protection. Under protection. A man in a... Oh, I can see where this is going now. It takes effort not to sigh in exasperation. Let me guess. This man was about average height, had a slightly slender build, had blonde hair, looked foreign, and smiled a lot. He looks positively stunned. I take advantage of the moment of quiet to quickly gulp a mouthful of cold soup. It seems you're more observant than I thought. Yes, I've chosen well. He giggles a little and nods to himself so dramatically that it looks comical. I can't tell whether that's intentional or not, and that fact makes me frown.
This has important ramifications, you know. If she really is connected to people like them, and we're smart about what we do with this information, we could turn this into our greatest weapon against the student council. Why does he have a thing? Why does he have a bone to pick? Why does he have a bone to pick against the student council? What's going on? Once he starts rambling into conspiracy territory, my juice suddenly becomes much more importance. Only half listening to his pontifications, my mind drifts to the matter of Lily and her antipathy for Shizune. The past between them is steadily becoming more coherent, but I'm not even sure if I should be learning of her past this way. Indeed, even if I do work out what went on, it really doesn't seem like my business to go and interfere. Damn, not having Lily around is making my thoughts wander. I'm noticeably more bored and sullen without her company, but the same goes for Hanako. All we do during lunch anymore is eat and play chess. Come to think of it, I need to go check on Hanako after school too, considering her much improved attendance. I'm guessing she's come down with something. Women in power scare him? Yeah. As do a lot of other men, but you know. Oh, and that guy. I stop as I'm about to leave the classroom, turning on the ball of my heel to meet Muto. He's holding out to me a couple of the worksheets we'd worked on during the day with his long, lanky arm. Would you mind giving these to Ikizawa? I normally ask one of the girls to do it, but I assume you'll be checking on her. For a moment, I briefly considered the possibility that being more than an innocent prediction. I quickly discard the idea, though, as it's hard to think of him acting in such a Machiavellian way. Not in his nature. Sure, no problem. Walking up to the hallway of the girls' dormitory, several ideas of why Hanako's been absent float around my head. The most obvious of them is just a simple cold. That said, she may not even be sick at all. It's been almost a week since Lily left, and despite her at least appearing to be normal, I've suspected she's somewhat more insecure about it than she's letting on. Eventually, I come to Hanako's dormitory room. It's simple brown door separating us. Her room's position next to Lily's is extremely convenient, and probably a large contributor to their meeting in the first place. Grimacing slightly at the prospect of her being sick, I wrap my knuckles on the door. Silence. I listen intently for any sound of shuffling coming from inside, but I don't hear a thing. I knock on the door again, slightly harder, which, by the way, is a very not so loud SFX. So I'm gonna adjust that a bit, maybe. Close enough, whatever. Still no answer. How strange. A door opens behind me. Freckled and somewhat scrawny underclassman I don't recognize comes out and is briefly taken off guard by my presence. Hi. Why would I keep it to myself? That just makes me look terrible. Like, if I'm in the dorm just knocking on, like, someone, like, if I'm at the girls' dormitory knocking on someone's door and someone looks at me in suspicion because I'm a dude, like, I'm not gonna be like, this is not your concern, and then just walk away. That's terrible. There's no reason why you would do this. Anyways, I'll ask about Hanako. Actually, this may be a rather fortuitous meeting. Hey, excuse me, do you know if Hanako's come out of her room today or not? She doesn't seem to be answering. Ikizawa is Ikizawa. Her not answering the door is totally normal. That tall foreign girl's the only person she'll ever talk to after all. She gives a shrug before walking off down the hallway, having much more important matters to attend to than Hanako or me. Her dismissive attitude annoys me. Hanako must have a reputation as a hermit. A reputation that doesn't seem outright undeserved, at least in the time before we'd met. Scratching my head, I make one last attempt at getting Hanako to answer as I knock on the door one final time. I should be like I should be yelling, I should be like saying something, like, hey, it's Isao, open up, you know, I should do that, right? Hi everyone, you're all awesome and fantastic. Hi Keg, haven't seen you in a while, hope you're doing good, Keg. Hanako, it's just me. Muto said to give you some stuff. For a while, the attempt seems just as unsuccessful as the last. Just before I slip under the sheets under her door, though I can hear the handle rattling. As the door opens halfway, I do my best to look Hanako over as quickly as possible. It's a task made somewhat more difficult by her oversized gown hiding so much of her body. She doesn't look sick, or at least not immediately so. To be honest, I'd have preferred that to her expression right now. Hi Hanako, Muto wanted me to give you these since you weren't in class today. I hold out the loose sheets, which she tentatively takes in her hands. The way she moves is weird, devoid of thought, as if she's some kind of mechanical automaton rather than a living being.
Are you okay? If you're feeling sick or anything, I could get the nurse. It feels almost pitiful to put on such a routine get well soon act. I can't think of anything else I could possibly do for her, though. She seems to collect herself a little at the notion, but only a little. I'm fine. Okay. You want to talk about it? Okay, I guess not. An awkward silence follows, eventually ended by her nodding solemnly in farewell and closing the door. The entire experience feels surreal. More than a little put off, I wander back into my room and hope that she'll be better by tomorrow, despite not knowing what exactly has been wrong with her. Katawa Shoujo. Once again, I find myself in front of Hanako's door after another of her unexplained absences from class. Open up, it's me. Nothing. Considering this is the second day in a row she's been like this, I'm starting to worry about her. Summoning my willpower, I tried one last way to get her to respond. Hanako, if you don't say anything, I'll go get the nurse for you. Go away. Damn. It's hard to tell whether her tone's one of depression, anger, or both. What in the world can I actually do to help her if she doesn't even want help? The message is clear enough. I can't just leave her like this though, just sitting in her room for days on end. Rubbing my temples in thought, I withdraw to my own room to think about how to proceed. Rationality is what's needed here, as an overreaction may just make matters worse. I dig around drawer after drawer of my desk, looking for where I put that damned piece of paper. Before she left, Lily told me the number to call her on while in Scotland, and I wrote it down. Now that I need it though, the damn thing is here. I probably should have just entered it directly into my cell phone, come to think of it. Without further ado, I enter the numbers and anxiously press the call button. The fact the phone rings at all shows that I got the prefix for his call to Scotland right, at least. I've never made an international call before, so that's some comfort. Eventually the phone picks up, a feminine voice I don't recognize on the other end. It's probably Lily's mother. English? Suddenly finding myself unprepared, I realize I can't understand a word she says, either due to my limited vocabulary or her heavy accent. I should have anticipated this, since according to Lily, her mother is a native Scot. Oh wow, yeah, you're not going past that Scottish accent. Yes. I soldier on in the hope that she must know some Japanese, considering it's her daughter's native language. It's Hisao Nakai speaking. An enthusiastic sound of realization can be heard as she recognizes the language. My feeling of relief is immense. Ah, you must be one of Lily's friends from school, correct? Even so, her accent means I have to concentrate to work out what she's saying. He pulled a Transformers sound. Me when... no, like... was it how English sounds to foreigners? Have you seen that video? It's a really interesting video. Let me pull that up actually. But then like I tried to replicate it in my head, and then I just ended up making the Optimus Prime sound. What English sounds to foreigners? Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
Scardolandy?
Lord to learn. Edie sure.
Yondo Grow, everything's made to be broken.
Broadway's dark tonight, India booking.
I won't tell no one your name. A tired song keeps playing on a tired radio.
You can't fight the tears that ain't coming?
All I can taste is this moment.
1,000 other boys could never reach you. Everything feels like the movies.
Why don't you slide?
You choked on all your anger, forget your only son!
Why don't you slide? Oh, the priest is on the phone. Your father hit the wall.
The priest is on the phone. Your father hit the wall. Real. That's what I had in my mind, but what came out was the Transformers sound. Sorry. Anyways, yes, that's right. Pleased to speak to you, Mrs. Sato. It's so nice of her to find someone so polite. Lily, dear, it's for you. Her mother seems nice, if a little over-enthusiastic given the mundane situation. There's a small silence as Lily takes her time to getting to the phone. In the distance, I can just make out her mother scolding her playfully for just getting up. Hello, Lily speaking. You sound awful. She makes a sound somewhere between a dying animal and a yawn. The one thing I did remember to check before calling was the time zone. It'd be pretty late in the morning over there, so she really has no excuse. Not feeling well? Just tired. What time is it there? Late afternoon. School finished for the day not long ago. You're really not a morning person, are you? I don't need you making fun of it as well. It takes me a measure of restraint not to laugh at her pained groan. Poor girl. Dude, she's so real for this though. Anyways, how are you doing over there then, bar the mornings? It's been enjoyable. After not meeting them for so long, just having a meal together with my parents is nice. Though the pool and the sheer size of the house might have something to do with that as well. Even if they're not in Japan, from the way it sounds, her family must be pretty wealthy to live so luxuriously. Are things alright with you and Hanako? Damn, I was hoping that wouldn't be brought up quite so quickly. I take a moment to try and sort out exactly how to describe the situation without causing her undue worry, but she picks up on that without a word being said. Hanako's not well, is she? How did you know? Because today is her birthday. I'd hoped she might have gone at least a little better after coming to know you, but... How's she right now? She missed school yesterday and seemed out of sorts when I checked up on her. Today she missed school again and just told me to go away. Why don't you bring the phone to her right now? Go bring the phone, rock over. I know it's like a cross-country call, so I don't know how expensive that is. Maybe just shut it off and then call her again later. But like, just do that. Damn, whatever. I've really got no idea what to make of it. Has this happened in the past? Is it related to her scarring in some way? Unfortunately so. Roughly the same thing happened last year when her birthday came up. As far as I can tell, it's because her parents died in the accident that caused her scarring. Hanako blames herself for their deaths. What she says does seem to make sense. If she's blaming herself on her birthday, she may well be ruining that she was ever born. The fact that Lily seems so in the dark about it though, almost to the extent that I am, is a surprise. So that's why she lives in the student dormitories as well. Has she told you any more about the accident? As close as we've come, she's very barely told me anything about what happened. What I know about it is largely conjecture. She sounds depressed, almost defeated. Considering the trauma Hanako must have gone through, I really can't fault Lily for not knowing. Nevertheless, she still seems to consider it a personal failing. Don't blame yourself, Lily, with everything she's gone through. I know. Thank you, Hisao. I'm sorry I can't be of more help to you. It's fine, I'll just give it some more thought. Thanks, and have a good time in Scotland. It's nothing. Thank you for taking care of Hanako. Okay, bye. Goodbye. With that, the line goes silent. Amid the seemingly only increased number of questions I can't answer, the most immediate is what Lily was going to say. Oh no. I'm an idiot. She must have thought I was calling to talk with her, but I only asked for help with Hanako. Even more shameful than that thought is the fact that such an appraisal will be largely correct. Ah, no. Well, first things first. For now, I need to at least sort out Hanako and make sure that she's actually eating okay. The occasional passing students give badly hidden glances at the plate of food I carry to the female dormitories. It's okay, you can fix this. It's okay. Here's how you fix this, Hisao. Here's how you fix this. You go and, help out with Hanako or something. And then the next day, you call her again to give her an update, and then you catch up on her, and then you ask her how she's doing. That's how you save this. It's easy. It's easy. And be like, oh, I meant to ask yesterday, but I was just like super worried and with Hanako and everything. You know what I mean? And then Lily will get it because she's Lily, and then it'll all work out. It's hardly a meal to be proud of, only being an instant microwave meal from the convenience store, but it should at least fill her up. Eventually, I arrive outside of her room after having to ward off a couple of girls who jokingly tried to pilfer the food I'd taken so long to procure. I decide to forego knocking since it was proven to be an utterly useless measure and it's somewhat difficult to do with my hands full. That's a bad idea. That's a terrible, terrible, terrible idea. Hisao, always knock. Even if you're like, fuck it, I'm just gonna come in anyways. Knock beforehand anyways. Hanako, it's Hisao. I know you're listening. I got some food for you. Silence as I expected. Oh, okay, he wasn't just gonna barge in. Okay, I thought for a second, I was like, that's terrible. No, the door's probably locked anyways, now that I'm thinking about it. I'll leave it beside your door. Please eat it at least, okay? There, I've said my piece, now it's up to her. Putting the plate down, I walk back to my own room to eat my dinner. By the time I return to Hanako's dormitory, a good hour has passed. Thankfully, there isn't anything to be seen beside her door. I walk back at least somewhat happier that she's eating. If she intends to get through this by herself, then being able to help, even if it's just in such a small way, is at least something. Katawa Shoujo. I sit reading in the library after school, turning page after page, barely registering the words written on each out of written on each out of sheer boredom. With my cheek resting in my hand, I can't help noticing the slightly rough feeling against my palm. Won't be long before I'll need to get a razor. Giving up on reading, I simply let my head drop onto the book in front of me. Things have quieted down considerably since Hanako began attending school again. When she first returned to class, nothing was said nor done that wasn't part of the usual routine, and it's been the same way since. Neither of us desired to bring up her accident, so there simply wasn't any point in pursuing it. Thus a few days went by, the daily grind continuing just as it had before. It's only natural that my mind would wander to other places, and more importantly, other people. The lily-shaped hole in the daily life of Hanako and me has been pretty noticeable for a while now. I'd be pleased to say that this has allowed me time to refine just what my thoughts on her exactly are, but alas, I've had no such luck. It doesn't help that many attempts to do so have led to the troublesome topic of Iwanako. Every time my thoughts drift into that direction, I reflexively try to think about something else. Why did this have to happen now? I turn and look up to the source of the tentative voice coming from behind me. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. That's not it. I glance around the orange-tinted room, quickly realizing how silly my apology must have sounded. In the time I've spent thinking and lazing about it here, everyone's well and truly left. Library closing? If you don't want to go, I could keep it open a bit longer. It's no trouble at all. Don't worry, I should get going anyway. Thanks. As I get up and begin to move off, I feel Yuko's eyes drilling into my back. Is there something wrong? You look depressed? You okay? Yuko nervously twists her fingers as she says this, unsure whether she's overstepping her boundaries or not. Really can't tell if she's more worried about my mood or about bothering me. Normally I'd just shrug it off and assure her that I'm fine, but my reflective mood gets the better of me. Despite being staff, she really doesn't feel as much like an authority figure as the others. Library looks so cozy. It does. Doesn't it make you really want to also go to a library and pick up a book and start reading? It's great. You know, maybe something from the philosophy section. It's just, I guess the best term for it would be relationship problems. Oh, I'm not too good with that kind of thing. My only relationship ended a bit abruptly. But if you want to talk about it, I mean, I could listen. Think. Now I feel kind of bad for bringing it up. She's not that old though, so at least she has a good chance of finding another partner. It isn't like we're in a bad situation right now. We have spent many days together as friends, sometimes going out to do stuff, that kind of thing. But I'm starting to want to do more for her. Learn more about her and be with her more. I'm not sure whether it's actually love or not, though, and our friendship as it stands is enjoyable. You shouldn't let that stop you. Oh, sorry. How do I say this? I think that it's nice that you have a good friendship, but school is going to eventually end. Do you think you'll be fine with not knowing if it could have gone further after you've graduated? I guess that's the crux of the problem. I really have no idea what the answer to that question is. Well, I can't really help there. What your true feelings are is something you have to decide for yourself. But I think that if you do love her, you should definitely say something. After thinking about it really hard, I decided that even though my relationship didn't work out, it's still better that way than never knowing if it might have or not. I never expected Yuko to sound so wise. It only makes sense that with more life experience than I, she'd have a better idea about this. While I suppose not very much was actually answered, talking to her has helped get it off my chest, and I have no doubt that I should confess if I really do like Lily. I give a slightly frustrated sigh. If only reading so much actually helped when it comes to situations like this. It does for like specific things, okay? But it depends on what you're reading. She gives a girlish giggle, which only reinforces my view of her as being different from the usual staff here. In the end, it all comes down to what will happen after school finishes once again. Considering what happened before I came to Yamaku, it feels like being asked to keep up with a field of runners despite having started from a dozen yards behind them. It's just one more motive to move on from the past. The last thing I need right now is to get caught up in that and getting homesick while I'm at it. Once again, I find myself calling Lily. My phone bill is going to be horrific considering this is international. Shit, yeah. But it's worth it. I don't only want to smooth over her feelings from the last time I called, I genuinely want to talk to her again. When the phone finally picks up, I easily recognize the voice on the other end.
Why don't you slide?
Hey,
And you're the closest to heaven I'll ever be.
Oh, I'd give up forever to touch you. Little pieces of nothing that fall.
I don't want the world to see me. Why don't you slide? I saw the world spin beneath you and scatter like ice from the spoon.
This is not like the video though that I was thinking of.
Baby's black balloon makes her fly.
Why don't you slide?
You bleed just to know you're alive.
That's true, I do too. Is it this video? I think it's this one. Let me see.
Coordination.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I think it's this one.
Found a porn just around for mom's predation sex speak. You porn along for that?
Shit, I have a car. What way?
Laura's Day, you porn along for that?
Yeah, sure. So I can sew that long plait you want for the Rat Chat shoes and all, and yeah, Chad's a long way for the rainbow seasonal and all that kind of art.
Hello, Mrs. Sato. May I speak? Damn, I've forgotten how the rest is supposed to go. It's not encouraging to forget such a small amount of words, even if I didn't spend that long trying to memorize them. May I speak with Lily, please? Hello again, Hisao. Are you teaching yourself English? Just a little. I don't think I'm too good at languages in general. Oh, don't say that. Your pronunciation was good. I'll get Lily for you. Just wait a moment. I obediently wait as she goes off in search of Lily, the other end going silent. Eventually, a much more awake-sounding Lily than last time answers, the time over there being past noon by now. Hisao, are you there? Yep, I'm here. Hi. Good afternoon. Sorry for taking so long. I was outside in the garden. Gardening? Unfortunately, I found I'm no good at it, so I just smell the flowers. I think my fingers appreciate it more. I take it Hanako's recovered a bit? Yeah, I just made sure she was eating, and eventually she righted herself. Thanks for the help the other day. I don't think it was really that much help. The main thing is that she's better, though. True. How's life over there, then? It sounds like you've been living in nothing short of a mansion. I wouldn't call it a mansion, but it is rather large is obviously what she wants to say. The modesty stops her. I'm a little envious, but it is her holiday. It's a nice house to stay in, though. There's a beach near here, too, which Akira is especially fond of. She's a swimmer? She's constantly dragging me there to have swimming competitions, which she wins every time. Lily doesn't strike me as very athletic at all, so not being adept at swimming seems logical enough. The fastest I've ever seen her move is her understandably relaxed pace during her walks to and from the suburbs down the hill from the school. It makes the image of her swimming hard to imagine. The beaches there must look nice. They'd be less crowded than the ones around here, at least. Indeed, Akira says this area around here looks beautiful because it's so far outside the city. I only realized what I've said after I said it, but it doesn't bother her at all. It's still easy to forget that she can't see when she's not around, despite the time we've been friends. That said, the local accent sometimes makes communication a bit hard. It's a constant reminder that this isn't home. While the fact that she doesn't consider her parents' residence to be her home makes good sense, it makes me realize that I can't really answer whether the same goes for me. Graduation from Yamaku is distant enough to be difficult to view objectively, and I've spent so much time in this small room. I've come to accept my dormitory as my new home surprisingly quickly. I guess that could be hard to deal with. Is your knowledge of English holding up? Thankfully, I may be fluent, but being in a position where I have to use it often helps in curbing my Japanese accent. So it's been useful practice. I hear you're trying to teach yourself English. More like memorizing a few lines and failing at even much that. I'm really not cut out for learning another language. Admission of defeat draws an amused giggle. I believe that there are things one chooses to do in life and also things that are chosen for one to do in life. You can take comfort in the fact that you're better than me in science and math, at least. All that's helped in is making me Muto's star student. I wouldn't worry about it. They're useful skills for many jobs, right? That's what he tells me. His face veritably lit up when I said I'd probably go into a career involving either. We both share a warm laugh at the events that have befallen each other on opposite ends of the world. It's nice and reminds me of our simple small talk that I've been missing since you left. It's been like 4 days, right? It's not been that long, come on. As each of us waits for the other to begin speaking, I decide to push ahead with my feelings. I can feel my throat tightening slightly. I miss you. The silence on the other end of the phone tells me she's given the words their due weight. But as it goes on, I can't help feeling more and more apprehensive. Thankfully, the silence ends almost as quickly as it had begun. I miss you too, Hisao. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lily. Once again, the phone is hung up, simply and without any further ado. That light, tentative, almost shy voice, her warm and soft tone. I'd simply be lying to myself if I were to say that I didn't recognize this feeling for what it is. The thoughts of Lily dancing on my mind, I start anticipating her return. Today has been a most excellent day. Katawa Shoujo. I sit listening to another of Muto's long-winded lectures, my mind wandering far from the scribbles on the dirty blackboard. Since I called Lily, my mind's been drawn in two directions. Both roughly led to the same conclusion. I've started to feel oddly detached from my past life. It's only been a month and a half since I arrived here, yet this school's become a second home. I've gained new friends and contacts, managed to get to grips with the school's lifestyle and culture, and become accustomed to the quirks of my classmates. I've become used to a school where disabilities are the norm, rather than the rare exception. Still catches me off guard sometimes when I think on it. The same school that's populated by burn victims, amputees and the blind, and the deaf, and all manner of disabilities in between. If someone had described this school to me before I'd come, I'd have shrugged it off as an overactive imagination. Even when I first arrived, I felt like the Dutch, coming to the strange new land for the first time. It's amazing how quickly one becomes used to the environment they're forced to live in, really. And now I've even found someone that's got me entirely smitten. What a strange life. Before my mind can wander any further, though, I find a page of lined paper slipped under my distracted face. The garish, bright pink ink has no doubt been penned by Misha. Don't look so bored, Hee-chan. School's nearly over. 3-day holiday. Alright, we get Saturday and Monday off. Can't complain about having less school, I suppose. I uncap my pen and scribble on the page before covertly passing it back to her, flicking my eyes to the front of the class every now and then. Muto continues scrawling away at arcane equations and formulas on the board. I'm guessing you have something planned? Misha takes the paper back and hunches over it comically. Even for her, with her tongue poking through the side of her mouth, does she misinterpret my expression as depressed, and is she trying to cheer me up? Student council work with Shichan, of course. You're not still brooding over that, surely. But Hee-chan could have helped us, poor lonely girls. But Hee-chan could have helped us, poor lonely girls. Alright. I'd lend you a hand for today if I weren't going to be busy. Oh, naughty, naughty Hee-chan. I'm just gonna meet Lily with Hanako. I don't know what you've got going through your head. So Lily's back? Yeah, she's coming on the evening flight with her sister, so she'll be back in school next week. As she takes the note back and begins to write, I look up to see an unwelcome sight. While I frantically try to silently catch Misha's attention, Muto confidently strides through the gap between the desks from the front of the class, his intent gaze focused directly on her. Misha, the type that say Christmas just 1 week away. Can you believe it, guys? Yeah, true. She suddenly stops writing as his tall figure casts an impossibly long shadow over the page. He silently takes the piece of paper from her and begins to read. Sweating bullets, I quickly glance around the class, noting their complete silence. Of course, it would have just been the one thing that actually gets their attention during the lesson. After a scant few seconds examining the page, he rolls the paper up into a small tube and lightly bops Misha over the head with it. Half an hour until you can hop off to the student council. I think you can hold on until then. No, I gotta do it in like the board act. Hold on. Half an hour until you can hop off to the student council. I think you can hold off until then. I think you can hold on until then. Misha's face cracks as the entire class erupts into laughter. It might well be awkward, but he knows how to handle her excellently. I'd probably feel sorry for her if I weren't as busy stifling my own laughter. Isao, is that one it? No, I think that's some foreign airline. Until the third aircraft they're not on comes into land. For the past half hour, we've been whiling away time with small snippets of pointless chatter. Lily and Akira's flight has been delayed, and at this rate, it'll probably be dark before their plane arrives. Is it that one it? No, the company colors are wrong. Hanako's eyes flutter left and right, following the trickle of people in and out of the huge glass doors ahead of us. Fortunately, nobody pays her much heed, their attention apparently directed towards greater things. Maybe that one is it. No, I think that's... Hold on a minute, I think that one might be it after all. It takes still some more time before the billboard changes their flight status to disembarking. A loud yawn sneaks up on me, not allowing enough time to stifle it. My sleep patterns have once again been all over the place, likely due to a mix of worrying about Hanako and the side effects of my medication. Isao, over here. I look at Hanako, then follow her gaze to the airport door. Hmm? Oh, Lily, they're here. Really? We all call out to each other in greeting, quickly shuffling over to the side to avoid blocking the passage of others. Lily! Hanako jumps forward to hug Lily, a wide smile on her face being all that's needed to see her happiness at Lily's return. Lily simply smiles in return, her voice soft. It's wonderful to meet you again, Hanako. As the two give each other a hug, a well-deserved after all that's happened while she was gone, I turned to Akira. Yo. Pretty late. Yeah, there was a really bad storm over the airport. We got drenched just going from the car to the door. I mean, it is Scotland, after all. No, okay, so something I didn't realize, I guess I'll just say right now, because it just occurred to me when I'm looking at this screen right here, right? I did not know who I was getting when I began playing the game, like whose route I'd be on. I actually just Googled like Katawa Shoujo, and I just found one of the nicer looking like wallpapers, and then I just used that as a thumbnail. And that thumbnail is like Lily and Hanako here. And like, I guess that manifested itself into the route I was playing, but I had no idea. Obviously for this stream I know now, because you know, after the part 1 the game tells you, but yeah. I guess you'll appreciate the weather here more then. Welcome back to you too, Lily. Hanako breaks off from Lily as I speak. For a long time, neither of us says a word. Contrary to what I thought her homecoming would be like, the atmosphere feels awkward, almost stifling. Both of us try to guess each other's feelings, not quite sure about what should be said. Damn, this is exactly what I feared when I thought of trying to move things forward between us. Lily runs her hand through her fair hair and awkwardly twirls one of her bangs in her fingers, clearly trying to think of how best to react. Eventually, thankfully, Lily gives a small sigh and breaks the silence. Thank you, Isao. It's nice to be back. You okay? You look tired. Evidently not recollecting herself at all that well, she quickly waves her hand in front of her face to stave off any concern Hanako may have. I'm okay, really. It's just a bit of jet lag. Weak. You don't have any? She simply gives a big grin, puffing out her modest chest. I feel absolutely fine. It's not fair. Well. You shouldn't take too long to get rid of it. Ah, that's right. Hisao. Yeah? Don't we have a holiday from school soon? I'd have forgotten if Misha hadn't reminded me this morning. We've got a 3-day weekend starting from tomorrow. Kira playfully bumps her elbow lightly into Lily's side, grinning. Oh, told ya you wouldn't miss it. You have something planned? If neither you nor Hanako are busy, I've got no plans, so something to do would be appreciated. Hanako? No, nothing. That's good. I was thinking we could go to my family's summer house for a bit of quiet over the break. We've rarely used it recently though, so we'd have to dust things off a little while we're there. Oh, where is it? Up north in Hokkaido. The place is practically deserted, so it should be a nice quiet break for you guys. You're not coming? Nah, I got a little holiday of my own set up with my boyfriend. I lowered my eyes at her, suspicious of her intentions. Sounds like you were just cleaning up the summer house for you. That's perhaps a valid conclusion. Both of us zero in on Akira, her face somewhat evasive. Looks like we were right. That's just a convenient bonus, really. Me and the guy left it in pretty good condition last we were there, I promise. Now then, I'm out of here. Already, Akira? She quickly turns and walks away, her hand held high. See you in a few days, guys. Lily and I can only sigh at her hasty retreat. It does sound like it would be a nice place to go. Lily gives an enthusiastic nod, taking her carry bag in one hand and placing her other on Hanako's shoulder for guidance as we begin to make our way to the taxi area. After the fracas of the past few days, spending a weekend in the country alone with her and Hanako sounds like a dream. The more I think about it, the more sure I am. This will be the right time and place to confess my feelings to her. Oh man, uh-oh. Alright. Katawa Shoujo. The morning chill wraps itself around my shivering body. I huff into my cupped hands to desperately try and stave off the cold as we mill about on the station platform. Lily's clothing looks rather ill-suited for the temperature around us. I can only hope that it's indicative of what she expects the weather to be like at our destination. Damn it, Lily, why do we have to get here so early? Unfortunately, the train schedule is against us. The next train to Hokkaido is at 2 in the afternoon. Oh, damn. We ended up with Lily? Yeah, so we knew right away though. Or rather, like, so the first stream I did, we finished Act 1. And then the game confirmed, and like the game told us essentially that's like, boom, you're on the Lily route now. So we are like on track for the Lily route. But the way the game goes, you can fuck it up. As in, like, there's like a good ending, a neutral ending, and a bad ending for each character, I think. So we're on the Lily route for sure, but we might still get like a neutral or bad ending if we don't, you know, play well, I guess, or something. But yeah, we are kind of locked in. Great, just great. I pause a moment to wipe some sleep out of my eyes, and Lily promptly takes advantage of the opening. Cheer up, Isa. Once we get there, it'll be much warmer. Why not just take the bullet train? A normal train is going to take hours to get us there, so we may as well just take the Shinkansen line as far north as it goes and just switch at the end. There's a certain charm to older trains, wouldn't you agree? Yes, I would. Lily's once again spitting facts. She's never wrong. It's crazy. I'd agree if I weren't freezing in the morning cold because we decided to take one. I'm sorry, Hisao. Sorry for what? I was the one who suggested taking a normal train. Way to make me feel guilty. All I can do is sigh and cover my face with my hand. It's fine, I'm just grumbling. My Hanako, you needn't shoulder all the blame yourself. Even without your suggestion, I'd still have opted for the same thing. Thankful for the quick interception from Lily, I take a quick gander around the station. Aside from us, the train platform's all but deserted, the morning dew setting on the empty benches. I guess no one else was masochistic enough to brave the very early morning. Though if someone was, they more than noticed the huge bags both Lily and Hanako brought with them. Just what did you have to pack into those things anyway? The bags? She pauses a moment and tilts her head in thought. A change of clothing, raincoat, underwear, sleepwear, a number of books. I think that's most of it. You make it sound as if I'm unprepared. You brought less? Underwear and a pack of cards, that's it. And my pills, but never mind that. No pajamas? Yeah, no change of clothes? Come on, man. Damn, I knew I forgot something. As I ruffle my hair in frustration, Lily sighs. There should be clothes you could use there. Akira still occasionally goes there after all, and I think some of our parents' clothing is still in storage. I don't think there'll be any problem with you borrowing a set of pajamas if need be. Thanks. Still, I don't mind just sleeping in my normal clothing. For 2 days? Good point. Not really, though. Though 2 days would be borderline, it's more that looking even a little like a slob will be unacceptable on the presence of two girls. Such a guy thing. It's 1000%. It's a very guy thing. I get it, but like, for me it's underwear and like you gotta pack like t-shirts. That's it. You know you don't have to pack that much, but at least pack like for how many days you're going, that many t-shirts. You wear the t-shirts also are pajamas, and they are also for when you go out. Like, you know, they just work, right? And then you just wear like the same pair of pants. And then like maybe you bring like one pair of shorts to wear indoors. Anyways, as we leisurely talk on the station platform, an announcement sounds from this loudspeaker, loudly heralding our ride's arrival. Looking past Lily and Hanako, though, the train's still well out of sight. A quick check on my watch is enough to see that it's the one we'll be taking. No more PJs, either just t-shirts. Exactly, it's just optimal. It's just the best way to do things. It's just as comfortable, and the best part is if you need to go out, you don't have to change into anything. You're just wearing the t-shirt. It's just good. The 5:30 train was ours, right? Correct. Either of you want me to take your bags? Mine's not exactly heavy. My, that's very gentlemanly of you, Sal. Don't accept too reluctantly now. As I bend down to pick up Lily's large bag, I look up to see Hanako picking up hers. You fine with that? A silent nod's the only answer. I'm starting to get the feeling that by the trip's end, I'll be able to count every sentence she said on one hand. With the morning landscape passing by the window and the occasional rattle of the train bumping the carriage around, I try to focus my attention on the aging playing cards held in my hands. I'll raise you 5. She scrunches her face up and leans over to Lily conspiratorially, sorry, the two exchanging a few whispered words. Considering how often this has happened so far, I'm coming to doubt Hanako's grasp of how to play poker. It doesn't seem to disturb Lily's reading though, her hands flitting over each page with only occasional corrections to account for the train's bumping and rocking. My collection of chess pieces that we're using as chips is steadily growing anyway, so it doesn't really bother me. Looking around us, our carriage is almost as empty as the station platform we'd waited for the train itself on. Only a handful of people can be seen, looking mostly like tourists and couples on holiday. While the two continue their less than clandestine strategizing, a small boy looks over the seat and stares at me. Hoping he doesn't begin to stare at Hanako, I simply give him a wave and a smile. Thankfully, he retreats back to his seat after finding me far too boring to waste his attention on. I'll see you and raise you another 5. Damn. You got me. I fold. I've been bluffing and she's caught me. Hanging my head, I push over a large portion of my winnings. Hanako looks absolutely delighted, and even if Lily keeps her attention focused on her reading material, I can see the smirk on her face. They're both extremely pleased. For a moment I try to work out what Lily's reading, but the cover is too faded to read beyond the fact that Roman letters are on it. A pity I can't read the braille above the printed title. What are you reading, Lily? The title looks like it's in English. That's right, it's And Then There Were None. An old British story. I can read it to you if you'd like. You know, I've never read And Then There Were None, huh? Maybe I could do a stream where I read that. We'll see. She extends the offer with a grin, obviously in jest. I think I'll pass, thanks. After a seemingly endless trip, we finally reach the promised land of the Sato summer house. Even after the train trip, the walk up seemed to take forever. Despite my grumblings though, I'd have never guessed the sight would be in store for us. That would be in store for us once we traveled that long deserted road. It looks like a farmhouse than the everyday house I'd imagined, small in size and surrounded by trees and bushes. An empty expanse of wheat fields and farming land could be seen. As we walk up, the fencing only consisting of rickety old wooden planks. It really drives home how far we are from the major cities and is a sight that feels antithetical to the environment I grew up in. The only thing that doesn't surprise me is the Western styling. Wow, it's amazing out here. It's wonderful. That's nice to hear. Although Kira may have said that she's kept the house in reasonable condition, I was worried that we might have different standards of reasonable. Looks like there isn't another soul for miles. I thought Akira would be the type to keep to the city. Lily furrows her brow in thought, seemingly recalling almost forgotten knowledge. It's Jover, you're gonna start drinking French vanilla tea and read And Then There Were None because the anime girl told you. It's not because the anime girl told me, it's that the anime girl has mentioned it in the story dialogue and that has piqued my interest because in like by mere exposure of it, okay? Like just by exposure, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, maybe I should do that. Alright, whatever. Akira and I stayed in our parents' house, which was in the nearest city, for a while. But after they left, we decided to move into a smaller, more easily maintainable house. To find a place like this in Japan nowadays, it's kind of anachronistic. Well, this town does have quite a bit of history. I looked down the street one last time before getting back to the task at hand. Shall we go in then? I'm parched. You know what you should do? Save. That's probably a good idea. I want to do that now. Should I create a new save state or save over this one? I'll just save over this one. This is like my one playthrough. Okay. Lily gives an enthusiastic nod, the three of us lugging our bags into the house. As soon as we set foot inside, Hanako and I start looking around, taking in every detail of where we'll be staying for the next few days. All the artifacts of another's life stopped mid-motion are around the house, such as the television guide lying beside the counter it was on, and the pans in the adjoining kitchen still sitting on the stove. It's a strange feeling, really, as if we were stepping into Akira's life for a brief moment, before leaving in a couple of days just as we'd come. Of course, the more mundane reality is that she just hasn't cleaned up after herself that well. Where should we put our bags? I'll show Hanako our bedroom. You can put yours here if you'd like. You mean I don't have the same bedroom as you two? Not now, Hisao, not now! Hanako flowers into a full blush as Lily takes her cheek in her hand. Oh my, how bold. That's what I'm saying! Hold on, if I have to leave my bags here, where will I be sleeping? On the couch! On the couch! All seeing as we lack a guest bedroom. The convertible futon, huh? Sorry, Zao. I sigh, lamenting my place in the bottom rung of sleeping location priorities. Yes, that's the rule! You abide by the rules. I guess there's no other choice. Lily leaves to show Hanako to their bedroom, so I take a small tour of my surroundings after I drop my bag on the floor. The kitchen, just like the living room, is fairly modest, the rustic nature of the wooden furnishings driving home just how far we are from civilization. That rustic? What? It's not that old. Fuck. Anyways, returning to the living room, I decided to try out the television until they get back. With a touch of the remote, it immediately flickers to life, apparently set to a news channel. Almost flopping down from exhaustion rather than sitting, I lay back and watch. And watch. And watch. Isao. Uh-oh. Kiwaki. I quickly blink to wake myself up. Lily and Hanako having returned minus their bags. That's what I have. Yeah, like that's not old. That's not old rustic like kitchenware. Like that looks reasonably modern and flourished. Whatever. From the Hokkaido night sky visible outside the windows, it looks like I drifted off to sleep. Looking to the wall-mounted clock, it's already 10. You found the television then? Yeah, it really does feel nice and homey here. Glad you like it. We were already out like a light when we came back after unpacking our things, so we didn't have the heart to wake you sooner. Judging from a giggle, it must sound funny when I sleep. I swiftly decided not to inquire. Not the futon with implies. Yeah, that's what I mean, yeah. There's some dinner waiting for you in the kitchen. Hanako gives a deep yawn, only just remembering to cover her mouth at the last second. My, are you tired? I didn't get much sleep last night. I'm pretty tired too. I was a long walk up here and it's getting late. If that's the case, I suppose we should just retire for the night. Good night, Hisao. Night. Night. With that, they quietly turn and walk back to their bedroom. Rubbing my eyes, I sigh. I wonder if I'll be able to get back to sleep after being woken up. I suppose I'll eat something and then watch some more TV quietly before going to bed. Katawa Shoujo. Is he still sleeping? Think so. I'm not. I am, however, incredibly tired. It's getting late in the morning. I know that. I likely stayed up to watch television. I could hear it from our bedroom. Only because I couldn't get to sleep. We wake him? Don't do that, Hanako, please. No, we should leave him. I doubt he'd want to be woken early if he didn't get much sleep during the night. Thank you, Lily. Besides, he sounds so peaceful. It'd be a shame to wake him when he's like this. The straight face is out. It's nice she cares so much, though. Hanako, could you go to the fridge and fish out what's needed to make lunch? Alright, just the vegetables and rice. That should be enough. We only need something simple, so we can eat in town later. Hanako's footsteps on the carpeted floor can be heard, moving away from the living room. As they do, I feel Lily's hand gently rest on my chest. It takes a titanic effort not to react, but something about her makes me think she knows I'm awake. A long silence passes. The only thought in my mind is of that gentle, outstretched hand laying upon my chest. After an indiscernible amount of time, Lily withdraws her hand. Good morning, Hisao. Conceding defeat all too easily, I prop myself up and rub my eyes. How'd you know? Your breathing was off. Fuck. While that makes sense, she couldn't have needed that long to work it out. Knowing her hearing, she likely knew before laying her hand on me. If you want to sleep more, you should really go to bed earlier. I heard the television going long into the night. Sorry about that. My medications have been interfering with my sleep for a while now. Even if I'm tired, I have trouble actually sleeping. I'm sorry for bringing it up, Isao. I sigh. This is exactly the kind of thing I wish others wouldn't do. Dress it or wave her off. No, we're not waving anyone off. We're talking our feelings and we're making ourselves heard. Come on, you worry about me more than I do at times. It just means I have to sleep a bit longer, that's all. Still, I say that I look absolutely fine, but I guess that wouldn't have a lot of meaning for you. He gives a sigh of consternation before trailing off with an amused chuckle, giving up the point. If you say so, please do take care of yourself, Isao. Go on, Hanako could use some help. She moves to protest, but reluctantly acquiesces and disappears into the kitchen, her hand running along the smooth white walls as she slowly walks. For a while I sit and watch television in an attempt to wake myself a little more, but it's futile. I don't have anything better to do, so I follow Lily's lead. As I round the corner, I see Hanako and Lily, backs turned, quietly cutting food on the granite-colored counter. Not on the floor. They're not cutting food on the floor. Quietly cutting food on the granite-colored counter. I'm temporarily engrossed as I watch Lily guiding the knife down carefully with a finger on the cabbage she's cutting, each slice delivered slowly but with precision. She seems a little slow, but considering that she can't see what she's doing, it's a small wonder she can cook it all, let alone for both her and Hanako. Hi Hanako, Lily, want any help? Is that Hisao? Ah! Oh, morning Hisao. Lily jerks back in surprise before turning around, her yelp immediately drawing Hanako and me to her side. What's... ah. A small trickle of scarlet falls downward from her pale fingertip, the knife having cut just deep enough to draw blood. The television sound masking my footsteps, she must not have noticed me coming. To compensate for having to use touch to guide everything she does during cooking, she must need to pay extra attention. Lily! Don't worry Hanako, it's just a small wound. You should still get a band-aid on it, at least until it stops bleeding. First aid stuff would be in the bathroom, right? I think so. You be okay there? Here, Hanako? I frown at how little heed she's paying to herself as Hanako gives a quick, almost automatic nod. It's fine, I can keep making lunch. An awkward silence reigns as I set the bottle of antiseptic and box of band-aids on the side of the sink. Lily's finger held out for me to treat. The lid of the bottle comes off with a minimum of resistance. The small ball of cotton I soak in the liquid stains a pale green. Okay, hold still. This will probably hurt a bit. She gives a small nod as I take hold of her hand to steady it. With all the tenderness I can muster, I gently bring the dampened wad to the small red line. Ah! What? I've barely touched it. Sorry. I give a sigh both at her reaction and to settle my own nerves. Her pain tolerance is startlingly low. I would tell you to man up, but I can't really do that. Come on, Hisao, come on. The times were different though. I mean, I get it, but come on. As she gives a small giggle, I take advantage of her momentary distraction and gently press the cotton against her finger a few times. Thankfully, it's enough to do the job. We both settle somewhat as I bring the band-aid over the tip of her finger, covering the wound while making sure not to get it stuck to her fingernail. There, finished. You can move now. Taking her hand from mine, she gently clasps it in the other. Thank you. No problem, it's the least I can do after causing you to hurt yourself, after all. She lowers her head slightly at the apology, absent-mindedly rubbing her hand in what seems to be embarrassment. I really don't mind. Her answer doesn't seem to make much sense given that what happened is pretty clearly my fault. I can't help grimacing at her, despite the fact that her dainty smile still holds. She must not like being reminded of the limitations her lack of sight imposes on her. Something I can't possibly fault her for, fallen prey to the same kind of feelings before, despite my condition not being nearly as ubiquitous in my life. Neither of us are any the happier. We head back to the various smells of cooking food coming from the kitchen. I lay out the plates of food, steam slowly rising from the well-cooked rice and curry dishes, while Hanako lays out the cutlery. Knife one side, fork on the other, Western. How perfectly fitting for someone like Lily. As we take our seats, taking careful heed of the dark red tablecloth hanging below our knees, Lily emerges from the kitchen. In her hands are 3 glasses and a bottle of wine. As I recall our previous run-in with that devilish elixir, I hide my face in my palm. Alcohol? Seriously? She pauses as she reaches the table, a playful grin perched on her face. Akira specifically gave permission to take a bottle from her collection. Not only does she give alcohol to minors, she even lets them pilfer their own? The perfect model of a responsible adult, Akira is not. I mean, you know, better that... Okay, look, I'm not justifying this, I'm just saying, because they're family, right? The point is that they are family and they're siblings. It's better that, like, your sibling teaches you this and, like, you know, lets you, you know, indulge in it, than them banning you from it completely, and because you're a teenager, your curiosity overwhelming you and then you doing it yourself without their supervision. Because now at least, like Akira knows, for example, like, you know, that's what they're doing. Like, it's better for adulting that you let the kid do the thing than ban them from doing it so they'll do it, so they'll do it behind your back, right? So this is, yeah, this is like, I wouldn't say it's not, I wouldn't say it's irresponsible, but, or I wouldn't say it's not responsible. More to the point though is that this is hardly a meal deserving of alcohol. I'm starting to think Lily's the type to easily become hooked on things. That's not really the problem. I don't really have any qualms with it, but didn't you have a bad experience with it last time? Last time was likely due to drinking too much, so a single glass shouldn't prove a problem. Think of it as a learning experience. I can't recall many learning experiences that made me feel rotten before putting me to sleep, but I'll take your word for it. Hey Sal, you don't understand the brilliance and the beauty of the red wine sitting in front of you, okay? She dips an uninjured finger inside to feel the liquid level. Tip against the bottom as the liquid rises. The white of her finger almost seems to glow as the sunlight hits it, the delicate outline blurred and refracted by the glass. Her fingers are definitely longer than mine, the kind I'd think more suited to a pianist than a teacher. She'd likely have done well if learned how to play. We quickly dig into our meal, forks and knives clattering against plates. None of us are particularly eager to speak while eating, Lily altogether too reserved for such a thing. Hanako probably too shy to start conversation, and I too busy savoring the food. Such a pedestrian activity, eating together at a table. It seems so utterly normal, yet it makes me realize how long it's been since I've done something. Just the three of us, sitting around a single table, eating as if we were a malformed family. Maybe this trip, as far as away from everything as we are, was worth it. Dad gave me a sip of alcohol on my 16th birthday to train me on responsible drinking. Broke out in hives. My condolences, man. I think my parents, like... Never mind, I'm not like... That's not something I want to talk about today. Okay. All I'm saying is I think my family is aware that I'm the biggest drinker in the family. Or at least I have the strongest tolerance. But they don't know to what extent. Like, they're not aware of what extent. Like, how much I gap everyone else. Basically, my power level is the highest. And everyone knows that my power level is the highest. But they don't know how much higher my power level is. That's what I'll say about it. Didn't even manage to grow curiosity for alcohol. I mean, in moderation, it's great, but, you know, it definitely is an addictive substance, so try not to. So it's like, it's not a bad thing to not be able to enjoy it because, you know, at the end of the day, it's an addictive substance, I think. Thankfully, so I say, like, I can drink a lot, but I don't drink a lot, like, but I can. And the reason I don't drink a lot is because I can't afford to drink a lot. Because this shit costs money. It costs more money than water, at least. But, like, if needed, I have never failed. I have never had to, like... Anyways. All this talk of alcohol is making me want to get a drink, but I don't have any near me. Like, maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I'll get some for, like, Friday. Maybe I'll get some for Friday. You know what? Yeah, I'll get something to drink for Friday. It'll make the karaoke easier. I slumped back. Sorry. It takes quite a long time, but eventually we all finish our surprisingly filling meal. The wine, thankfully, has little effect given we've only had a glass or two each. You mean you'd rather drink alcohol than water? All I'm saying is if, like, my faucet was like a beer tap instead, then, like, I would look a little different. And I have never turned down a free drink. I've never had to either. Like, I've never had to turn down. I've never had to be like, no, that's like, I've had too much. Like, I've never had to do that. Which is like a good and bad thing. The good thing is you are never like the first to get knocked out. So, like, you know, you're on the battlefield. The bad thing is, like, it makes it more expensive when you want to get drunk. I slumped back into the seats, rubbing my stomach contentedly. I'm stuffed. Lily pats her mouth with a napkin. Twice, only twice, and with evenly timed intervals in between. It's hard to tell sometimes whether how she acts is a well-trained routine or a well-rehearsed act. I think I must be as well. Did you like it, Hanako? It was nice. Now that we're all well-fed, shall we be off? Off where? Ah, you weren't privy to the discussion between Hanako and me earlier. I get the impression that she's having a subtle dig at my sleeping in. Oh yeah, we were... Okay, I think Hisao just forgot, but technically he heard that. He technically heard that they were talking about going into the town later today. We'll be going to the town nearby. I guess I should have expected two girls to take a holiday as an excuse to go shopping, no matter where on the planet they may be. All right, Hisao. I know it's like 2012, but still. Uncles of wineries for free alcohol. I can't. That sucks, man. That's like the. I guide others to a treasure I can never possess. That's the Red Skull meme. I'm interested to see more around the north though, so this can only be a good thing. Sounds good. How long's the walk in then? It's supposed to be around a mile to a mile and a half. Nearby, huh? Great. Just great. As we climb up the path surrounded by trees and undergrowth, I watch Lily and Hanako walking ahead. The slight breeze all but whisks away the sound of Lily's cane gently tapping on the ground. I notice that Lily's since removed the band-aid now that the bleeding of her finger is stopped. A deep, lung-filling breath of the fresh country air makes me wish all the harder that the air around home had been quite so clean. It can't have even been half a mile, but I'm already working up a sweat. It isn't a pleasantly cool day though, so I shouldn't be too hard on myself. Hey Lily, how well do you know this town anyway? Since I spent quite a few of my vacations here up until I entered Yamaku, I'd say I know it fairly well. We used to drive there once a weekend then. I wish Akira was here to drive us now. That's true. I forget that I have like a heart condition. This walk is probably killing me, right? I quickly take a moment to rub my hands a couple of times, staving off the oddly cold feeling in them. Do you like it up here? I'd say it was nice during winter, but as you can work out, summers get a little too hot for comfort. It's nice and quiet at least. My family's real house is quite far south, where when they left Japan, my parents gave it to Akira and me. Only Akira lives there now, after my moving into Yamaku. Well, quiet certainly describes this place, though lonely is how I'd put it. Other than the prophesized small town, there isn't another soul for miles around. Coming from a home nestled deep within the big city, it's certainly different. I think that if I'd not come to Yamaku, staying out in the country like this would be too much of a change to get used to. After getting accustomed to the school's isolation though, the idea of living in a place such as this has become almost inviting. To be somewhere away from the hustle and bustle of the metropolitan center. So, Hisao, have you been to Hokkaido before? Nah, I used to live down south and we never had any field trips or holidays up this far. Well, it's a new experience for you then. Yeah, it is. I'm surprised at how nice it feels here. How about you, Hanako? She shakes her head from side to side. It's my first time too. As we continue walking, I begin to feel pins and needles in my legs. It's a little disturbing given there's no reason for it to be happening. Could you hold on a moment? I just need to... Is anything wrong? Nah, I've just got pins and needles and... Uh-oh. The trail doesn't have elevation, you should be okay. Well, I guess what's on the trail right now, I guess. My vocal cords suddenly become taut as my chest tightens instantaneously. I quickly pull my upper arm over it, trying to quell the shot of pain spreading through my entire body. Hisao. Lily's face is only mildly concerned, not knowing the sight which Hanako's recoiling from. I'm fine, just tired. I remove my arm from my chest and force myself to begin walking again. It's just a minor heart flutter, so it'll pass like the others. It only takes a couple of steps before my body violently revolts against me, my legs suddenly beginning to give way underneath me, and all tension in my knees seeming to evaporate. Ah, fuck. Before I can react, they uselessly give way under my weight, leaving me only just enough time to brace myself and fall into all fours. Ah, damn. Stock photos they're using doesn't seem like the places in Japan. Yeah, so a lot of them I think are like in the US. Was it like Brown University, I think, was where some of the shots were taken? But like this was, I think, primarily captured in the States, I think? And then some stuff in Japan, but not a lot. As I look up to her, I realize my face is still taut with pain, only adding that much more to her worrying. Hisao, Hanako, tell me what's going on. Hanako, tell me. Hanako quickly moves to my side as Lily almost panics, having little clue as to exactly how bad a condition I'm in. While she stands there petrified, I lower my face and take a deep breath. I come to a realization that makes me endlessly irritated with my stupid self. With all the excitement of my new surroundings, I'd entirely neglected to take my medications last night or even this morning. Fuck! No! Am I dying? Is this the bad ending? No! Not like this. Not like this! Taking another breath, the acute pain in my chest begins to die down as suddenly as it had arrived. Thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God, thank God. No, yeah, oh my God, no. Holy shit. As it does, I become acutely aware of the sweat by now pouring off my face and the two scared girls around me. Isao. I'm fine, Lily, I'm fine. I screw up my brow in an effort to lever myself up. Hanako's arms quickly moving to catch me if I fall, as I stumble a bit before regaining my balance. At least you die in your lover's arms. Not like this, not before, you know, like I get to do everything I wanted to do in my life. Absolutely not. At the young, spry age of like 18? No. I'm 60 and I feel like I still have too much to do, okay? Anyways, I looked at Lily and Hanako, worry written on both their faces. I feel awful, utterly awful. I think we should go back. Realizing the futility of protesting, I look away in frustration. Fine. Yeah, that's on us. We fucked it up. We fucked it up for everyone. We did. Katawa Shoujo. Forgot our pills. Forgot our damn pills. Gotta get my damn pills. I open my eyes groggily, completely bereft of energy. For a while, I simply lie down lifelessly, staring at the ceiling as I review the events of the morning in an attempt to organize my thoughts. We went to walk to town. My heart nearly gave way. We came back. I took my pills. I slept. I can only remember each period of time as a snapshot, but the timeline is clear enough. The memory of the girls' faces as I struggled to stand is an unpleasant one, stinging my feelings harshly. If I look at the ceiling hard enough, I can imagine the tile edges and small dimples of the ceiling in the hospital. That fact alone is enough to make me sit up and try to pull myself together. I scratch the back of my disheveled hair, glancing around the room. Lily and Hanako are nowhere to be seen, and the television's turned off. The clock above it says it's pretty late in the afternoon. The noticeably reddened sky outside the windows confirms it further. I turn and pick myself off the futon, swaying slightly as I put my arms out for balance. I suppose I'd better go look for the girls to see if they're all right. As I look out the window, I faintly see something in the distance. Straining my eyes, I can just make out the shape of a person's figure. Long blonde hair, swaying in the faint breeze, makes her almost seem to melt into the bright yellow of the field. Without a second thought, I leave the room to follow that lone apparition. Medication's a good reason for how it's been barely recurrent, but forgetting it is bad. Yeah, that makes sense to me. Makes sense. Yeah, always remember your meds. The brightness of the setting sun assaults my freshly woken eyes, forcing me to avert them until they adjust. The long yellow strands of wheat brush against my legs as I wade through them, the densely grown field making it hard to advance. Regardless, my eyes stay fixed ahead, true to that solitary figure. Within minutes I reach her, meters behind her turned back. Really? She simply nods. Where's Hanako? She's in bed. She went to sleep after I calmed her down. She says it matter-of-factly, and it was with as few words as possible, as if saying any more was strictly forbidden. There's something different about her. Her normally confident figure seems oddly fragile, her body offering no resistance to the breeze blowing her skirt. The strands of wheat sway from side to side while a deafening pause passes, the only sound being their rustling. As we stand in the field alone, I know what I have to ask. What's wrong, Lily? You're not acting like you usually do. Remember when I talked to my family, Hisao? Family. I look downwards in thought, sifting through my scattered memories. The event seems to leap ready to hand when I search for it, rising to the surface as soon as it was recalled. After Hanako's birthday party, she gives a single simple nod. It was nice back then, you and I celebrating with Hanako, simply sharing presents, talking, having fun together. It was almost as if we were a family, or one small, misshapen family. I thought that could just go on forever, just the three of us happily together. She takes a long breath, a slight shakiness to it, just barely audible through the moving air. Even if my family was so far away, as long as we were together, that was all I needed. I don't want to lose you, Hisao. I didn't even realize how afraid I was of losing someone else until today. So, I'm sorry, Lily. I know my body's weak, but even then I make the most stupid of mistakes. Don't apologize. Please don't apologize. Lily? She turns to face me, her pale cheeks stained with tears. One misguided step after another, she stumbles towards me, her arms held out in search of so much as a faint brush against me. Man, my heart doesn't race nor pound as I step towards Lily, gently taking and steadying her in my arms. She quickly clutches to me, sobbing. With her face trembling against my shoulder, The next words from my mouth are the last I expected. I love you, Hisao. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. Don't go away, I beg of you. Never ever go away. I love you, so please. So that's why she's been acting like this. That tender voice when I called her, her thoughtless concern at the slightest pain I might feel. After having been left in Japan without her family, with only Akira, Hanako and me around, she was afraid of losing yet another person who was close to her. She was genuinely worried for me. It's a strange feeling, a mix of surprise and sorrow, yet also of the deepest gratitude I think I've ever felt. The only reaction I can muster among my conflicting emotions is a calm sigh. Fuck, my mouse is dead. Give me a second. Not now, hold on. Not now. Okay. Sorry. You idiot. Sao. For a fleeting moment, I feel her body become still. The only movement to be felt is the calm afternoon breeze. I said it before, didn't I? It's only natural to feel concerned about those around you. I'm still here and I'll always be here because I want to see you more each day. Share in your happiness, to support you in your sadness. But most of all, I'll still be here because I want to see your smile. Your true smile. A single gust of wind rustles the long strands of wheat. Seconds silent passes. Smile when you want to smile. Cry when you want to cry. I love you, Lily. But you don't have to hold back anymore. With that, her arms clutch my back as tightly as she can, her face buried beside mine. Tears fall down my back as she cries unrestrainedly. The last of her resistance. Isao. I close my eyes and bring my head down to her shoulder, holding her shaking frame tightly. It's okay, Lily. I'll never go away. Promise. We slowly walk back to the house, holding each other tightly as we take a seat inside. Lily leans her head onto my shoulder as I put my arm around her waist. Neither of us has any want to break the silence. With her eyes shut, it's hard to work out whether she's fallen asleep. Not that I mind, the warmth of her body leaning against me, the softness of her hand delicately held in mine. For a long, long time, we sit leaning against one another, sharing our warmth and feeling as night eventually begins to settle in. Lily's gentle, soft voice ends the silence. Thank you, Hisao. Thank you for returning my feelings. Did you think I wouldn't? There was the possibility, and there always will be. Take a deep breath and thought. That much was only my fault. It's funny, actually. I was thinking of telling you about my own feelings sometime soon. I guess in that way you saved me the effort. She really did, huh? It made it a lot easier for us. She raises her head a little and gives a tiny amused giggle. I smile at how earnest it is, so girlish in its lightness. She collects herself soon afterward, her hair resting against my shoulder. Feeling a bit better? She gives a small nod. You are thoughtful. Oh, that's why I like you. I'm sorry I'm like this. As much as I didn't want to make you concerned for me, I couldn't do anything to prevent it. Don't apologize for it, please don't. Lily? Have I ever apologized for my blindness even once? You can't help the way you were born, Hisao. There's no point in apologizing for who you are. She says this with surprising conviction. In the end, it was perhaps this mentality which spurred her to befriend me in such a short time, in addition to her motherly instincts. It did seem to become trusting very quickly, but I'd never questioned why. Now it seems obvious that she did so to help me as I went through one of the lowest points in my life. I moved to respond, but cut myself off as I feel her fingers run gently through my hair. I feel their soft and delicate touch moving downwards to trace the contours of my face, palm finally settling on my cheek. You are a beautiful person, Hisao. Please don't ever apologize for that. For a moment, I'm utterly speechless. I slowly bend my head down, placing a tender kiss on her light, voluminous hair. We're a couple of right old fools, aren't we? We are. After a long calm, she speaks again. Sao. Yes. I wouldn't mind if you... I feel her hand tensing under mine, trembling slightly. My mouth opens, but try as I might, I can't formulate a response to her proposition. Lily. Before I can say another word, she slips her hand from under mine and tenderly holds the side of my face once. Please. I give a peaceful smile, holding her hand against my cheek as I nod a single time. Okay. As I look into her eyes, she leans towards me. Her delicate lips touch mine, and she guides herself with her hand. She breaks off not a second later, faintly smiling. I love you, Hisao. We kiss again, this time with both of us meeting the other. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Wait, what? What? What am I Oh, this is like the... Yeah, that's the sex. There we go. Okay, okay. Yeah, I was a little confused. Katawa Shoujo. That's probably the censored patch for what was otherwise like the the very intimate moment you share with the character. I mean, yeah, that makes sense to me. And honestly, the way they like positioned it, it seemed like, I don't know, well handled. Like it didn't feel very like smut, if you will. Okay. After being woken by a sound, I open my eyes with a measure of reluctance. Turning my head to the left, I find the rain outside sweeps against the windows loudly. Spray after wind-blown spray lashes against the glass, as if trying its hardest to make up for the summer's previous heat. I sit up in the futon, holding the back of my neck to try and subdue the pain from my awkward sleeping position. By all accounts, I should be lamenting the turn in the weather, given that this is our last day here. The events of yesterday refuse to stop flooding my mind, though. The feeling of holding Lily's crying bodies in my arms, rush of lust and hormones that flowed through us as we spent the night together. It seems almost futile to try and rationalize everything that happened. In an attempt to distract myself, I groan and lean over to retrieve my bag without standing. Pulling out one bottle after another, I take the daily regimen's worth of pills from their containers and swallow them without further ado. Yes, please take your meds. Please. Remember to take your meds, he's out. It took a surprisingly short amount of time to get used to swallowing pills without water. That said, I suppose the same thing goes for getting used to living in a school for disabled students. Remembering Yamaku, I become all the more grateful for having the chance to get away, even if it's just for the shortest of times. I appreciate the chance to spend time alone with Lily and Hanako, away from the bustle of school life, even considering the latest complications. I never thought I'd say it, but the idea of living away from the city in a nice, tranquil area is an inviting one. There's a thought that barely a year ago would have seemed simply ludicrous. Flash of pink, no doubt Hanako's gown, peeks from around the corner. Realizing I must look a sight since I've only just woken up, I slap the remaining pills into my mouth and run a hand through my hair. Morning, Isao. Reply to her, completely forgetting that I'm in the middle of swallowing a particularly large pill. Coughing and spluttering, I violently gag on it. Isao! After sputtering loudly and tapping my chest a couple of times to force it down, I managed to recover. I'm fine, sorry, I forgot I was swallowing. Sorry, I didn't mean to... I hold my hand up, gesturing for Hanako to stop. I gagged, it's my fault. Morning, Hanako. Pauses a moment before bowing in reply. Staggering in behind Hanako is the familiar figure of Lily, also dressed in her pajamas. With her eyes full of sleep and her hair bedraggled, she's a sight to behold. Hi, Lily. Good morning, Isao. For a while, a silence hangs in the air as neither of us knows what to do. Given what happened last night, we both have more than enough reason to be finding the situation awkward. Just how are we meant to react to meeting each other after something like that? The best course of action would probably be to talk to Lily alone to set things in order. I'll start making breakfast. Lily evidently catches on to my train of thought. I'll help. Hanako, could you set the table? She nods, her head disappearing into a cupboard as she quickly goes about her assigned task. I rub a little more sleep out of my eyes as I wander over to the fridge and take out some milk, and Lily grabs some various brightly colored boxes from some of the lower cupboards to my side. While we make the rather bland-looking meal, I whisper something more quietly than usual. Knowing Lily's hearing, she won't have any trouble catching what I say. You okay, Lily, after last night? She gives a delicate nod, her expression weak. Her tiredness surely plays a part. She seems genuinely unsure about what's happened between us and how to move ahead. I can't say I blame her, considering my feelings are the same. I'm sorry, Hisao. I wasn't thinking straight yesterday. I never stopped to consider you or Hanako, and even went as far as... She's winding herself up, with her hands and voice both tightening. I gave her a gentle bump to try and lighten up the situation. You don't have to apologize. I said I liked you as well, after all. But As her composure begins to falter, it becomes obvious there's no alternative. Turning to Lily, I gently embrace her tall frame. She offers no resistance at all, thankfully pulling back just from the edge of her emotions. Despite our reassuring embrace lasting only a matter of seconds, I notice Hanako wordlessly watching. The plate in her hand hovers inches above the table, her actions halted midway by the sight. The clatter of utensils against plates is the only sound to be heard as we silently eat. Whereas before only two of us may have been unsure of ourselves, the entire situation has changed. After weeks of blissful friendship, whiling away the days with shared meals and chatter with little meaning, the relationship of Lily and me know that all of us has irreversibly changed. I can't take this. Yeah, we're subjecting Hanako to the worst of third wheeling, aren't we? That feels terrible. I don't want to do this. Lily. She solemnly nods, gently laying her spoon onto the plate in front of her. Neither of us knows exactly how we regard each other, let alone how Hanako would view us. This might seem abrupt, but I've confessed to Hisao. For a moment, Hanako looks almost confused, precisely the reaction I thought she would have. She eventually nods, her spoon still in her mouth as she does. "Do you accept?" "I did." She gives a smile so large and so earnest, I find myself blushing. I think it's the brightest I've ever seen her expression look. And I'm happy. I'm really, really happy. I'm sorry for not telling you anything about it before. Things have been... Hanako shakes her head from side to side empathetically, apparently forgetting in a rush that Lily couldn't possibly notice. She begins fiddling with her fingers, looking a little more nervous than she did before. To be honest, I began to think you might like each other a while ago. At first, I didn't really know what to think about it, but I decided in the end that if my friends are happy, then I'm happy. I was really glad to have another friend when we met Hisao, so you finding love through him is even better, right? A feeling of relief at her acceptance of our relationship falls over me like a wave. The same happens to Lily, judging by her expression. Thank you, Hanako. I really appreciate you being so understanding. Lily's voice still sounds slightly apologetic, or at least unsure. This doesn't escape Hanako, who appears lost in thought for a few moments before turning to me. Hisao, do you mind if Lily and I go outside for a bit? No, feel free. Hanako gets up from her seat, taking Lily's hand and almost dragging her from the table in her excitement. Considering Lily's typically slow and steady pace, Hanako's haste makes her footing awkward as she almost loses her balance a couple of times. It's a pretty amusing sight, leaving me wordless as I watch them disappear out the door. It's only now that I realize the rain stopped, being replaced by a sky seemingly all the more vivid and bright to make up for the morning's drab grey expanse. For Hanako, this must be a pretty big revelation. Lily and I are really the only people she associates with, almost as if we were parents in her own stead. I suppose that might well be the best way to describe the relationship we share. Father, mother, and daughter, all playing around in our little make-believe family as if it could last forever. It might be a strange dynamic, and one that certainly can't last for long, but maybe just for this one small moment, it's okay. As I stand from the table and go to join Lily and Hanako in the fields outside, I nod to myself in affirmation. This one small moment of happiness, no matter how brief, will last with me, with all of us forever. Submerged deep in the hot water, I let a drawn-out sigh escape my lips. The feeling of seemingly every muscle in my body relaxing is euphoric. I've no idea how long it's been since I had a genuine hot bath, but right now I can hardly be bothered trying to remember. Maybe I'm giving the simple fact that for once I get to have a real bath more credit than it's due. A chance to just calm down, allow myself to unwind, and have some time to myself is a welcome one. Hanako, Lily, and I wandered about outside, exploring the extent of this surprisingly large tract of land surrounding the house. Then we spent the majority of the afternoon resting, watching television, reading, and playing cards. It may not have been the most exciting finale to the trip, but such tranquil peacefulness is something to savor. Even after we return to the school tomorrow, I think I'll remember this little house in Hokkaido for a long time. It's a pity we only have a couple more hours to spend here before going to get the train back. All I can do is yawn contentedly while I watch the steam slowly rising from the clear water's placid surface, my eyes eventually locking onto the ceiling. Our exams are imminent. I barely studied at all for them. On top of that, I don't even know what I'll do for after graduation. Passing exams is all well and good, but to what end? Also, now of all times, I'm getting into a relationship. What the hell am I doing? I guess I shouldn't think like that. When what's done is done, and maybe this could be viewed as just another aspect of my new life that I'm working on. I enjoy being with Lily, and there's more to life than school and a career after all. As I busily attempt to rationalize all that's happened, I hear a series of raps on the door. I pick myself up and sit upright, trying to figure out the source. 3, no more and no less. Light yet assertive in their tapping and timed regularly enough to tune a metronome. I'd be extremely surprised if it wasn't Lily. May I come in? Yeah, it's Lily. I'm still in the bath. I'll be out in a second. I know. The voice coming from the other side of the door freezes me. After a second's thought, I rest on the side of the bath and let my arms dangle over the sides. Despite trying my best to play it off, I can't help letting my mind wander. Sure, come in. With that, she opens the door, slowly walking into the room and closing it behind her. She looks oddly calm, countering my racing heart. Hey, Lily. Okay, and then again? Alright. It does look really good though, that grilled snack. Should I read this off stream? Should I read this off camera, not streaming it? Because obviously I feel like I'm gonna get slammed by YouTube. No, I feel like I shouldn't read it either. I don't know. Maybe I'll just read it in my own time. I don't know. Shrimp indeed. After a chaotic dash. And all that packing and she wears the same outfit, true. Hey, like, this is a small indie game that they didn't even charge money for. Their budget cuts make sense to me. Anyways, after a chaotic dash to the station and finding our seats in the otherwise deserted carriage, we promptly crashed. Looking at the time close to midnight, it's a little surprised that few take this particular train. Hanako was fast asleep on Lily's shoulder, and I could only barely muster the energy to stay awake. The excitement we had a while ago probably didn't help. I'd probably be pretty depressed about going back to school if my brain was actually working. As it is though, the sight of the nighttime scenery scrolling by is surprisingly beautiful. My loud yawn is nearly wholly drowned out by the clacking of the train tracks and the old carriages rattling. So tired. And whose fault is that, Hisao? She really does toe the line between insulting and amusing sometimes, though I managed to wring out a wary smile. I looked back out of the window, my reflection just visible in the clear pane. Truth be told, she's perfectly correct. If it weren't for that little interlude a few hours ago, both of us would have had a lot more energy. On top of that, we'd both have had to take another bath, very nearly making us late for the train's departure. Yeah, it was mine. Still, getting into a bath with a guy is a dangerous thing to do. Evidently. Sorry, I guess I kind of took advantage of the situation back there. Well, I didn't exactly hate it. As she trails off, I look back to her. My eyes narrow as I see her slightly reddened cheeks and small grin, her mind obviously elsewhere. Say it. I knew the possibility of it happening was there. I knew it. You're just as dirty-minded as I am. She quickly coughs into her free hand, making her disapproval crystal clear. That's a rather crude way of putting it. Oh, and you would suggest. I merely have a healthy, adolescent sex drive. So in other words, dirty-minded. Almost seeming to sense the moment, Hanako mumbles quietly as she furrows her brow in Lily's lap. Lily's look of disapproval melts away as she gently smiles and strokes her hand on Hanako's long, dark hair. All I can do is watch and smile. If someone were to ask me when I fell in love with her, I wouldn't be able to answer. The best I'd be able to come up with is... Oh shit, hold on. It just happened at some point, but I didn't realize it. If someone were to ask me why I love her though, then I could answer much more easily. You really love Hanako, don't you? She gives a deep nod, smiling warmly. It's a pity we have to return to school. She seemed to relax so much while we were all away. How about Hanako? I wouldn't worry. Hanako's been gaining confidence thanks to you, at least for as long as I've known you two. She gives a self-deprecating sigh. I think I've merely provided her with company and support. Since she came to know you, she's opened up much more, even to me. I get the feeling she's understating her influence on Hanako, especially given that before the two came to know each other, Hanako had no friends to speak of. Friends I'd had in my previous school fulfilled what I'd expected of them, for the most part simply being there for idle chatter, but in Hanako and Lily there really seems to be more to their relationship. A part of me envies it, but another can't ignore the fact that the school year will eventually end. After graduation, I really have no idea what Hanako will do. This trip has shown me just how much we've all come to depend on one another. Indeed, we're all going to have to make decisions. Maybe that's the reason why, despite our return to school also heralding a return to the normalcy of everyday life, I can't help feeling a little restless. On the bright side, it won't take long for the summer holidays to arrive after our exams are finished. We could come back here during the summer holidays if you want. For a moment, she thinks on the notion, her face becoming somewhat distant. I can only guess she's reflecting on all that's happened here. That would be good, I think. I nod approvingly, smiling at her. Summer together with Lily. This idea seems like the perfect way to spend our holiday. Is that it? Have we beaten the game? There's another act? There's a whole other act? Oh shit. I mean, I guess there's past, present, and future, but man, okay. God, I have to read all this. Oh God. It's been like 4.5 hours. I should not have put... Okay, that is one of the regrets. Not for this game. This game is like good, obviously, and I'm enjoying it. Really I am. But like, I should not have put so many games in so little time. Especially games that would take long. Oh my... Back. Hold on, I'm gonna do some stretches real quick. I'll be right back. I'm gonna do some stretches. I'm back. Yeah, hydrate and posture check, that's for sure. Which is harder, 7 hours of Katawa or 2 or Fell Taker? They're both exhausting, and I'm like, I feel like I'm gonna just do one stream a week after this week. God, holy shit. Anyways. After the excitement of our trip to Hokkaido, it seems strange to be right back to the usual daily routine so soon. Indeed, it feels like a normal day, the same as any other. Well, that's what I'd like to think anyway. To tell the truth, the atmosphere of the entire school has changed. While an undercurrent of subdued trepidation had previously pervaded the class, now that the exams are in sight, it's boiled over into frantic studying rarely seen otherwise. One day until exams start. It's horrifying, really, that instead of studying, we went and wasted our time up north. We were such model students, too. Glancing around the class, even the bubbly, ever-energetic Misha seems oddly deflated. She sits at her desk, nervously chewing a pen while Muto lectures from the front of the class. Wait, on closer inspection, I do believe she's eating it. Tearing my eyes from the sorry spectacle, I turn my attention elsewhere. Hanako sits frantically scribbling in her notebook, her face mere inches away from the page, seemingly trying to record every word that leaves Muto's mouth. You're at 593 now? Gotta stream more? Oh my god, am I not streaming enough? But yeah, it's good. We're close to 500. It's good. It's good. I anticipate by the end of the week, hopefully we'll have it. Shizune is, well, Shizune. Cool as a cucumber, she sits diligently taking notes with her attention wholly focused on the front of the class. Truth be told, it's what I should be doing as well, if not for the fact that I feel like I have a pretty good handle on what's being covered already. I wonder how Lily's doing. While she does have a good head on her, she has plenty on her plate, unlike me. The class representative duties, taking care of Hanako, her other social contacts, her extra English studies, that girl really does take on a lot. The lunchtime bell brings a sigh of relief from the entire class, Muto being no exception. I get the feeling he much prefers the more laid-back atmosphere of his normal classes to the frantic pace of exam preparation we're subjected to right now. Ichan! Help me! I lower my eyelids to half-mast, making clear my intentions of doing quite the opposite. Help me, help me, help me! Not going well. Hichan's going to be fine, but I think I might die. Am I gonna die, Hichan? Will you let me die from all this work? How maudlin. Given that she's neither the brightest student in the class nor the most diligent, it isn't a great surprise that she's finding it hard to cope with the workload. Sorry, Misha, but I've got my own work to do. I thought you and Shizune would be studying together over the long weekend anyway. Studying's too boring to waste a holiday on, Hichan. Shopping together was much more fun, wasn't it, Hichan? It's only now that I realize Shizune has been looking over to us, and that Misha's arms have been moving lightly all this time. I must be really zoned out to not have noticed. What is it with girls and shopping anyway? Even Lily and Hanako have dragged me out with them a couple of times. But you went anyway? It's so rare to see a guy that likes going shopping. Okay, you misunderstand. I would love going shopping if I could, like, actually afford to buy things that are not just basic essentials, but here we are. It's fine. Well, my role would probably be best described as pack mule. I can't say I share your enthusiasm about the experience. Back to the exams. You studied after you got back from the days off, didn't you, Shizune? Of course, Hichan. It's only sensible to study in the days before. Misha makes a sound vaguely similar to a dying cow as she realizes her folly and unceremoniously flops onto her desk, betrayed even by her best friend. Judging from Shizune's quite frustrated look at Misha, she probably told her to study as she did. Don't worry, you can still gain some grades if you start studying now. Maybe. Misha does not seem overly amused. It seems the bubbly balloon of everlasting cheerfulness has been cruelly popped. Shizune's signing goes unnoticed by the moping Misha, earning her a quick poke in the shoulder. It takes barely a moment for Misha to get back into form. Oh, so what did you do over the weekend, Hichan? Just took a trip up north with Lily and Hanako. It was pretty nice. I see both of them narrowing their eyes at me, their minds surely in the gutter. The fact that their suspicions are founded makes the situation all the more awkward. We just studied and went sightseeing. There's nothing more to it. After such a flagrant lie, I realized that it might not have been the best step, considering Shizune's connections and her total lack of restraint when it comes to questioning someone she suspects of telling untruths. I really have no idea how she's going to take it, but she'll find out eventually anyway. It isn't as if it's really her business whom I date in any case. And yes, Lily and I are going out now. While Misha receives the news with an enthusiastic smile, Shizune gives a look of mild surprise, somewhat masked by her cool demeanor. Whoever you date is your business. I hope you two go well together. Misha gives a look that says this is the most quarter I could possibly receive on the matter. That's all I wanted, really. After she says this, though, Shizune begins to sign something else, then stops herself and shakes her head at Misha to prevent her from translating. Normally, I'd think this strange enough, but the awkwardly casual wave Shizune gives before walking off with Misha in tow adds to my confusion. Shizune is hardly the kind of person to pull a punch or communicate without forethought. I shrug my shoulders at the duo's odd behavior and look towards Hanako's desk, but see that her chair is empty. She was definitely here before, so I guess she just didn't feel like waiting. I'll go grab some food alone then. No, you're like dating the girl now. Aren't you supposed to like get lunch together? Isn't that the whole thing? Walking down the hallway to the unused room that's become a second home to 3 students in particular, I mournfully look down at the plastic-wrapped salad roll and juice box in my hand. The cafeteria's food really is unappetizing. Maybe I'll consider this my penance for my recent indiscretions. Opening the door, I notice one less quiet figure than I expected. It's strange. Despite having known Lily for months, I can't help thinking back to the very first time I opened this door and saw her silently sitting in the sunlight. Just as she did then, she slowly opens her eyes, unmoving as they are, and calmly addresses me. Good morning, Hisao. It's afternoon, I think. Has Hanako been around? She skidded out of the class without me even noticing. Lily cradles her cheek thoughtfully as I take a seat, my bag taking its place against the closest leg of the table and my unsatisfying meal neatly set out in front of me. She did appear for a time. She said she had to study for the upcoming exams and left for the library. We find ourselves not entirely believing her words. Well, at least her intentions are in the right place. She's sweet, but she didn't go this far to let us have our space. I might talk to her about it sometime. Probably for the best. For a while, we quietly eat our meals. Lily elegantly nibbling on her sandwiches and sipping her tea as I eat what tastes like a garden sandwich in dry dough. Okay, hold on, just quickly. No, both of you don't understand. Both of you now don't understand. Hanako is not doing this. Okay, or maybe Hanako is doing this for you guys, but she's also doing it for herself because she does not want to be the subject to a third wheel for the rest of the semester, okay? You have to understand how annoying that is to deal with. Anyways. The atmosphere feels slightly strained, neither of us knowing quite what to say to each other now that our small talk has dried up. Eventually, we both finish our food, with no conversation forthcoming for quite some time. Eventually, though, Lily's soft voice breaks the silence. A lot happened back there, didn't it? Again, silence. With both our minds on the same topic, though, I think I have my feelings on that sorted out. I know everything happened in kind of a hurry, but I don't regret anything that happened in Hokkaido. Not one thing. Hisao. Slightly tense, I take her hands in mine. Half to feel her, half to settle my own nerves. I stand by my words back there, Lily. I love you and I won't leave you. I only wish for you to think the same. She silently reflects for a long time, which feels like an eternity. Her reverie comes to an end as she takes one hand from mine, placing it over them as she leans her body forwards and stands out of her chair. After a moment's hesitation, her face slightly pensive, her lips meet mine for a brief. Mine feels as if it briefly stopped at that moment, barely registering Lily sitting back in her chair and smiling back at me, with ever so slightly reddened cheeks. Hearing that makes me very happy, Hisao. I'd be glad to stay with you. Maybe it would be good to slow things down a bit compared to before. We still have school after all, and our exams. She gives a mischievous giggle, which proves to be contagious. That might be a good idea indeed. Do you think you'll fare well in your exams? It's only one day until they arrive, as you say. I probably should have studied more, but I think I've got a good enough head to manage. That said, I had to bat off Misha and Shizune. Is your class as worried about the exams as mine? She lets out an exasperated sigh, all but confirming it. I'm thankful for the atmosphere becoming a bit lighter. I think so. I've already been asked for help by 2 of my classmates, and there'll no doubt be more. Think of it as your first training in being a teacher, maybe. That's probably a good way to think of it. On that note, how are you faring in your English studies? I remember it was far from your strongest subject, and the few sentences you memorized to speak to my mother aren't likely to help. Damn, right on the mark. You got me. You don't mind, would you be able to possibly help in that regard? Please? It would be my pleasure to help you, Hisao. But in exchange... She lowers her eyebrows at me. Her coquettish, I think it's coquettish nature, tentatively coming to the fore. No problem at all. You'd probably be better off with some help in your studies, though. She beams a smile at me, one of girlish victory that nearly makes me blush. I get the feeling she's aware of how to use her face to twist my judgment, so I should probably be more on guard. Realized what's missing? Where's Kenji? He's absent a little bit, but I think he'll be back, right? There's no way we play through the rest of the game without Kenji at least showing up one more time, going like, well, I guess you're dating the girl, huh? I see. You're playing the real long game. You know, like, there's only a matter of time before he does that, so... Here and now, though, a study group seems like an expedient way for both of us to shore up our more lacking skills. The school bell rings out, reminding us that time isn't going to stand still. Huh, lunchtime's over already. Sure is easy to lose track of the time here. This room's so far from the other clubs and activities, not much sound can reach us. That's probably most of the reason why. A place far from all the others, alone with just one person whom she loves. As Lily stands and collects her bag and cane, my thoughts are cast back to the time we spent in Hokkaido. Ah, before I go, Akira and I are having a homecoming party in my room tomorrow. Will you be able to come? And back again. My schedule is free, so I should be able to make enough room in my study time to make it. Good to hear, Hisao. For what it's worth, I'm glad you're back from Scotland. Once our exams are over, we should have some time to ourselves. Holiday starts soon after, too. We can start the holidays with Tanabata then, just as we promised at the school festival. She brings her hand to her cheek and laughs slightly nervously, recalling the event as I silently thank myself for managing to remember. It seems odd to see her react in such a way, though it's not like I never saw her embarrassed before. I'd better get going. Farewell, Hisao. Bye. Whether it's out of habit or just a stubborn desire for one small fragment of normality, I hold my hand up in farewell just as I always do. At least I'm consciously aware that I'm doing it now. I think I'm beginning to see a bigger picture than I ever have before. Not only with Lily, but also my life ahead. The chains of my past are finally breaking. Katawa Shoujo. Walking up the now slightly more familiar corridor of the girls' dormitories, I can hear the faint sound of laughter coming from up ahead. Doesn't take long to identify the source as Lily's room, though the deep timbre of the female voice unmistakably belongs not to her but to her sister. Is Timbre like timbre? I think it's timbre, right? It's not timbre is like ER.
Timbre.
Timbre.
Yeah, okay. Okay. I wrap my knuckles on the door with the usual 3 light taps, my hand barely retreating as the door swings open. Hey, Zao. Hey, hello, Lily, Hanako. It's the same CG art as the last time. I mean, I get it. It's this like, it's a low budget indie game, and for how low budget it is, it's incredible how good it is. But you know, this is the same CG art as the last time we were at their dorm. Hanako looks up tentatively, her hands buried in her oversized pink nightgown. From her side, Lily turns sideways towards the direction of my voice and smiles. It would be a flagrant lie to say I dislike the sight of her in those pajamas. I catch Akira giving me a sidelong look with a knowing grin, to which I reply with a sharp glare. She takes the hint, shrugs, and walks back to the low table in the center of the room. As I go to join her, Lily gives me a nod of greeting and starts pouring me a cup of tea. It's nice to see you again, Hanako. You've been getting around lately. Lily wears a look of concentration as the light brown liquid, carefully measured by her finger as always, flows from the teapot into the cup. It seems Hanako has taken up helping one of the people in your class with the newspaper club. Naomi, I think. Hanako gives an affirmative nod. Even after spending about 2 months in the class, I still have trouble remembering the names of those students I rarely talk with. It takes me a few mental contortions to connect the name with a face, but I eventually remember the girl that sits beside Hanako at the back of the class. Naomi Ino, a fairly average-looking girl except for her bleached blonde hair. Given her upbeat and straightforward personality, Naomi may have seen an opening to poach Hanako for her club when she inquired about joining one. Either way, it's nice to see Hanako broadening her horizons. When I first met her, the idea of her joining a club with anyone but Lily would have seemed utterly laughable. That'd explain how busy you've been. Enjoying it? It's really interesting. As always, Hanako's far from being talkative. Some things never change, and it seems that Hanako's personality is one of them. She'll likely always be one to shy away from being overly social. Warned by the sound of crockery against the table as Lily gently places my drink in front of me, I thank her and take a long sip. Hanako and Lily are attending to their own, and Akira is quaffing a mug of strong-smelling black coffee. You're a lucky bastard, Hisao. I mean, yeah. Yeah. Huh? I can't help grimacing at her teasing smile still visible around the edges of the mug pressed to her lips. Seeing my sister in pajamas. There's a lot of men out there who'd like to be where you are. I've seen a lot more than that of her, not that I'd admit it. Akira... Hey, I'm just teasing. She leans over to me as much as she can, whispering with a sly grin written on her face. Hanako too, you perv. Hey, it was her idea. We both look over to her face turned to the ground, her hands fidgeting in the lap of her nightgown. If it's how, I don't mind. This could be bad. I know Hanako's altogether too innocent to bother reading too much into such a thing, but the expression Akira directs at me is positively stormy. Akira, please. It seems Lily can sense Akira's sudden change in aura just as well as I, even without seeing it for herself. Akira slowly looks away from me, like an attacked dog leashed by its owner in the nick of time. I breathe a sigh of relief. I can't think of a more appropriate time to try and change topics than around right now. If you don't mind me asking, Akira, what do you do for a living? I've never seen you out of that suit. Thinking about what to do with yourself after school's over, eh? I'm a lawyer. For the most part, I work in the legal department of the Japanese branch of our family's company. The most boring possible answer, I suppose. Law's a pretty dry topic to most people. Kinda. No, it might have been, but no, I never thought that. And my view of it solidified when I watched Better Call Saul. That's... Law can be kind of fire. It can. Not even if you're like, you know, going up there in the court and everything. Even if you're just doing like the back end stuff, it's still pretty interesting. I don't know. I wouldn't know. I'm a philosophy major. I don't have an actual degree. I don't have an actual useful degree, so I wouldn't know. Well, you're not supposed to agree. Lily gives an amused giggle while holding her teacup and saucer, Hanako quickly joining her. This friendly atmosphere between everyone is something I'd missed when Lily and Akira were on their trip. While the dealings I had with Hanako didn't help, I think just not having Lily around changed the mood. It's nice to be back. I missed you, Hisao, and you too, Hanako. Same goes for the both of us. I'm guessing your classmates were happy to see you back. In a manner of speaking, yes. Akira's amused snort shows she's well aware of Lily's attitude towards such figures of speech. I imagine she'd have to be, given how long they've been together. It's cool, I saw him Better Call Saul. I am not helping my case of like not... Of, oh my god, is that a reference? When I point and then I do like the pog and then the soy jack face. I'm not helping that case at all. Anyways, Akira's amused snort shows she's well aware of Lily's attitude towards such figures of speech. Imagine she'd have to be given how long they've been together. Sorry, I already read that. Yeah. Did you have fun in Scotland? For a moment I wondered why she's asking. It hadn't been quite a while since they came back, but then I remember everything that happened. We've simply not had time to look back with the exams on our Hokkaido trip. Lily's face goes distant for a moment, and the fact that Akira's first reaction is to look over to her sister doesn't escape me. Nonetheless, she quickly collects herself. It was nice. We hadn't met our family in such a long time, so it was a wonderful reunion. Yeah, I guess that's right. Their house being beachside was the best part, though. From her dismissive tone, I get the feeling Akira doesn't like their family as much as Lily does. You only like that because you finally had time to play around. Just because I'm the better swimmer. I don't take after the athletic side of the family, that's all. Well, you can take heart in the fact that you got the height genes at least. And the bust genes. That's not really the right kind of thing to say around others. Though Lily pretends to scold Akira, she does so with an unmistakable, slightly cheeky grin on her face. I doubt Akira really minds that, judging from her nonchalant expression. While I don't either, Hanako's looking down and blushing furiously beside me. The sisters' antics aside, their parents really do lead a bourgeois lifestyle. Uh-oh, is it time to call the rich? But I can't do that to Lily. No! Man. It seems utterly divorced from the life that Lily and Akira have lived until now. I suppose practicality must have made the decision for them. To have come from such a wealthy and well-connected lineage only adds to the almost noble air Lily seems to have, though. It's a small wonder none of it seems to have rubbed off onto Akira. They really are as little alike as siblings could be, their only similarity being their shared confidence, which can both be endearing and a headache at times. Most of the night continues much the same, with Hanako eventually leaving the Sato sisters and me to ourselves as she heads back to her dorm room for a rest. For a while, only the barely audible sound from Lily's teacup and saucer can occasionally be heard as she slowly drinks. Silence is strained as Lily and I wait for the elephant in the room to be addressed. So... Lily dutifully puts her cup down, giving her sister her undivided attention. With Lily and me on one side of the low table and Akira on the other, this almost feels like a judge passing down a verdict. I hear that you two are going out now. I glance sideways at Lily to confirm her as the source of Akira's knowledge. She gives a gentle nod to Akira, which I mirror in affirmation. Deciding that this is the proper time and place to do so, and Akira being the closest figure to a parent Lily's had for much of her life, I bow deeply with my hands on the floor before me, and my head very nearly the same. I'll take good care of your sister, Akira, I promise you. See, he's a lovely young gentleman. She must have heard my voice coming from a lower position than usual. I slowly bring myself back up, my eyes tentatively looking to Akira from under my brow. To tell the truth, I very much doubt my suited judge will raise any objections. She's very definitely the type to make her disapproval with others well known, something that lends her a measure of respect in my eyes. The old-fashioned kind, huh? Well, he's the kind of person I guess you'd go for. I don't have a problem with it, and I wish you two the best. Even if I didn't like it, I couldn't really do anything anyway. I offer a nod of appreciation to her as Lily gives a small sigh of relief. Likely more out of duty than any actual belief Akira might have had any problems with us being together. I do wonder, though, how's the rest of the family taking it? Particularly the part residing at Yamaku. Have you told her? Smiles turn to grimaces as Akira grins downright evilly. Those closest know how to twist the knife best, after all. Putting up with it may be the best term for the situation. Don't you agree, Hisao? Yeah, that sounds about right. At least she's being reasonable about it. Good to hear. That girl can be a handful at the best of times. Wait, who are they referring to? Sorry. Oh, like Hanako. Never mind. Good to hear. That girl can be a handful at the best of times. We sent a few messages back and forth during and just after the trip, and she was already busting my chops for seeing my boyfriend when we came back after leaving Hideaki for so long. She really does care for the little guy. I guess my mind back to Shizune's odd reaction after telling her about our relationship. Oh, no, her! Sorry, I was thinking Hanako. No. They're talking about Shizune. Because she's a cousin. Yeah, she's technically like a cousin. Never mind. I cast my mind back to Shizune's odd reaction after telling her about our relationship, but decide not to bring it up. It's no doubt simply born out of their mutual antipathy, and Akira's comments only back that up. Well then, that's settled. Gotta get to work early tomorrow, so I'd better be off. She rises from the table with a grunt, her hand on her knee to push herself up. I just noticed Akira's eyes lingering on Lily for a couple of seconds before turning away, as she begins to take her leave. After she walks out the door, she stops and looks up thoughtfully before turning to us one last time. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to tell you. Use protection every time. I gag violently on the tea in my mouth. Contrary to my own, Lily's composure holds perfectly as she seems entirely unfazed. I'm kind of impressed. We are, don't worry. Atta girl, see us. And with that, she turns and strides away, a hand held high as she disappears into the darkened hallway, closing the door behind her. The most reaction I can muster is flopping forwards onto the table, completely drained of energy and truly exhausted by her. Lily's ability to hold her own against that suited devil is something I admire. She really is incredibly blunt. I thought it said she really is incredible, and I was about to agree, but I mean, yeah, she's also incredibly blunt. I don't think I'll ever be able to keep up with your sister's energy. As I feel Lily's soft hand come to rest on my own, I roll my head to the side to see her gently smiling. For a long time, we simply sit beside each other, silently. Given her unquestionably unusual height, she is pretty much exactly as tall as I am, probably a couple of centimeters higher if anything. Like this, she appears even taller. The feeling of her pale, soft hand against mine is a pleasant one, as is the sight of the thin silken pajamas she wears, showing her curves and collarbone. You do get on well though, even if you do say that. I guess, You know, you two are a lot more alike than I first thought you when I met you. And it's a good thing I quickly stopped you from going after her, isn't it? Though she jokes about it, my assessment of my inability to keep up with Akira, either physically or mentally, was quite in earnest. Lily's slow-paced and ladylike, almost motherly nature is perhaps the single thing that helped me most in my first weeks at Yamaku. Come to think of it. Wait, since when were we using protection? As I give a curious look to my side, Lily's cheeks puff out as she huffs at me. Unlike you, I remembered the packet is in the cupboard next to the sink. I'm not the only one of us that takes a pill. In hindsight, I feel rather thoughtlessly for not remembering it all and leaving it to Lily. I feel rather thoughtless, sorry, not thoughtlessly. Looking over to the cupboard she mentions, I notice again the knee-high piles of books around us that were here the other times I'd visited. For the most part, they're lined up against the wall to give a little more room around the table. Why don't you get a bookshelf for your books? It's odd to see books just piled around, especially given that your room looks so neat and orderly otherwise. They're easier to find this way. I know exactly which pile each book is in. True and real. Wouldn't you still know that after putting each set in a different shelf? No, you don't get it, Hisao. There's an order to the chaos. That may be, but... So she's not immune to bouts of laziness after all. You have so many of them. It's kind of a shame we can't share our book sets despite both of us reading so much. She gives a short giggle. Come to think of it, why do you order your books through Yuko? I imagine there'd be plenty of sites that you could order books in Braille from, especially in English Braille. There are a lot of text-to-speech programs too. She turns her head slightly away from me, which strikes me as somewhat surprising. I'm just not all that good with computers. I'm alright with typewriters and braillers, but that's about it. Yeah, because they're very... It's not easy for computers to be like vision accessible, right? I imagine. Yeah, no, it's really hard, probably. You don't have the tactile. You can have like a speech. You can have it like speaking, like you can have like a speech function in the thing to tell you what's going on, you know, as the computer narrating what's going on. But then it's like, you know, then you have to have headphones in all the time or else you're bothering someone. It's difficult. It makes sense why, like, she wouldn't be good with computers. They're not very accessible, from what I understand. Her tone almost makes me chuckle. She's a prideful person, so admitting something like that must be difficult. So Lily's a low-tech kind of person. Given her old-fashioned personality, it's not really a stunning surprise. I wouldn't worry about it. A lot of people aren't really that good with them, so it's not that unusual. That unusual. Now she's even more depressed. It feels like I'm twisting the knife rather than healing her wounds. With a bit of squirming, I shuffle my way closer to her, tentatively putting one hand around her waist to hug her. I'm still not really used to this kind of physical affection, but Lily seems to like it. Oh wow, okay, we got the whole thing. Lily smiles as she turns to face me, a kiss being the reward for giving in to her. She draws me in, brushing my upper lip with hers before pressing against both. This way, every one of my senses is filled with her. The barely perceptible scent of her hair, her taste as her tongue fleetingly touches mine, the tenderness of her lips, the image of her filling my mind, the total silence apart from her faint breath. We may have kissed before, but even if this is more a kiss of simple affection than anything, it's still a new and pleasant sensation. Judging from her vivid blush as she pulls back, it's obvious she feels the same as I do. Even if we're entirely alone, it still feels a little embarrassing to open up to each other this much. If we take everything day by day, I think that would be for the best. Small steps, right? Yeah, just small steps. We have plenty of time to be together, even after the school year is over. As long as we move together, I think everything will work out okay. Neither of us is going anywhere too soon, after all. For now, I'm just thankful for this small moment in time we can spend together. Katawa Shoujo. I stand unmoving in front of the door to the nurse's office for what feels like at least a dozen minutes or so. Hooray, you're still streaming? Hooray is not my reaction. Like, the game is really good, but and this is my fault. Like, I imposed it on myself that I was like, I wanted to do this in 2 streams. Man, this is fucking long. Oof. And the worst part is I have to read all of it, you know? Okay, just hydrating. I stand unmoving in front of the door to the nurse's office for what feels like at least a dozen minutes or so. It's not like I've never entered the small beige room before, nor is it because of any feeling of childlike anxiety over the visit. Maybe it's because the nurse's office is akin to a confessional, an admission that my body is flawed. The knowledge that such a fact is kept entirely confidential between the nurse and me hardly lessens the feeling. Remembering the bell to signal the end of lunch break will sound soon, I give a sigh and open the door. The burden will stay with me just this while longer. Well now, if it isn't Nakai, good to see you. Or bad, I guess, considering that I'm a nurse. He gives a small laugh, amused at his little joke. I find his humor lacking and somewhat off. No, I think he's pretty funny, I disagree. But the fact that he can make light of such a situation is perhaps comforting, or at least distracting. His brief episode of entertainment over, he claps his hands together and gets down to business. I take a seat as he gestures for me to do so. I wish the classrooms had seats this comfortable. I can feel my mind wandering as my eyes quickly scan the room, distracted by all the small changes since I last came. Alrighty, so what brings you here? Haven't seen you often, so I assume your health's been good so far? Well, mostly. I see. His smile drops as I trail off. I feel slightly guilty about it. It's these moments where I can't rationally call myself normal that make me so reluctant to see the nurse. They're an admission that I'm different from everyone else. While I was on a trip during the long weekend, I had a few problems with my heart. He hums very seriously and nods as he does so, urging me to go on. I think it was as I was walking a fairly long distance. I think the right term for it is a heart flutter. I suddenly went weak at the knees and almost felt like I was having a small heart attack, but it passed in about half a minute. Even afterward, though, I felt pretty fatigued and nauseous. Not good at all. That was how many days ago exactly? Did you do anything unusual, aside from exerting yourself before the episode? Were you taking your medication properly? The nurse switches from awkward jokester to serious health professional mode, rattling off questions, making notes, and calling up stuff on his computer. I tell him about my forgetting to take my pills that morning, and the preceding evening. It was a stupid thing to do, but I can't change anything about it now. Except answer honestly and bite the bullet. His seriousness evolves into a frown, and the talk... No, not Siri! Fuck off! Sorry. Am I... Okay. Sorry. His seriousness evolves into a frown, and the talk evolves into an instant checkup. I finish buttoning up my shirt, and again, get motion to take a seat in front of the nurse. Is this the first heart problem you've had since coming to Yamaku? I've had short pains in my chest before, just a couple of times. But they were more discomfort than anything like this. You should tell your doc about your new shrimp habits. That is true. I agree. That is an assessment of the situation I agree with. His house should be transparent with his, with his sexual activity with his nurse, especially given that there is a very strong correlation between, that and his heart, right? Like, I feel like that's a cause for concern. Same with alcohol. He should also bring up that he's been drinking, not frequently, but he should bring up that he's like indulging in drinking. Even if it's illegal, your nurse is not here to like put you behind bars, okay? But your nurse is here to make sure your health is good. He should have been transparent about this, and if there was the option to, I would have. I don't know if there is though. He leans back in his chair, briefly resembling a white-coated Poirot, as he mulls over the mysterious case of the heart flutter. Moving his lips from side to side to show he's thinking, his non-existent mustache wiggling, he eventually comes to a conclusion. Well, you survived it. It's always on the plus side. I blink at this one, then notice the nurse wearing his got you face. It's actually somewhat reassuring. I don't think he would crack jokes if things were really serious, so I keep silent and take my lumps. I'll have a talk with your doctor, but right now I suspect it's simply due to physical exertion. Have you been keeping up with regular light exercise like I directed you to? I don't think so, have I? Okay, I make sure to walk a reasonable amount every day. That's true, we do walk into the town and stuff. It's usually enough to work up a bit of a sweat, but then again, I'm not really as fit as I used to be. That should be enough then. The main thing to keep in mind is to do regular low-stress exercise, not short bursts of sprinting and such. I understand. Since leaving the hospital, I've been a lot more focused on my studies, partly to take my mind off not being able to do more physical things. It's good to hear you're coping well. Sudden lifestyle changes can be hard at the best of times, so I'm pleased to hear that you sound like you have everything in order. Almost everything, that is. Nevertheless, I want to keep a close eye on you for a while, just for observation's sake. Just to make sure things aren't going downhill, you understand? That's something I really didn't want to hear. Since coming to Yamaku, all I've wanted to do is live as normal a life as possible. Observation was one of the words I came to hate most during my hospital stay. For so long I felt as if I could have just walked straight out of the hospital door, not for that observation the doctors wanted so dearly. Sure, should I come in more often? He checks the calendar next to his computer, which seems to inflict on him a nasty case of furrowed brow. He spins back towards me after that. The summer holidays are a bit of a pain considering the timing. I'll check with your doctor to try and get a better handle on the situation and see how he wants to proceed, but I think you should just take things slowly and carefully for now. What you're describing doesn't immediately sound like a recurring event, but it won't hurt to slow down a bit for a while, just to make sure. What should I do for today? He looks over my shoulder at a clock hanging over the door. I'd never have noticed if I hadn't followed his gaze. It's nearly time for school to be over, so you may as well just leave early. He gives me a sly wink, making sure that I understand he's doing me a favor. Well, nurse's orders. Thanks. That's what I'm here for, after all. I know you might not want to hear this, but you can't ignore your condition. Don't hesitate to see me if you have any further problems, or if you have anything you want to ask. Bye. He spins around and gets back to typing on the computer in front of him. I suppose I'll just read before waiting for Lily by the gate, considering I don't have much else to do. Even as I leave, his words echo in my mind. My condition isn't something as limiting as many of the others here in Yamaku, and I don't want to burden Lily with thinking about it. If I just live life normally and avoid any sharp shocks, I should be okay. I won't let my condition rule me. Lily comes into view soon after the bells heralding the end of the school day ring out. She says farewell to a number of her classmates, headed in the other direction, before beginning her weekly trip to the convenience store. Afternoon, Lily. The immediate warm smile and relaxed demeanor she assumes upon noticing my presence are unexpectedly welcome. Hello, Isao. Good afternoon to you too. She hesitates for a second, but eventually decides to tilt her face forward and close her eyes. My lips meet hers with a measure of slight trepidation before we move off, hand in hand. The fact that we're so close in height is somewhat useful at times, there being no need for either of us to turn our head upward or downwards in order to meet the others. It doesn't take much time to leave the noise of the other students far behind us, the tapping of Lily's cane in her free hand the only sound to be heard. Whoa, kissing? Oh yeah, you weren't here, but we went the whole way already. In a surprisingly tactful way, I might add, I suppose. Silence, blissful silence, is all that greets us while we slowly walk in the setting sun's light. I think I'm coming to really like this town. The huge, green, hilly expanse. Trees everywhere, the somewhat rustic little buildings. So you've come to appreciate the tranquility of it as well. I think so. I came from a metropolitan city near Tokyo, so the quiet of this town really alienated me when I first arrived. After a while, it became really nice though. I think I prefer it to the hustle and bustle of my home city now. While I preferred the quiet of such a rural town even when I first arrived, I suppose I had the advantage of growing up in a quiet area before I came. Hanako said the surroundings are very pretty too. Lily may say such a thing quite easily, but each time she mentions how others describe sights around her as beautiful or pretty, I feel a bit put off. I noticed her expression becoming one of anticipation for some question or another. She always had a good sense for when somebody's not saying something that's on their mind, so I may as well speak up. I was kind of wondering how to put this. Do you ever regret that you can't see what things look like for yourself? It's just something that I've been thinking about. She thinks carefully for a time. Do you ever regret that you can't hear people whispering on this other side of the room? I can only speak for myself, but the fact that I can't see is the only way I've experienced life. Just as I cannot do something you can't do something that I'm capable of. The fact that the world is made for those who are sighted can be a pain sometimes, but there are many people who suffer much more than I because of the way the world is. God, she's great, man. what a great person Lily is. That does make sense, but still, it just feels kind of bad to describe something that you can't experience to you. She tilts her head quizzically, as if I just said something that makes very little sense at all, but I can experience it. You just said yourself that you like this area because of the way the surroundings are. I like this area for the very same reason. Thanks to the fact that this is a small rustic town surrounded by trees, it gives some peace and quiet away from the din at school and the bustle, not to mention the smells of the city. I suppose it would also be much like the home she shared with Akira as well. Her outlook on it seems pretty sensible, and I'm not surprised that she's got a much better handle on her particular condition than I do on mine. Just like how her coming from a location somewhat similar to Yamaku's surroundings let her become more acclimatized in a shorter time, being born blind affected her stance, by her own admission. I should stop being so annoyed with myself over it, but I can't shake the feeling that I've depended on Lily far too much, given the circumstances I must have had to deal with in Yamaku. That makes a lot of sense. You're pretty good at explaining, as always. Come to think of it, where's Hanako anyway? She was with us for lunch. It seems she's busy studying, the exams are far from over, and she said she wants to do better this year than the last. I admire her work ethic. She's really been trying to give us a lot more room. Alone recently. She's that type of person, I think, the kind that puts others' needs above her own at every chance. She's a sweet girl, even though so much has hurt her in the past. I don't know, I feel like it's only now, when she's less close to me than ever, that she's truly finding herself. It was thanks to you that she began to become more confident after all, not me. I take my hand from hers and gently place it on her hand. Sorry, I take my hand from hers and gently place it on her head. The important thing is that you were there for her. I can't imagine what she'd be like without having found someone like you. That much became obvious while you were in Scotland. We're all still friends, so we've just got to have faith in her. I think she'll become a good person, and that much is thanks to you being there when she most needed it, just as you were there for me. It makes me feel a bit childish when you sound so wise. Well, I try. Are you doing anything on the weekend by chance? Nothing that comes to mind, why? And how about a date on Sunday? It would be something to do besides exam preparation. Countering my rapidly beating heart, she simply smiles and nods. That'd be lovely. Where would you like to go? Her face suddenly changes to one of disapproval. You can't do that, Hisao. That's cheating. Do what? Yeah, if you bring up going on a date, you have to have the idea for what you're doing. You can't be like, hey, do you want it? And then the other person goes, sure. And then you go like, okay, what do you want to do? That's not good. That's not the way to do it. The gentleman should never ask a lady where to have a date. No, I think it's, I think that's, I appreciate the sentiment. I do think it's more like the person who makes the proposition though. But otherwise, I agree. Oh. Her smile quickly comes back, assuring me that she's far from serious. Don't worry about it. I'll think about where we could go. I'll leave it to you then. I promise to... Wait, who brought this up? Yeah, so we asked, so we should be the ones bringing it up. I'll leave it to you then. I promise to decide on the next date though. With our plans for the weekend made, the rest of the walk down the hill continued in silence. The prospect of that lasting for any length of time, however, is shadowed as I catch sight of a familiar figure waiting for us, her hand held high. Yo! Thank you, please come again. Change in temperature as I step outside from the convenience store sends a chill up my spine. Feels like summer's starting to wind down. Looking to my side, the same feeling seems to affect Lily as well. Though unlike me, she doesn't manage to hide the fact. Something I didn't realize at first was how physically delicate she is, even compared to the likes of Hanako. Sorry, I'm just reading chat for a sec. You're late to the sleeping? Try to do an all-nighter and catch up work. I mean, like, it's not that bad if you know how to like sleep afterwards. Slowly becoming nocturnal. I feel it. It's not good though. You do want to adjust. Like, as much as it feels like, oh, it's fine, I'll just flip my hours around. Trust, like, you need to be awake in the day. If you can help it. But yeah. I have plenty of all-nighter experience, I can let you know. Don't really know what to say, I'll just say I've been on-off watching for the last 3 hours. Thank you. And hope you're having a good day, too. Lucky Tax. What if you don't have time to sleep afterwards, Sharon? Then you're screwed. Then it's like, it's over. Okay, here's my thing, right? The way I plan it is this. If I'm doing, I will run the all-nighter if I need to. But I need to make sure that I will only do an all-nighter if I can immediately sleep after the thing that happens the next day. Like, if I can immediately have time, I will pull the all-nighter. Otherwise, I won't. And if I can't finish the thing, I can't finish the thing. It is what it is. Like, I'm not going to, like I need my beauty sleep. OMG said my name. I say everyone's name. Not like every stream, but like I say your names. I read your messages and I know who's saying them. I guess you don't know that I know who's saying them, but like I know who's saying them. Yeah, like I need at least 8 hours of sleep a day, and if not, I will sleep that on I will take the nap of the day, which will probably end up being longer in the cumulative total, or I will sleep a lot more the next day. And for me, it's like, if I cannot immediately get my hours back the next day, I will not pull an all-nighter. But if I can, I will, and I will pull an all-nighter. And from my experience, I can tell you, only do that in exceptional circumstances. Only when it's like, I need these next 8 hours, and I need to, like, so here's my thing, right? If you're pulling an all-nighter, you're optimizing the maximum amount of time you have in the near foreseeable future, right? You are sacrificing your regular schedule, your regular sleep for that. So my advice is, like, don't commit to an all-nighter if you don't have to. You know, if you're just, like, you know, if you're just gonna be late for something and it's not too bad, just be late, you know? Or alternatively, message you just, you know, let your instructor know that, I'm sorry, I, like, due to certain things, I just can't finish my thing on time, I'm so sorry, whatever. You know, whatever it is you're struggling with, because like it being the reason why you can't finish the thing, right? But if, like, otherwise, if you must pull an all-nighter, commit to the whole thing. Make sure you are, I personally don't recommend, like, ingesting a lot of caffeine, although I know some people do that and you kind of have to do that. But for me though, when I pull an all-nighter, the adrenaline of having to complete the fucking thing in the next, like, 8 hours or so, like however long, you know, you have when you do the all-nighter, is more than enough for my body to be, like, active, and for me to be like, lock in, you know? And so I don't need like extra caffeine for that. And then the moment I, you know, finish the thing, straight crash all the way till the next morning. If you can, hopefully, okay, let's say you've pulled the all-nighter, right? You go to the afternoon. That's your submission date for your thing, right? You hand it in at, like, I don't know, 2 p.m. or some shit, or maybe 12 p.m. Okay, it's the afternoon now. If you're too tired, just crash, you know, whatever, just crash, you need it. But if not, hold out a little bit, but don't do anything intensive. So if you can stay awake, but, like, kind of do low energy stuff for the rest of the day, that's what I would recommend, if you can help it. So, you know, you're done, you hand your thing in, and then you're kind of just, like, chilling, you're meditating, maybe you're, like, watching a VTuber stream at the side, you know, who knows, maybe you're watching a Karasufer stream at the side, right? Just kind of shuffling about the rest of your day, but, like, don't exert too much energy. Don't, like, immediately go into high intense energy or whatever, and then maybe have your food a little earlier. So say, like, maybe have dinner at, like, 5 or 6 p.m. and then go to bed at, like, 7, maybe like 7 or 8, and then just sleep all the way to the next morning, to however long you need. But, like, if you can help it, that's the fastest way, that's the most efficient, optimized way to pull an all-nighter and subsequently recover from the effects of it, okay? Without, like, the external influence of, like, substances. With, like, you know, substances, I don't know, I'm not an expert. I'm pretty sober most of my time on Earth. Most of my 60 years, at least. Can't have too much caffeine, heart can't take it, just like the Protag for real. I kind of relate in the sense that, like, when I have coffee, I'm not more awake. My heartbeat is just faster. And, like, I feel like, you know, I have, like, yeah, I feel a little bit more uncomfortable. Like, nothing serious, but, like, my heart is just beating faster, but I'm not more awake when I have coffee. So I think that's put me off of the caffeine addiction. And I'll have tea, like, on occasion, but I don't even care to have it all the time anyways. Speaking of which, yes, I should get the teas that Lily talks about. Can't take naps, can control my sleep, don't feel much pressure from deadlines. What I'm hearing is that I'm fucked. Okay. I can't help you with that, but what helps me when I'm in a situation like that, or what I imagine would help me if I were in a situation like that, is just spending your energy doing something that you know is hectic. Because sometimes in a day you struggle to sleep because you have not spent enough energy. That's true. As much as I personally I did not want to accept this fact when I, like, kind of learned about it years ago, because I'm like, no, what do you mean? I spend just enough energy, like, sitting around watching VTuber streams, because, you know, that's me, like, I do that, right? But then, no, you need to spend energy on the day in order to sleep, or else your body clock is not able to register, okay, it's time for nap, it's time for sleepy time now, you know, like, in whatever way you can. If you're struggling to sleep, one of the best ways is to just do something spent your energy doing something. Hopefully it's a productive thing, but even if it's not productive, at least spend energy doing something. Like, you know, like playing like a video game or whatever, even that. But like, not like, don't just like drift off and, you know, like mindlessly click on the buttons when I say play a video game. I mean, like, really put your whole like head into it, you know? And then, I don't know, like there's some combination of mental like energy expended and also like physical energy expended. Going to the gym definitely does help, but you know, if you're not really keen on that, maybe just a walk. Maybe just a walk. Don't do anything, but also didn't sleep for 3 days once. It just felt like you forgot how to sleep. You gotta like, yeah, I think like how to curb, one of the ways to curb that is to just do something. Really, it's to do something. And if it's any like consolation from me, I'd rather not see you for like a week of streams and then you come back going like, hi, I'm sorry I wasn't here for like a whole week of streams, but that's because I was like doing things and putting my schedule in check and, you know, being productive. I'd be really happy to see that. Okay, I'm not saying you I'm not forcing you to do anything, but all I'm telling you is if that happened, I'd be very proud. Okay. Anyways, looking to my side, the same feelings seem to affect Lily as well, though unlike me, she doesn't manage to hide the fact. Something I didn't realize at first was how physically delicate she is, even compared to the likes of Hanako. If I had to describe her, I'd have to say that she reminds me of a China doll. Akira walks up behind her and gives a couple of hard pats on her shoulder, much to Lily's consternation. For a moment, she looks as envious of my status as an only child as I am of their close relationship. They talk between themselves for a few moments as I sort out my bags, their voices too low for me to catch, but eventually they break off and we begin the walk back to school. First time chatting, hi everyone. Hello. LUC? How do you want me to pronounce your name? If you want it at all. I can just ignore you, that's fine. If you want me to ignore you, just tell me that. That's fine. Yes, it's Suit Woman. This is Akira, the Suit Woman. Suit Woman. It's Lucy? Okay, just pronounce it as Lucy, no problem. Everyone probably thinks I'm a need too. Here's my thing, right? I'm just gonna assume everyone who shows up in my chats is like a NEET of some kind until proven otherwise. You have to do the job of proving to me that you are not a NEET. Otherwise, I'm just assuming you are. And if you're not in my chat, I'm also gonna make that assumption until proven otherwise. Feels good to be out of that damned office. You kids don't know how good you have it here. You're in uni? Same thing. No, it's not. It's not. I know you're in, I know. Kids. Tish, you too then. Kids grow up so fast nowadays. You're not old enough to say that. I don't know, being around Hideaki makes me feel damned old. He's so precocious, he reminds me of you when you were younger. No, younger. Doing linguistics so close enough. Hey, I'm a philosophy major. I'm with you on this one. He's a nice boy. It'd be a shame if Shizune comes to have too much of an influence on him. Akira gives an amused snort at her sister's antipathy. She really doesn't seem to regard it as anything to make a serious fuss about, treating it more like a childhood spat. She looks over to me, apparently only just remembering that I'm here, and gives a small grin as she reaches towards her back pocket. What is it? Just a sec, let me dig it out. After quite some difficulty, she manages to retrieve her black leather wallet from her back pocket, quickly fishing out what looks to be a folded square of paper. With Lily all but unaware of what's happening, Akira unfolds the scrap and hands it over to me. Whoa! That's pretty cool. An old photo of what looks to be a younger Lily and Shizune operating a noodle stall, with some other girl in the background. She looks vaguely familiar, but I can't quite pinpoint why. What is it, Akira? I think you know. No, I don't. Who's the one in the back? Lily mulls this over for a few moments before realization dawns on her. Akira, you really needn't... It's fine, isn't it? Besides, it's like the only photo I have of you two since you entered Yamaku. And you're not at each other's throats. Who's the one in the back? I don't know who that is. Is that like the pink? Is that Misha? There's no way that's Misha. Like, dyed different colored hair or something. Shall I consider Sharon a NEET in revenge? I'm streaming, like, I've been streaming 5+ hours every day for the past 2 weeks. It's impossible for me not to be at the current moment, okay? That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying, don't expect this going forward, because I've gotta, like, you know, live my life and and go out and talk to real people, and then I've gotta, you know, contribute to society with my philosophy degree. So this is a very rare occurrence where this happens, okay? Whatever. Look back down to the photo in my hand. It does seem strange to see Lily and Shizune working together so diligently without any sign of animosity. If the photos of them during Yamaku's festival, that means it must have been taken 1 or 2 years ago. In other words, the time when they were both in the student council together. Who's the girl in the back? She looks kind of familiar. Ah, I knew you wouldn't recognize her. It's Misha. It is Misha! It is Misha! She dyed her hair pink. Oh. That's Misha? No way. It was extremely strange to see Misha without her so very distinctive hairstyle. Judging from Akira's tone, she doesn't take favorably to Misha's idea of fashion. I suppose that fact just accentuates how odd the situation is, too. How odd the situation looks. To think they were so friendly in the past, I wish I could do something to mend their relationship. You're being very quiet, Hisao. It just feels kind of strange to see you all so friendly like this. Lily moves to say something, but stops herself. In the end, this isn't a matter for me. It's between Shizune and Lily and nobody else. Things change, unfortunately. I hand the photo back to Akira, who sighs as she folds it up and slides it back into her wallet. A little memory quietly hidden away to be pulled out again some time later. Yeah, that they do. Initially, I think Akira's reaction to be simply in response to the situation between Lily and Shizune, but she looks oddly glum compared to what I'd expect. Lily's expression is clouded as well. What's wrong? It's just that I'll be going to Scotland fairly soon. Oh, shit. You're leaving for Scotland again, and this is permanently, isn't it? For a long moment, Akira looks surprised. It's an ill-fitting expression for her. After a glance at Lily, she turns back to me as if she'd never done so. Yeah, in a couple of weeks I'll be leaving for Inverness to work at the company's headquarters. It's a pretty big jump in corporate position, and it's not a chance it's going to come again. So, Akira's going to leave Japan on what seems to be a permanent basis. I can't help feeling that my assumption that we would all happily while away our days having fun in this isolated little world is coming to an end. It's unsettling. She is a Scottish suit woman. They're both half Japanese, half Scottish. I look at Lily, mildly surprised that she hasn't told me such a thing, despite usually being so forthcoming. She continues to walk with her face fixedly, pointed ahead. I can't read her expression, nor can I even guess what's on her mind, which is discomforting given how it's usually easy for me to do both. It reminds you of the time when we met at the Shanghai, just before what could be called our first date. At the time, all I could do was comfort her without knowing the cause, and now it feels no different. As we finally reach the school dormitories once again, there's a somewhat awkward silence. I don't think I'm the only one who feels it. See you tomorrow then, Lily. Bye, Akira. Night, Hisao. See ya. But with that, they walk to the female headquarters. Dormitories, sorry. Opening the door to the male dormitories, I stop and look back at them just moments before the figures disappear behind the heavy wooden door. That was a strange moment when Akira said she was leaving. While that wasn't the first time when my thoughts regarding my new life had been called into question, it's perhaps the first time to do it quite so profoundly. I still don't know what to make of Akira's reaction, much less of Lily. The night's chill reminds me to get back to my room before I catch something, my bags pulling down on my arms with seemingly redoubled weight. If nothing else, I have a date with her set up for the weekend. I just need to stop overthinking stuff and get on with things as they are. Exams are still going, after all. And with the trimester's end and the summer holidays beginning soon, there will be plenty to get me busy for a while. As I give a yawn and retreat inside, my thoughts turn to what Lily will decide to set as the location for our weekend rendezvous. Katawa Shoujo. I'm pretty sure this is about the last thing I had in mind when Lily said she'd decide where to have our date. Damn! Oh, fuck. No man nor woman is dressed in anything but their finest, their formality only matched by that of their surroundings. Rich red wallpaper adorns the walls as the city lights far below flicker and glow. Combined with the ambient hum of quiet speech and the high-pitched clattering of cutlery and wine glasses, the mood is very formal, yet relaxed enough for me to not feel too uptight despite this being our first real date. Once we get seated, our waiter leaves to attend to others with a quick bow after an appreciative nod from Lily. Far from depending on my help, Lily's managed to navigate herself around surprisingly easily so far, despite the unfamiliar environment. A light brush here and there, and she's generally quite deft at orienting herself as needed. My eyes look to Lily's. I can tell from her face that she's listening to her surroundings just as hard as I'm looking. Though truth be told, my eyes are lingering on her each time they sweep across the room. The red cheongsam she's wearing accentuates her figure very well and shows off her legs. Even her hair is done up, and the scent of perfume is just noticeable. While my black suit may be a rental, I managed to select an appropriate one. It feels surprisingly comfortable considering I've so rarely worn one, and fits the setting just as well as Lily's attire. I guess this is a new experience for both of us then. She turns somewhat sheepish. I've never come to a place such as this before, no. One hell of a first date, that's for sure. It's going to be pretty hard for me to top this. A small giggle. Even now, our nervousness is dissipating. Her hand skates along the center of the table until it touches the menu, which she takes in both hands and brings to her face. Hisao. As she lowers the beige laminated sheet just below her eyes, I can see another sheepish look. I thought asking the waiter for a menu in Braille would be productive. I can read it out for you, no problem. I take mine and give it a quick read, my small grin faltering. Perhaps there is... What's wrong? There are quite a few items on here, and I'm not completely sure how to pronounce a couple of them. One fine cuisine after another is listed, most may be in Japanese, but a few are in English and French. I guess it's to be expected, but I have no idea what's in some of these. Oh, this one I recognize. Wait, hang on. You can cook that? A small giggle of amusement comes from behind the paper sheet. Well, I could read them all out, but it'd take a few hours. Is there anything with some kind of fish in it? Let's see. No. Aren't those poisonous? No. They eat that stuff? No. Ah, here we go. A tuna salad seems to be a good bet. From the picture, it looks like it'd be pretty filling as well. It seems to be a reasonably safe option. Let's order two then. I'm pretty sure a couple of these dishes are from poisonous animals. I've had enough deadly run-ins for now. It's a fancy restaurant. They're not going to kill you. The reason why they would have it on the menu is to show you how good they are at preparing their food, that, you know, you couldn't possibly be food poisoned. Whatever. Gold digger. I will say, I'm not unused to this. It's just not very often. I can work my way around fancy environments, okay? Like I know the manners, I know where you put the fork and the knife, okay? I know what the small spoon's for, I know what the bigger spoon's for. I've got it, okay? I've got it locked in. It's not often, but if need be, I'll be fine. Bougie chairman? Far from it, but it's just, you know, what's the word? What's the bit? Hold on. Okay, hold on. I gotta like... There's always a bit for everything I describe. Okay, give me one moment. Okay, I found it, but I realized it might be appropriate, and this is one of the more problematic sets that Dave Chappelle's done, so never mind. So, but there's a bit in one of Chappelle's somewhat more recent shows, like specials, comedy specials. Dave Chappelle, sorry, is a comedian, and he makes the joke. It's a remark that leads into a longer bit, but the remark is what sticks with me, and it's like, what was it? What does he say? He says, my parents worked just hard enough for me to grow up poor around rich people. is like, I think the way that bit goes, and then he kind of goes, he expands into like a bit about like the difference between being poor and being broke, which I think is an interesting thing. Don't schools usually teach dining etiquette? Not usually. I find that that's uncommon. As evidenced by people not knowing dining etiquette, but yeah. I don't have anything to say to that other than that bit is funny, and I'm bringing it up here because it's funny. You're going the Gran route again? Always, yeah, Gran is also like, her father's like the CEO of a company. That's crazy. In both of the straight dating sims I've played so far. The straight guy dating sims, I mean. But yeah. Huh. Lily maintains a smile, but there's a distinct lack of laughter. Black humor mustn't be her cup of tea, although to be honest, I don't find it exceedingly funny either. It's not really black humor. There are certainly quite a few interesting smells wafting about. The same is true of the sights, I assume. Can't believe he's such a silver spoon. It's over. My relatability ends here. Like, it's just gone. I've never been anywhere quite like this. A fancy Japanese tea house, and on occasion or two, but never anything this lavish nor European in styling. Before another word can be said, a portly waiter in a distressingly tight vest appears at our table to take our orders. Provincial tuna salad. I don't even know how to say that. Please, too. Hope I didn't mess up the pronunciation of that too badly. Even if I did, he doesn't show it. And may I have a glass of Chardonnay, please, Isao? Oh, the same. Oh, what I wouldn't give for a glass of Chardonnay right now. Anyways, as the waiter nods and leaves, I suddenly realize what I said by absent-mindedly mimicking Lily's answer. I regret it pretty quickly. Alcohol. Only a bit. This girl has an odd prosperity to getting hooked on things, I swear. Propensity, sorry. No, but she's cooking! She's cooking! Surprising that they didn't ask for ID. Yeah. Then again, I guess we both do look mature for our age. I'll have to take your word for it. I'll add that this isn't what I'd call the type of place to ask such things, though. Good point. We both relax a little into our seats, trying to take our minds off the choking formality of the surroundings. Aren't they high schoolers? How are they getting alcohol? So they're like 18, but the age for drinking in Japan, where this is set in, is like technically 20. Just instinctively finding the richest woman in the room, a gold digger at heart. No. Fuck. Anyways. Wait, I don't think I read that last one, sorry. As soon as we do, the same waiter reappears at our table with 2 empty glasses and a bottle, the contents of which are quickly and professionally poured into the former. We both nod politely as he leaves, Lily taking her glass and gently moving it from side to side. The liquid inside glistens as it moves around in the glass, and I have to admit it makes me a little less regretful for ordering the same. Legal drinking age is 18? Really? Has it always been 18? Because they're 18, we know. They've talked about their birthdays. But I think like earlier in the game, they talked about how like 20 is the age where they're allowed to drink, I think. Maybe they changed it. I don't know. What's Chardonnay like? I can't describe it without sounding like a complete jackass, like a complete buffoon, so I'm not gonna. Suffice it to say, it's good. I guess it must take effort to judge how the liquid inside is acting based only on its center of balance. Maybe it's like her origami, taking every little chance to practice her dexterity. I guess I'm not surprised that you know about a place like this. Those who have money would, I suppose. This reminds me of just how completely different our upbringings were. In Yamaku, it's easy to forget about social and economic disparity between students all wearing the same uniforms, living in the same dormitories. This is the Japan from Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney Chairman. Drinking age is 21. I don't see. Wait, I don't know what the connection is. Sorry. If you're saying it's like the same time period, then okay. I see. I've only played a little bit of Ace Attorney, but not enough. I actually do plan to play Ace Attorney on stream at some point, but I don't know when. I haven't figured out when to do that yet. Well, Akira was the one to tell me of it. She's come here before, apparently. So that's what they were conspiring about on Friday. And you chastise me for cheating. That's not cheating, it's simply making use of personal contacts. If you say so. Still, I get the feeling that you're more familiar with this kind of restaurant than I am. What makes you say that, huh? She pauses a moment, a wistful look on her face, before softly smiling. The compliment seems to brighten her mood. You can thank my former school for that. If I were to appear any less, they'd be gravely disappointed. She has mentioned her previous schooling before, but now I'm kind of curious. She seems to think a lot about her past, so I don't see any problem in asking. What was that like? Oh no, it's just a joke because Ace Attorney is also like Japan in quotations. Because it's like 90% California. Really? I mean, I haven't played enough to know the setting, but I mean, I guess you're right. From what I imagine, I don't know. It was prestigious, all girls and Catholic. These facts made my parents choose it for me. Many wealthy families sent their daughters there. From how it sounds, life there must have been pretty strict. I wouldn't say it was a bad experience, but you're quite right. It was very strict. Thankfully, I managed to adapt well enough and make a number of friends. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for my sister. She found the atmosphere and religious aspect suffocating and ended up leaving for a job as soon as she was able to. She gives a small, self-deprecating chuckle. I shouldn't complain about it though. Not many even have the chance to go to such a school. Do you resent your parents for sending you there, then leaving? She gently shakes her head. My family's highly patriarchal. Damn. It is what it is. It's society, okay? My father, business always on his mind, was entirely lost as to what to do with me. In the end, he made the decision that my education was of higher priority than staying with the family. He simply did what he thought was best. To say such things so easily, what an unbelievable girl. That said, I'm a little surprised she doesn't think her blindness played any part at all. Though maybe I'm being too harsh on her family. You're too kind-hearted, you know that. Most would hate their parents for something like that. Well, some do. Oblivious to my raised eyebrows, she takes a sip from her glass. The wine sips down effortlessly, her fondness for it evidently helping her deal with the flavor of alcohol. I can't say the same goes for me. What of yourself? What was your schooling like? Mine? Let's see. It was a fairly normal public school, I suppose, maybe a bit busier than the norm. I did quite well in class and played in the soccer club. Since I'm an only child and my parents both worked a lot, I just wasted a lot of my free time and money at the arcade with my 3 friends. No matter how much I played though, I never did manage to beat Mai at any of those machines. Even Takumi and Shin lost to her whenever they tried. Then I'd be left trying to be the responsible adult when Shin and Mai fought again. Just the 4 of us, aimlessly enjoying our childhood. Those were some pretty silly times. I catch myself as I realize that I'm starting to zone out, the days of my old school disappearing to the night sky, and bright city lights outside the window. Lily's face is an odd mixture of curiosity and sympathy. Given her strict schooling, I suppose something like this would seem an interesting contrast to the only life she's known. It sounds like your previous school was a lot of fun. I'm not really sure how much of it is nostalgia, but there are some nice memories. That's in the past though, I can't go back there now, but through my accident I found a new life I'd never have imagined leading. The peace and calm of Yamaku, a new direction for my future in science, the friendship of Shizune, Misha, and Hanako, and most of all you. She gives a deep, genuine smile as she moves her hands towards me, her fingers just lightly searching out my face before softly caressing my cheek. Her hand reluctantly retreats after a second of warm silence as we notice the waiter arriving with our meals. Lily does a deft job of covering her condition, except for the fact that her nod to him is slightly misaligned due to silence. She really seems to work hard at appearing as normal as possible in public. While I noticed it long ago, I still can't quite gauge whether it's a want or to not be treated differently, a slight sense of vanity, or some mixture of both. Excuse me, sorry. The dish served let me reorient myself. The dish served lives up to the salad name, and the portions pleasantly large. With sliced eggs and tomato, it looks very enticing indeed. Lily takes her knife in one hand and fork in the other, quickly getting to work on the dish as I do. It's later than when we usually have dinner, so we're both eager to dig in. My cautious skewering of leaves and vaguely meat-like squares with my fork is matched by Lily's silent and measured prodding and chewing. An occasional tap around the sides of a piece of food. For the food to work out its edges is the only giveaway to her lack of sight. I'm done with my meal in little time, Lily taking the last few bites as I sit observing her. Finished, Sisal? Yeah, it was pretty nice. That much is very true. I never thought a simple salad could be so tasty and filling. But then again, I suppose that's why it costs so much to eat here. Content with my appraisal and evidently agreeing, Lily gives a small nod. You know, given that you're part foreign, exotic looking, and quite pretty, I'm surprised that nobody's ever confessed to you before. You're assuming nobody did. Ah, checkmate, checkmate! Get him, Lily! Get him! Sorry. The simple statement takes me off guard. I shouldn't be surprised, given that I was complimenting her just moments before. Really? I've received several confessions, both in this school and my previous one. Adolescence is a funny time. She's kind of talking as if she's above it herself. Huh? How easily you say such a thing. Lily looks surprised for a moment before a playful smirk covers her face. Is that jealousy? What? No, it isn't. You're a bad liar, Hisao. You should take that into account. And again, I do appreciate how sincere you are, even if you don't intend to be sometimes. I think your honesty will always serve you well when dealing with others. Facts, she's spitting. How is Lily never wrong? She's never been wrong this whole game. It's crazy. I clear my throat in mock disapproval of this whole business and try to steer the conversation elsewhere. To tell the truth, though, I do prefer solitude to being surrounded by others. I don't think I could maintain a social circle like you do. She contemplates this for a moment. I don't think that's true either. I've seen how gentle and caring you are around Hanako, and you get on marvelously well with others, even with those who you hardly know. I think you're quite adept at social situations. But on that note, what of your confessions, Hisao? I'm sure someone like you must have had at least one admirer. Oh, here it comes! Here it comes! Oh shit. As I open my mouth to speak, I can feel my face turn slightly dour. At times like this, I secretly appreciate the fact that she can't see my expressions. Just one. Her name was Iwanako. It was when she confessed to me that I had my heart attack, there in the woods during winter. Uh-oh. Lily finds herself speechless, not expecting for the topic to move into such an area. My condition has always been something of a concern for her, something that I strive to minimize despite my body's best efforts to the contrary. Afterwards, she visited me for a while when I was in the hospital. For weeks she came in and talked. It was usually just small talk or classroom gossip, but that was enough. But eventually, she just stopped coming. She was there every day, then every other day, then once a week, and finally one day she just stopped visiting entirely. Did you ever see her again? Wrapped in my own little world, I shake my head before remembering the futility of the gesture. Drop this. No! Now's the time to talk about it. Yes, it's awkward, but like, it's never not gonna be awkward, okay? Now that the conversation has come here and you're kind of at an environment where there's nothing pressing, it's a nice day you're having, this is a good time to explain yourself and explain what's going on in your life. Don't answer that? Okay, like, I know you were talking about this like for the thing earlier, but like, yes, answer that. Yes, talk about it, but be like open and not like awkward about it, I guess, is what I'll say. That's weird. That's bad. Let me take it back. I'm not gonna say don't be awkward. I'm gonna say don't feel as if it would be awkward. It is only as awkward as you make it to be, because things happen to people, and the sooner you accept that things happen to people, good or bad, you know, awkward or not awkward, and the sooner you can accept that people just have different lives and experiences, but nonetheless they are people anyways, the sooner you'll realize there's nothing that really can't be talked about, right? As long as it's, you know, genuine and it comes from the soul. As long as it's coming from the soul and you're not lying. Yes, talk stuff, say things. Obviously, package it appropriately for the social setting, but don't be hesitant to speak your mind on things. Unless you know you're with people who don't like that, in which case I would be a little wary of being around people like that. Anyways, let's mention the letter. The memory of that single letter Iwanako sent me comes back to my mind. I never saw her again, but after I was sent to Yamaku, she wrote me one letter. Lily's face shows an expression I know well. I've piqued her interest. I'd be slightly offended that it's simply a matter of curiosity for her, but she's never been very good at masking her reactions. In hindsight, it really didn't say much. What was going on in my old class, how she was faring, and I'm almost as an afterthought that it was probably best for the both of us that we didn't see each other again. After reading it, I ended up reassessing a lot of things I thought I'd managed to work out. For the most part, that letter reminded me that the world around me was still moving and just how much I'd become isolated from it. And I guess it also reminded me of what I'd lost. She gives the information some thought before her face lights up in realization. No doubt she's worked out that it was this letter which had contributed to my angst during that lunch on the rooftop. It's a rare sight to see Lily quite so lost for words. Her entire persona is a little deflated from her earlier rapt interest. As charismatic as she is, in the end that isn't any replacement for life nor relationship experience. Perhaps it is better she sent it than not. How's that? It can be difficult to work out how best to communicate with those you haven't met in a long time, all the more so considering your separate situations. Instead of doing what was easiest, she built up the courage to talk to you one last time, not only for her sake, but from how it sounds for yours as well. Maybe. I don't hate her for it, not that I really ever did, but I don't know. Probably a more non-committal answer than I should have given, but it isn't without cause. I've never looked at the situation from Iwananko's perspective like that before. Seconds pass in silence before Lily speaks again. Moving to Yamaku must have been hard for you, having your friends and even your girlfriend taken from you for no fault of your own. The worst of it passed while I was in the hospital. When all that surrounds you is 4 white walls and a small television, your mind takes on a life of its own. It's like my old school, I guess. I just try not to dwell on what's happened and keep thinking ahead. All that reminiscing does is get me down, and it's largely thanks to you that it feels like things are finally getting back on track. That's pleasing to hear, Hisao. She lowers her face slightly, expression pensive. I guess I went too far and embarrassed her. I suppose you went through something a bit like what I did when you entered Yamaku anyway, right? I imagine the vast majority of our school students did after all. You said yourself that you made friends in your own school. I can't imagine many followed you. Lily's deep smile drops, her expression unexpectedly darkening. Even her hands retreat to her lap. After a long while, she speaks. Hisao, can you promise not to tell anyone else what I'm about to? I promise. She looks slightly taken aback by my serious tone, but then relents and smiles weakly before continuing. When I moved to Yamaku, I did regret losing the friends I'd had at my other school. But there was one person whom I most regretted not seeing again. He was the reason I took up English as a future career. He, considering that she came from an all-girls school, that can't have been a schoolmate then. I rejected the confessions I'd received until then for him. Every time I improved my English skills, his praise was my most treasured reward. It's funny, isn't it? Someone like me, able to boast about the people who have set eyes on me, liking someone so utterly unattainable as my tutor. It truly is the most ridiculous thing. Did you? She quickly shakes her head from side to side. I couldn't, even then I knew it was impossible. A silence reigns over both of us. This does seem to explain her ardent focus on her future in teaching English, but I can't help thinking of her confession to me. She lost him without ever letting her feelings be known. Did she somehow fear that would happen again, but with me? I don't really know what to make of it. I've heard of such relationships before, taboos born of such things as puberty and youth. The fact that she had the good judgment not to act on it, though, is heartening. Yes, and thank God the tutor wasn't creepy either, or at least we assume so. I know this must sound strange, but please, don't think of me. Why would I think any less of you for that? To be honest, I think he must have been a very nice person if you liked him so much. Not only that, but you stopped yourself before going too far. For a moment, she looks somewhat lost. Most unexpectedly, though, it isn't a second before she starts to laugh. The sound takes me off guard. It's not a giggle nor a restrained chuckle, but honest and genuine laughter. I find myself smiling. And not just at her display of relief and happiness, but for her to trust me enough to let me see this most private of secrets. Before I realize it, I feel her palm touching my face. Her touch is gentle as ever, with her thumb slowly stroking my cheek. You're kind, Hisao. I really do love you. Seeing her face like this, with her palm gently caressing my face, I think tonight has been a wonderful night. I guess we've both had pretty weird pasts, eh? I think by most standards our present is rather odd as well. I smile and hang my head. This woman can easily run rings around me, of that I'm quite sure. I look back around the room with its continuing quiet hum of patrons. This place probably fits into the odd category too. It is a tad overbearing. That's one word for it, yes. Catch the eye of a scurrying waiter. A short, scrawny guy no older than 20. He kinda reminds me of Kenji mentioned! Though unlike him, the waiter isn't dressed for winter during midsummer. After a curt bow and an offer to remove our plates, Lily asks for the bill politely and softly. With expert coordination, he maneuvers around the tables, our plates in hand, to retrieve our bill. In no time, he reappears through the doors, smartly handing our bill to Lily, who promptly hands it to me, causing him to raise an eyebrow. As I read the small computer-printed leaflet, the cost is considerably more than I expected. Hisao? Oh, I quickly stammer out the amount, to which Lily merely nods and reaches for her purse. Giving her card to the waiter, he disappears once again. Kenji mentioned yaoi routes still possible. At this stage of the game, damn. That was a disproportionately large amount of money. The statement seems to make Lily slightly uncomfortable. My family leaves me more than enough for my education. The same goes for my sister, though she dislikes being reminded of that fact. That said, I too dislike throwing money about, but this one time I think I can make an exception, just for you. Not only did you choose our date, but you paid for both of us as well. I take the bridge of my nose and my fingers. I can't believe how high you have set the bar for our next date. True, she has completely destroyed you, Hisao. You have no chance. It's so over. She gives a small giggle. Hisao, okay, Hisao, here's what you gotta do. Here's what you gotta do. I'm in the corner, I'm the coach, right? Here's what you do, Hisao. You know you can't match, like, you know, don't try to match the same qualities, but better. That's never a good idea. Instead, you have to, if it's your turn next time to, you know, plan the date, think of something that is just different in nature entirely, that kind of brings out the best in you and the best in your relationship with the other person. So, you know, since today was like, you know, a fancy restaurant date, the next time you have to plan the date, maybe go for something that's, you know, obviously maybe a bit more on the budget side, but also something more maybe like fun and intimate. Maybe you go to a park and you do something at a park, you know, maybe you go out for a walk at the beach, I don't know, and then maybe you do a picnic. Here's what you do. You plan a picnic. You plan a picnic at like a beach or something, you know, and then you just you prepare all of that. You do the parasol, you do the blanket or whatever you want to call it, the mat on the floor. You do everything, you get the food and everything. And like that works because you are put in the situation where like you know what I mean? Like it would be more difficult for her to initiate a date like that than you were to. So you should do that when it's your turn. And make it just completely different. Make it like a completely different vibe or a different mood, a different thing, etc. Anyways, it's not, all hope is not lost, Isao, even though she got you really high on the first bit, okay? Not all hope is lost. She did mention swimming and how the sound concerning of the open sea. So don't go to the sea, I guess. Or if so, like, you know, you help her out with it. Be the gentleman here, okay, Isao? But like, you know, you can just hang out on the sand. You can just do that. You could also, yeah, you can also camp out till night and then see the stars as well. You can do that. You can do that too. Okay, well, maybe not seeing the star. Okay, no, actually, that's clever. That's smart. You know why? You know why? Okay. Do the thing, camp out at the beach, and like, go stargazing. Here's the kicker, okay? Yes, she's blind. The kicker is, you sit there painstakingly with like, you know, you can make it a little awkward as well. It's funny. You bring like a whole like book. You over prepare to make sure you understand what's going on in the stars, and then you describe everything to her as you're seeing it. You know, you literally painstakingly make all the effort of like, okay, this is the constellation, it does this, and it's over there, and now that's what's right above us, and then right next to that there's this other thing, and you just describe it, okay? There, that's how you win. That's how you win. There you go. You're welcome, Hisao, you're welcome. She gives a small giggle. I'll be looking forward to it, Hisao. The waiter reappears beside us, as if by magic, and hands Lily's card back to her. Evidently picking up on her lack of sight, he places the card in her hand with an extra, perhaps unneeded amount of firmness to make sure of her grip. Leaving, he exercises a measure of diplomacy by keeping a neutral face despite my own expression. Clapping my hands together, I stand up from my seat in order to bring an end to our night out. Shall we be off then, milady? Milady. Katawa Shoujo. Yeah. I snap upwards out of my sheets and sit bolt upright in bed as if an electric shock had just run through my entire body. The night air feels cold against the sweat of my bare skin. My breathing's short and rugged, nearly to the point of hyperventilation. Mind racing, I bring my hand to my head in an attempt to soothe my body's panicked state. It takes me a number of seconds to realize my hand is shaking violently, even as I press it against my face. More seconds pass in complete silence, my desperate attempts to subdue my body and mind slowly, thankfully working. Gathering myself, I start taking measure of the state I'm in. Feels like I'm running a marathon, every muscle feeling tensed and sweat practically pouring off me. I carefully direct my attention to the beating in my chest, measuring out the rhythm in my head. Sure enough, my unreliable heart is functioning properly for once. Just what the hell was that? A heart attack? Bad nightmare? Medicine side effects? I've heard about panic attacks, and this does seem to have the hallmarks of one. I can't even be bothered thinking about it right now. I feel utterly exhausted, yet completely awake after this experience. I look over to the side of my bed, the pale white of the silent figure's face almost glowing in the nighttime darkness of the room. Just the sight of her is enough to calm me down significantly. Her graceful demeanor persists even while she's asleep. Her perfectly measured breathing and gentle face making it impossible to tell whether she's awake or truly sleeping. Giving in to temptation, I delicately run my fingertips over her hand. Her skin is soft to the touch, as it always has been, yet warm even in the cold night. It's at times like this, silently appreciating each other's presence, that I feel we're closest. My fingers stop at her wrist, and I bring my hands back down to the bed beside me. I'm not entirely sure why, but as we become ever closer to each other, it felt as if something grew between us. I'm not entirely sure what it is, nor whether it existed before we'd fallen in love. Everything is moving so fast. I don't mind it at all, but it feels unlike Lily to be pushing things this much. Thankfully, there aren't any students milling around in the hallways at this hour of the morning, lest I be interrogated on why I'm carrying 2 plates of breakfast to my room while dressed in an obviously hastily donned uniform. That isn't to say things like this never happen, of course. A single security guard patrolling between 2 sets of bedrooms situated right next to each other is a very small force compared to adolescent hormones. Come to think of it, the fact that it's Monday morning probably helps. I'm not really sure why, but Mondays seem to bother me less than they do most others. It takes a little creative use of my hands and elbow, but eventually I manage to work the door to my dormitory room open. Stepping inside, I see Lily just getting up from the bed and tiredly rubbing her eyes. She looks a mess, just like most other times I've seen her soon after she wakes. She really isn't a morning person. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. She groggily shakes her head. The morning light illuminating her makes for a very pleasant sight. It's okay, I needed to get up anyway. What time is it? I put my plate down on my desk and turn the clock around to check the time. Still early, don't worry, there's plenty of time left before school. She sits on the side of the bed and begins to sniff the air. As she does so, I quickly move her plate away and put it on the desk behind mine. Yes, I got us some breakfast. Shower and clothes come first, though. She stands still for a moment with her chin pointed slightly out. I gladly acquiesce and press my lips to hers, savoring the soft feeling before breaking off. With a small, sweet smile, apparently quite satisfied, she slowly makes her way to the showers. I stretch to try and wake myself up a little more, briefly looking at the steaming dishes on the desk. Rice, fish, miso soup, and some vegetables, a standard breakfast for a somewhat unusual day. I grab the bottles from my desk and start taking my daily regimen of pills. Sometimes I wonder what these things are even good for, given all the troubles I've had since the initial incident. I can't even say that it doesn't hurt to take them, considering the side effects so far. Well, whatever. Doctor's orders that I have to take them, and rationality suggests that I'd be well served to trust his judgment over mine. It doesn't take long for the noise of the shower to cease, a quick one apparently being fine for Lily given the circumstance. Emerging from the bathroom, she looks significantly more awake, having had the chance to collect herself. Without a word, I gently take her hand in mine and guide her to the desk. Considering I don't have a table in my room as she does, it'll have to do. Thank you, Hisao. What did you prepare for breakfast? Just rice and some vegetables, something fast. Her face lights up at the revelation. That's quite a breakfast. This is normal for you. Now she's just being nice. I have little doubt, considering her past, that this isn't exactly a high-class meal by her standards. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Just because we're students doesn't mean we can't take it lightly. That's my belief anyway. From what others I've talked to have said, I might just be in the minority. I take a seat on the side of my bed and begin eating together with Lily, her chopsticks lightly tapping out the outlines of the vegetables, just as I'd noticed her do during our date. This is quite nice, Hisao. I had no idea you could cook this well. This time she's much more genuine, I can tell that much. That said, cooking really isn't anything special at all. After a bit of practice, it's pretty easy to make a simple dish. Most of the credit goes to modern technology. Still, after years of cooking for myself, I should hope so. I got bored of eating instant noodles and ordering pizza every time my parents were both working, so I taught myself how to make a few meals. I'm still trying to get the knack of it though. You'll make a good wife someday, Hisao. Lily does not miss everything Lily does. She don't miss. She don't miss. She don't miss. I take a grain of rice and place it into my thumb before carefully taking aim and giving it a good flick. Lily jumps a little as it hits her cheek, right on target. I can't help chuckling a little at her expense as she lowers her brow and tries her best to assume a harsh and serious expression. Oh, that's right. What is it? Did you have any problems sleeping last night? You seemed restless. So she was awake back then, or at least partly so. Whether it was my heart or nightmare caused by the side effects of my medicine, the last thing I want is for her to be worrying about me even more. Even before my relationship with Lily, I'd felt my body was a drag on everything I did. My body is my burden alone. So long as I'm with her, I'll continue to act as normally as possible. No, not particularly. Is that so? That's good then. Luckily, she seemed to take me at my word. Come to think of it, there was something else I wanted to ask. Oh? How should I put it? When you dream, do you see people and objects? Yes, of course Oh. I feel more than a little sheepish for that slip of the tongue, however earnest it may be. Lily looks unperturbed, though. But you don't taste, feel, nor smell things. I move to answer, but I find myself stuck before thinking about it. The more I mull it over, the more I realize that her hypothesis is correct. That's true, I guess. I never looked at it that way. Are you saying that you do? For the most part, I only hear in dreams, but yes, sometimes I touch and smell things as well. I'm just asking since Akira thought it was very strange that I did when I brought it up with her. If you don't either, then maybe it's due to my blindness. That is interesting. I didn't think about that. Oh. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense though. That makes sense to me. Interesting. That would make sense. You rely on your other senses more than me, so maybe that affects your dreams as well. The wonders of the human body, I guess. For the rest of the time before school, we quietly eat the hearty breakfast in front of us, exchanging a few small pieces of small talk as we quick peek out of the door assures nobody's looking directly at the entrance for his dormitory. So we walk out with the path clear. Ah, the weather's good today. As stretches Lily and I make our way outside, the bright morning sun beaming down on us. By now a few students can be seen doing the same, making their way to the main school building either from the dorms or through the main gate. It does feel nice and warm. Our hands linked and her cane tapping the ground, we begin in earnest our trip to the school building and joining the chatting throngs of students around us. This would be the last day of exams, no? Yes. How are you going in them? Fairly well, all things considered. You seem a bit stressed by them, though. It's that obvious, huh? I don't think it's just the exams, though. A lot of stuff's been happening in a short amount of time, and I'm not doing that well in the humanities subjects. You're doing well in sciences, though, aren't you? Well, it would be hard not to do well in science for me. Come to think of it, didn't you say before that you weren't very good at science and maths? She suddenly looks very sheepish, my remark no doubt hitting home. Lily's sense of pride really can be a double-edged sword. Well, aside from that, have you ever given thought to what you might do with that ability? It seems a pity to waste it. A bit, mostly at Muto's prompting. In any case, I'll probably end up doing science as a career in some form. That's good to hear, Hisao. As we enter the gardens, I suddenly receive an unsolicited pat on the back. It could only be one person. The green-dressed culprit dances around to meet me, evidently not paying any heed to Lily at my side. Yes! It could only be one. It could only have been one. Hey man, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. Hey, just been busy lately with the exams and stuff. Exams, exmams. A true renaissance man needs no study to excel in such things. Kenji does strike me as the kind of person that does well in school, even if he has a horrid attendance record and poor work ethic. So I have little reason to doubt his ability. To be honest, I'm a little envious of him. Between studying for exams and my time with Lily, I've had practically no time to myself. Maybe this is a bit like how Yuko feels. Good morning, Seto. It's good to hear you're doing well. It feels slightly odd to see Lily speaking so formally. She's come to address me more casually over the months, though. I've seen her speak more formally to classmates from time to time as well. Some people never change, I guess. Not that I'd say her calm and polite manner is a bad thing. It is one of the reasons I liked being around her to begin with, after all. Kenji seems to take a moment to work out who it is beside me, and probably hasn't noticed us holding hands either. I wonder if those glasses of his actually do anything. Oh, hey Lily. Good luck on your exams too. I'll see you after school then, man. The slight edge to his voice makes me think those words are meant to be an imperative rather than a casual farewell. I guess I'll have to smooth things over later. Sure, see ya. You guys are so excited for Kenji. You guys being excited when Kenji shows up is like me saying Ken was my favorite character in the Barbie movie, okay? We all got our, like... we all have our faults. Kenji nods curtly. He moves to pass by us, but he's too busy glaring in Lily's general direction to take notice of her cane. Before I can try to react and save the situation, Kenji trips and reflexively reaches out for a handhold. Unfortunately, said handhold turns out to be Lily's arm. Oh, fuck. Ah! Both fall to the ground in a sprawling heap with me left feeling rather helpless. Ah, damn, are you two okay? Kenji quickly rises back up, seemingly unfazed by the accident. No problem, man, no problem. There's nothing. My body can take much worse abuse. Lily lies face down on the grass. She doesn't look hurt by the incident, more startled than anything. I move closer to offer her my help. Are you alright, Lily? Hey, Sato. Hey, Sato! Kenji offers her a hand, tentatively touching hers to let her know what he's doing. He says some odious things sometimes, but I do think he may be a genuinely good person at heart. I imagine he feels pretty bad about this. To a surprise in mind, though, Lily pounds on the ground with her fist without warning. Damn it! Kenji freezes, entirely caught by surprise at her outburst. I'm just as shocked. She'd never acted like this before, not even around Shizune. Seemingly only now remembering that there are people around her, Lily slowly climbs to her feet. Her face, as she does, makes me retreat a little. I only catch a glimpse of her expression before she turns away, but it's not something I'll forget soon. She showed plenty of annoyance during her clashes with Shizune, but this flash of anger was something else. There's no way that this is just about this petty incident. Yeah, it's more like her. I think it's her internalized thing against herself, where she wants to like not be a burden on people, and one of those things I would assume in her experience is like maybe her falling down because of her visual impairment, and because of that, like her falling down, even though it wasn't really her, like, it wasn't her fault, like someone else like yanked her down, does make her probably feel terrible in that way, and this is something we're gonna have to resolve with. That's like her character arc, which I think, you know, is relatively easier to handle than other characters personally. But yeah, like her character thing is definitely like having to be comfortable with being vulnerable and asking for help, not just, you know, offering help to other people. But that's just my assessment of this. She pauses for a moment before sighing and walking on ahead. I really don't know what to make of this. I'll talk to you later, dude. See you. Yeah, see ya. Kenji scratches the back of his head, trying to find something to say, then shrugs and walks away, giving us a wide berth. I quickly catch up to Lily. She turns her head a little to acknowledge my presence, but nothing else. I should probably scold her for lashing out like that, but I also don't want to get into a shouting match with her. She's still very obviously annoyed. In the end, I keep my mouth shut and wait for her to cool off. After a quiet walk-in, we eventually reach the top of the 3rd floor stairs, the junction where we part every day. I turn to Lily before she leaves. While I do like the comfortable and warm silences we usually share, this was anything but. I don't want to leave things like this. You seem quieter than usual recently. Is anything wrong? She shakes her head almost automatically, as if to dispel any notion that I need to worry about her. It's just the exams taking their toll. I'll be fine. I don't think that's the reason. I very nearly say so, but decide against it. There's no point trying to draw it out of her if she doesn't want to tell me, especially when she's in a foul mood like that. If you're sure, I'll see you later then. As I turn down the hall to go to my classroom, Lily's soft voice rings out from behind me. Hisao, yeah? I'm sorry. With that, Lily marches off down the hallway to her own classroom, her hands skating along the metal railings. I stand still and watch her until she turns into her classroom and out of sight, before going to my own class with a fair measure of reluctance. As usual, I'm early. Muto is fiddling with folders and papers on his desk as he prepares for the day while a handful of students mill about, chatting away. Was she apologizing? She's apologizing because just now, like, I might not have expressed that very well when I read it, but she had like a small outburst when she kind of fell over, which was very unusual and rude for her because she's usually quite courteous, right? So that's what she's apologizing for, I'm guessing. While my feelings about Lily haven't dissipated, far from it, her mention of my exam performance did remind me that I have my own life's journey to attend to. After thinking about it, I've realized that I do genuinely want to pursue science in some form as a career, rather than it simply being the path of least resistance. Until now, though, I didn't have much of an idea of where in the field I wanted to go. Just science is a pretty broad category of jobs. Something Lily mentioned earlier focused my thoughts. Something I'd only idly pondered about before. I'd not seriously considered following this specific path. Is he going to be a science teacher too? I walk up to Muto's desk, his attention too focused on preparing for the day's lessons to notice my approach. It's the same every day. Good morning. He looks up with an expression of mild surprise that's quickly replaced by his typical awkward smile. Morning, Nakai. Help you? You mind if I ask you something? He looks down at his messy pile of books on the desk before putting down the papers in his hand and standing up with some difficulty to properly address me. That's what I'm here for, after all. Ask away. I was just wondering, what would you say is the motivation behind teaching? He thinks on this question for a few moments before responding, evidently far from having a prepared answer. If you talk to 10 different teachers, I think you'll get 10 different answers to that question. While I can only speak for myself, I'd say that I teach because... He sinks into thought again, carefully assessing the way he wishes to present his idea. Think of it this way. Think of it this way. When you were a child, you probably played with sticks and pebbles in moving water, such as the gutter or puddles, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people do that when they're young. Well, it's not just when they're young for some, though it does take on another form. My point is, though, that when one is doing that, they're curious about how the water will flow or be changed. Everyone, even at that young age, possesses an intense wonderment about how the world around them works, even in its smallest forms. I still feel that sense of wonderment about the universe. Even just reading about new discoveries or classic experiments gives me a renewed sense of awe at how marvelous everything is, from the farthest stars to the smallest puddle. I just hope that I can give others even a small piece of that wonderment I feel. If I can do that, even if it's just for one person, I think I can be happy as a teacher. He scratches his head as he mentally reviews what he said. I feel like I understand him better now. Even if he's awkward around others, he does have a genuine want to be around them and offer them a piece of himself that he values. What Lily told me yesterday rings in my ears. I think you get on well with others. Huh. She always did say I was unusually curious. Sorry if that was a little meandering. Does it answer your question, though? It does, thank you. I also had another question, actually. Oh? What might that be? Do you have any college brochures or guides? It's about time I start getting some applications in. He nods and bends down to look inside his desk. As he does so, I notice that he's wearing a remarkably genuine smile. I don't think I've ever really seen him act this natural around others. Perhaps this isn't Muto the teacher, but rather Muto the person. Here, if you need any more, feel free to ask. He hands me about half a dozen brochures and booklets of various colors and sizes, which I take eagerly. Yes, it will be this information which I'll use to forge my own future. I think now, after all this time and all these trials, I can finally start to see the bigger picture. My life ahead of me. My body may be like this, but my mind is still very much able. Thank you. Katawa Shoujo. Are we done yet? Oh my god, it's so long. It's good though. It's really good. This is really good. This is really good and I'm enjoying it, but I'm just really tired, that's all. But it's really good. It's really good. This is strange. That single thought has grazed my mind a countless number of times since my life here began. Feels like an easy way to discard a troubling question, as if simply labeling something with those 3 words will make you go away, or at least not worth thinking about any further. My life before my heart attack feels more blurry every time I try to remember it, and my mind struggles to keep up with all the events suddenly happening around me since. I heard somewhere that this is what it feels like to be left stranded in a country with only the most basic understanding of the local language. Indeed, when I think about it, that seems a marvelously apt analogy for what's happened to me. But such situations are also supposed to make you very capable in that language very fast, as you're forced to learn it in order to survive. But another way, the situation becomes sink or swim. I wonder if I've really managed to swim after all this time. The exams are stressing me out a lot, even though they're finally coming to an end, but I've remained in Muto's favor, and I have some sort of direction for my future now. But I keep using that stupid, meaningless phrase. This is strange. It really is amazing how fast one comes to accept being surrounded by people with sometimes incredibly jarring disability conditions. So much so that I really wonder why I feel so much like a foreigner. It certainly isn't for a lack of socialization or friends. I've come to know most of my classmates on first name terms, and know a few others around the school. Whether they're missing an arm or a leg, the students here are just like anyone else of their age. I can navigate the halls that I once lost myself with an ease I'd not expected to ever have, thanks to the school's logical layout, and I can engage my teachers in comfortable discussion. I swirl around gently the tea in my cup, the reflected image of my face becoming distorted by the moving liquid. This is strange. I used to hate drinking tea. Maybe I'm thinking too much. The familiar sound of china rattling from a teacup touching an accompanying saucer ring. Is something the matter? Don't worry, it's nothing. I take a long sip of the tea in front of me as the girls do, just whiling away this time in Lily's room, sipping tea with her and Hanako. It feels familiar, almost nostalgic. So, how's your work in the newspaper club going, Hanako? I want to know too. It sounds like it would be quite interesting. Hanako's face turns down at the attention placed upon her, though her smile belies the fact that she genuinely likes being the center of interest. 2 of us. It's good. I think I'm getting better at it. Naomi and a couple of her friends handle most of the jobs, getting stories and stuff. I just do the computer things, like putting the stories together and getting it printed. It's nice, since I can sit and concentrate. I see Lily's low-tech nature isn't shared by Hanako. While sitting in a room compiling other people's newspaper articles into documents doesn't strike me as overly outgoing, it is heartening to see her widening her circle of friends. Baby steps, I guess. It's probably a bit much to be expecting her to become a socialite like Lily. How are you finding Naomi? I've heard she can be quite troublesome at times. And Lily's going into her mothering mode over Hanako. Letting go of her is something she's had to learn. Hanako scratches her cheek, thinking on her answer. Naomi's nice. She's a bit loud sometimes and a bit tiring, but she's really helpful. Her friends are nice too. That's wonderful to hear, Hanako. I'm glad you found a source of such enjoyment. Lily's smile is warm and genuine, but I can sense a touch of wistfulness to it as well. Hanako seems to miss that entirely, but I don't think for a second that I'm imagining it. I suppose it's because I've slowly come to pay more and more attention to everything going on around me. With things seemingly happening faster and faster, it feels like I'll miss something if I'm not as observant as possible. With the exams, my newfound love life, trying to fit in some studying regarding my options for college and university, and my heart condition applying the brakes on everything at irritatingly random times, my brain's been in overdrive recently. It makes me appreciate the rare quiet times such as these. I guess this is why Lily came to appreciate her weekly walks to the convenience store and her tea parties with Hanako. Despite her like of being surrounded by others, they gave her a moment of peace in a chaotic and busy life. Thank God the exams are over, eh? A comment draws an earnest chuckle from both of the girls. It seems like everybody's been a happy year. Sorry, I'm getting real tired, excuse me. The comment draws an earnest chuckle from both of the girls. It seems like everybody's been a lot happier since the exams ended last week. So, what are you doing for the summer holidays, Hanako? I quickly count the days in my head. Today's Monday and school finishes on Saturday. 5 days to go after all. I was thinking of traveling, just around a bit. There's a lot of places I want to see, and I think I have enough money to pay for the bus and tram rides. Naomi and one of the other girls in the newspaper club said they might come along too. The look indicates that she's given the matter quite a lot of thought. I'm kind of surprised that she's contemplating something like this. It seems she's really become intent on striking out on her own. Is there anywhere in particular you're thinking of going? I was thinking that Kyoto sounds nice. I think I'll try to go to a few places though. Lily nods in approval, happy with Hanako's plan. While I cast my eyes to Lily, I refrain from asking her the same question. She's been evasive with her plans for the future for a long time now, but I never seem to get a good time to broach the subject alone with her. Every time it comes up in conversation, it feels like she's either unsure of herself or simply dodging the question. It's troubling. Be sure to call sometime when you're out and about. I gave you my number before, right? Hanako gives a quick nod and a happy smile on her face. It's strange to see how happy people seem to be when they have a goal to work towards. Yuko seems to brighten whenever her university aspirations are brought up, and now Hanako is just the same. So why do I still feel this uncertainty, and why Lily too? Relationships really can be irritatingly troublesome times. Oh, what time is it? Oh, it takes me a second to remember that Lily's clock doesn't have any visual feedback. I really should know given how many times I've been in her room. Nevertheless, I take my watch from my bag and quickly check it, the reason for her asking becomes clear. It's about 20 past 10, nearly curfew. Hanako rises to her feet, dusting herself off and neatening her gown after doing so. I'd better be going then. Good night, Lily, Hisao. Sleep well, Hanako. See you tomorrow. With that, she walks to the door and quietly makes her exit. Silence. This seems to be happening more and more between Lily and me, recently. After a few seconds, I finally find something to talk about. Oh yeah, I talked to Muto on Friday, and finally checked out some guides on college and how to apply for it. That's good news. If you're going to be applying for colleges, I assume you have some idea in mind of what you might do in the future? I think I've settled on becoming a science teacher. It's going to take a while to get through university and everything to be qualified, but I think it'll be worth it. Lily's face brightens considerably at the news. I suppose with her wish to become a teacher, she's delighted I'd take the same kind of path. So, you've decided on a career of teaching. I think that path suits you most excellently, Hisao. I smile and nod. This time, even though I know she can't see me doing so, I know she feels it. I imagine Muto would have taken to the news well. That's one word for it. Hey, Lily. Yes? I know you want to be a teacher, but for a second I wonder whether I should really ask her the question on my mind, but that's quickly brushed aside by the fact that this is rather late to have second thoughts. Surely you don't still think I'd be offended by something regarding my blindness? Her accusing tone is betrayed by her grinning face. Amused at my awkwardness in raising the topic. Some things never change. Good point, I guess. I was just thinking whether or not being blind would be a hindrance with your ambition to become a teacher and all. She's a little late for this, but I think she'll be right in time for if it was like, you know, maybe 5-10 years later, she'll be in time for the DEI hiring. If she wanted to go to a Western country, but I don't know if she does, if she wants to teach English. So I think she's gonna remain in Japan. And I don't know what the socio-political situation in Japan is like, so I guess like it will have its own set of challenges, is what I'm trying to say, like that I won't understand. She looks mildly surprised before giving the question some thought. I refuse to think she's never actually pondered this issue before. I wonder, Isao, could you close your eyes for a moment? Okay. Raising an eyebrow, I do as she requests. I have no idea what she has in mind, and my questions only increase as I peek out from one eye. Taking the black ribbon she usually wears in her hair from the cabinet beside her bed, she advances toward me while running it through her fingers to remove any stray hairs remaining on a piece of cloth. Now she's definitely not getting the job in the West. Yeah. Now? No. Maybe like 5 years ago. Oh, fuck. I suddenly click on to her intentions as I feel the black strip making contact with my face, wrapping around my head and over my eyes. What exactly is this for? It's a little test, Hisao. Since you seem to be wondering, I'll let you see things as I do for a time. Ah, so that's what this is about. To be honest, this actually sounds kind of fun. Childish and rather silly to anyone who would be watching, but a bit of a silly fun never hurt anyone. I stand up with a heave, my hands quickly moving out in front of me to warn me of any obstacle. Okay, now what? Now touch me. If you say so, now then. I slowly make my way forwards towards the sound of Lily's voice. My walking speed could barely even be called a shuffle, the entire experience feeling alien enough that I don't want to risk inadvertently tripping over anything, such as her table or her haphazard piles of books. Something soft yet solid brushes against my left leg. Further inspection reveals it to be Lily's bed. I move onwards, finding myself thankful that Lily's room is so neat and tidy. Even the piles of books she has are generally kept close to the wall, well out of harm's way. The hard wall pressing against my outstretched hands makes me furrow my brow in frustration. I like walking in the street with my eyes closed. Someday we'll do it into traffic. God. Hey Lily, where are you? What are you doing over there? I'm over here. Lily's voice comes from the other side of the room, far from where it was before, even to my untrained ears. If she's going out of her way to avoid me reaching her, then is this just a game to her? Of course it is, compared to a life where even the concept of sight is an abstract one. A few minutes in a blindfold or nothing. I guess she's made her point. She's more than capable of navigating her room, and further, I've seen how independent she is even when compared to many of the others in Yamaku. Well, even if this is just a game, I may as well play it wholeheartedly. With a pace much quicker than before, I move towards the source of her voice. Deftly sidestepping the table into the center of her room thanks to remembering its position. Got you now. He gives an impish giggle, one just long enough to work out that she's passing just beside me. Ow! I quickly turn around to face the new direction. The table wasn't there before. Ow! I slowly sit up next to the table, raising my blindfold as I rub my aching head. I give an irritated kick to the table that's sitting just in front of where I fell. Utterly pointless, but the thing deserved it. Isao? Lily's still standing just to my side, obviously unsure of what's befallen me. Sorry, I kind of fell over. You hurt? My head hurts, but I think I'm okay. I think the table moved in order to trip me over. She giggles as she walks over and takes a seat beside me, her hand resting on my own. I suppose that's the end of that then. I think so. But I also think I get the point, though I do wish I hadn't involved such a headache. Lily suddenly looks blank. Point? And I return an extraordinarily flat look. That was just for fun? I just thought it might ease you up a little about the subject. You always seem to tiptoe around it after all. In regard to teaching, sight isn't that important. There are plenty of classes taught by entirely blind teachers and more than enough resources for me to learn the subject. It's as simple as that, really. I slump my shoulders and give a snort of amusement. Yeah, I understand. I guess we'll both just have to work hard to reach our goals then. What is it? With a little hesitation, Lily pushes forward her chin and closes her eyes in an unmistakable gesture. Okay, we've got more sea fish. We've got more seafood now. Okay. More, I want more. Uh-oh. I'll give you my chest tightening as I rock back and forth frantically, both of us entirely taken with ourselves. Dude, I'm telling you, this, like, I'm surprised it's taken this long for this as a plot point to come up. Nothing that unusual. I just need to take deeper breaths to study myself. Is this actually the secret bad ending? Like, get a heart attack. This feeling is just normal. Ah! This isn't. I can't. This pain is too much. Ah! I stumble backwards from Lily with unseemly haste, clumsily hitting the back of my foot against the table and falling to the ground with an unceremonious crash. Breathing wildly, I frantically scrape at the ribbon over my eyes as I lay on my back. I have to get this off. I have to get this off. Oh, they were like doing that. They had the blindfold back on. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. No comment. No further comment from me. For a moment, everything goes blank. As the rush of the newfound light assaults my eyes, my breathing slows on the brink of hyperventilation. Seconds pass, and I carefully measure out the rhythm of my heartbeats with every ounce of concentration I can muster. My heart is normal. It's back to normal. My body feels utterly bizarre as I lay dazed on the floor looking at the ceiling. The adrenaline from before is still pouring through my veins, but my mind is completely exhausted. I prop myself up as I hear Lily getting off the bed and coming towards me. Hisao, are you okay? Hisao? I'm fine, Lily, I'm fine. She gives a sigh of relief, her worried expression collapsing. Her face afterward is the very last I'd ever wanted to see from her. It's a face I detested when I first saw my parents in the hospital all those months ago. Pity. Lily pities me. There's no way this is the bad ending. There's no way. Come on. I did so much, so well for this to be the bad ending. Come on. I just close my eyes and turn away, powerless. I feel like throwing up. Sorry. She slowly shakes her head as she finishes buttoning up her top. Her kind smile looks so fragile, so delicate that it makes my heart sink. Approaching carefully, she feels out the edge of the low table before taking a seat next to me, putting her arms around my chest. I'm sorry, Hisao. I shouldn't have pushed my desires onto you. You don't need to apologize. I'd normally be fine. You've seen that much before. I guess I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. My eyelids feel heavy. Calmly sitting next to her like this is probably letting the adrenaline work itself out of my system and letting my mind relax. So that's why you never took the lead. Yeah, I guess it's a good thing you like to, huh? The joke seems to lighten her expression a bit. A fact which helps let me feel less uneasy about my unreliable self. Lily's head comes to rest on my shoulder as I struggle to keep my eyes open, with more difficulty after each blink. I feel completely drained. It's okay, Hisao. It's all okay. No sooner does she say this than a small quiet tune escapes her lips. Entirely too tired to think, all I can do is listen to her soft humming. It's a soft, almost melancholic tune. It sounds familiar, but the more I try to remember its origin, the less I seem able to concentrate. The feeling and scent of her head gently resting on my shoulder and her warm body against my side are soothing. The soft humming of her voice, too, relaxes my mind as much as her warmth relaxes my muscles. The singular, quiet moment. After all this fracas, it makes me realize just how exhausted I've become. I can feel my eyelids slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Even with the chaos of before, I wish this moment would last forever. Lily and I together sharing a single, solitary occasion together, just as we used to. But if that's the case, why does she feel further away than she's ever felt before? No, I'm getting the bad ending, right? No. Please, Katawa Shoujo. You can't do this to me. I played this game for like 14 hours on stream. Please. The loud clatter of books falling into the return slot abruptly breaks the grip of silence over the school library. It's becoming a habit for me to come to the library at least once a week. Not only does the reading itself keep me busy, but discussing books with Hanako and Lily also does. Obviously startled, Yuko suddenly twists towards the direction of the noise. I'd have thought her used to people dropping books by now since she does work here. Oh, hello, Hisao. Back again? It takes me a moment to respond, my mind still distracted by the familiar melody of Lily's humming that's hardly left my ears in the several days it's been since I fell asleep to it. Oh, yeah, just returning some books I borrowed. She casts her eyes downwards, presumably to the bin the books dropped into. You're a very heavy reader, aren't you? It's becoming a bit of a routine now, passes the time at least. I wish I had free time to pass, saying, from small talk to depression in less than 5 seconds. I think there's a new record for her. She seems a bit down in general today, even compared to normal. Considering she has to work 2 jobs just to support herself, I can see how that would take a toll on her lifestyle. Come to think of it, the pay for her job here can't be all that bad. The idea of staff in such a prestigious private school going hungry strikes me as counterintuitive. Working 2 jobs must take a lot of time. I'd probably never manage it. You're lucky being a student. Do you think you'll be able to go to university? If she's asking, then I'm guessing that's the expected result of having this kind of education. Private schools like this don't exactly come cheap. I guess. I have the money, I think. I've got plans which will require going to one, and my grades aren't good enough. My grades are good enough. It's more of a matter of how I'll pay to do so. University costs so much that I'm having to work 2 jobs just to afford to enter it. Paying for daily expenses too makes it a lot harder. Real, Yuko's so fucking real for this. If you're reading this much though, that means you're doing well in school, right? Interesting logical jump. Not an altogether wrong one though. I suppose so. I didn't find any of the exams very hard, aside from maybe 1 or 2. Do you mind if I ask what studies you're pursuing in university? Yuko appears to genuinely brighten at the question. Anthropology, to be specific. I'm specializing in the history of classical era Athenian civilization and democracy. That's fucking cool. She really seems to know her stuff. Such enthusiasm is to be admired, and it's nice to see her genuinely excited about something. I guess even somebody like Yuko can be happy if she has a visible road ahead of her. That's good to hear. If you... Both of us jump at the sudden interruption coming from my pocket. Apologizing profusely and quickly shuffling into the hallway as I fumble with the cover of my mobile phone, I glance at the screen. Weird, it's a mobile number I don't recognize. Considering I can count the number of people with my number on one hand, I briefly wonder whether it's some telemarketer that lucked out. Hello, Hisai Nakai speaking. Is it Hanako, but she's out in like public and she's on like a public phone, or she's, you know, using her friend's phone or something? That might be it. Geez, pick up faster next time. Anyway, guess who? Never mind, it's not her. It only takes me a few seconds to recognize the distinctively deep, brusque voice. Hey Misha, didn't expect you to call me. Oh, you actually think I sound like her? Not at all, Akira. I don't remember giving you my number though, so I thought I'd mess with you. Oh, that? I got Lily to give it to me. Not hard. She positively brims with pride of the statement. She's trying to get me caught up in her pace, I know it. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that the two would share my number though, given how close they are. Yeah, and like for emergencies, right? So, what's up? You free right now? I guess. Why? Did you meet me at the park in town? I just want to talk to you about some stuff. Is that an invitation to a date? What? Of course not. She sounds suddenly crestfallen, her previous teasing nature having instantaneously left. Seems strange for her. Anyway, I don't see why not. When do you want to meet? Kind of now-ish. Wait, right now? But it's... The dead silence suddenly coming from the phone announces the fact that she has unceremoniously hung up. For a long time, I just stand there, staring at the call-ended message on the screen while replaying the conversation in my head. The hell, Akira? Throwing a glance up and down the street, I cross the road and step into the park. I've learned to pace myself on such walks, mostly because Lily's slower speed during our forays into towns means I have to consciously slow myself down. That aside, I hope Akira didn't expect me to be immediately prompt. Man, that's kind of real as well. It takes only a couple of seconds to spot her, waiting on a bench with a can of beer in her hand. Yep, hell yeah it is. The look she gives me as I walk up lacks any hint of an acknowledgement or a greeting. What's with that look? I needn't have come, you know. I knew you would. You're the kind of person after all. She is so cool. I lower my brow at her remark as she disposes of the can, emptied by the time I arrived, and a metallic clatter rings out. Akira takes a seat on the old wooden bench, and I follow her lead. She takes another can of beer from beside her and opens it before speaking, taking a large gulp. She seems to really like that stuff. I suppose I don't need to ask what this is about, or rather, who it's about. I heard from Lily that you asked about her family. They share more than phone numbers, that's for sure. I'd probably be very worried right now if it weren't for the total lack of malice in her words. Rather, her tone sounds almost wistful. Idle curiosity, mostly. I have to admit, I'd never have guessed you two were half Scottish. She gives a wry chuckle of amusement. I've heard that before, trust me. A small smile fades from her face, her eyes looking ahead distantly. Aside from the occasional elderly couple talking as they slowly walk the meandering paths and the odd aging car, it's pleasantly quiet. She didn't tell you everything though, did she? It was pretty brief. Your parents live in Scotland, she hasn't met them since she was 12, and she wants to meet them again. It's always surprised me how devoted she is to our parents, for all the good they did us. The way she said it sounds almost derisive. She gives a small sigh as if to quickly brush the feelings away. Why do you think they left, Hisao? Why do I think they left? From what Lily told me, it was because of work. I guess a pretty decently paying job was involved as well, given the way your parents seem to live. So Lily went to a private school, and that's why she carries herself with the airs and graces of the upper class. Yeah, since the business in Inverness boomed, our father decided to move directly to the same city as its headquarters. That's just the conclusion I thought you'd come to, though. You're too good-natured. You don't think they left for their career? I'm sitting here bitching to you about it. What do you think? Fuck. She's so real, man. She's so fucking real. Yamaku Academy. I've always felt that place was kind of creepy. Like it was an isolated hideaway for those proper society doesn't want to be seen nor heard. You probably just rue the fact that Lily wasn't old enough to be shoved there by the time they left. A long silence follows her abrupt and very harsh criticism of her own parents and Yamaku. Lily's blindness is hardly something that could be simply ignored for a high-class family attempting to keep up appearances, much less so when a lucrative offer is on the table. Eventually, Akira gives a derisive snort, her feelings coming to a head. Moving to secure a financial future with his new job posting. Even at the time, I hardly believed it. Not wanting to simply be an avenue for her venting, I gently try to steer the discussion. So you stayed in Japan with Lily then? Either I stayed with her or she went to live with an ailing grandmother or grandfather. Or both, sorry. What about Shizune's family? Your cousins then? Our fathers hate each other. I'd have been more than happy to tell them to go screw themselves and live with them anyway, but Lily wouldn't have wanted that. I'd also have an offer for a job by then, so we did our best to keep our parents' house in proper shape and tried to continue our lives as if they'd never left. We just lived by ourselves. Basically, Lily had school and I had a job, but we weren't exactly languishing. With her schooling, her study, and having to do chores while I worked though, I can't help feeling like I failed her. In the end, I tried to be there for her and screwed it up. Expecting a 19-year-old to be a mother for a blind child, it's ridiculous. So Lily and Akira lived alone after their parents moved, with Lily largely taking care of herself. I guess that explains her apparent independence compared to many in Yamaku. I may have lived alone much of the time since my parents both worked, but that's just something else entirely. Sorry for making you listen to my moaning, Hisao. I don't mind at all, but do you mind if I ask why you're telling me all this? You always were curious. Context, I suppose. Life isn't a fairy tale, Hisao. Some people have to learn that the hard way. She takes a long drink from the can in her hand, her face becoming more depressed than distant. I broke up with my boyfriend a few days ago. After I leave, we're not going to be able to see each other again. But that's how life is. You can't just set your life up and expect it to stay that way forever. Sometimes stuff happens and you have to roll with, even if it means hurting yourself or others. She takes a long breath before looking up at the bright orange sky. Damn, if I smoked, I could take a nice long drag right about now and look kind of cool. I want to respond to help her in whatever way I can, but I feel utterly useless. This kind of situation is one I've never been in, and I simply don't have the experience to say anything meaningful to comfort her. Akira looks over and evidently picks up on this, much to my embarrassment. I must look pretty pathetic right now, whining about this to someone I barely know. Hardly, and I'm pretty much an expert on looking pathetic. She gives a chuckle, the act feeling like a personal victory for her. You're a good kid, Hisao. When I said that I approved of you being with my sister, I wasn't joking or just being nice. She picks herself up off the seat with a grunt, one that seems ill-fitting given her age, and throws the now empty can into the bin after one last swig. It's just unfortunate that doesn't really count for much in this world. When I said that I was leaving for Scotland, I was doing it because a good position opened up in our company's headquarters. When our folks told me that when we were at their place, though, they also gave Lily a summons to rejoin them in Inverness. Oh no! No! Alright. Get ready to learn English, buddy. Get ready to learn English. Her evasiveness when asked about her future. I mean, I knew it was coming. I kind of saw it coming. Like, the moment they were like, oh, she went to, like, somewhere. She went back to, you know, her family home country. Are they marrying her? No, I don't think they're marrying her off. I think they're just bringing her over to Scotland, I guess. Just, like, get into a university in Scotland. Hisao, you can do it. It's not that hard. Her evasiveness when asked about her future, that awkwardness that had steadily grown between us, that uncharacteristic burst of anger. Oh, I thought that was because I misread the situation. I thought that outburst of anger was something else. All of them suddenly fit into place. The same family that she reminisced about after Hanako's birthday party. The same family that left her and Akira to themselves after taking flight to greener pastures. Now I feel stupid for never cornering Lily on what was bugging her. I'd never even considered if something had happened during her trip to her family's home in Inverness. And now a sense of unease grows in my chest. If her family has summoned her to join them in Scotland, all the way on the other side of the earth. Has she accepted? Lily hasn't told me whether she plans to accept, and it seems she hasn't told you either. That's why I called you down here to talk, Hisao. Context, huh? I sit back, my feelings of worry and frustration no doubt written all over my face. Lily's a strong person, Hisao, but she's not infallible. I guess it's my job to worry about it's my job to worry about her being her older sister, but I think that you deserve to know. I understand. You okay? You sound depressed. No, I'm just thinking. That's good. Thinking is good. Being rash won't get you anywhere. He looks at her watch, barely moving her wrist. I've got to go. Will you be okay? I'll be fine, don't worry. I'll have to talk to Lily about it and get everything sorted out. She gives a smile, but it doesn't seem all that genuine or sincere. Really, both of us are dancing around the fact that Lily's on the precipice of the biggest decision of her life and is trying to take the entire burden on herself. And part of that burden is the matter of our relationship. That's crazy, man. Fuck. By the time I look up, Akira's already walking off with her hand held up. For the first time in a long while, I finally have an answer to something. Perhaps not even that, but at least now I have the right question to ask. Will you leave or stay? Fuck! No! Ah! Katawa Shoujo. Hurry, Lily. I'm moving as fast as I can. I can barely make out Lily's voice over the deafening pounding of the rain. Even though I dislike pulling her around, the situation calls for it. I turn forward, my free hand over my head in a futile attempt to keep at least my hair dry. My vision seems to be in grayscale. This really is rotten weather for summer and the last kind of climate I'd want for a date. A pity. I'd even checked the weather forecast beforehand. One of the very few times I've ever done so, only for it to say that Sunday afternoon will be fine. Looking to Lily, her shoulders are by now completely drenched, with her right hand holding tightly to mine and her left gripping her retracted cane. This horrid downpour came on just as we were between our destination and Yamaku, so we decided to try rushing the rest of the distance rather than doubling back. Entirely unused to running this fast, Lily's using all her concentration just to avoid tripping over. Isao, do you know where we're going? Even she's reduced to shouting, to try and be heard over the combined noise of the wind and rain. The rest of my voice is completely drowned out by an even heavier burst of rain. What? Shanghai! How far is it? It shouldn't be far now. Alright, we're running. It doesn't take long before I call out to her once again. It looks like we're safe. It's just up ahead. I quickly pull up to a stop just in front of the familiar exterior. The lantern outside still giving off its reliable glow. I'm waiting for Lily to catch her breath before going in. Ladies first. The tiny bell inside rings out when I hold the door open. A smile and a polite nod being my reward before entering myself. As I step in behind her and wipe my feet, only a quick glance is necessary to notice the distinct lack of activity. Shanghai doesn't seem to get much in the way of patronage, and today is no different. Only a couple of tables are occupied. Summoned by the bells ringing, a most expected person comes to greet us. Welcome to the Shanghai. Yuko looks chipper today. Trying to predict her moods is pretty hard, but it's a nice change from the norm. Hello, Yuko. Hey. Good afternoon, you two. She takes a deep bow, somewhat taken aback, as she rights herself again and gets a better look at us. What happened to you? You both look... Her eyes drift towards the glass of the door behind us. Oh dear. We're inside now, at least. I think that's the most important thing. It's nice and cozy. You're lucky to be working inside today. It has been nice and quiet. I like days like this. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Is there anything you'd like? French vanilla tea, please. I'll have the same. Right, coming right up. She quickly skitters off with a determined look on her face, trying very hard not to forget our order. If nothing else, she's at least dedicated to her jobs. I lead Lily to an empty seat before the two of us settle down. As usual, there's a large difference between my exhausted flopping down into my seat and Lily's delicate sliding into hers, her cane set beside her. For a while, I just idly watch the rain falling outside. The occasional person runs down the street trying to stay as dry as possible, hands often tightly gripping a rain-soaked umbrella. Lily sits just as quietly as I, her eyes closed as she intently listens to all that's happening. It's a comfortable, relaxing silence that exists between us, just the type we'd often so shared together in the past month. For Lily, at least. I can't help replaying the words of her sisters in my mind, at times contrasting them both... I can't help replaying the words of her sister in my mind, at times contrasting them to both our time spent together since I entered Yamaku and to the way we've been since we started dating. No matter how much I try, I can't work Lily out. It's as if the harder I try to second guess her emotions and potential decision, the more difficult it becomes to reach a clear conclusion. It makes me doubt whether I'd ever really understand her. In the end, I'm going to have to ask, even though I very much want to avoid doing so. You seem quiet today, Hisao. Really? You seem so enthusiastic about taking me out on a date. I assumed you had something specific you wanted to do. No, not really. I just wanted to spend some time with you. Is that so? Fine, there was one thing. A little grin finds its way into Lily's face, her knowing full well that she's bested me. It makes what I want to say all the more awkward, though. It was just... Akira and I were talking. Oh. What's with that tone? You two do seem to get on well, don't you? Well, I do think she's a pretty cool person to talk with. It'd be nice if any of the teachers were anything like her. Cool. For a moment I try to place her tone of voice, my mouth curling into a smirk as I realize it. You're not jealous, are you? I'm not jealous, after her teasing me over such a thing on our first days. I don't feel too bad having a little laugh at her expense this time around. As we settle down, though, it's only a minor distraction from the real point of why I brought Lily here. Don't worry, it was mostly just everyday stuff. That said, there was something Akira mentioned that I wanted to talk to you about. When you went to see your family in Inverness a while back, she said, Akira told you about my family summons, hasn't she? Oh, fuck. Oh my god, dude. Like, Yes, it's because I've spent 14 hours in this game, but I'm much more invested than I thought I would be. Like, I know it's a visual novel that I'm clicking through, and it's like only you click the right buttons and then you get an ending, and it's like a good ending probably, but like, oh, fuck. Blocked by Britain, so real. No, they're blocked by Scotland. It's a little different. It's a different flag. It's a different flag. I'm sure there's a I'm sure the Scottish flag is in the emojis as well, but yeah, they're blocked. They're blocked by Inverness. Okay. Lovely place, by the way, but you know. Seconds tick by while I try to read Lily's face, an odd mixture of feelings written on it. She seemed annoyed, but also somewhat confused. Here. Yuko tentatively slides our drinks into the table, her presence oddly small. As she walks back to the counter after a quick polite nod, I realize the air between me and Lily is thick and our expressions are both somewhat pensive. Even though she says I should lead my own life, she still interferes at the worst times. I don't think you should blame Akira here. She's just looking out for you, and it's not like I can understand her concern over this. Lily's irritation gives way to an awkward and largely unsuccessful attempt to mask her feelings. She really doesn't deal well with being cornered on personal topics. I know, but I just wanted some more time. I knew you'd have figured it out eventually, but you were intentionally hiding this from me. For how long were you planning to do so? As I said, I simply wanted more time to think it through. I wanted to be sure of my decision before telling you. What did you decide to do in the end? I know what I want her to say, but an awful feeling refuses to leave my gut. My family does dearly want me to return to them, and Akira will be going as well. I could still teach as a career, whether it be here or there, but you wouldn't be teaching English, you'd be teaching like something else, right? Probably. I imagine. So you're going. How long have you known? I already know you were asked when you first went to Scotland about a month ago. Some time. My frustration very nearly boils over. The fact that she's done this affects me more than it should. Ah, fuck. No, I can't take this, man. I can't take this, man. Fuck. My frustration very nearly boils over. The fact that she's done this affects me more than it should. For her not to only be leaving, but to have been actively hiding her own plans from me. And after seeming for so long to be the one solid pillar of support and reliability I could depend on. It feels as if the foundation underneath me is suddenly shifting drastically, much faster than I can adapt to. Perhaps this isn't so much frustration as sheer unease. Lily, I'm sorry, I wanted to think this through completely. I wasn't trying to take advantage of you, please. I know, Lily, I know. This is just really sudden. I guess this means that once you go, we'll be breaking up. For one of the few times I've seen since I met her, she's genuinely lost for words. She doesn't look surprised, no doubt because of the fact that had dawned on her once she became sure of her decision, but rather she appears genuinely unsure of how to deal with the situation now that it's in front of her. We could try pursuing a long-distance relationship. No! Fuck, man, no! Fucking, you can't do this to me. I've spent fucking 14 hours playing this game. I'm genuinely like shook. You don't know, man. I'm genuinely shook right now. Fuck. Oh no. Getting more and more common these days, after all. I thought for a second I thought she'd be like, you could just get into a university in Scotland. It wouldn't be unheard of. Even as she says it, the tone of her voice gives way, that she doesn't truly believe what she's saying. Lily is far too old-fashioned to be able to cope with a relationship without any kind of physical presence, and even I am to an extent. All we would ever be to each other would be a voice from the other side of the world. In the end, trying to rationalize everything is futile. Any attempts to try and connect what's happening with the future or past just seems to get more difficult the more I concentrate. Those quiet moments when we just walked side by side, precious time we spent with Hanako and Akira, casual chatter we had during lunch times, the times we made love, the confessions of our feelings to each other, all pointless, all just a fleeting moment in our young lives. We're just two children pretending to be adults, aren't we? A long, long silence hangs in the air between us. The noise of the other patrons drinking and talking only makes the situation feel more strange and disconnected. Lily's face remains low, her dejected expression clouding it. I'm sorry, Hisao. A simple apology and no more. She's left entirely without any further response or comment. With a long sigh, I gather what's left of my thoughts and ask the final question I have for her. When will you be going? I'll be leaving with Akira, so it'll be a little less than a week. Fuck! No! Fuck! Just shaking over the thought of being on a long distance relationship with his waifu, as if the distance between like me and my computer monitor isn't far enough. Like me and the 2D world that Katawa Shoujo takes place in isn't far enough. Now it's even longer than that distance. Fuck. Oh man. Beginning of summer holidays. Just a little afterward, yes. Her tone is unusually slow and steady. Her apologetic and depressed mood all the more written to her face as she tries to hide it in her voice. In the end, I can't even keep my promise of going to Tanabata with her. She leaves. I look down, seeing my face reflected in the by now lukewarm cup of neglected tea sitting in front of me. I really thought I'd left this kind of expression behind. For a while I just stared down into the still surface, trying to sort through my emotions to get at what course of action I should take, whether it be right now or in the future. But just as before, the effort is wasted. I glance up to see Lily gently sipping her cooled tea without complaint. Her face drawn and shoulders slumped. She looks to be deep in thought, too, a strangely cold atmosphere coming between us as we isolate ourselves to mull things over. Even as Lily's cup slowly empties, mine remains untouched. It's a long time before I notice the rain down outside and the few other patrons of the Shanghai have left. The chill of the rapidly darkening evening permeates the dormitory hallways. While trudging down the corridor to my room, I see an unwelcome movement from up ahead. Fuck off, I'm not even interested. I'm too devastated right now to talk to you, Kenji. Do you think long distance relationships could work in the long run? I think the thing with LDRs is like, I don't think it's impossible. Okay, I don't think it's like impossible, unheard of, whatever. But I do think it is very dependent on the people and how they communicate, like, and how they kind of bond, and like, and also, for example, how long is the long distance relationship gonna last? Like, how long is the long distance, not just in terms of like space, but also time. So, you know, how far are you in terms of long distance? And if it's that long, you know, how far, or sorry, if it's that far away, how long will you be separated? Because I think a very core thing that I didn't really get the chance to talk about, but it's been kind of present in the games we've played, right? A very core element of the experience of like romantic intimacy and sort of just this like bond we have with people, not just like romantic, just in general, honestly, like relationships you have with people, right? I honestly genuinely think like it is the physical, or at least like being around and present with each other is so important. And this is not just for like romance, this is for every type of relationship. This is why I like, you know, yes, I'm 60 years old and I'm grumpy and, you know, I've waved my fist at the sky, but at the end of the day, I am genuinely distraught over the reliance nowadays people have over virtual things, such as like, you know, virtual, you know, maybe just dating sims in games, things like character AI, you know, virtual chatbots that pretend to be your boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever. And just like to some extent, even I don't want to say it as like a critique, but e-dating, right? What I mean is like it's not impossible to befriend and maintain a relationship, and you know, maybe even a romantic one through this distance. And I don't think this is necessarily the case for everyone. Again, I think it's a case-by-case thing. But I do think that it is a relatively safe assumption to say that most people would be better off in their own, like, you know, enjoyment and well-being of life with a physical presence. Like, that much is true over being isolated and, you know, alone. That's why I feel so passionately about this, right? That's one of the reasons why I feel so passionately about this. And like, this game is killing me right now, is what I'll say, because it is really like, it is asking that question to me right now as the player. Like, is this like something that is like, you know, can you do a long distance relationship? And frankly, I just don't think, given what I know of these two characters, the way they bond, the way they interact, the way they've known each other, I just don't think it would work. Like, but that's just my assessment of what I've played, right? I don't know. They're not real people either. They're like characters in a video game. So like, they're not real, but it's real in the sense that like these situations are real. These contexts, I guess, are real. These events can happen and do happen, right? And fuck. Okay, we'll see. Sure enough, the opening of the door opposite mine heralds the arrival of a bespectacled Kenji. Hey man, what's... Whoa dude, you look awful, I think. You okay? He really has a knack for making any situation better. They're not lesbians, they can't do LDRs? I don't know what the thing with lesbians is, okay? I'm not one, and I'm pretty far from one, so I don't know. I don't really want to go into it, it's late. Okay, that's cool. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm, you know, here. I look at him for a moment before surrendering my stern front and awkwardly scratching the back of my neck, embarrassed by my standoffish response to him. Thanks, Kenji. Hey, it's cool. That's what friends are for, right? Yeah, you're right. See ya. Man, he is, fuck. He's just here. He's just a bro, man. He noticed, he's like, hey man, you want to talk about it? You good? All right. I open the door to my own dorm room and close it behind me as he quickly waves me off. The solid thud the door makes against the door frame sounds at a final call for the life I've led since coming to Yamaku. I just stand in my darkened room, fruitlessly attempting to work out what I should do from this point onwards. Just what should I do? Fuck. Oh my god. Katawa Shoujo. I've been streaming for 7 hours. I didn't even stall when like I started today's stream. I just tried to get straight into the game. As class ends, I simply rest my head on my hand and stare out of the window to pass the time. It's been a few days since Lily told me her plans. I haven't been to our ordinary lunchtime haunt since then. Not that there would be much point. Hanako's been busy with the newspaper club she's newly joined, and has even begun talking in class with Naomi every now and then. Even Lily, aside from the fact that a meeting between us would have been awkward in any case, has been run off her feet with class representative duties as the summer holidays approach. And now they're just about here. With the end of today's bell, the summer holidays will have begun. Wait, Kenji, this is your chance. No, it's not. Guys, no. My heart. You know that you know that TikTok that's like, my heart. I loved her. It's the fucking zombie burst sound. That's me right now. I suppose that all I'll end up doing will be visiting my parents for the duration and lazing about my old home, now that my previous plans are entirely askew. Meanwhile, Akira and Lily will be en route to Scotland to live out the rest of their lives there. No matter how hard I try to rationalize the idea that once the summer holidays begin, my life will return to the way it was, it simply refuses to happen. Everyone's moving on with their lives. Lily's rejoining her family. Akira's moving up in her father's business. Hanako's gaining new friends and hobbies, and even Yuko's moving ahead with her university aspirations. Even I'm moving forward in the end with the grades I've gotten so far in Yamaku. Much less after such a rocky beginning. The path to get into teaching science as a career seems straightforward. I suppose I should at least be happy about that much, but it doesn't really seem to help. Hichan! I quickly stopped my ruminating and turned to face the bubbly voice beside me, putting on the most upbeat expression I can muster. As expected, Shizune stands flanking her. I have a sneaking suspicion they want something from me. Hey Misha, Shizune, what's up? Well, Shichan and I were thinking, since we're just two poor little girls that need help with all the work we've been given just before the holidays begin. Sure, I can help. But Hichan, we really need... What? I think I broke Misha. Even Shizune raises an eyebrow at her accomplice's shuddering stop in her tracks. So you'll help us, Hichan? I just said I would, didn't I? It's hardly like I have anything better to do. Maybe helping them with their work will help take my mind off the situation. Misha seems genuinely ecstatic with my response, but Shizune's expression is clouded and difficult to read. I find myself quickly averting my eyes from her own, as it almost looks like a face of pity. No doubt, it must just be my imagination. This is hardly the first time I've been in the student council room. Indeed, I found myself down here often, either to help Lily with class rep work, to sort out one thing or another with the student council. Now, though, it's quite a different place. Papers and folders are strewn across every table in the room, only a solitary little black laptop atop a single desk sticking out from the mess. It looks positively ancient, and I guess it has been valiantly serving its task and archiving information for years and years. So, what needs doing? This looks like a lot to do. Shizune's expression becomes determined as she sighs. It's a worrying look. Everything, Hichan! My worry was well placed. Everything, you say. What's left on the desk is what needs to be done. It all needs to be digitally recorded, which is what the laptop is for. I'm guessing that I'll be the one doing this. Shichan says she saw you with the computers in the library a few days ago, and that you seemed really good with them. Good with computers? I can touch type, I guess, but it still seems like an overestimation of my skills. I was just typing up homework. Wait, Shizune was watching me do that? One must know their allies. One must know their allies before they could know their enemies, of course. Wow, that's pretty wise. For once, it's not very hard to work out who said that. Nonetheless, it doesn't seem worth fighting for. Sitting on his computer doing some typing hardly seems onerous as far as tasks to help Shizune and Misha go. Besides, it will help you take your mind off things. Take my mind off things? Take my mind off what things? Misha's face goes blank as she translates this for Shizune, though the latter's response is only to glance away towards the window after briefly signing. Misha's face quickly returns to a smile as she translates back. She was confused, I guess, but Shizune is harder to pin down. I was just thinking you may like to get your mind off the exams, of course. Either way, we may as well get into it sooner rather than later. I'll go along with you. That's the spirit, Hichan. And that's the 5th spreadsheet compiled and saved. Time for the next month's. After a little bit of fussing around, we all managed to get a bit more organized. Shizune has been gathering up the loose sheets, and thankfully sorting them into a neat pile next to me. Meanwhile, Misha's been handling the manual writing work. Her girly pink pen leaving its unmistakable mark on paper after paper. Once I got myself into a rhythm, this really wasn't so bad. Shizune and Misha also seem to be in the swing of things, wordlessly communicating as they go about their business with fervor. I periodically glance at the sheet beside the laptop, apparently a list of student names and matching addresses, as I dutifully entered the data written on it. I don't pay a lot of attention to what I'm typing in until I reach about midway down the page. Wakamichi, class 3-3. Oh, her family's home is in Saitama. My idle curiosity is ended abruptly as 3 light taps can be heard rapping on the door. Misha quickly skips over to check who it is, tapping Shizune's shoulder on the way past to let her companion know what's happening. Ah, you're here! Who is it? With a slight pause to enter Shizune's data into the file along with the others, I look up to check who's at the door. I mean, it's 3 taps. Who else could it be? It's 3 taps, uniform and succinct and like, you know, enough to pair a metronome. Come on, who else could it be? Really? After giving a cursory nod to Misha and greeting, she perks her head up in the trademark manner. Is that Hisao? She's pretty darned good at working out my voice from the smallest of phrases nowadays. Yeah, it's me. Hey. The atmosphere feels slightly awkward as she bows. Neither of us knows quite how intimate we should be around each other, given she's leaving in just a matter of hours. This is a fact that, thankfully, neither the oblivious Misha nor the hardworking Shizune pick up. So, you've got work to do as well? Unfortunately, I arrived as soon as I could, but my class helped me up with a surprise farewell party and I had to get changed. I glanced down at the laptop's clock. It's pretty much the end of lunchtime, so I'm guessing Lily managed to wrangle the last period off as well. I take it Chizune is here as well. Of course. And I've been here during all of lunchtime as well. That last comment was really not needed. Shizune is baiting Lily into another argument. I can feel it. I'm sorry I can't be as hardworking as you, Shizune. I'll endeavor to hire more lackeys to do my work in future, I assure you. And Lily just took the bait, escalating things further. But aren't you the one always outsourcing work to your classmates? The difference is that they choose to help, unlike your tyrannical grip on your own class. Tyranny works! Even if we did things differently, we still got the same results, right? This is a school, not a police state. You will have to remind me when you were appointed class monarch, I'm afraid. You have to seize power. It's not as good if it's just handed to you, but I guess you wouldn't really understand that, right? Honestly, no. Yes and no? Like, I think I get it, but I don't know if I agree. Anyways. It's true, just ask the British. I mean, Lily's the one with the Scottish gene, so I don't know what's going on here. You'll also have to remind me when monarchs were elected into their positions. Lily positively bristles at this. Shizune's two-hit combo forces her onto defense. If for all your vaunted power, you cannot get one person to help you without forcing him. Don't know who's saying that. Yeah. But he's out volunteered. He's such a hard worker. He's doing this instead of meaningless socialization, right? That's so, Hisao. Ah, this is bad. I've really ended up between a rock and a hard place. As much as it may pain me to do this, the truth has at least a chance of stopping this argument here and now. It's okay, Lily. They didn't harass me to come or anything. Lily gives me a disapproving grimace, silently radiating her strong feelings of displeasure in my general direction. She can be quite scary when she wants to, though thankfully that isn't often. Nichan, you make that sound like it's a regular occurrence. It isn't? At the end, it doesn't matter so long as everything's getting done at a good pace. Let's just get this work over with so we can go home. Shizune snorts derisively and gets back to marking off the sheets in front of her, while Lily sighs and finds her way along the room, with her hand following the filing cabinets lined along the wall. This would mark the only time I've managed to successfully defuse one of these situations, but the grudging ceasefire built around mutual fear and respect makes this feel more like the Cold War than any real peace. I can't take all the credit though. Lily's leaving surely has affected Shizune to some extent to make her give up so easily. Moments before getting back to my work, I noticed Lily reaching up to grab something from above a filing cabinet. I almost offer to help, but her height gives her ample ability to take it down safely. Once she sets the strangely shaped device on the desk beside me, I realize just what it is, sort of, as she takes the old green covering off and sits down. At first glance, it seems to be an old metallic typewriter, but it doesn't take me long to realize it's far from ordinary. It has far fewer keys than expected, and those it has show no lettering printed on them. Only the shadows cast by the tiny braille dots on them give a hint to the thing's purpose. Blind typewriter. Oh, this? Well, you're not far off. It's normally called a Perkins-brailer, but it's basically a typewriter for the blind, yes. It presses braille onto the page rather than text, which is why it has fewer keys. Oh, that's really neat. She gives a lighthearted grin at my curiosity over it. I have to admit that it appeals to my sense of novelty. Without further ado, we each get back to our allotted tasks. The loud clunking of the mechanics in Lily's brailer and the tapping of the laptop's old and weary keyboards quickly filled it. It's a nice atmosphere, really. Everyone knows what they have to do, and Lily and I get to sit beside each other and exchange the odd word as we work. Nostalgic, that's what it feels like. So fucking sad, man. Fuck. It's pleasant, but just slightly stained with the knowledge that our time together is nearing its end. Excuse me, Misha? To properly address her, Misha bounces over from the filing cabinet she's peering into, in spite of Lily's lack of sight. For a moment I think it's strange, but then realize it's exactly what I would do. What's up? Did you ask Shizune where the attendance records for class 3-2 are? I think they've been moved. Okie dokie. And with that she filters off to Shizune, who's working at a table behind us. Lily's familiarity with this council room, the efficiency with which she works, reminds me that she, Misha, and Shizune used to work all together in the student union. Student council, sorry. Maybe this is a fitting end for her stay in Yamaku, working away just like she used to, surrounded by those she loves and at least. I look up, getting taken off guard by Shizune sorting through a drawer rather than Misha. Sure enough, she plucks out a manila folder, entirely blank save for the just barely visible bumps on its front, and holds it in front of Lily. Lily's hand flits over it to check what it is, her fingers feeling out the dots of braille and confirming it's what she asked for. Thank you, Misha. No reply. No reply that is save for not grin. No smile on Shizune's face. A couple of seconds pass before Lily clicks that it isn't Misha behind her, but Shizune. Her momentary look of surprise is replaced by a slightly bashful smile. For a few moments, the room is all but silent, still. Eventually, though, Shizune strides back to her workstation, and Lily begins typing once again. It only lasted a handful of seconds at all, but it feels like years of communication were made up for in that one silent exchange. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. There, finished. I lean my head back and rub my eyes to try and work away their wariness. Staring at that small and rather poor screen has taken its toll. Excellent timing. The only thing left is to file those away, and I'll have my workload finished as well. Good. I can pack up the brailer and put it away when you do that. Thank you, Hisao. Misha, are you and Shizune far from being done? I look around for the two as I replace the cover over the brailer, only to see them waiting at the door. I guess they must be waiting for us. With a minimum of wasted time, we file and pack up everything that remains and join them. Thanks for waiting, you two. We couldn't just take off without you, Hichan. You've been a great help. Shizune nods approvingly, pleased with my efforts. I guess that's the last class representative work done and over with then. That's right. I'll miss you, Lily. I think it was fun working with you. Thank you, Misha. It's been good working with you. And Shizune. Shizune thinks for a moment before formulating her response. It's not that she often communicates without thinking, quite the opposite, but this time it's even more considered than usual. Misha looks a little surprised before passing on the message. Shizune says, "You'd better go do your work over there better than you did it here." Far from taking offense, Lily giggles into her hand. If that's the case, then please tell Shizune to give those still here a little more understanding in the future. Competitive until the last. Maybe Shizune and Lily aren't so different after all. Chichan says that she'll be checking in to make sure you live up to your end of the promise. And that's how it will be. I better be off then. Goodbye, Shizune. Goodbye, Misha. Hisao? Lily takes a hold of my arm in hers, there being no need for a cane if I'm here to guide her. With a nod of farewell to the two, we set off out the door and make our way to the school grounds. As I turn to wave goodbye to them, I notice Shizune's gaze lingering on Lily. They may annoy each other, but family bonds aren't easily broken. Are all your papers sorted then? Yes, they've all been filed out and handed in. On top of things as always, aren't you? She gives an earnest smile at the compliment, but it feels as if her happiness is just a veneer, or the fact that she's fully aware of how much she's leaving behind. It reminds me of how she was like when I first met her. Always smiling, always that a little bit aloof, always that little distance away from everyone. Even now, she still maintains that air around many others, especially those she's not close to. I'd hoped that our time together would have changed that. In fact, our pace slows, the two of us coming to a halt in the all but empty school gardens. Hisao, is something that... Lily's words are cut short as I turn and wrap my arms around her, pulling her tight. I may not usually be given to such impulsive actions, but I just want to be close to her, even if it's the last time I'll be able to. All the other students have retreated to their dormitories and homes, only the ruffling of leaves in the breeze making any sound whatsoever. As I draw back, I can see she has dropped her carefully maintained smile. Her hand hesitates, wanting neither to leave nor to stay on my features. She is putting up a brave show, but her slight trembling gives her away. Lily may be able to control herself well, but even she can't hold her composure together now. This is the woman I've come to love, but also the one who, in all too short a time, will leave the country forever. I'm sorry, Hisao. It's okay, you've got your own life to lead after all. We walk up the hallway in the girls' dormitory hand in hand, our emotions by now largely quelled. Nevertheless, our hands grip each other much more tightly than before. Faint, muffled voices can be heard from Lily's room, the origins of which aren't difficult to guess. The moment she opens the door, Hanako bursts through and wraps her arms around Lily, taking her very obviously by surprise. Lily! Hanako! I'm going to miss you, Lily. As expected, she's on the verge of tears. Lily gently rubs Hanako's hair with her hands in response, then pulls back and gives a warm, reassuring smile. Looking beyond Hanako, Akira can be seen getting up from the side of Lily's bed and scratching her head. Her eyes turn from Lily and Hanako to me, a stilted, weak smile hanging on her face. I try to return a more genuinely happy look, but the result is probably just the same. So, everything set? Managed to hold back from killing Shizune? The comment draws an amused giggle from his sister. Yes, I have everything in order, and yes, I managed not to. Have you packed everything you need? Got the 2 bags right here, but there's still some stuff left at the Hakamichi's home. I can pick that up while we wait there for tomorrow's evening's flight, though. Akira gives the 2 large black traveling bags on the floor a hearty pat. She probably came to help pack and make sure everything was in order on Lily's end before going together with her. Lily, will you be okay over there? I'll be alright, I assure you. I'll have Akira looking after me as well, and you know that she's reliable. But don't worry, Hanako. I have your phone number after all, so we can stay in touch. With Akira's help, I could send you things over the internet as well. Hey, don't just use me just because you won't learn how to use a computer. Hanako and Lily both giggled briefly, the mood lightening ever so little. Ever so little. That goes for you too, though, Hisao. I promise I'll contact you once I'm in Scotland. I know, I'll be looking forward to it. Our offer may be kind, but we both know that this is tantamount to breaking up. Neither of us has any illusions as to how we'll manage a long-distance relationship. With nary a word of prompting, the 4 of us begin the long, solemn walk to the school gate. The numerous lamps scattered around the Yamaku grounds fail to do much more than provide pinpoints of light in an otherwise dense darkness. A car parked on the road just outside the school grounds comes into view, its shining black exterior reflecting the dimly lit lamps of Yamaku. I called out to Akira in an effort to alleviate a bit of the heavy atmosphere. That your car? What kind is it? Don't know much about cars, do you? It's a Lancer Evo, solid and speedy. Well, it's not as if her comment on my knowledge is off the mark. I've never really taken an interest in it. She gives a small sigh. She's been good. Pity I have to part with it tomorrow, just like the summer house. You guys were the last to visit it before it changed hands. Turning back from my rather faulty attempt at small talk, I glance at Hanako and Lily following behind us. By rights, Hanako should be leading Lily, but it's rather definitely the other way around as she clings tightly to Lily. It's a depressing sight. I'm so fucking sad, man! I can't do this! So I guess this is it. Indeed. Although the time for everyone to say their farewells is now, nobody really wants to take the first step. It's as if the longer nobody speaks, the better the chances of them simply not leaving. Lily, do you really have to go? I'm sorry, Hanako. I won't be leaving you forever, though. I can still call you. Hisao will be still here as well. I nod, but Hanako just clutches all the tighter to Lily's arms. After spending so long without anyone to call family, it must be excruciating to have to say goodbye to the one person that was so close. As close to a mother as anyone could have been in her life. Lily lets out a long, sad breath. All Akira and I can really do is stand by quietly on the sidelines, since the only person that can solve this would be Lily herself. Eventually, Lily pulls her arm from Hanako's grip and holds both of her shoulders gently. A much more decisive way of address than I've ever seen Lily take with her. Hanako, remember when we first met? When you entered my room for the first time after overhearing my consoling of a friend. You didn't say a single word for the entire night. Even as I poured you tea and talked, you sat silently and simply listened to what I said. It took many quiet meetings like that before you began to open up to me. But as you began to, I felt some of the happiest moments I've ever felt. I didn't become your friend because I pitied you, Hanako. I became your friend because I knew you were hiding not just from me, but from everyone. Your ambitions, personality, interests, tastes. I didn't know any of them, and neither did anybody else. As you showed yourself to me, though, I began to realize the person that you were, and became sure that our meeting was a very special moment. But Lily cuts her words short as she brings her hand to Hanako's head and brushes her bangs to the side, gently pressing her lips to Hanako's forehead. As she pulls her head back, leaving Hanako all but speechless and her eyes moist, Lily beams a wide smile. I believe you are a very beautiful person, Hanako, and I am certain that you will become a strong and confident woman. You are a very dear friend and someone whom I love very much. Just like Hisao, I will never forget you for as long as I live. I may be leaving, but you have your own life here to lead. Just as I do, you have your own friends and hobbies and your own hopes after graduation. I want you to devote yourself to them, even after I'm not around anymore. That is why I think you'll be okay. Because you are on your own self. With your own life. You yourself proved that to me. I don't think we're getting symposium. Yeah, we're not getting symposium today, dude. We are not getting the symposium today, sorry. Hanako lowers her head in embarrassment, but she nods as she does so. I understand. I know I have to say goodbye. I know you have to go your own way. But thank you, Lily, for everything. Thank you, Hanako. Will you be okay? There are a few seconds of silence before the answer comes. I will. Lily smiles, undoubtedly at least partly in relief. That makes me very happy then. Goodbye. Goodbye, Lily. And farewell to you as well, Hisao. Bye. I'll miss you. She pauses for a moment before walking up to me. Right hand outstretched in front of her takes a hold of my shoulder. The left hand slowly and daintily reaches towards my face, taking my cheek in her palm. For a while, she simply holds my face, her fingers just slightly moving to take in its contours. Usually, her hand would be warm when doing such a thing, but the night's air given her skin. The night air's given her skin a cool edge. I'm not sure how long we stay like this. Clouded eyes pointed just below my own as a wistful, almost distant smile. Eventually, though, I take her cold hand in mine. It's difficult to do so, but with a slight sigh, I gently remove her hand from my cheek. I hope you have a long and happy life, Lily, no matter where you might go. Thank you. I'll make sure to. You're still alive? I fell asleep listening to the stream and now I'm heading back to work in the morning and you're still alive? I am. This game is fucking long. And you know what is worse? The game is long and it's taking a long fucking time to rip my heart from my soul. Okay, that's what it's doing. And it's taking a long time to do it too. Fuck. Ah. She takes a long trembling breath before turning slightly towards the Akira. Okay. With a nod, she takes Lily's hand and begins to guide her to the car parked outside the gates. They both walk slowly and deliberately, as if their movements had been rehearsed in advance. It's strange to feel like this now, watching somebody leave Yamaku. The feeling of unease I have now reminds me of the first time I walked through those black wrought iron gates. That always looked far too pompous for what they were. As they leave, all of us know full well that our lives are irreversibly changing. I'd always told myself that I just have to take life as it comes, but everything's changing so fast, so suddenly. In the end, Lily's an irreplaceable part of the lives of both Hanako and me. The noise of Akira opening the passenger door for Lily brings me out of my thoughts, her hand waving back as Lily gets in. See you guys, take care of yourselves. Goodbye, Hanako. Goodbye, Hisao. Hanako's hand quickly shoots up, face brightened by her enthusiastic friend. Goodbye, Lily. Goodbye. See you, Akira, and goodbye, Lily. The door shuts as we all put on our best happy farewell face. Akira getting in the car herself and starting it up in short measure. Lily's hand can be just seen waving through the tinted windows, both of our hands waving high as well. Just as every other time I've done such things, I can't quite work out precisely why I or Hanako waved to her given that she'd never seen us doing so. But it doesn't matter. Even after that black shiny car goes down the hill and disappears into the dark night, we carry on waving and see Akira and Lily off. Then they're gone. Can't do this. Fuck. Strange stillness takes over as our hands turn to our sides. I don't quite know what I should do or how I should feel. In the end, we just stand there silently staring down at where the car disappeared from sight. Bye, Lily. All I can do in response to her quiet, mournful goodbye is to place a hand on her shoulder. She looks at me for a few moments before looking back down the hill, secure in the knowledge that I'm still around for her. What we'll do from now just doesn't seem all that uncertain. We all have our own ambitions, just as Lily said. But even so, it feels like there's a certain missing part in both of our lives now, something that can never be replaced. You can't fucking do this to me. You can't do this to me. Katawa Shoujo. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm so fucking sad. The snaps of my mobile phone's closing contrasts with the ambient chatter and noise audible even in the hallway outside the library. It's the first day of the summer holidays, a time that had perpetually seemed so far away, and yet it's now not only here but also more painfully obvious by the students, or lack thereof, left in the school. Most students have returned home to spend the holidays with relatives by now. The few that are left are mostly chatting between themselves, usually about what they intend to do in the coming weeks. It makes me feel like the odd one out for taking advantage of the school library being open for the first several days of the holidays. Ostensibly, it's for students to drop off any books they've borrowed and have yet to return, and for those who will have their parents pick them up, to help pass the time until they get whisked away. Thanks to the recent lengthy phone call from my parents, which had so rudely woken me from my sleeping on a beanbag at the back of the library, I'm now in the latter category. Sliding my phone back into my pocket, this time remembering to set it to silent, I go back into the quiet and wholly placid room. It's a nostalgic sight. Just as when Lily first led me to the library, the orange tint of sunset bathes the room in its light, while Hanako sits on a beanbag, silently reading and Yuko fusses. just barely visible behind the counter. Hanako especially has been noticeably more quiet than usual since yesterday's happening. But I can't really blame her. It wasn't just me that depended on that person after all. I quietly walked back to the beanbag near her where I'd sat before, being doubly careful not to make any unnecessary noise. So you're saying now that Lily is gone, I have to get something off my chest. Her tea making skills are terrible. How she can't see? She's fucking blind. She can't see anything. It's pretty good for a person who can't fucking see. Sorry. Anyways. Oh, God, We now know that she's not British. She's Scottish. She's half Scottish. She's going to Scotland now. She's leaving us and going to Scotland now. And I'm not sad at all about it. I'm not. I quietly walked back to the beanbag near her where I'd sat before, being doubly careful not to make any unnecessary noise. The soft puff it gives as the bag takes my weight makes Hanako's eyes flick towards me, but only for a second. I get the feeling that Hanako's been quiet only partly out of sadness following Lily's departure. Rather, she seems more thoughtful and measured than I expected, perhaps due to her desire of working out a deal with Lily's leaving rather than just being depressed over it. It makes me a little proud of her. Hey, Hanako. Yeah? Still going ahead with your idea of traveling? She gives a determined nod. I'll be starting in a day or two. Naomi's decided to come with me too. Wow, quick start. Where are you two headed to first? I think we're going to start by going north, then loop down and go southward. So Hokkaido's going to be first. She gives another nod, more tentative than the last. The significance of that place is not lost on either of us. Do you know how you're going to handle the traveling expenses and accommodations? Yeah, I've worked everything out. I think it should be okay. Naomi says she has her side worked out too. You know that if you need anything, you could just call, right? I gave you my number before. Any time of the day is fine. She gives a smile, which in itself feels like a small personal victory. I know. Thanks, Hisao. Maybe Lily was right. Although I might offer Hanako any help I can possibly give, I feel as if I know she doesn't need it. She really has grown. Hanako's plans for her holidays are in sharp contrast to my simple following of my parents' suggestion to stay with them. Holidays had always made me feel less excited than... Oh, so maybe this is just a return to the status quo. Before my heart attack, I'd always lived so aimlessly that holidays weren't all that much different from my everyday life. After school, I'd wandered around a bit in the city, often hanging out with some friends, before making my way home to eat dinner with usually one of my parents, but rarely both. Their work schedule just didn't leave much time for them to be home, and going there straight from school would just have meant I'd end up feeling bored. I was an urbanite through and through. Since coming to Yamaku, though, it feels like I've fundamentally changed as a person. The phone call with my parents erased any traces of doubt I might have held on that, in any case. While before I'd exercised the fairly normal level of independence for a teenager, that being not a whole lot, my parents were more than pleased to hear of my newfound ability in taking care of myself. Laundry, cooking for myself, cleaning, all in addition to other general chores that come from living without parents around, just little menial things I've had to pick up, but with relative ease. When I think about it, I've always depended on them, even if they hadn't been at home all the time. To say I'd never depended on anyone after moving to the Yamaku dormitories would be far from the truth, though. Excuse me. Two of us look up at the awkwardly fidgeting figure in front of us. Some things never change. It's getting close to closing time, so, oh right, I'd forgotten that the library closes earlier during the holidays. Hanako and I both get up and dust ourselves off, placing our books back on the shelf behind us. The fact that our tastes in reading material have a fair amount of overlap is useful at times. With a bow to Yuko to apologize for taking so much time, Hanako takes her leave of us. See you tomorrow, Hisao. Bye. That she walks out of the store, large wooden aging doors that herald the entrance to the library. She's a quiet person, isn't she? I suppose I should be surprised at a staff member sharing personal opinions like this, but after knowing Yuko for a while, it's largely expected. Our relationship is more personal rather than one with her acting as an authority figure. Yeah, I think that's just how she is. She's got a lot more confidence in herself these days, though. I don't know her as well as you do, but I think I agree. It's nice to see her talking to people here. Never used to do that before. Hey, Yuko, you know about Lily's leaving, right? She told me herself a few days ago. It must be hard leaving everyone behind like she is. She quickly looks back to me after she says this, probably remembering that I went to her for advice on the relationship between Lily and me and before. Are you going to be okay? No, I'm not. Fuck, I'm dying. That's a difficult question. It's something I'd rather not think about for now, though, given more pressing issues. Something seems kind of off about this whole deal, don't you think? Yuko appears to think for a while, absentmindedly scrunching her face up in a variety of creative ways as she does so. I don't think I really know her well enough to make that kind of judgment. I'm sorry, I can't be of more help. No, that's fine. I'm just sort of thinking aloud. I give a deep sigh and scratch my head in frustration. There's just so much stuff happening at once that I have no control over. It feels like I'm being swamped. I think everyone goes through times like that. What's important is to concentrate on what you can do, rather than what you can't do. At least that's how I see it. If I didn't think like that, I don't think I'd be able to manage my life as it is. She says it with a smile and a light tone, but her words are far from any kind of joke. Being pulled between two jobs as she is, just to hopefully make enough money not only to live, but also for university, must be exhausting. Perhaps that's why, coming from her, this feels like it has more meaning than if it had come from most of others. I guess you've got a point there. Thank you for your advice once again, Yuko. She bows deeply and smiles again, before making her way back to the counter where she spends so much of her time. The tiny wings of the cardboard crane in my fingers are only just visible in the dim light of my room. Just a little of the moonlight being able to peek through the curtains and around their edges. I lie still in my dark bed for a long time, idly looking up at the little origami bird. It feels like a lot's happened since Lily's folded this, but at the same time it feels like very little has changed. Compared to everyone else, I'm back to square one. I might have a newfound idea of where I could want to go in life, but it's hardly something that affects me now. Hanako changed, I know that much. She just makes me feel like I've got no excuse to be like this, considering her previous situation. Lily, though. I turned the bird on my fingers another way, looking at it from yet another angle. When I first met her, she seemed aloof and perhaps somewhat distant. Her actions were always careful, measured and precise, and her carefully maintained composure always gave the appearance of unerring confidence and serenity. In time, she became less formal. Just a bit, but enough. It felt good to see her lowering her inhibitions around me and opening up, even just a little, of her own accord. It felt as if I was seeing her real self slowly become more vibrant and visible. Now, though, I'm beginning to have doubts. Perhaps they're to be expected after what is, effectively, the two of us breaking up. They don't feel new or strange, though, but rather like an old book being found and dusted off. I soon realized after meeting Lily that she saw me as she did Hanako, someone who needed help and care. At first, I simply thought that we'd be fine as friends, helping each other through our limited time together in school. But then I began to treasure our moments together more and more, from our quiet walks to our talking over lunch. The good signs of her personality became ever more obvious, ever more likable. The absence caused by Lily's trip to Scotland to visit her long-distant family and sick aunt only made me realize how much I liked just being around her, and I thought that she felt a similar way. For her, though, maybe that wasn't everything to our relationship. Even after she returned to Japan, that just meant she lost her family once again after meeting them for such a brief time. She lived so much of her life without her family around, not to mention with Akira working longer hours, that she had little choice but to be like that. I thought of her sense of independence to be a good and admirable trait. It was in stark difference to my reliance on my parents before my heart attack, as reluctant as I may have been to admit it. However, it also meant that she never let people get too close to her. She lost her family likely due to her blindness, went to a different school from anybody she knew because of it, and worked all the harder to make sure she didn't end up a burden on her sister and those around her. And now, Akira's going to Inverness, just like the family she thought she'd lost. She'd never told me of her plans, as conflicted as she was about them. Lily didn't want to be a burden on anyone, including me. I'm an idiot. I never questioned it. I never tried to be there or asked when she needed me to. I just set my life up and expected it to stay that way forever, with the two of us having a nice long relationship where we pushed forward towards our future together. A small pit of frustration and anger at myself wells up in my chest. I just let everything happen, never even trying to help Lily. Just her being there was enough. I thought I could keep on going if that were true. That's like, okay, here's my thing, right? Like, we're at the end, and this is like, you know, I guess there's in a meta sense, the game's kind of like, this is why you got the neutral ending and not the good one. The fucking problem I have with this, okay, I don't know if it's just me, right, is I feel as though every decision I've made so far was in an attempt to do so, was in an attempt to also, like, you know, reciprocate and help her, right, in this relationship. The problem is all the options I was given are like, okay, do you talk about yourself or not? Because I'm thinking like if I don't talk about myself, I'm being dishonest and I'm, you know, boarding myself away from her in my communication, and that's bad and that's like not clear and good. But in reality, whenever I picked that option and what I thought was the option to, okay, let's be more upfront and honest with our, like, you know, relationship partner, was actually like in the game just, okay, I'm gonna talk about my problems now. And then, like, you know, instead of like us hearing more about what Lily thinks, it's just us, like the protagonist character, ranting, which is why I think we got to this neutral ending. And that kind of pisses me off because my intent was not that. My intent wasn't that at all. Like whenever I click like, okay, yeah, let's talk about me, in my head I'm like, okay, and then we'll ask her what she thinks, right? And the game just kind of proceeds on without doing that at all. And I'm like, I don't like it. I do understand in hindsight how that looks in the game and the way the choices were formed. Because at this point, I'm 99% sure this is the neutral or bad ending. It's probably the neutral ending. Because if it was like the bad ending, like we'd probably like seriously fucked up, and then like the breakup would be a lot more like, you know, cruel and terrible. But this, it seemed as though like it's a bittersweet kind of ending. So that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I just don't think that the choices I made amounted. I don't think my personal player agency was expressed very well at the thing. And whatever, let's just continue. I'm not fucking, I'll talk about it after I finish the game. Sorry. I'm just fucking distraught right now. Just her being there was enough. I thought I could keep going on if that were true. But that could never have been enough. It was a childlike dependence on somebody without any attempt to understand or help the situation. Thanks to that, I lost Lily. I lost the one person I loved most because I wasn't there for her when she needed me. With an increasingly angry feeling washing over me, I turn over and set the crane back on the desk next to my clock, the place where it has lived since that day when she folded it for me. Since that day when she herself said that my burdens needn't be my own, the obnoxious bright red numerals of my alarm clock shine through the darkness of the room into my tired eyes. 10 o'clock, evening, curfew will be soon. I wonder. Akira mentioned they'd be leaving this evening. I've no idea exactly when their flight is, but that means there's a chance, however small, that they might not have already left. Adrenaline starts to move through my body as I sit up on my bed, my eyes suddenly wide with possibility. There's no guarantee they haven't left. Indeed, it's likely that they already have, but there's also a chance they haven't, however small it may be. Just this once, just as I should have before. I stand up and rush over to my cabinet, throwing out some clothes as fast as I can and sliding them on in quick succession. Each second that goes by is a second that I can't regain, a second that may mean the difference between catching them and losing them forever. Even if I fail, I have to try. I can't let her leave everything behind without even trying to stop her, without just this once being there for her. With the last of my clothes slipped on, I hastily grabbed the phone off the desk. Luckily, the number for a local taxi company is still in my call history. A gruff, unenthusiastic voice announces the name of the company while I pace around the room. It takes some effort to slow down my voice and keep it clear over the phone, excuse me. Chilly night air sweeps against me as I open the dormitory door. Sorry, I'm actually getting a bit choked up. Give me a second. Hold on. I gotta drink some water. Give me like a second. Fuck. Okay, you know what? You're gonna have to give me more than a second. You're gonna have to give me like 2 minutes. I'm gonna get more water. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I got some water and I need to like, I genuinely, right, I say this, like I'm really, really invested right now. I swear to God, I swear. I'll take back every bad thing I said. I'll take back everything I said about the game just now. Please. My heart, I can't take, I loved her. Thought he's gonna run to the airport like the movies. He's not running with the heart condition, with arrhythmia. He is not running to the airport for sure. Plus, he's not gonna be able to like make it if he runs. That would be stupid. The chilly night air sweeps against me as I open the dormitory door. But nevertheless, I keep up my brisk speed as I half jog, half run out to the school gates. It may not be curfew just yet, but it's precariously close. If there was a guard around, they'd no doubt have some questions for me, but it looks like I've managed to come out just before they arrive, or they're around a corner. My pace picks up as I make my way through the school gardens, their nighttime allure all but lost when I began to run into the school gate. The lamps of the courtyard, dim as they are, provide just enough illumination to light the way and prevent me from tripping over. The buildings themselves take on a rustic, almost antique-looking edge when I glance. Give me a second. Okay. Looking back, it seems strange that they once appeared so dark and looming to me. Now they just look to be somewhat anachronistic school buildings, the same as any others bar their age. It'd be funny if Kenji pulls up in the car. Dude, that would be pretty peak. I'm not gonna lie, that would actually be kind of cinema. Leaving the gates behind me, I pull up to a stop just before the taxi. Parked just as Akira's car had been, its gaudy and brightly lit sign looks out of place in the quiet country backdrop. I impatiently squeeze myself through the door, giving the driver the address for where the two should hopefully be staying. By the time the taxi pulls up after its trip at maddeningly casual speed, it's well and truly deep into the night. The house is truly enormous, its sheer size much larger than I expected and ominously still. Fearing the worst, I asked the driver to stay just in case my efforts are for naught. A single press in the fancy intercom system outside the gate produces a short electronic melody in the otherwise silent road. It's not long before a somewhat deep, gruff voice can be heard from it. This is the Hakamichi residence. Please state your name and why you're bothering us this late. I press on despite inwardly wincing at the reasonable annoyance audible in his voice. It's Hasao Nakai. I was hoping to meet Lily or Akira if they're still there. Surprisingly, I managed to summon quite some energy to my voice, enough to make the other side of the intercom silent. A few seconds pass, but just before I press the button again and ask what's going on. A light turns on outside the front door. I strain my eyes to try and make out who's coming through, but as he comes past a large parked car with fishing rods sticking out the back, his identity becomes clear. His face is typically placid and emotionless as he saunters up to the gate. He's still childlike in his mannerisms despite his demeanor. With the press of a few buttons from behind the fence, the gate slowly opens. Isao, what are you doing here? I think this is the most emotion I've ever heard from his voice. Not that it would be hard to reach that mark. Akira told me that she and Lily would be staying here before they left for their flight. I need to talk to Lily just one last time. Are they still here? The look on his face says everything. I failed. I was too late. That one time when I actually needed to act quickly and... Actually, it's possible. What? What is it? Dude, you can't do it. I'm dying. I'm fucking dying, man. You can't do this to me. Oh... He's a bit taken aback by my fervor, but I can't help it at this point. We left not long ago, only a few minutes before you arrived. In fact, if you go straight to the airport, you might be able to. It's not... Of course! You gotta make me run all the way! Of course you do! Oh my god. I can't... my heart can't... I'm actually gonna get a heart attack. I genuinely... I'm not even gonna lie. I feel as though any moment now, I will actually get a heart attack. This game really makes you feel like you have a heart condition, you know? This game really makes you feel like you have arrhythmia. Oh my god. I dart back towards the waiting taxi, grabbing what little money is left in my pocket as I go. Thanks, Hideaki. With that, I take a seat and in short order bark out my destination. My chest beats wildly as I tear down the street, my body twisting this way and that to slip between the pedestrians walking back and forth beside me. With the road solidly blocked by taxis and other cars, dropping off passengers and picking up others in the time they have to wait, we ended up having to stop almost a block away. But that's in the past now. What matters is reaching Lily. One foot hits the ground, the other quickly following without the slightest thought. As if my legs have taken on a life of their own and all my mind can do is concentrate on the view ahead of me. Just one glimpse of that long hair of hers, that long yellow hair that was the same color as the weep that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the end, I depended on Lily, just like Hanako did. Even after we started going out, it still doesn't feel like she really ever let herself depend on me. Except for one moment, that one moment when we held each other tightly on that bright yellow field. At that time, she must have feared losing me just as much as she did everyone else. That's why, just this once, the night air wraps around me, draining every last remnant of warmth out of my body to the extent that it feels more like midwinter than a summer night. My fingers, my hands, my feet, they all feel increasingly cold. The sound of the passing crowds is reduced to no more than a background hum, while the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement echoes loudly. Every step surging towards the person I have to catch. Forced by my chest tightening in response to the cold of the night, I rest an arm over it to try and settle it down. I'm gonna get a heart attack before I fucking meet her, dude. It's over. Ah! When the airport comes into view, though, I realize this feeling is one I felt before. Not now. Of all the times for this, please not now. I take a gulp and soldier on regardless, pushing my body as far as it will go. Sweat pours off me as I hurtle forward, my shoulder hitting someone's side and my mind suddenly flooding with emotions and memories. I continue on without an apology. I have to keep moving now. If I stop, I'm not sure I can begin again. And even if I could, it would all be for naught if I'm not in time. I hit another person, then another, offering little resistance to get bounced about. My feet feel numb. My arms are losing all feeling. My chest forces me to hunch over awkwardly, tightening ever more. That afternoon in the snow, that time when my life irreversibly changed. Images of Iwanako and that damned letter flash over and over in my mind. The first love I'd lost thanks to my condition. I can't let that happen again. I don't care what happens to me anymore. I just need to see her one last time. There. Oh my god, dude, I can't. I'm gonna die. The game's gonna kill me. The game's just fucking kill me, man. A sliver of yellow and white comes into view some distance down the road. The game is gonna pull a you see her at the gate, then bam, welcome to the Black Parade. Sorry, a sliver of yellow and white comes into view some distance down the road. Her figure silhouetted by the lights emanating from the airport entrance. Lily, stop, please, Lily. Come on, Lily, I know your hearing's far beyond Yeah. My view suddenly spins out of control and ends up on the ground, my body haphazardly sprawled after hitting someone and stumbling over. Before I can assess the damage, an unbelievable pain ignites in my body. All my thoughts are blanked as I curl up and frantically clutch at my chest. Hey, are you okay? That was a really bad fall. It's pain, I can't... Ah! Ah! I'm dying! I'm good! When I was a young boy... I had a heart attack and then I went to the hospital. Any sharp knock could do me in, any overexertion. I thought I could overcome my limits this once. Something's wrong with him. What's the matter? The voices of those gathering around me are gradually replaced by a loud ringing in my ears. By now I'm unable to move my head, my eyes turned upwards to see the mute moving of their lips. I'm just gonna die. Like, this is the bad ending. I was complaining earlier, going like, man, this sucks that I got the neutral ending. Looks like the game was like, fuck you. You thought you're actually gonna get the bad ending. You're gonna die of a heart attack here. Even as I clutch my chest, I realize I can't feel my fingers anymore, nor my feet. It feels like my entire body is shutting down, starting from my extremities. With one last effort, I turn my head down the road toward the airport entrance that's casting its light over me. Lily is there behind the crowd. Her head is tilted, but only just slightly. I can feel my vision dimming as I try to yell out, but nothing emerges from my mouth despite my best efforts. Slowly but surely, my vision begins to black out the scene before me. So this is how it ends. It's fucking over. GG's. It's fucking over. Well, I mean, at least I die, I guess. I'm fucking dead. I don't have to live with this. I failed. I was so close, so very close, but at the very last moment, my condition seized my chance at a new life and dragged me back. Just kill me. Just fucking kill me. Just fucking kill me, man. Now I'm going to die, sprawled out just meters from an airport, with a crowd of babbling people surrounding me and with Lily leaving for Scotland just a little distance ahead. Lily. The last word extinguishes the last of my energy. The world falls into a deep, inescapable blackness as every muscle in my body shuts down. I'm sorry, Lily. It's too late. Thank you for playing the game. You die of a heart attack and you get nothing. Katawa Shoujo I'm gonna awake in the hospital and Lily's right there. What's going on? As I slowly open my eyes, a bright white light assaults my retinas. For minutes, I just lay where I am, mindlessly staring ahead, while my scattered thoughts coalesce into my slowly waking. Slowly but surely, the white begins to come into focus as a bare expanse begins to be drawn across my field of vision. It's only... yeah, it's heaven. Yeah, I'm just dead. Yeah, I'm just in heaven now. It's only when the light fixture comes into view that my mind clicks that this is the ceiling above me. Slowly levering myself up, I silently absorb through all my senses the details of the room I'm in. The smell and taste of strong bleach hang in the air, lending the impression of a place just slightly too clean to be natural. Inoffensive, pale peach-colored walls, all perfectly painted without a crack, stain, or imperfection. A single framed painting hangs on the wall, perfectly straightened. Like the walls, it's as boring and inoffensive as it can be. It's better this way. Lily doesn't know. She will know! She will know if I die. If, like, you know, Hisao dies right now. Why wouldn't she be informed? My attention's grabbed by the translucent curtain waving across my vision, my eyes following it to the open windows when it covers. The open window it covers. When I move my right arm to try to lift myself up and look through it, I feel the catheter dig in uncomfortably. It's only now, too, that I notice the cannula tubes winding around my cheeks and into my nose. After some fidgeting, I settle for just looking around the corner of the window. Beyond the thick leaves of several large trees, I can see the greenery below, backing out onto a field. A customary island of green on the outskirts of the city. Judging by the sun outside, it's noon, of which day, though, I'm not sure. So, I'm in a hospital once again. Rich people are really good at covering up bad news for a long time. No, but it's like, you know, we're not rich. Like, the girl is rich, but we're not rich. We're broke as fuck. If you mean, like, they will stop Lily from knowing, like, then, I mean, like... Lily did say she would try to be in contact with me, like... When I say me, I say Hisao, by the way. I'm, like, immersing myself in the character. Again, I'm aware it's a character. Like, when she goes to Scotland, so, like, you know, she gives a call, and then it's not, like... us. She's gonna ask what's up, right? I don't know. Whatever. I let out a long, tired breath as I tried to collect my scattered thoughts, my mind seemingly cast in a dozen directions all at once with as many emotions running through me. After slowly lying back down, I decided to start at the beginning. Why I'm here. I cast my mind back, but I can't work out a smooth recollection of what happened. The events of last night, or whichever night it was, come back more as a series of snapshots than any cohesive memory. Lying on my bed looking at the origami bird. Talking to Hideaki outside the Hakamichi residence. He's self-inserting. You're supposed to. That's the point. Because you make the decisions for the character. You rarely see... You are playing his POV for the entirety of the 14 hours you're with him. 15 now, I guess. Because it's been 8 hours of his stream. Like, you are him, right? Effectively for the story of this game, right? Running down the street, passing pedestrians, and bumping into more and more of them. Falling. Looking up at the searingly bright airport entrance, seeing Lily's back and as I lay on the ground. The silence of the private room suddenly feels overwhelming. So that's it. I had my chance to correct my mistake and I blew it. Whether I was at fault for neglecting my medication and disregarding to pace myself, or my body was for giving out so soon, it doesn't matter now. All that matters is that once again I'm alone. The pastel blue pillow yields with little resistance as I let myself fall back onto the bed. Its starchy case, along with the starchy sheets, providing little comfort. Compared to the darkness of last night's events, the bright light of the room around me is striking. All it does, though, is emphasize how otherworldly places like this are. Arrhythmia. A strange word, a foreign, alien one that you don't want to be in the same room with. Rare condition. It causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. It was a miracle that you were able to go on so long without anything happening, they said. And it did. My condition had taken away everything. My old school was of no importance anymore. My home was reduced to a faraway place. Both my friends and my first love simply stopped visiting after a length of time. I became cynical and embittered, distant and subdued. In my defense, no person could avoid that after such a thing happening to them, but nonetheless I'd left the hospital a very definitely changed person. Things changed. I made new friends in Hanako, Chizune, and Misha. I found a new sense of home in my dormitory, a new interest in science and the world around me, and I found a direction to my life that I'd never felt before. But I'd also discovered other things, the sense of isolation in Yamaku and its surrounds was not entirely unwelcome, the quiet giving a peace of mind I might not have found elsewhere. But it gave the area a feeling of being pushed out of the way, of being kept out of sight. People in the streets would sometimes glance awkwardly or quickly turn their heads as they realized they were staring. Even if my condition wasn't visible, my uniform was. Even if it weren't, I was still different. I took 17 pills a day, morning, midday, and night. My scar, though hidden behind clothing, was still a permanent mark of my condition. And most of all, there was the very real possibility of death. Bad fall, an absent-minded heart hit on the back. A simple sprint taken too far. Anything could have set my heart off, and several times I teetered on the edge of the abyss, even with all the care I took of myself. But that was fine. I could have lived with all of that, because there was one final thing I'd found, or rather refound after entering Yamaku, which was once again snatched away before my eyes. It's only now that I realize just how delicate my newfound sense of happiness was. Everything depended on her, the linchpin of my life since I first entered Yamaku as a sullen, confused, and nameless transfer student. Lily Sato was the first person I could depend upon, above all others, and who reciprocated the love that I felt for her. But I failed her and only realized it all too late. I thought that I could just set my life up and continue that way forever, but the real world doesn't work like that. I finally realized the meaning of those words, to be real struck down as I confronted my failure to do so in time. The surroundings I'm in now are all too familiar. It's as if Yamaku was but a dream, and I'm still recovering from my first major heart attack. Maybe that's why I feel so tired. It feels almost as if I've lived the entire last few months of my life in the space of minutes. And it was all just a dream, actually. Yep, there we go. The weight of my eyelids closed my eyes, my physical and mental exhaustion letting me offer no resistance. Hell. Unintelligible mumbling from ahead of the bed stirs me out of my sleep. With my eyes still closed, I can focus and make out someone, presumably a nurse, bidding farewell to a doctor. As I open my eyes, I notice the door closing in my peripheral vision. The doctor stands reading some notes off a clipboard held in his hand, carefully looking over the pages. After consulting his obviously very important documents, he looks up and notices my gaze. It's now that I notice something slightly odd about his expression and general disposition, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Ah, I see you're awake, Mr. Nakai. His quick glance to my bed end to verify my name shows that his documents obviously didn't have it written on them. I must admit this is a bit unfortunate. Your parents visited just earlier while you were asleep. I could notify them you're awake now if you'd like. Thanks, that'd be good. I give a somewhat dazed reply, most likely the one he'd expect, before really thinking about what I'm saying. Not a problem. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, I'll be happy to answer them. That is, unless you prefer to rest. The anesthetic's still going to be affecting you a bit, I'm afraid. The anesthetic, of course. That'd be why I felt so strange the first time I woke up. I slowly shake my head, not wanting to dislodge any pipes or cause myself any more discomfort than necessary. The doctor politely puts down his clipboard in response. I guess my main question is, what exactly happened? To put it simply, you have unfortunately had another heart attack. While not as severe as your first, you were very lucky it occurred so close to a hospital. After being stabilized, you were taken to the operating room. What followed was a keyhole surgery in order to insert a temporary pacemaker. All in all, the incident happened 2 days ago, with the emergency treatment being carried out very soon afterwards. Since then, we've kept you under close observation while you were asleep. Will I be alright? Are there any lasting problems? Compared to the procedure carried out for your first attack, this was relatively minor. While you will have to undergo surgery once more in a few days' time to remove the pacemaker, assuming there are no complications, there should be no lasting implications. He continues talking, the subject shifting to a repetition of facts about arrhythmia and my medications that I already know for the most part, such an odd and faint interest while my mind drifts. I begin to think about how perfectly hung the inoffensive painting hanging on the wall behind his shoulder is, and how neat and sterile the surroundings are, even including the doctor himself. If my mumbling bores you, you are quite welcome to say so, Mr. Nakai. Lord knows I lose track of myself sometimes. He gives a short chuckle at his self-deprecating joke as I grimace awkwardly, having been rather badly caught out. The doctor's chuckle sounds different from that of the nurse at Yamaku, though, just come to think of it. As I ponder why, I realize why the man in front of me feels just that little bit off. His smile is neat and sterile. He delivers his little joke perfectly with a customary inoffensive chuckle. It's like rather than talking to the man whose name is neatly printed on the name tag pinned to his lab coat, I'm merely interacting with an actor reading off a pre-rehearsed script, every action having been choreographed beforehand. I suppose he has to be this way, though, being a doctor. He has to keep his neat and sterile smile while chatting to the girl with cancer slowly spreading through her body, when reassuring the woman who'll surely die from childbirth, and with every other terminally and critically ill patient. That little bit of distance, that little bit of aloofness, makes me wonder if I've been too harsh, especially considering it's a disposition far from being adopted only by people in his profession. After all, the one I loved kept that same distance from her others herself. Ah! Looking up to the doctor again, I realized I've been in thought with my head bowed for some time. I understand you still must be tired. You've been through a lot, and as I mentioned before, the anesthetic would still be affecting you. If you don't mind, I'll let you get some rest and tell your parents you've woken up for you. I think that would be good, thank you. He gives a curt nod before picking up his clipboard and making his way to the large white door in the corner of the room, closing it behind him with a thud. In the end, I'm alone again. Lily's gone, Akira's gone. Hanako would be traveling, and even my parents have already left the hospital. 4 pale peach walls, 1 white ceiling, and a single open window to look out towards the world outside. It's hard to think of the future when the past is crowded around you, claustrophobic in its neat, sterile, starchy, bleach-smelling grip. Lost for what to do or focus on, I content myself with sleeping the time away as if it were all just another dream, like Yamaku had been. White. A sterile, clean white. For a sterile, clean room. My eyes open and I simply stare at the ceiling for some time. It's about as interesting as the television would be, mounted in its metal rack hanging off the ceiling ahead of the bed. Indeed, the television saw its entire use during the time my parents were here. Left on quietly as they waited for me to wake, it was about as banal as it had been the first time I'd ended up in the hospital. Earlier today, an attending nurse had offered to turn off the EKG speakers. I refused simply because the sound is so entirely normal to me now. It's almost comforting in a way. Metronome-like regularity gives at least some feeling that time is moving, even in a place such as this. You made it to work and you're still streaming? Good luck with work. I'm dying. Protagonist of One Piece also has a scar on his chest? Dude, it only makes sense. It only makes sense. One of the characters last, like, you know, One Piece character. It all makes sense. After some time of listening to its beeping when I realize there's another sound in the room. Concentrating all my efforts on listening, a task made rather easy by the lack of distractions, a tiny, tinny melody can be— Oh my god, it's the music box! Oh my god! Sorry, I'm like freaking out. I'm genuinely in shock right now. I hear it. It's the music box, I think. Light and quiet. The music sounds almost fragile as it's dwarfed by the EKG's pulses. Tilting my head just slightly to the side in an effort to see the source of the melody, without dislodging any of the sensors and pipes stuck onto me. Oh my god. Dude, I'm dying. I can't. I noticed a little wooden box sitting on the nightstand next to the bed. My mouth opens just slightly while I silently watch the tiny yellow metal drum slowly rotating inside. The little bumps on its surface gradually moving in and out of sight. It's music box. It's the one I gave. The creaking of the door breaks me out of my reverie, my head and heart remaining still as my eyes turn to see who comes through. Long tan skirt, peach off the shoulder sweater, pale almost porcelain skin, blue clouded eyes and long yellow hair. All I can do is stare as Lily slowly walks into the room, her fingers lightly running over the wall for orientation. My mind comes to a shuddering halt. Lily. She stops mid-stride, her entire body tensing. Isao, was that you? Her voice is quiet and pensive, echoing her expression. I thought you were. Lily takes one tentative step forward then another, as if she were holding herself back. Her control over her composure is for naught though, and she finally rushes over to where I lay as the last of her resistance falls. I'm slightly taken aback when she grabs hold of me, hunching over as tears begin to fall from her cheeks, since only minutes ago I thought she was on the other side of the world. After a moment of hesitation, I rest my right hand on her soft shoulder. Isao. Lily's body trembles as her tears blot the pale green sheets, her emotions flooding through a carefully maintained exterior. With her face now closer, and made easier to see for her pale skin being lit by the sunlight from the window, I notice her cheeks being redder than they should be. It's okay, Lily, I'm okay, you don't need to. She rights herself quickly, her crying forcefully still stifled with both sadness and stubbornness remaining in her moistened eyes. Her prideful nature always having been something to contend with takes me off guard. Stop telling me not to worry about you, Isao. Just this once, let me cry. I'm caught speechless. She waits for a response, but her composure breaks again after a handful of seconds. I swallow hard to try and settle down my own emotions while she weeps onto my bed, a strange mixture of relief and depression welling up. Lily's here. She's really here. I couldn't feel her skin under my hand. I'd hardly believe my own eyes. My efforts weren't for nothing. My body's attempt to take away everything that was important to me once again has been foiled. But now I don't feel as happy about it as I thought I would. Seeing her here crying like this over me, this is the one thing I'd want to avoid since coming to love her. No, even since leaving the hospital. I'm sorry, Lily. It's my fault I'm here. I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. I give a self-deprecating snort. After months of keeping myself together so nobody would worry about me, I went and did something like this. Guess I'm pretty dumb. With a couple of sniffs and a long breath, Lily manages to pull herself together and calm down a little. Despite her red cheeks, moist eyes, and the lines of her tears still visible. Sorry. Give me a second. She delicately wears that weak smile she seemed to so often give. Wait, hang on, sorry. Okay, I'm back. Sorry. Were we? Wait a second. Okay. You needn't blame yourself. I heard later that it happened as you were running down the road after me, right? Still. She wipes her eyes with the back of her hand, returning more to her old self as the rush of emotions wears off. Why did you run after me, Hisao? I moved to respond, but noticed her face tightening. Even after I'd said goodbye and I'd left Yamaku Academy. She takes a moment to steady herself, her emotions almost bubbling up once again. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. Sorry. For the times when I wasn't there when you needed me. Until now, I thought you just being there would be enough. I only needed you by my side to make any day feel better. Even if my body may be like this, I wanted to help you, Lily. To be there when you need someone. You always were there, Hisao. Why did you want to go to Scotland, Lily? Why? I told you before, because Akira was going and because my family summons their home. Why didn't you say that you wanted to go? I'm not stubborn often, but this one time I think I need to be. I want you to stay here, Lily. I want you to stay here where everybody you know lives, where all your dreams and ambitions were made. If you choose to say, I'll never leave by your side, I won't let you lose another person. When I had my heart attack, I was snatched away from everyone and everywhere I knew. You showed me a new life after I came to Yamaku. I lost my past, but you showed me a future. It's true that I haven't always been there for you. I'm unreliable, sometimes I lied, and I thought I'd come to understand you when I hadn't even understood myself. Be that as it may, I want to give you a future as well. I want to be there for you, to share both your burdens and your happiness, just like I promised back in Hokkaido. I want you to trust me. I know I had problems coming to put my trust in you after losing so many people I'd known after my heart attack, but that's how I know that being unable to trust others can feel awful. That's why I can't watch you just throw everything away like this. I never want you to go through what I did. I would do anything to stop that. You can be quite steadfast when you want to be, can't you? As I said, it isn't often. My weak smile drops, though, as the IV in my arm digs in a little. It's a harsh reminder of my tether to my condition. Lily's face tenses as I let out a small gasp of pain, immediately making me wish I'd stifled it better. All I can do is sigh in defeat. I try to not let anyone worry over me for the entire time since I left the hospital. I can't even stop the one person I love most from crying over me. Even if I might finally be able to put my feelings into words, I feel pretty useless with a body like this. Every time I tried to reach towards something, it was just snatched away, and even now things only turned out for the better due to luck. I guess that's something else I should apologize for. All I can ever do is make you worry. Even now, there's very little chance I'll live anywhere near a full life. The feeling of Lily's warm, soft hand moving over my left cheek makes me lift my head up, her smile gentle and warm as she touches me. I think that is something very natural for you to say. You were always so sincere and self-conscious. You were also reserved and mild-mannered and patient to a fault with Hanako, yet curious about everything and everyone. When I said I missed you while I was with my family, I wasn't lying or exaggerating. The thought of you was never far from my mind and helped me through that time. That's why I was so confused about what to do when my family summoned me. Even after I thought I had made my decision, you tried your hardest to challenge me about it. I didn't confess to you out of pity or believing you were somehow different from what you are. I confessed because I never want to lose you and want you always to be a part of my life no matter what might change. You're a very beautiful person, Hisao. Your heart changes none of that, so please don't apologize for yourself anymore. For a long time, silence reigns in the room. I'm not really sure what this newly born feeling inside of me is, but it pales into insignificance as I wordlessly gaze at Lily's smiling face, warm and gentle as it has always been. It's only as her thumb crosses my cheek, wiping away a single drop of moisture, that I realize this is all I've ever wanted. For what feels like the first time, I give an earnest, wide smile. As Lily feels it against her palm, she returns the gesture. More time passes before either of us says a word, neither of us needing speech to communicate our feelings to each other. I know I can't promise you that I'll always be around or that we'll be together forever, With some difficulty, I slowly lift my hand, placing it on her pale shoulder. But I think I can at least take you to next year's Tanabata Fest. Make up for making you miss this year's. Lily's expression is one of surprise, though I can't say I blame her. You remembered that? I've got a pretty good memory sometimes. She raises her head a little and takes her hand from my cheek, giving a small amused giggle. I smile absent-mindedly at how earnest it is, almost girlish in its lightness. Still smiling warmly, she collects herself and stands upright with a hand resting on my chest. It feels like I'm seeing her for the first time, the sun from the window glowing behind her, just as it did when I first walked into that room where she was drinking tea. Very well then, shall we make it a promise between the both of us to go to next year's Tanabata together? Even if she can't see me doing so, I nod approvingly. Promise. Promise. Fuck! Skip. What are we skipping? Oh, is it the credits? Oh my god, I did it! This is the good ending. This is Lily's good ending. Oh my god, I'm so fucking... I can't do this. Written by Anon and Aura and CPL Crud and Suriko and The Hive Mind. How could you do this to... How could you do this to me, man? Oh my god. Ugh. Holy shit. Holy shit. My heart, I'm actually feeling my heart. I'm actually like, maybe I'm like, I don't have a condition, but I can definitely relate to the protagonist having a heart condition now. Oh my god, I can't. I'm crying. Oh my god, I can't. Holy shit. Oh. Oh. It was insane. Do you get why people play dating sims and visual novels now? Yeah, I do. Or maybe like, okay, maybe I don't. Because people who play visual novels or dating sims don't necessarily know this game. Not everyone I know who plays dating sims has played this before. Okay? So I'm still judgy. This seems to be the exception more than the norm, but holy shit. Okay, here's the epilogue, I guess. Akira, Lily, and I silently sit on the grassy embankment high above the local town, the breeze gently blowing through the cloudless sky. We may just be a few minutes' walk from town, on a hill just outside its limits, but the view is entirely unexpected. Lily sits beside me, her eyes closed as the gentle breeze flows through her hair. This is a nice area. Yeah, I never knew a place like this was anywhere near Yamaku. I had to be the one to find it, of course. Kira's grin is genuine, but her tone is slightly different from her usual carefree nature. It's good that you're out of the hospital, though, Hisan. Nobody's more glad than I am. I can't stand hospitals. So you two going back to the school tomorrow? Yep. Akira chuckles in amusement before looking back out to the town below, the trees between the buildings swaying in the wind. Pity we couldn't go up north for the summer holidays or get to Tanabata. I wouldn't worry, there's always next time. There's in no way an exception? Okay, sure, I'll take your word for it. But like, because all the ones I've played so far, I'm kind of like, you know, they were not cooking nearly this hard. All the other ones I've played so far. You got the medically deficient Riz ending. Hell yeah, I did. You'll be graduating before the next summer vacation, won't you? Yeah, there will still be college after that, mind. Going to the same one? Likely, we both have high enough scores to meet the entry requirements. You sound so sure. Don't worry, you're better than I in most subjects. I guess we'll work it out in due time. That's the way, just enjoy yourselves in Yamaku while you're here. Lily gives a sad sigh at the distinction made between Akira and the two of us. You really need to go back to Scotland? Yeah, the folks there really out for my blood as it is. You weren't meant to stay this long. She gives her trademark wide grin. Setting my boyfriend up with a passport took some time. Oh shit! It's a happy ending for her too? Holy shit. You're taking him with you. Just for a while at first. He's a surprisingly worldly guy, so I think he'll do just fine. That's crazy. Akira gives an amused snort. If our father had his way, I'd have gone a long while ago. I just couldn't pass up an excuse to stay with my favorite little sister a little while longer, though. She leans right and gives Lily a tight, playful hug, cheering her up considerably. It's nice to be with you one last time, though. For what it's worth, I'm in the same boat. Thanks, you two. I'll try and come back sometime, don't worry. It's a shame that the business keeps you so busy. The place won't run itself, I'm afraid, and I think it's going to just be the same over there. Considering that, I'd better get going. Have fun over there, Akira. Haha, will do. With a slight grunt, she lifts herself with her hands, stands up, dusting herself off as she does so. Well, I'd better be off. The plane won't wait for me after all. She has a certain unusual wistfulness in the tone of her voice, her eyes firmly planted on her sister. I'll be okay, Akira. Yeah, I know. Come on now, it isn't that bad. You'll be able to see us again soon. It is strange to have Lily reassuring and doubting Akira for one. She really has changed. Goodbye, Akira. Bye. For a second, the dark-clad figure looks down at the both of us, smiling widely, perhaps more widely than I'd ever seen her do before. She lets out a long, slightly wavering breath to steady herself before leaving, but eventually slips her hand in her pocket and turns on her heel. And with that, she walks away, one hand held in the air as she goes. See you later, you two. Jazz tune with no beat, melody, or direction to the very end. After a few moments of sitting silently, Lily and I pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off. Turning towards her with a broad smile, I hold out my hand. Shall we be off then? She takes my hand in hers with a gentle nod and a smile as beautiful and warm as ever. Indeed we shall, Hisao. Oh my god. This was not worth the heart pain I had to go through to play this. Was it? Maybe it was. Maybe it was. Actually, maybe it was. Fuck. As we set off towards the school, that wonderful smile engraves itself onto my memory. The wonderful smile that we both share. Our pasts may be scattered and at times overshadowed by sadness, but they're also an irrevocable part of our lives and personalities. Even if I could change a single thing, I wouldn't, because my past was what led me here. That's why even with all that's happened to us before and all that may well befall us together, we'll keep walking forwards. Forwards towards the future. Our future. Oh my god. I just fucking can't. Holy shit. Oh my god. Yeah, there's the other routes too, I know. Am I gonna try them though? I don't know. I mean, okay, from what I've been told, like, okay, the game's cooking for every route, and every route is just good. Even the bad endings feel as though, like, they're bad, like, but, like, kind of, like, purpose, like, bad but written really well, right? Like, it's a negative outcome, but it feels as though it's, like, deserving in some sense, I think, from what I understand of the way people perceive this visual novel. I might come back to this in the future. I might do that. But, like, I'm gonna need a bit of a break. Remember, you, the viewer, get to choose whether or not Japan plays at your house. That's kind of true, though. Like, if, and I don't think it will, because it's kind of just like a good, feel-good, like, story that's not really worth, like, it's not really as big and dramatic as funny as some of the other, like, more meme-y visual novels I've played so far that would warrant a more, like, attention. This one just seems kind of like a good, like, classic one. I don't think it'll be very popular. I don't think people will give a fuck. Let's play another route right now. No, I can't. This is kind of like the end of, like, the Walking Dead season 1 for me, where I'm like fuck, it's really good. Better than I ever thought it could have been, despite people saying it's good and only saying it's good. I've never heard a single bad thing about these games going into it, and then, like, it's still far exceeded my expectations. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how good this was, because I had been playing really shitty games the past week and a half, I think, relatively speaking. Most of them, in terms of, like, this, the you know, the long dating sim ones. That's what I mean. Okay. I know, and then you guys are gonna, you know, give me suggestions for more games like this or whatever. that are also good, and you're gonna tell me this is not the only one that's good. There's other good ones too, and I don't doubt you. It's just like I don't have a lot lined up left for this week, so this is probably gonna be the best one I played this week, right? In the way that's like best in the way that it's a not a subversive, like there's nothing really subversive about this genre other than the premise, but it's not really a subversion more than it is like just the premise, right? More suggestions? I mean, yes and no. Yes, in that, like, you know, I won't say no to more suggestions, but no in that, like, my week for this week is locked in and I'm not going to play another thing next week. I'm going to play different things. I have many, many other things that are not, you know, romance visual novels things lined up. With that said, I'm also probably not going to play more Katawa Shoujo, at least not on stream. I'm going to look into playing it probably off stream in the future. I'm okay. I'm like, I feel a little unwell. Like, okay, unironically for a second, I do feel it has been like 8.5 hours and I haven't eaten in about like 12. So I'm really hungry. And I'm also like, I've just been sat in this chair playing this game with the emotional turmoil and ups and downs that it's given me. So I'm like, I'm in a sort of dazed state, but I think now is the best time to talk about the game before I leave it, right? Before I leave you to it. I need to talk about the game before I go. I need to talk about this game. I need to talk about this game now, okay? And here's how I'll talk about this game, okay? This is a fantastic fucking game. Like, I'll get my food in a bit. I'll go down and make some food after this. I'll end stream and then I'll go make food. I'll end stream very soon, okay? But I need to talk about this now, right? While it's still fresh in my head. Okay. I feel like it's weird. I feel as though this route in particular, and I suppose the writing of this game in particular as well, right? Although we kind of grow with the protagonist, and the growth amounts to something that is probably like, I would say, like, for example, I wasn't looking at Hisao the whole time going like, he's just like me for real. Throughout the entire like time I've spent with this game. But nonetheless, I feel as though I've gone really attached to him as a character. And I know when I say like, sometimes I say like I or like we, when like we make Hisao do something, because we're playing from his perspective and this is his game and we make his decision. So as far as I'm aware, we're inserting into him, right? That's the idea of the novel. But part of the sort of, I think the heartbreak towards the very end for me wasn't like, you know, oh, I can't get this virtual anime girl, because I'm playing a video game and this is a character in a video game. I'm not deluded into anything like that, thankfully. But what I've come to realize is when I don't like, you know, pine for Lily in some sense of the word, but I'm rooting for her. And when I'm rooting for her, I want like, and you know, we see the intimate moments she shares with Hisao, you know, us the player character, I guess you want to call it again. I just want like good things for her. I just want her to be happy. And to that extent, I want Hisao to be happy because it feels as though they're happy with each other. And it doesn't feel like it's forced. It doesn't feel like, oh, of course that's the case because this is a fucking, you know, dating sim game. Of course the character you go down the route for is happy with you. Of course, that's the premise of the game. It never once felt that. It felt very earned. It felt so earned. It felt proper. It felt like Hisao isn't just some fucking guy that like, obviously you do insert into him to some extent, the way the game is portrayed and like done this, right? But like, he's a real character with emotional depth and maturity as he's grown and aged and realized his mistakes and moved on. And the only thing that stops, or one of the bigger things that stops me from like maybe accidentally inserting myself as Hisao in some sense of the word, is that Hisao is very unlike me. Like he makes decisions and he does things that, like, I try my best when I get to make a decision to do what I would do, but then it comes out and it's railroaded, right? And he does things that I'm like, I don't know if that's the way I would have handled it. But like, you know, that's more the more rewarding, that's all the more rewarding, sorry. When he does realize, oh, I did fuck up, or I did do these things that are not good, and I should, you know, do something about it. I should change and become a better person. And like the end of this story is not just, wow, great, you get with the girl and then you have sex or whatever. Like, it's not just that. It's like you are literally, from this traumatic incident, you and the person you're bonding with, right, have grown apart and also together, but especially together, and can now move forward into the future, not just, as, life partners and as like a couple or whatever, but as like better human beings, because of the events of this game. That's fucking crazy, man. That's Hanako route and enemy route are really philosophical. I imagine it's probably that good. Yeah, like, man, fuck. The game is phenomenal. Yeah, like, is there much else to say other than that? I suppose the only other thing I would say is I was a bit unsure about the way sex and romantic intimacy would be involved in this game, because we knew there's sexual content. We know that we've seen the scenes, or rather we've seen where the scenes take place, and they kind of censor it and they skip past it. And at first, one of my biggest worries with the game, actually, even when I was playing the first few hours, was, okay, how long before it derails and then it just becomes, like smut, right? Like, how long before, that thing where it's like, like set up a premise and then they spend a lot of detail on it, and then it's like, boom, okay, the characters have sex, and then like everything else is like, that's it, okay, we're done now, like there's no more development. I was actually really afraid that would happen. I really was. I genuinely thought, okay, we're gonna get to that, once we get to that level of like intimacy, it's over, the game just ends, right? But no, there's like a good second back half of the same length of time I spent to get there that explores that dynamic and relationship. Not just, it doesn't shy away from it either. It doesn't just pretend like, people don't have sex as part of their romantic intimacy. Like, this is a thing that people do. Like, this happens. And they don't shy away from it. They don't brush it off. They embrace it, and hopefully, I think they write the scenes themselves well. I don't know, but like the way they write the surrounding context and the way the characters react to it, and like what happens afterwards, and like the mixed feelings people have, and like all of the complicated and frustrated emotional beats that happen, not just in a fucking anime visual novel game, but like much akin to, and again, I'm 60 years old, but I'm not gonna say I have the most experience, but like as a 60-year-old, right? This is fucking real. Like, these feel like real characters. These feel like real people. They do. They've been written in a way that I think is very fucking real. Like, this is how people talk. This is how people interact. Granted, the circumstances are extraordinary in the certain sense that, just for example, by the premise, this is not the typical average experience that, your average otaku playing a dating sim would experience, having a heart attack and then going to, a school that specializes in treating physical disabilities, and having to deal with, one sort of internalized ableism as they kind of approach the different people there. There's like, this is, and the main love interests all having some sort of physical disability. This is not like this is not the average run-of-the-mill like premise in that sense, I would say. Like, this is something I think that is a really interesting take. But nonetheless, because of this, they're allowed to, and okay, I'm not gonna claim to know and say I'm familiar with the experience of any of the characters in this game in the ways that they are, for example, physically disabled. Like, I don't know what it's like to be blind. I don't know what it's like to lose my limbs. I'm very thankful and fortunate every day, of course, that I've got all my limbs and I can see. Yes, I have to use glasses, but like, I can see. Like, and I've always been grateful of that, and I always have been aware, okay, yeah, blind people exist and life is probably like a little more inconvenient for them, but they live life just like everyone else. Like, understanding that intellectually is one thing, but sort of playing through a route or playing through a game narrative where it does so much to humanize the struggles they have. Like, it doesn't act like this blind person is like, so good at hearing that it just replaces, it's just the equivalent of vision for her and she never has to worry, and the blind bit is just a weird like bit of fetishization. That's not at all the case. I think it does a fantastic job, not just like characterizing these people, these characters, but also like these people who are, well, physically disabled, which is not a very common thing to see. I mean, I haven't seen it before. I told you before I started playing this game briefly, right? Like, I think my only encounter with it is like reading a sort of a young adult novel back, you know, back a while ago when I was a lot younger than 60. But you know, like, this is not uncommon, and for it to be done and done so well is crazy. And for it to be done in what, 2007 by 4chan? That's crazy. It was 2007, 4chan, so maybe they pulled from their experiences growing because back then those sites were full of people who would hide their disabilities online. And I think like that's entirely possible. I don't want to say like, you know, the writers have to have had these experiences personally to write like this, but I feel as though it would make a lot of sense if that were the case. Now, I don't think we do know, because the writers, you know, have chosen to remain anonymous. They don't want their identities to be known, which, you know, I more than respect them for. It's definitely, if they don't want to talk about it, and this is their, you know, outlet of what they're writing, writing this game was their outlet for this expression or whatever, like more than anything, like I applaud it. Like, it's fucking phenomenal. Holy shit. Yeah, and I never felt like I guess, okay, maybe this is the point where I'm like, I get it now. You know, like that fucking is that Danny DeVito meme from like that scene from Always Sunny in Philadelphia? I don't know, I've never watched the show. I just know that like template where it like zooms into him and he's just like crying in tears and he's like, I get it now. That's me after having played this. Oh my god. I get it. I fucking get it now. I understand it. It is... Oh my god. Wow. It's really good. Glad it didn't just stop representing the disabilities, like just cognitive and mental disabilities like other works. Yeah, I agree. It's crazy. Because you would think with the premise like this, I went, okay, maybe I just had really low expectations, and it didn't help that I was told like it's a game made for 4chan. I knew people said it was good, but I thought they didn't know what they were. Okay, let me be frank, right? I thought everyone who said this game was good didn't really know what they were talking about. That's okay. I admit it. My name is Kara Sufanor, and this is my admission. This is my confession. Okay, I really, you know, when people were like, this game is so good, I thought, yeah, because you play other dating sims, and other dating sims are garbage. So anything that's, you know, just slightly okay, you're probably going to say is good because you don't know what's good, right? No, it's incredible. It really is incredible. Like, and there is a sort of emotional journey you go through as a sort of, I guess, romantic experience playing this game, or you sort of, put yourself into these situations. Yes, you play as the character, but like, you know, you're experiencing it secondhand nonetheless, right? But yeah, I think at least in the limited time I've seen, you know, the other girls, right, and the other routes, they portrayed disability super well. There's never a moment where I felt like this is a person who has never, you know, experienced this, fetishizing it or in some way. It always feels like, no, yeah, this is probably like a real person. This is how they would act. In 2 years to stop quoting Socrates and Steins Gate. We're gonna quote Socrates this week, hopefully. Maybe I will like watch Steins. I'm not averse to watching Steins Gate, by the way. I just don't have the time. I know Steins Gate is good. Okay? I look at Top of Mal because, you know, I'm a big Full Metal Alchemist fan. I look at Top of Mal a lot, and then, you know, I always see Steins Gate right up there, and I'm like, I have to check this out. I've gotta, right? Play Steins Gate? Should I play it instead of watch it? Maybe I should play it instead. We'll see. I don't know. I kind of like the voice acting in the anime, though. That's something for the future. It's not for now. That's definitely not for now. But this is crazy good. This is so incredible. When will you quote from Sun Tzu again? When I can set up my Switch to play Fire Emblem. There's some interviews with the writers. I have to check that out then. For sure, I have to check that out, dude. This game is like one thing in retrospect is there isn't a wheelchair character but a prosthetic legs one. Performer is more represented. I think that's the reason why. Yeah, I think it's because they chose to, because the wheelchair characters are like a bit more seen in like media, for example. I don't know, like just off the top of my head I can think of like Professor X, I guess, is one of like a super big mainstream character who's like also just an apologetic representation of a physical disability. Like who's like a big fictional character, I mean. But I can't think of a prosthetic leg one off the top of my head. Like I want to say like Edward Elric from Fullmetal Alchemist, but you know me. Of course I would say Fullmetal Alchemist. And in a way, of course, like that anime too had a really interesting like representation of like, well, Edward's amputations from the accidents, right? And having to live with having a prosthetic arm and leg, and like not just being a total replacement, although it may seem like that at times when, you know, you're in the fantasy shonen combat, but when, you know, he's living, and sometimes when it gets rusty, when it rains, and then like, you know, shit that gets annoying, and it being so hard for him when he can't use it, like things like that. You're gonna play Three Houses? I started a Three Houses playthrough like last year, like months ago, and I just haven't been able to continue because I haven't found a way to set it up. Because, you know, I don't have enough monitors, that's why. that's the main. Okay, I'll let you. Okay, I've been like blowing it off for so long that I'll tell you the reason why I still haven't been able to play Three Houses recently is because like I haven't been able to set up a second monitor to like play, because you need to set it. I have a capture card and everything, so I've streamed it before, but like the previous way I did it was like I had a monitor. Okay, basically I had another monitor the last time I played Three Houses. Now I don't. Now I don't have another monitor. Now I only have my current monitor, just plugged out to my, like, you know, machine. And so you need like 2 monitors for that. But if I can get that set up, I'll play it for sure. Now I want to see your reaction to Disco Elysium. I'm gonna play it eventually. I have the game downloaded. Okay, not downloaded, sorry. I have it bought, but I can just download it. But I have bought Disco Elysium and I'm eventually gonna play it. I'm just thinking of when to play it. Okay? I need to know when to play it, because I can't just, you know, drop it willy-nilly. It's a very anticipated game. I know people really want to watch me do it. So I want to make sure I find like a good time for it. Are you gonna buy the Switch 2 for stream Monster Hunter? I mean, I'm not. If I do, it's not gonna be because of Monster Hunter. And if I don't know if I'm interested in playing Monster Hunter, honestly, because I just don't. It's not like, it feels like that's the type of game you would need like a gang to play with. Like you want to be in a group to play with. And like I could have a group to play with, but it's like they're not my streamer friend. Like I don't have streamer friends. So it's kind of weird if I like, you know, just drop in and then they blurt out my government name. Like while we're in a raid, they're gonna be like, hey, and then like they use my real name and it's fucking Jover. So that's gonna be a little hard, right? Play with chat, you wish. No, but like I don't think that's something I have interested going on right now. Would you at least save the Hanukkah rep for the stream? I mean, like, I don't know if I'll play this on stream in the future at all, but if I do, then maybe. I'm like patient. I'm patient. Like I don't need to play all the routes again now. Like I'm very happy just like taking a month off of this game and then coming back and then like playing like the Hanukkah route, for example. I don't know, or any of the other routes. I didn't really think about the other girls. Like I didn't think about any of the girls actually. Like going into it, I wasn't like, oh, I want this one or this character. I kind of just went like, I'm gonna behave the way I would behave in these circumstances and make the choices I would make, and I just want to see where it goes. And lo and behold, it leads me to a character who is more relatable to me than like the protagonist character. Right? Makes sense, I guess. If I act a certain way in the game's gonna give me a character that would act a certain way either. It makes sense. Okay. You gonna play Pajama Sam? What the hell is Pajama Sam? I swear, you better not be making me look something up. It's not worth it. God damn it. All right, yeah, that's the one that, yeah, I know what that is. I know what that is. I know what that is. Oh. Your taste in anime women is vanilla as hell. Were you here for my Helltaker stream yesterday? My picks were Pandemonica and Judgment. Those are my picks. Okay? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But oh my god. What a game. What a fucking game, man. What a journey. We're about to, I'm just gonna let it run. I'm gonna be here for like the 9th hour and then I'll go. That's what I'll do. I've never done a stream this long before. The last one was Elden Ring, and I'm gonna be honest, that was a terrible stream. Don't go back and watch that. I know you won't anyways, because it's fucking long, and also like, I don't even have my live 2D set up because it just crashes my computer, so I just had like a PNG of myself. And then I kind of like I was just rambling like the whole time I was playing the game. I wasn't making any sense. Rinse the Katawa fatigue. You should do exam take. I don't even. There's so many wonderful games to play. There's so many wonderful experiences to be had, and so little time to enjoy it. You know? Of the Elden Ring stream, what do you mean? It was okay. I'm gonna be really honest. And I know you're here because you're supportive and you enjoy watching my content. I know. But like, I don't think that those streams were very good. Like I think I could have been more entertaining when I was playing Elden Ring, at least when I was playing the DLC. You're in a feverish state playing Elden Ring? Well, not feverish in terms of like physical sickness, but I wasn't feeling very well at the time, just in general, I think. And I also like, I had a lot going on, and well, yeah, I guess that's all I'll say before getting too personal, but I just kind of had a lot going on while I was playing, and I was a bit distracted, and I just didn't really, you know, I didn't feel like I was at my best playing those games. I wasn't like playing Elden Ring, at least at that era of my playthrough. I still played it and enjoyed it, but like, you know, I love Elden Ring. I played when it came out, it was before I started streaming, so like, yeah, I obviously beat it, but I beat it off. I didn't do it streamed. And then playing the DLC was just a breath of fresh air as well. It was like so good, and it was so hype. And it was a great game in its own, very different game from this one, but it was also a very great game. Yeah, for the final boss, it was like a 2 or 3 hour stream it ended up being. I think I just said like, I am only allowed to say the words Elden Ring until I beat the final boss. It was being funny. Ring a Truidist, don't think it could have been more fun because the experience is meant to be kind of torture. Oh, that's good. And I thought about like, what if I go back and edit like a supercut of it to make it a bit more interesting for people to watch, and then I realized, oh, I have no fucking time. I can't do that. Never mind. 5 hours should have been saved as a palate cleanse after Katawa Shoujo. No, that's not true. I disagree. I think it's the other way around. I think like this Katawa Shoujo is the palate cleanse for 5 hearts. 5 hearts is the thing, is the big boom you start with. That's like, you know, I roughly knew what I was getting into when I looked at 5 hours, and I was like, you know what, I will play it. And not only that, it's gonna be the first thing I play. I knew what I was getting into, and I knew it would be fun. Like I knew it'd be like a stream. Like obviously I suffered a bit going through the time loops of 5 hearts under one roof, but I knew that, or at least I hoped at least, my personality made it so that watching me play it was fun. At least more fun than if you were to play it yourself, if you were not normally a connoisseur of this type of already. AKA, I knew that would get like a decent amount of views and people would enjoy it, which it did, right? It was a decent amount of people that enjoyed that. But this Katawa Shoujo is like kind of a game I'm playing for myself, really, a bit, because it's a long fucking visual novel, and I don't think there's too much interest in the game, but I nonetheless was like, I want to play this game. I've heard it's really good, and this is the classic, right? This is the heralded classic of the genre. This is the, you know, this is the thing. This is the thing I wanted. I waited till February to go like, you know what, fine, I will dip my toes in this genre. Let's see what I can get. This is the thing that's like gonna get me coming back for more. Like it is. This is, you know, unironically speaking, kind of a transformative experience for me. Like, I genuinely think this game is so good that it's made me give a chance now for the genre. Now I'm like, you know what? Maybe romance has potential. It's the same way like when I watched Kaguya-sama for the first time. And prior to that, my only exposure to, you know, rom-coms were really shitty ones where it's just kind of just borderline softcore, like pornography. And it just wasn't, you know, interesting to watch. The protagonist is a fucking dude with black hair covering his eyes, so you can't even make out any of his facial features. And the girls just kind of swoon over and fall in love with him instantly. And it's all like, you know, that was like my experience with romance stuff, like in rom-coms especially, up until I watched Kaguya-sama Love is War for the first time. I watched it, and my opinion shifted. I still think most of the rom-coms are like that, but in my mind, at least, I'm like, there's at least one exception though that's actually genuinely really good, and is the only way I've ever been able to enjoy romance of any kind, quite frankly, and it was watching Kaguya-sama. And now, unironically speaking, Katawa Shoujo now is up there for me as well, as this is the catalyst for me to enjoy this genre. This is because I needed this. I needed to play something like this to not lose all of my sanity. Have you seen Toradora? No, I've not seen Toradora. Not at all. It's like a recent thing, right? I haven't watched it. I haven't watched much recently. Like, I understand how people can enjoy these, but at the same time, it's also like, okay, I'm gonna be a little personal for a bit because it's like the end of the stream of a 9-hour fucking stream. Holy shit. Okay, like 2010. Well, I mean, I'm 60 years old. You're talking to me. That's like yesterday. No, but like, no, I have not watched it yet. I have it on my mind because people have talked about it, but it's not on my immediate list. Maybe I'll bump it up an immediate list. We'll see. I still gotta watch Cowboy Bebop first before that though. So, no, but what was I gonna say? Yeah, I want to. I guess just personally, the way I've enjoyed this game so far, or this game, the fucking combined stream hours of like what 7 + 9 hours, like 16 hours of me streaming this game. 15 of which I was actually playing the game probably, or like, you know, 14 of which was actually playing this game, and the game is far from complete. I've only done one route. Granted, I think this is the longest route. Lily's route, as I looked it up on the wikis and stuff, is like the longest route out of all the routes. So none of the other routes are nearly this long, or at least like this one's a good like hour or 2 hours longer than the other ones. So this is the longest one, but I've only played one. But even so, I felt it. Like, I really did. Like, it wasn't just, oh, I'm playing a character. Oh, wow, characters are horny, whatever. Like, wow, look at, now you can ogle at the characters in, you know, suggestive positions. Like, it wasn't just that. Like, I genuinely, and I say this kind of unironically, which, you know, might sound a little sad, I felt like I traveled back to my youth. I know I'm 60. I know I'm 60. I'm reminiscing about the past. I know we do that a lot in this age group, okay? But I did kind of feel like a strange sense of nostalgia, not for like the game, but for like my own experiences, like in my own like life. And my life was very different from this. Like, it was very different. I've never had a heart problem, and I didn't, you know, it was not the same. It was not the same at all. But it genuinely made me think about myself, like, while I was playing this. And I felt like as if, not that, okay, I think when I was, during the depressing bits of this game, I felt like, or rather some parts of this game, before like I kind of finished it, like when there were like times when there was like nice moments of like intimacy or just romance, just like, you know, nice in general, I'm thinking to myself like, damn, that kind of could have been like it's a very bygone era now, but it felt as though like, oh, that was like a shadow of a part of me in my life that like in my older, and like I could have imagined an alternate timeline where this happened to me. Now I think the same thing, but in less like a depressing, like, you know, like, oh, I wish it were me. Not like in that way, but I mean, like, I can imagine, I'm happy with the way my life developed. I'm happy with the way my life has gone. I don't really think I have many regrets. But like playing this game and playing this route, it felt as though like this is another part of me that I got to kind of experience. Like this was a multiverse, like it just an alternate reality and an alternate timeline where I was a little different and circumstances were a little different. Things could have gone this way and I could have been like this, which is fucking weird, man. That's fucking weird to think about for a fictional character and a fictional story. I mean, it's a fictional story, yeah, but it feels it does feel real. And I guess maybe one last thing I don't mind sharing too much. Someone said this in chat earlier. I think it was probably 30-40 minutes ago. I read it and I didn't know how to respond to it because I didn't respond to it because I didn't know how to respond. Okay, but someone said like kind of like it was during my rant when I was like, fuck this game sucks, I can't believe I got the neutral ending, when I thought that was the case. Like, I can't believe I got the neutral ending, I can't believe it's gonna be bittersweet and I hate it, this game is gonna make me want to die. Like, you know, when I was going through that rant and I was lamenting like how the game's choices may not have necessarily expressed how I would have wanted to act in those situations. I mean, even if I did get the happy ending now, that is something I still want to express, which is that, you know, I'm not the same as the protagonist. I didn't feel seen in the way that I was like, yeah, I would do that as the protagonist. Right? Nonetheless, that didn't stop me from enjoying the story anyways. But like during that rant I was doing, someone commented like, someone said like, yeah, sometimes you can just make all the right choices and not get a happy ending. And I just want to say like, yeah, yep. That's fucking real. You can do everything right. You can play every card right. You can do everything. You can accommodate for every situation and every person. You can think about everything 10 times through and think you're so fucking smart. And think that, yeah, you know what? I do have control and I do know what's going to happen. I do understand what's going on. And you can think that you're like, you know, you can think that you've done everything correctly, and maybe you have done everything correctly, and things can still fuck you up. Like, life can still kind of fuck you up. Life can still be like, well, too fucking bad. This is what happens, and you can't react to it in any other way than to just accept it. That's real. That's real as fuck. And like, I didn't want to say that at the time because like I was in a whole, my mind and my heart were in a different place at the time. Now I'm in this sort of post-stream, post-mortem sort of reflection of my experiences with the game. I can say that, yeah, that's very real. And the game did make me feel like that a little bit at times. Of course, we still got a happy ending. It's nice. There should be a visual novel where that happens. I feel as though that's one of the few things let me rephrase myself. That's one of the things I don't think that would go well. I think it would go well in theory, but in practice it wouldn't, because there is a difference between a real life lived experience and a video game, like, you know, fictional written experience where, oh yeah, sure, maybe that thing would make sense in real life, but in the game it's like, this just sucks. Like, this doesn't feel good at all. There's no way to appreciate this. Or maybe if you're like watching a film, you know, oh, it should be more realistic if this thing happens. Yeah, but you're watching a film and there's some sort of emotional sort of attachment you have to the characters, and a catharsis you feel when things go smoothly and good for once and the character gets a good ending, and you feel that catharsis, that expression of emotion. That, like, you know, sometimes we have enough of real life is real enough. I don't need real life in my games as well. Okay, that's what I'm saying. But it's a sports metaphor. You can shoot the most perfect 3-point shot, but for the other team. I don't really get that metaphor because I don't get that. I don't play basketball, but yeah. I guess if that helps anyone understand it, yeah. You can do everything right and shit can still go south. It is what it is, but yeah. But things will get better and you'll move on, right? And I definitely had that roller coaster of emotions as I was playing this route. Holy shit, was it a roller coaster? Like, I genuinely... I don't know, man. Like, I don't think I'm ready for another route for like a few weeks. That's what I'm saying. We like happy endings. There's torture games about bad endings, but that's the point. A normal story without happiness in the end is just disliked. Disagree. Sometimes the point of a story is to be bittersweet or sad. I also disagree, but in the sense that like there are torture games that exist that's like just like, you know, what's it called? Like it's just crime porn, you know, essentially what it is. It's just tragedy after tragedy and it's super sad and that's like reason behind it. But there are, you know, games and stories, I suppose, that do have sad, tragic endings that are befitting, that are not undeserved and in fact are the only way it could have ended. Torture porn. Yeah, maybe something like that. But like, you know, but likewise there are stories that have endings that are sad and are bitter, but bittersweet in a way because it's kind of, you kind of see it and you accept that, yeah, this is the way it's meant to happen. I think in fact, and my brave hot take, right, is bittersweet endings are easier to write than just purely happy endings. That star asterisk condition, okay? That express a very nuanced story, okay? A good happy ending is really, really hard to write if it's not just, you know, kind of dumb bullshit. Oh, and it all came together at the end and everything's good and whatever. Like, and it's just very hand wavy and very unrealistic and very like, you know, self-indulgent. Because most happy endings are kind of like that. They're kind of just like, oh, well, everything went well and that's great. Okay, whatever. And you don't really think about it. But like the really good happy endings, in my opinion, are the ones that are like, it's not that there wasn't any pain. Okay, yeah. So I guess maybe this is how I would phrase it. A lot of games or like media or whatever that are kind of mediocre with happy endings, those endings are an absence of pain. These endings are, you know, oh, maybe there was a conflict at the beginning, but at the end it's all good and it's resolved. There's no more. The absence of pain is great. Everything's all good. And that's happy. And I don't like those because I think they're just very whatever to me. Like they're very unrealistic and they're very like, they're uninteresting. There we go. That's the word. They're uninteresting. But the real good shit is the stuff that's like, it's happy and it's an optimistic turn. Truly, it's hopeful and it's inspiring and it's like, I don't know, it's compassionate and you love the ending and it makes you feel really good and there's a sense of catharsis, but it's not without its like loss. It's not without its pain. It's not without, like, you had to struggle to get here, but the struggle was worth it and they've overcome these things. It's not that there was no pain, it's that the pain was overcome. That's the best kind of happy ending. That's the good shit. That's the stuff that makes me go like, all right, this is like, that's the stuff that makes me hold both of my hands up and go, absolute cinema. That's, you know, that's my favorite anime, for example, like Fullmetal Alchemist, like Mob Psycho. Some of my favorite anime do this, and that's why they're my favorite, right? I look at that and I'm like, that's absolute cinema. And honestly, only judging this route, I haven't played the other ones. Katawa Shoujo makes you feel the same. Katawa Shoujo makes you feel like, it wasn't just that, you know, everything is good and hand wavy. We had to struggle to get here. We fucking crawled through broken glass. We had heart attacks and hospital visits and like, I almost had a heart attack playing this fucking game, I feel like. But like, there was such a huge struggle, and not just an arbitrary, artificial, shallow one, but a meaningful character struggle, one that like wrestles with preconceived notions of oneself and how one should behave around in the world and how one should treat other people, and those being challenged by each other, but more importantly, growing because of each other. As the fruit of that like experience being the romance, rather than just romance is its own thing and then you have a good story. It's not just there's a good story and it features romance. This is a good romance story. Like this is, the good ending was more than well deserved in my opinion. Like it didn't feel cliche to me. Like, okay, well it felt a little, okay, I'm lying. It felt a little cliche towards the end, but in a way that's like this is a classic, right? Like there's no subversions. This is the playbook. This is the formula. You hit every note and you do it to perfection. That's his fucking game. Holy shit. It's kind of like Claned where they did that and the tragedy and heartache just didn't happen. Yeah, that's cheap. I don't like that. You should really play Higurashi then. I know, but it's like 40 hours long, right? You're gonna have to like, it's gonna be like a whole week of me just playing that. It's not just 2 streams, even though these 2 streams have been the longest I've ever been. It's gonna be even longer than this game. On the happy ending thing, I'm curious, what would you think if there wasn't a good ending? That's fine. Bad endings are fine too, but they need to be like reasonable. There needs to be like there needs to be something I could gain from the story. Like it shouldn't feel, and as a story and consumer, right? When I finish a story, it shouldn't feel like, well, I just wasted my fucking time. You know, it shouldn't be like, well, that was all for nothing. Even if it was a bad ending, even if it's a sad ending, it should feel as though I get it. Like I've grown with this and I understand this is tragic and I've lived with it, but this tragedy is a catharsis in its own way, perhaps, right? Or maybe in another way, even though it may not be in itself cathartic, it's shed a light on what I understand from the way I see the world, right? There can be bad endings can be just as good. For example, I would say, I don't know, Attack on Titan is a bittersweet, like a neutral ending. That's not like, it's certainly not a good ending, okay? It's like, but the point for Attack on Titan is it's certainly not a good end, both in terms of like the things that happen being like nice and dandy, and in terms of the quality of the show towards the end, okay? I don't think it was good in either front, but it was still nonetheless a really good ending. And it didn't have to be positive and optimistic for it to have been a good ending. It didn't have to be that same way. The first chapter is only 10 hours long. Give it a chance. Dude, no. Not in the near future. I will give it a chance. Not right now. You're not telling me on this. I'll do it like, you know, sometime in the future, but not now. I'm trying to think of another like story that recently that I remember concluding that had a sort of sad ending, but is a good sad ending. Let me think. Like something that I've completed, because I don't think I've completed that many things. Parasite had kind of a sad ending. I believe it was sad, yeah. From what I recall, it's been a while. It's been years since I've watched Parasite. I watched it when it came out. But from what I recall, it wasn't an ending that was very happy. But I think nonetheless, it was a great fucking ending. It was a really well written and really good ending. Breaking Bad, yes, that was exactly what was on my mind, but I just couldn't find the words for it. Yes, Breaking Bad, and to that extent, Better Call Saul. Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul didn't get like, you know, fantasy, good, crazy, like, wow, and then we just solved everything and then it's all happy and good, you know, like an ending. But the story needed to end in that tragedy. It needed to end like this. I would say okay, I have this really hot debate with like a few friends of mine who've like finished Breaking Bad. They finished a lot earlier than I did, but we were talking about how the last 2 episodes of Breaking Bad were unnecessary and kind of fan servicey. And I think I kind of fall into the camp of, yes, I agree, but I like the emotional catharsis that comes from the fan service. Because for all intents and purposes, Breaking Bad could have ended at Ozymandias, in my opinion. The way the story was set up and the way the whole world was structured and the way, you know, the themes that were being dealt and the way the progression of the characters, I felt as though if the story ended at Ozymandias, I would have thought it was just as good. The fact that it added 2 more episodes after that, with Felina, I think was the last episode, I don't think it made the show worse at all. But I don't think it made the show necessarily better. I think it made the show more cathartic. It made the show more enjoyable as an audience just munching popcorn. Objectively speaking, though, I felt like it was kind of like the same level of quality given the 2 episodes, which I think is the very definition of good fan service. Good fan service is when it's like it's not necessary for the story, but it doesn't take away from the story. Well, good fan service, right? It doesn't take away from it, and also allows a sort of audience catharsis or like, you know, enjoyment of it. That's, I think, what the last 2 episodes bring back. Regardless, if Breaking Bad ended with Ozymandias, it would have been the pinnacle of tragedy that I've ever witnessed. And it would have been fucking incredible. I would have loved that ending too. That's not happy at all, by the way. Better Call Saul had a good, not positive ending. Agree as well. Better Call Saul had, I think, a more, arguably, in my humble opinion, a slightly better ending. Breaking Bad, I don't know, I'm not sure actually. I loved Breaking Bad. Better Call Saul had probably like a more objectively better written ending than Breaking Bad. But Breaking Bad, I think I had like a more like like the roller coaster was high and I was on that ride and I was just like, my emotions were have never been so strong before. Better Call Saul was like elegant and delightful and fucking beautiful. And you know, sort of tragic and bittersweet in its own way, but in a way that's like perfect. Like this is necessary and it has to happen. That's fucking great. I would have been pissed off if they had been like, oh, and everything's fine and everything's good and you know, all the characters get happy endings even though they done terrible, horrible crimes. They suddenly learn the error of their ways and then they became better people and then they donated all their filthily gained money to like hospitals and charities, and then they became like, you know, like, and then they started a new prize for like chemistry inventions, the equivalent of Nobel. Like that I felt like would have been a fucking awful way to end the show. Like that would not have done well at all, and that would have been the happy ending, right? So yeah, those are examples off the top of my head right now. That's like, bad endings can be good too. Okay, was I guess the point I was trying to say. Bad endings can be really good too. If not, in fact, I would say, again, this is my hot take now, I think bad endings that are good, okay, that's like a little confusing, sorry. Bad endings that are satisfying are easier to write than good endings that are satisfying, or at least like bad neutral ending, like neutral, like kind of sort of bittersweet tragic endings are easier to write than good endings that are phenomenal and, in my opinion, super satisfying. Because when you make a happy ending, it's really hard not for me to roll my eyes and go like, oh yeah, and they all lived happily ever after. Okay. It's really hard. Like that's not easy at all. Don't want to pressure you, just know that you can say always, you know, always say no, I get it. I know, that's why I'm saying no now. I'm not fucking streaming Higurashi in the next month at least. I have no plans for that. Not in the future either. But I'll keep it in mind. An ending is just hard to write in general. Exactly. An ending is really, really hard to write, which is why I personally, in my own preference and the way I enjoy games, endings are super important to me. And not just for games, I guess for film and for television, for like media and stories I enjoy, books or whatever. Endings are the hardest thing to nail, and in my opinion, if you nail the ending, you nail the whole story for me, personally. That's me though. That's my like bias. And again, I have to say, Katawa Shoujo's ending in this particular route, for this particular good ending, is really, really good. Damn. Like, it's incredible. It truly is incredible. I'm so fucking happy. Happy, I think? I don't know. I'm like, I feel content having played it. I'm satisfied. This is what I wanted to see when I months ago was like, you know what? I'll do a whole thing in February where I play games that I don't normally play in the romance genre, and then maybe one of them will actually like hit me and I'll enjoy it, right? This is the moment I was waiting for all those months ago when I was thinking, yeah, maybe I'll give it a shot. It's this moment right here. It's just that bad endings are hard to write now because they'll try to read into how your life affected. Like, yeah, how your choices made the ending bad. Yeah. I understand that, but like, just like you're talking about the context of games, right? I guess is what you're saying, but yeah. I don't know, fuck. It's really good. Fuck, this game's really I don't want to play it again though for the near future. I think I've said very similar things about The Walking Dead, which is because I think I'm in a somewhat similar, different though, markedly different emotional place having finished this game just now. For The Walking Dead was more like, you know, that was a beautiful thing that was tragic, but like, oh my god, like I'm feeling the survival or post-apocalyptic, or apocalyptic actually. I guess it gradually becomes post-apocalyptic, but whereas this game was more like, you know, it was just romance. You're just hanging out and you're falling in love with a different person. And I like genuinely don't think I've ever felt so, like I've never felt, okay, you know what I felt during the fucking 16 hours I played this game so far? In this one route and one ending that I've never felt in all the other games I've ever played so far. Like genuinely, really. And I don't mean it as a slight for some of them, but it's just like for me personally, right? I felt love when I played this game. I really did. Like I felt it. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, but I felt that. And I didn't feel that for anyone. Again, low bar for the other games. Low bar in general. Like, for example, I think like Date with Death, I enjoyed the game a lot. I don't think I felt like love. You know what I mean? I felt like a spark, you know? It felt maybe like the sense of like a crush. I felt like the rushing moment of that. But not the whole complicated, messy, but also ultimately beautiful and worthwhile thing that is the experience of love that I think this, you know, this route has captured really. I felt that. I really did. That's crazy. I didn't, like, it sounds so obvious, right? It sounds so obvious that, like, well, yeah, Doug, because it's like a romance game. Of course you would feel that. That's the point of the thing, right? But like, no, I felt it. And I don't mean in the sense of like, oh, I've fallen in love with the fictional blind character in the game. No, like, not really. Honestly, I don't think, I can't even see her that much as like a romantic interest. So much as like a relatable character. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I feel less like in love with Lily than I do like I relate to her kind of in a little bit, which is kind of weird to say, but yeah, like I just didn't, but more than anything, I just like, yeah, like I felt the love between these two characters, and it wasn't me, it was between Hisao and like Lily. I'm not fucking Hisao, as much as I say it, like I'm not, and it's been like I didn't feel much delusion, I suppose. Kenji stay winning for real. But yeah, I felt love in this game, and I don't think I felt that for anything I've played up to this point. Really, let me look. Well, I haven't played a lot, obviously. And yeah, Florence is like, I guess I think I felt a little bit of that in Florence, but Florence was, you know, really short. And I think what Florence did was, rather than make me feel something from that game, Florence made me think and feel about something in my own life. This game did both. This game, because it had, you know, because it had way more time to cook, right? It had like 16 hours to cook in my head. It had time for me to both feel that like love in the game, but also kind of feel and think about it and relate it to my own life, which is super interesting. I don't think I'd ever felt that. I'm playing a game before. No. I think the closest I felt is probably when I watched Kaguya, maybe. And then like, you know, I think the end of season 3 of Kaguya-sama was when I was like, holy shit, I think I felt that. I think I really did. And it didn't feel bullshit. It didn't feel like a waste of time. It didn't feel like it was complete menial ass. It felt earned and deserved, and it felt good, and it felt cathartic, and it felt like I'm at peace with the way the game has ended, I guess. It's like comparing books on Book Talk to a Joji or any love song. I mean, I do have were you here? Let me die, were you here when I was talking about my karaoke plans for Friday? I do plan to do a Joji song, which is, you know, it's in there. It's, which one is it? Let me check it real quick. Oh yeah, Slow Dancing in the Dark. I know, it's the classic one, but I'm planning to do Slow Dancing in the Dark for fun, among other things. I'm having trouble doing the voice of Joji, because it's like I enunciate too much when I do, like when I try to sing the song, because he kind of goes like I can't do that without sounding like I'm making fun of it. Like, because if I mumble it too much, it'll sound like I'm just making fun of the song, but I'm not trying to make fun of the song, I'm trying to do it justice, right? And so like, but then I over enunciate everything. Hold on. Like, and I'll just sound like, I don't want a friend, I want my life into, you know, like, you don't want to hear that. You don't want to hear waiting to get there. Like, you don't want to hear that. That's not the way you do the song. So I'm struggling with that for a bit. Without also it sounding like I'm making fun of it. But yeah, we're gonna try, and it's gonna be on Friday. I hope everyone shows up if you can, for the Friday karaoke stream. That's what we'll do. It'll be fun. Think you're losing it a bit? Just a bit, just a little bit, just a little bit. What makes you say that? Is it the fact that I've been lying for 9.5 hours? But yeah, those are my thoughts on Katawa Shoujo, just right off the top of my head, after having played this one route. I've only played one route, but it's the longest route I've been told, and it's one of the better ones too, I think. Like, they're all really good, but I think people like this a lot, like, even relative to the other ones, I suppose. Was here for it, so excited to be there. Okay, good, cool. But yeah, I don't have like a verdict. Like, I'm not gonna be like, wow, it's a something out of 10, or like, oh, this is the best I've ever played compared to all the other games. I don't really like to do that. I will say though, it's one of the most eye-opening romantic, like fictional romantic, obviously not like real life, like fictional romantic experiences I've ever had. It is definitely one of the most eye-opening, and I have nothing but positive things to say about this game. And in the future, if people ask me about this, I'll have to tell them, like, damn, I didn't expect it, but I played this game called Katawa Shoujo, and it was that good. Like, it has definitely reignited, or rather, it's ignited my now possible interest in this genre. That's how good it was. It has made an exceptional case for its genre. I can't wait to see more like that. That's all I have to say. I hope everyone enjoyed it too. And it was a long stream, so not everyone caught everything. Hey, you can go back to the VOD and, you know, catch up on all the story that you missed, because it was a long journey. It was. But like, you know, I hope everyone enjoyed watching me suffer and also help Hisao find love in this game. It's not La La Land good, but it's still solid. You know, I've actually not watched La La Land yet still, because I've been told it's one of those like, you know, heralded modern classic romance experiences, and I've not watched a single good romantic film yet, I think. So if I watch it, I have to be like really, like, I want to give it the right mind space, you know. Hey, but I'm excited to see it in the future. I know the songs are good. I know that when I eventually do watch it, the songs will be stuck in my head and I'll want to do a karaoke stream to get them out. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed the fucking crazy long time I spent today, and the really long time I spent last week. I forgot when last week. I'm playing this game. I hope you enjoyed watching my reaction to it. I hope you've gained a catharsis from my experience playing it, I guess. And if you have recommendations, put them in the comments. So don't put them in the live chat, put them in the comments, so I can actually see them when I, you know, go back to this VOD or something. But yeah, this is so good. Man, I'm so impressed. Thank you for watching. Alright, goodbye. I gotta end the stream now. I gotta go make food or something. I don't know, it's been like 14 hours since I've had food. I will eat. I think I'm gonna eat, I'm gonna make a spaghetti bolognese. Just standard spaghetti bolognese, I guess. With some fried eggs, of course, on top of that, because, you know, how else could you eat it?